Sector 13, second row. The recently arrived German-made, sixth-generation nuclear-powered Alpine-class deep space cruiser. Please redock to your designated berth. Your hydraulic coupling connection system is unstable. Is it a misalignment, or does it require replacement? Kindly provide a prompt response. The speaker was Zhao Junting, a 28-year-old male navigation officer at the space station of the Space Immigration Bureau, located in the northern region of Gliese 581d. Yamamoto-san, do you not wish to extend a warm welcome to your country's civilian spacecraft? Zhao Junting cast a cold glance at the Japanese officer beside him, inwardly cursing, damn, another one of those Japanese vessels. Zhao Junting-kun, hi arigatou gozaimasu. Indeed, it is a civilian starship from Tokyo, replied Yamamoto Ryota, the Japanese officer, with great politeness. At that moment, Zhao Junting couldn't help but think, why does this Japanese guy always have to be so overly courteous? Nevertheless, a warm and affable smile graced Zhao's face as he responded, I will be stepping away to the restroom, Yamamoto-kun. Then, Zhao Junting rose from his chair at the control station and offered a slight nod to Yamamoto Ryo, an action that reflected a customary gesture among Japanese people, which Zhao merely emulated. All right, Zhao Junting-kun, you can rely on me, Yamamoto Ryo articulated with his somewhat awkward command of the Chinese language, his pronunciation revealing the challenges of his unrefined tongue. Nevertheless, within Yamamoto's eyes, Zhao Junting, hailing from China, stood apart from his compatriots, displaying a level of politeness that endeared him to Yamamoto. Behind Zhao Junting, nearly 30 channel commanders exhibited expressions of tension and seriousness, clad in matching silver-gray uniforms adorned with the emblem of the Gliese 581d Northern District. Each commander was equipped with a semi-AI high-performance superbrain, serving as their operational assistant. The distance between each workstation was barely 2 steps, yet to reach the restroom, one had to exit the space station through the door at the back and ascend 50 steps. The door would open automatically. Zhao Junting exited the command room and proceeded directly towards the men's restroom at the corner of the corridor. This corridor featured a standard dual-direction 8-lane design, with electronic lights along both sides that remained perpetually illuminated. The materials used were rare on Earth, but abundant in titanium-nickel alloy, utilized in the construction of the space station at Gliese 581d. After using the restroom, Zhao Junting made his way alone to the cigar lounge, the sole area within the entire space station where smoking was permitted. As soon as Zhao Junting's figure entered the cigar bar, the proprietor warmly approached him. Mr. Zhao, what would you like to drink today? The owner was a half-programmed genetic human. In other words, part of his internal organs had been synthesized by AI machinery. Before his birth, his genetic blueprint had been meticulously programmed to ensure immunity from certain diseases and hereditary ailments, endowing him with an extraordinary memoria trait inscribed in his genetic code prior to his arrival in the world. The other half of his being was composed of advanced AI mechanical components, which replaced the organs prone to aging, thus categorizing him as a half-programmed genetic individual. However, it was only after prolonged development that humanity realized that offspring born from natural genetic inheritance possessed greater intellectual potential, enabling them to forge a brighter future in technology. Consequently, the United Nations enacted a decree mandating that all nations comply beginning in the year 1706 of the space era, or 6435 in the Earth calendar. Each country was required to ensure that 40 of its newborn population adhered to the most primitive methods of reproduction and childbirth. Zhao Junting was part of that essential 40. They'll have a glass of iced red tea, preferably from Kong Shifu. Zhao Junting chose a secluded corner, one where he could gaze upon the supersensory display screen. Due to the prohibition of glass within the space station, witnessing the wonders of the cosmos necessitates the use of sensory display screens. These advanced screens present an astonishing clarity of nearly 120, vividly showcasing the exterior panorama of the entire space station. Before Zhao Junting's eyes unfolds the expanse of the Milky Way, teeming with the bustling activities of humanity. There exists a civilian fleet traversing the galaxy, dedicated to transporting those unwilling to remain on Earth humans, semi-intelligent AIs, and pure AIs toward the distant planet of Gliese 581d. Additionally, there are commercial vessels, colossal, fully automated cargo ships, typically organized by individual nations to establish their own merchant fleets, facilitating trade among various Earth-like planets. Lastly, we encounter the Galactic Strategic Fleet, primarily tasked with deterring provocations and warfare from non-carbon-based life forms, such as silicon-based and sulfur-based entities. Carbon-based beings share a common pursuit of life with humanity, allowing for the possibility of dialogue and even collaboration. In stark contrast, silicon and sulfur-based life forms present a different challenge upon arriving on their worlds. Humanity finds itself in competition for territory and resources, leaving conflict as the only recourse. These interstellar strategic fleets exist to mitigate such unforeseen risks. Old brands still hold a special place in my heart. Have you tried the newly released fruit-infused beverage from Gliese 581d? Inquired the cigar bar owner, a broad smile illuminating his face as he held out the iced tea that Zhao Junting had ordered. Let it be. I still haven't acclimatized to the fruit-flavored drink on Gliese 581d. Is this iced tea truly from Zhengzhou, Hunan? Upon hearing his boss mention the new beverage from Gliese 581d, Zhao Junting began to question whether this iced tea was also manufactured there, as he preferred the iced tea produced by Chinese factories. It's challenging to procure goods from Hunan. They're not easily available. This is produced on Kepler 452b. The boss hesitated for a moment before responding. Such is the remarkable capability of genetically programmed humans, truly able to remember everything they see. All right then, hey. Boss, who is that girl over there? Zhao Junting glanced around the cigar bar, noticing that apart from himself, the other patrons included a few safety officers from the space station. He was familiar with these young officers, as he often saw them while commuting in his small aircraft. There were also two couples. One pair consisted of a flight commander and his girlfriend, while the other comprised a mechanical maintenance engineer and his partner. Amidst them was a striking young woman who appeared to be of Chinese descent, dressed in a sleeveless jumpsuit. Zhao Junting realized he had never encountered this beauty before within the confines of the space station. You mean that young lady? She is. At this point, the boss leaned closer to Zhao Junting's ear and whispered, "Oh, no wonder." After hearing his boss' words, Zhao Junting understood it was clear why he had never seen this captivating woman in the space station. According to the boss' words, it is not surprising. Well then, what else do you want? Noticing that Zhao Junting did not require his assistance, the boss politely inquired before intending to depart. I desire some pickled cabbage with vermicelli. Do you have any? Zhao Junting squinted slightly, grinning as he spoke to the boss. Alas, I truly do not have that. If you ask me to procure some contraband for you, I could devise a way, but pickled cabbage is strictly prohibited by all interstellar fleets. The boss had initially planned to turn away, but upon hearing Zhao Junting's request, his expression changed dramatically. What the boss stated was indeed the truth. Since the inception of interstellar navigation, it remains a mystery whether the United Nations was in its right mind, as they designated dozens of items as contraband, alongside hundreds of foodstuffs forbidden from being transported to other planets. Those who defy this decree face unimaginably severe penalties, with pickled cabbage falling within the prohibited category. No one dares to challenge the United Nations regulations on forbidden foods. Very well. Understanding the implication, the boss turned to leave. Zhao Junting reached into his pocket for a cigarette, which was a soft-pack variety from Chongbai Mountain, commonly referred to as soft longs. However, he found himself unable to locate his lighter. After searching around fruitlessly, he scratched the back of his head, pondering if he had forgotten the lighter on his light aircraft. Click! A crisp sound emerged, and a flame flickered before his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a graceful woman had already seated herself beside him, Upon closer inspection, Zhao Junting realized that the woman before him was none other than the beautiful girl he had inquired about to the owner of the cigar bar moments ago. At that very moment, she was lighting a cigarette for him. Chapter 2. Annihilating the opponent. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Junting's expression momentarily faltered, his gaze flickering with a glint of coldness. Yet, his lips stirred as he uttered the following words. "My lady, we are strangers to one another, and your actions leave me somewhat flattered." "Commander Zhao," she continued, "as the youngest and most decorated cosmic commander in the northern sector of Gliese 581d, I have a few inquiries I wish to pose to you." The enchanting woman, adorned in a strapless romper, fixated her water-like eyes upon the oddly expressive Zhao Junting. Her skin, smooth as freshly fallen snow, was accentuated by her crossed legs, while every inch of her upper body exuded an irresistible fragrance. No matter how resolute one might be, any soul fortunate enough to converse with her would surely find themselves inclined to open their hearts. As Zhao Junting contemplated the lady's intentions, he retrieved his superbrain device, employing his thoughts to seek more detailed information regarding this captivating figure. The superbrain, a successor to the mobile phones of Earth's early 2000s, represented a significant evolution in communication technology. To put it succinctly, while traditional phones were operated by hand, facilitating casual exchanges of information, the superbrain had ushered humanity closer to the realm of artificial intelligence. Subsequently, the emergence of the semi-brain machine occurred around the year 3500 in the Earth calendar. The so-called semi-brain machine allows humanity to manipulate primitive mobile devices through sheer thought, achieving a state devoid of physical operation. However, this technology harbors a significant drawback. It facilitates the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence. During this period, to operate the semi-brain machine, individuals were required to implant an AI chip in their wrist. It could be argued that rather than the human brain controlling the semi-brain machine, it was the AI that comprehended the thoughts of Earth's inhabitants, aiding them in decision-making. Later on, around the year 5000 in the Earth calendar, the brain machine was introduced. This technology was fundamentally an evolution of the semi-brain machine, eliminating the need for chip implantation and achieving complete separation between humans and AI. Nonetheless, this advancement came with its own limitation, necessitating the use of a 12K display screen for human-machine interaction. Finally, we arrive at the present, where Zhao Junting utilizes the superbrain machine, which operates without a screen, allowing for direct interaction between the human brain and the superbrain machine. The invention of this technology has effectively curtailed the potential for AI to surpass humanity, enabling a self-sustaining development of AI technology. With the prospect of achieving a pinnacle of innovation, the enchanting woman named Xiang Hongxue is among the 40 of humanity, just like Zhao Junting. She attends a school strikingly similar to his and boasts a noteworthy professional background, having previously worked at the Earth Human Development Foundation, where she served as the vice chair of this project. Presently, she holds the esteemed position of editor-in-chief for a distinctive magazine on the planet Gliese 581d. Zhao Junting gleaned this information through the superbrain device, his expression slightly softening. However, he harbored no intentions of letting the other party off the hook. "My dear lady, questions may indeed be posed, yet Zhao is curious to know what rewards might await upon their conclusion." Zhao Junting had long been captivated by the enchanting aura of this young woman. Given that she sought his assistance, he boldly chose to tease her in return. "That shall depend on how amenable you are, Commander Zhao." Noticing Zhao Junting's evident interest, the lady took the opportunity to further entice him. With a delicate bite of her alluring red lips, she provocatively adjusted her shoulder strap with her graceful hand. Observing this, Zhao Junting couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, how over can one be? Nevertheless, he maintained the pretense of casually lifting a bottle of Master Kong iced tea to his lips, swallowing with a deliberate motion that made his Adam's apple bob. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman seated across from him displayed a fleeting, peculiar smile, a subtle gesture that Zhao Junting keenly noted. "I am eager to learn more," he expressed, aware of the watchful eye of that little Japanese fellow Yamamoto Ryota. In the operations room, he felt no qualms about lingering a while longer in the cigar bar, engaging in conversation with Xiang Hongxue. Commander Zhao, what do you believe is the most crucial principle governing the entry and exit of all interstellar fleets in the Gliese 581d northern sector? The lovely lady, perceiving Zhao Huntering's unwavering gaze, assumed he, like other men, yearned for a deeper connection, prompting her to further flaunt her charms. Do take a glance over there. Zhao Junting gestured grandly towards the hypersensory display screen beside him, and with a casual tone remarked, all the interstellar fleets entering and exiting the northern port of Gliese 581d, accompanied by the vastness of the starry sky. Such a spectacle is one I can witness every day, even from within Gliese 581d. The beautiful woman, seemingly unfazed, raised an eyebrow and persistently replied to Zhao Junting. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Junting was momentarily taken aback. According to the information he possessed, this striking woman boasted considerable professional experience. The Earth Human Development Foundation was established to promote humanity's progress in the cosmos, operating as a semi-public, semi-private listed foundation. Many influential tycoons took pride in their association with this foundation, and this very individual before him, Xiang Hongxue, had once served as its vice-chairperson. How could her insights be so superficial? This thought prompted Zhao Junting to furrow his brow in suspicion. Do you not think that on Gliese 581d, a planet so far removed from the solar system, indeed from the Milky Way, our human civilization appears rather solitary? Or perhaps civilizations akin to ours do exist, yet when they make their presence known, where do you believe their initial attacks would be directed? Zhao Junting's intuition urged him to consider that this beautiful woman was far more complex than the simplistic image portrayed by his hyperbrain interface. She likely harbored other secrets. The solitude of human civilization. What an intriguing topic. Earlier, I encountered your commanding officer and inquired about the most crucial aspect of the Gliese 581d Northern Space Station. Do you care to guess what his response was? The beautiful woman swayed slightly, her alluring red lips still captivating. However, upon hearing these words, Zhao Junting pondered briefly before his figure shot forth, performing a backflip and rolling gracefully on the ground. Moments later, the isolation door of the cigar bar descended. The 4 security warriors who were previously seated had vanished, replaced by 4 others who aimed sulfur-based biological guns at the enchanting woman. Observing the other tables, it became evident that the girlfriend beside one of the patrons was not a real person, but rather an AI fully intelligent robot. At that moment, the engineer's girlfriend had transformed into a lightsaber approximately a foot in length, firmly grasped in hand. As Zhao Junting rose to his feet, he recalled that the individual who shared his command was the champion of the recent space station's fixed-point light cannon competition. Glancing at the girlfriend who had once nestled beside him, he realized she had now morphed into a towering light cannon. Zhao Junting was not idle either. With a flick of his wrist, a palm-sized gun appeared in his grasp, its body shimmering with a cold gleam. It was clear that what was discharged would not be bullets, but rather sulfur-based biological projectiles capable of annihilating sulfur-based beings. The weapons in their hands were all aimed squarely at the beautiful woman. Chapter 3. The Capturing of the Beauty. One of the security warriors, pointing subtly at his helmet, initiated communication between the superbrain and the control room. After a brief moment, the same security warrior spoke again. Received, understood. The security warrior uttered a few terse words before sheathed her sulfur-based biological weapon within the holster at her lower back. With a swift motion, she retrieved an object resembling a rope from a pocket on the opposite side of her body. From a distance, this rope emitted a faint blue glow, and as one approached, the resonant hum of its vibrations could be distinctly heard. This rope was, in fact, an apparatus crafted from sulfur-based materials, specifically designed to manipulate superstrings. Upon seeing it, the beautiful woman's complexion turned a shade of ashen gray, for it was evidently a lethal weapon that could subdue her. Beads of perspiration cascaded down her cheeks, pooling visibly at her collarbone. "Stay back. Stay back. I swear I will." The tone of her voice deepened and turned icy, yet Everyone present discerned an underlying implication. This enchanting woman was terrified of the sulfur-based rope. "What can you do?" spoke the maintenance engineer, his words chillingly foreboding. "We are all half-programmed genetic humans, alongside fully programmed genetic humans and AI genetic entities. Do you truly wish to resort to self-destruction?" His words served as a warning. Even in the face of the direst outcomes, none present harbored fear, except for one individual not mentioned, Zhao Junting, the sole remaining pure human among them, comprising a mere 40. Upon hearing the engineer's remarks, the beautiful woman closed her eyes, choosing silence, as if resigning to the whims of those around her. Observing this, the security warrior wasted no time and advanced to bind the beautiful woman with the sulfur-based rope. Subsequently, the vigilant security soldier cautiously retrieved a small box, placing the helmet atop it while aligning his glasses with a tiny aperture. To his astonishment, the box, which initially measured only a few inches, instantly transformed into a towering structure, its dimensions now a perfect square. Without a hint of compassion, the soldier forcefully pushed the recently bound beautiful woman into the cage formed by the box, showing no mercy whatsoever. Once she was secured within, the soldier activated the device, causing numerous beams of light in various orientations to emerge, seemingly locking the cage in place. Finally, the soldier did not forget to infuse the enclosure with high molecular oxygen, a potent gas effective in controlling sulfur-based organisms. In the control room, the unidentified entity had been neutralized, and a request for further instructions was made. In truth, every occurrence within the cigar bar was being monitored through a hypersensitive signal, vividly displayed on the large hypersensitive screen. The upper management within the control room promptly reached the subsequent decisions. First, the area surrounding the cigar bar, along with the unidentified organism, was to be transported to the planet Gliese 581d. Second, those who had come into contact with the unidentified entity, including semi-programmed genetic beings, fully programmed genetic beings, and AI humans, were granted a week of leave to observe for any abnormalities, returning to work after that period. Third, Zhao Junting was isolated to the extreme northern region of Gliese 581d for observation. Fourth, the unidentified organism was to be subjected to interrogation in the 6th subterranean level. Upon learning the outcome, a wave of desolation washed over Zhao Junting's heart. Unjustly subjected to isolation, there was no recourse. Such are the regulations. Anyone who has come into contact with sulfur-based biological entities must undergo quarantine in the extreme northern region to prevent catastrophic aftereffects. A thunderous roar erupted as a large spacecraft towed the section of the space station housing the cigar bar, heading towards the planet Gliese 581d. "I apologize, Zhao Junting, for my hasty words spoken in a moment of desperation. I truly regret it." The maintenance engineer, who had just intervened against the beautiful woman's actions, approached Zhao Junting. His face suffused with shame as he offered a faint smile, accompanied by his apologies. Zhao Junting, narrowing his eyes, cast a cold glare at the engineer who had come to express remorse. His lips twitched as he uttered a couple of words, casting a sidelong glance at the engineer's countenance before turning away. At that moment, Zhao Junting could not help but curse the maintenance engineer 1,000 times in his heart. This was not merely a matter of casual speech. His life had nearly been forfeit at the hands of this engineer. While others around him were enhanced with programmed genes, Zhao Junting was a pure human, a mere 40 of such existence. He had been the closest to the perilous situation, had the beautiful woman chosen to self-destruct. He would have been the first to perish, while those genetically enhanced would remain unscathed. A chill ran down Zhao Junting's spine as he cast another fierce glare at the maintenance engineer. The maintenance engineer was taken aback, realizing that his earlier remarks could very well lead Zhao Junting to a dire fate, while the others in the cigar bar remained completely unscathed. Upon witnessing the scene, the onlookers turned away, adopting a demeanor of indifference. The proprietor, however, demonstrated exceptional acumen in both interpersonal relations and business, proclaiming with great pride, "Today, all drinks are on me." In truth, all expenses incurred during the period of detainment would be covered by the space station. The owner merely needed to present the reimbursement forms to the higher-ups at the space station, an uncomplicated matter. This declaration proved advantageous for the others present, prompting the 4 security personnel to cast aside their concerns, fully aware that once the space shuttle landed on the surface of Gliese 581d, they would be immediately isolated. Thus, no one paid heed to the implications of drinking at that moment. A fellow commander, observing Zhao Junting's displeasure, initially intended to offer words of comfort, but, upon hearing the owner's announcement of complimentary drinks, felt a surge of joy and decided to indulge himself, promising to explain matters to Zhao Junting at a later date. The hypersensitive screen now displayed the space shuttle as it approached the surface of Gliese 581d, and upon glimpsing the beautiful woman within, an involuntary pang of affection stirred in his heart. At this moment, the beautiful woman sat languidly within her cage, her complexion pale and devoid of the radiant charm she had just moments ago. Bound tightly by ropes crafted from sulfur-based materials, her once bright eyes now lacked luster. Yet they regarded Zhao Junting with a hint of sorrowful reproach. "Are you all right?" Zhao Junting, witnessing her plight, felt a twinge of emotion stir within him, though his demeanor remained composed as he uttered softly, "Let it be. When did you realize my true identity?" Upon hearing this, the woman's expression softened slightly, yet her intent to confront Zhao Junting did not wane. "Well, it was just now. When you mentioned all the interstellar fleets entering and exiting the Gliese 581d North District port, along with the vast expanse of the starry sky, are sights I can behold daily even within Gliese 581d. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Junting felt compelled to reveal the truth to the beautiful woman. "What of it?" she inquired, her face betraying a look of confusion. In reality, neither humans nor programmed beings could perceive the vast starry sky on the planet Gliese 581d, as its dense 5-layer atmosphere obscured the view. Inhabitants of Gliese 581d could only see clouds filling the sky, while sulfur-based life forms, due to their distinct biological structure, were able to gaze upon the endless expanse of stars. Zhao Junting did not wish for the beautiful woman to meet an unclear fate. Thus he darkened his expression and laid bare the truth. "Is that all?" The beautiful woman's pallid face displayed an expression of incredulity, a sentiment that was difficult to articulate. "This was precisely the reason I felt compelled to rush to the cigar bar during work hours to enjoy a cup of Master Kong's iced tea. For within the entirety of the Gliese 581d planet, only here could one leisurely gaze upon the vastness and solitude of the universe." Zhao Junting raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke with a serious demeanor. "Is there nothing else?" The beautiful woman, somewhat incredulous, inquired once more, seeking to delve deeper. "If there must be something," Zhao Junting replied, taking a deep breath and speaking softly, "there truly is." Chapter 4. The airplane lands. Upon hearing these words, the beautiful woman gently lifted her previously furrowed brow, striving to gaze in Zhao Junting's direction. Ultimately, the entire affair must be attributed to the proprietor of the cigar bar, who possessed an astute ability to discern people and circumstances. Upon encountering a striking woman appearing as a journalist in the space station, the owner was immediately filled with suspicion. After all, in the year 7345, securing a seat on a spacecraft to the space station was not an arduous task. However, the fact that she continued to wear revealing attire upon her arrival piqued the owner's curiosity regarding her motives. In the proprietor's view, there could be but one explanation. It was a matter concerning a man. Among the multitude of men within the space station, the most powerful of them resided in the command office, a man the beautiful woman had already encountered. Her presence at the cigar bar while awaiting the spacecraft would be a tale too implausible for anyone to believe. When Zhao Junting inquired about the origins of the beautiful woman, the owner of the cigar bar deliberately remarked, "Though this girl is stunning, she exudes a certain sinister aura." Naturally, Zhao Junting was left with profound doubts regarding the owner's ambiguous response. Thus, when the enchanting woman approached him, he was further captivated by the alluring fragrance that emanated from her. Zhao Junting possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell, even surpassing that of some genetically engineered individuals. This aroma was not reminiscent of any synthetic perfume, It seemed to be the natural scent of the beautiful woman herself. Initially, Zhao Junting was entranced and bewildered by this fragrance until the woman mentioned witnessing the sights of the entire planet from Gliese 581d. At that moment, Zhao Junting experienced a revelation. The woman's true identity could only be one possibility. She must be a sulfur-based life form that had utilized the D3 membrane within the 91-dimensional space-time to inject her essence into the superstrings of carbon-based life forms. This scenario would yield a singular reverse effect. The sulfur-based entity would release a significant quantity of gases, while the carbon-based life forms would not produce as much. Consequently, to mask the noxious odor of the gases, she would intentionally enhance her scent to be exceedingly fragrant. String theory represents the most fundamental unit of existence beyond molecules, atoms, neutrons, electrons, photons, neutrinos, and quarks. It embodies the essence of human neural origins. Sulfur-based life forms exploit this characteristic of string theory, directly impacting the string-like neurons that inherently belong to carbon-based life. The material foundation of these strings is altered, and on the surface, no discernible changes are evident. In truth, the beautiful woman has now transcended into a sulfur-based human. Could I trouble you for a sip of water? Upon hearing Zhao Junting's words, the beautiful woman's complexion turned an ashen white. She was taken aback that such an ordinary earthling had discerned her true identity during their interaction. The sulfur-based being felt a chill run through her. Zhao Junting, upon hearing the woman's response, shivered internally and glanced around. Everyone was gathered around the bar, indulging in a variety of drinks. The beautiful woman, observing this scene, wore a perplexed expression and then flashed a fierce grin at Zhao Junting. However, he remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his iced red tea and puffing on a soft, long White Mountain cigarette, not casting another glance in her direction. Moments later, the spacecraft successfully landed on the planet Gliese 581d, where a contingent of safety personnel eagerly boarded the vessel. Leading the team was Zhao Junting's friend from his studies in Earth, George Franklin, the 49th descendant of the American founding father Benjamin Franklin, the very figure depicted on the 100 bill from the era of paper currency. It has been quite a while, Zhao. Upon encountering Zhao Junting, George Franklin, brimming with joy, extended his right hand in a gesture of camaraderie. All right, Zhao, there is one matter that eludes my understanding. Why did you not offer this enchanting young lady your iced black tea? George Franklin found himself ensnared in Zhao Junting's embrace, momentarily immobilized. While his mind raced in a flurry of thoughts, Zhao Junting's powerful arms eased their grip, gently placing George Franklin back on the ground. At that moment, security personnel maneuvered a flatbed forklift past them, and upon glancing upwards, they beheld a cage. Within that cage was the very beautiful woman they had just spoken of. What are your thoughts on her? He inquired with a chuckle, gesturing towards the captivating figure confined within the cage. Zhao Junting's expression shifted to one of calm contemplation before he let out a soft scoff, and his demeanor grew grave and somber once more. What troubles you? George Franklin gazed at Zhao Junting's face, his expression becoming increasingly exaggerated. It was one thing for Zhao Junting to remain unfazed in the presence of such a captivating woman, but to even retch several times was truly perplexing. This led George Franklin to ponder whether Zhao Junting was, in fact, aware of the crux of the matter. What troubles you? This prison is suffused with high molecular oxygen by the security personnel. Once electrolytic water permeates this high molecular oxygen, the outcome is a high-density explosion. Moreover, this wretched creature, inherently sulfur-based, now finds herself ensnared and subjected to torment. It appears she is resolutely yearning for death. Zhao Junting cast a glance at George Franklin, his eyes revealing a glimmer of chilling intent. Once again, he found himself entrenched in a perilous situation. Why would Zhao Junting so recklessly venture into the jaws of death? It was almost as if, in that fleeting moment of explosion, he would scarcely feel any pain, for the instant would pass like a mere snap of the fingers. The sulfur-based life forms of superstrings would swiftly seek out the next carbon-based entity to inhabit. Very well. Now that you are aware, I can rest easy knowing I witnessed your actions on the hypersensitive screen just now, and I truly felt a pang of anxiety for you. Today, I am entirely occupied with your affairs. Shortly, I shall escort you to the Arctic, where the administrator has some acquaintance with me and will ensure your well-being. George Franklin, upon hearing Zhao Junting's words, let out a sigh of relief. He then raised his hand to glance at his watch and calmly remarked, "What is the nature of the relationship? What kind of relationship is it?" Zhao Junting, upon hearing George Franklin mention a certain relationship with the administrator, felt a flicker of recognition on his face, followed by a wry smile as he inquired, "It is the sort of relationship that would provoke anger from her husband if he were to discover it." George Franklin's light aircraft was parked not far from the space shuttle. As the two of them walked towards the plane, they continued their conversation. Chapter 5. In the far north, once aboard George Franklin's aircraft, both secured their seatbelts. Zhao Junting initially wore a slightly pained expression, followed by a sudden sneeze that brought a slight sting to his nose. His eyes darted around in their sockets, and quietly, a glimmering, sulfur-based biological gun appeared in his hand. He then remarked, his lips trembling slightly, "George, your watch is quite impressive. When did you acquire it?" George Franklin, upon hearing this, first cast a glance towards Zhao Junting, then chuckled lightly as he remarked, "Haha, where is the charm? It is merely a birthday gift from a friend." "Oh, is that so? May I take a closer look?" Zhao Junting replied, his expression momentarily clouded by a peculiar resentment, yet his tone softened as he continued, "Yes, all right." George Franklin, unencumbered by hesitation, promptly removed the watch from his wrist and handed it to Zhao Junting. Taking the watch in hand, Zhao Junting inhaled deeply, only to feel a wave of emotion wash over him, causing him to sneeze. He said nothing further, tucking away the sulfur-based biological firearm he had just held, and adorned his wrist with the watch. A wide grin spread across his face, his eyes glinting with a cold light as he spoke in a low voice, "George, see how splendid this watch looks on me? It is truly exquisite, isn't it?" At this moment, the atmosphere within the small aircraft seemed to thicken, almost as if time itself had come to a standstill. "Indeed," George Franklin responded. "It is indeed more befitting for you to adorn your wrist with this watch. Here you are." After a brief contemplation, George Franklin surprisingly acquiesced to Zhao Junting's request, which did not astonish Zhao in the least. Subsequently, Zhao glanced at George Franklin, who was still piloting a small lightweight aircraft, and remarked, "George, let us ascend the no-resistance fairway. I shall cover the toll." "Well, all right," came George Franklin's somber response as he acknowledged and proceeded towards the vacuum no-resistance corridor pointed out by Zhao. This corridor was specifically designed for the 120th generation of lightweight aircraft, serving as an acceleration pathway. In the ordinary realm, any environment conducive to carbon-based life forms, such as humans, presents physical conditions akin to air resistance that impede the progress of flying machines. Only in absolute vacuum does such resistance cease to exist. Moreover, within this absolute vacuum, the propulsion of counterbalancing airflow enables lightweight aircraft to achieve velocities approaching 20 times the speed of light. It is important to clarify that even at an astonishing speed of 20 trillion times that of light, within an absolute vacuum, the phenomenon of time reversal or time travel remains unattainable. In reality, terrestrial planets are perpetually in rapid motion within the galaxy. This implies that attempting to anchor a specific moment in time on a continuously moving planet is a futile endeavor, unless one could install an acceleration stasis device on a particular planet, rendering all celestial bodies within that vicinity motionless, and enabling a contraption capable of reversing time at an absolute velocity equal to 20 trillion times the speed of light, post the traversal of all planets within that area. However, such extraordinary feats of technology are beyond the capabilities of any nation or organization. In an instant, George Franklin and Zhao Junting arrived at the interior of the Arctic zone to complete the handover procedures. Inside the Arctic zone, all personnel donned isolation suits and protective face masks, exuding an aura of S-class virus defense. Once the handover was finalized, Zhao Junting was stripped bare and escorted to the medical facility for a series of examinations. In the hands of the highest administrator of the Arctic zone was a detailed medical examination report concerning Zhao Junting. This individual, a strikingly beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, radiated an alluring charm. Below this enchanting figure sat a man, or more accurately, the captivating woman perched atop him, both appearing as if they had just engaged in a passionate encounter on the sofa, with the man lingeringly caressing the woman's alluring form. Your friend, Zhao Junting, has not been infiltrated by sulfur-based organisms and should be able to depart shortly. The beautiful woman, upon seeing the man, lingered in her desire for intimacy and let out a soft, delicate sigh, drawing the man's head even closer to her. He possesses a remarkable ability to protect himself. Despite being so near to combat with sulfur-based organisms, he remains unscathed. This man is none other than George Franklin, who at this moment finds himself in the office of the administrator in the far north, indulging in tender moments with the alluring administrator. You two possess quite a remarkable capability. As the enchanting woman listened to George Franklin's words, her heart fluttered with emotion. She then tugged at his tie, and in a swift motion, they engaged in an intimate encounter once more. During the course of their meal, while George adjusted his attire, the woman remained disheveled, leaning against his back and gently kissing him. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike her. She inhaled deeply and softly murmured, "By the way, according to the recent surveillance report, this friend of yours possesses an extraordinary sense of smell, even surpassing that of an armed programmer." Reluctantly, she clung to George Franklin, still yearning for his presence. "That's true," he replied. George took a deep breath, a flicker of hesitation flashing in his eyes. However, in a moment, his expression hardened, and he coldly remarked. Yet as he slightly raised his wrist to glance at his watch, a chill coursed through him. "Should I, then, extend special consideration towards my friends?" The beautiful woman, with her back turned to George Franklin, remained oblivious to the shift in his expression, driven by curiosity and an affection for George Franklin's physique. She playfully sought to endear herself to him. "If you wish for me not to reach out again, then do not attend to it. Yet if you desire to maintain our connection, it would be prudent to show greater kindness to Zhao Junting." George Franklin's demeanor softened slightly upon hearing the woman's teasing. He naturally responded in kind, engaging in a playful banter. "For the sake of your consistent excellence, I shall take greater care with the surname Zhao. However, you must remember clearly that you are not permitted to ignore my next call." The enchanting woman spoke in a soft, coaxing tone. Where could I possibly not answer? George Franklin felt somewhat wronged by her words, for he had always responded to her calls without fail, except for that one occasion when they were together. Chapter 6. The Guardian Room. The exclusive responsibility of the northernmost district is to serve as a sanctuary for 40 of humanity on the planet Gliese 581d, safeguarding against special epidemics. Genetically programmed humans, semi-programmed genetic humans, and even AI entities can, in the event of a viral invasion or an incursion by sulfur-based, silicon-based, or even unidentified elemental life forms, swiftly utilize their genetic programming to resist such intrusions. Zhao Junting was brought to a guardian room, characterized by the architectural style of the traditional Beijing Sihiyuan, exuding an air of antiquity and rich cultural connotations. The interior, however, was imbued with a remarkable sense of advanced technology from 43-45 years into the future. The main room of the Sihiyuan served as Zhao Junting's lounge, furnished with a sleep capsule that featured an air temperature regulator and an infinitely circulating refrigerator, all meticulously designed. The sleep capsule is hailed as one of the most extraordinary inventions for traversing the 91-dimensional space-time continuum, capable of ensuring that 40 of humanity's vital signs do not diminish, allowing lifespans to rival those of genetically programmed and semi-genetically programmed individuals. The underlying principle of the sleep capsule is elegantly simple. It enhances the carbon-based human sleep process by optimizing the distribution of carbon dioxide produced during rest, extending the restorative effects from the brain to the entire body, facilitating the most minimal oxidative processes at the cellular level. The air temperature regulator was conceived when humanity first ventured beyond the solar system, entering the realm of Kepler 452d like exoplanets. This device efficiently modifies planetary conditions to render them habitable for humans. Such technological advancements significantly enhance living conditions for humanity on other Earth-like planets. The large-scale air temperature regulator operates through the 91-dimensional space-time, affecting a spatial exchange. The excessively cold northern air is counterbalanced by the overly warm air surrounding the equator of Gliese 581d, achieving a harmonious equilibrium suitable for human habitation. However, such exchanges can only exist on a local scale, specifically in the context of human-established cities and the limited agricultural land that sustains them. A widespread exchange would precipitate ecological imbalances on Earth-like planets, potentially leading to the extinction of numerous species. This concern is also one of the significant reasons why sulfur-based and silicon-based life forms frequently wage war against carbon-based beings, such as humans. To the left upon entering is the AI robot fabrication room, while to the right lies the kitchen, along with the bathroom and wardrobe. In the early days of the 91-dimensional space-time, when AI technology had not yet fully commenced, it was already relatively advanced. However, the fear of AI's rapid development replacing human civilization and ultimately leading to its demise served as a constraint. Yet, when the era of the 91-dimensional space-time arrived, the advent of brain-machine interfaces, semi-programmed humans, and the emergence of underdeveloped programmed humans rendered the possibility of AI supplanting human civilization obsolete. The creation of AI robots has even become a normalized aspect of daily life. Zhao Junting handed over his super brain machine to the human who brought him, and upon shutting it down, he entered his own unique courtyard residence. Inside the main house, he first placed the clothing and accessories he had just received, then proceeded to the right side room to examine the wardrobe, kitchen layout, and the basic features of the bathroom, formulating a preliminary design in his mind. Subsequently, he exited the right side room and entered the left side room, which housed the AI robot fabrication studio. In the northernmost precincts, a plethora of AI robots could be constructed, encompassing a diverse array of roles. Among these were full-time butlers, chefs, domestic cleaners, beauticians, massage therapists, hairdressers, pilots of lightweight aircraft, and even AI robots designed for gardening and landscaping. Notably, there were also enchanting AI companions for intimate companionship. Upon perusing this list, Zhao Junting felt a thrill of excitement. This was largely due to the fact that by the year 5903 of the Earth calendar, unions between humans and AI robots had been sanctioned, as governments worldwide found themselves powerless to halt the disintegration of traditional marriage institutions. However, regulations mandated that upon reaching adulthood, males in optimal physical and intellectual condition must deposit their sperm in a national sperm bank to qualify for marriage with AI robots. This measure was deemed a necessary compromise to ensure the continuation of human reproduction while marriages between humans remained intact. It was not until over a millennium later that legal stipulations emerged, requiring each nation to maintain a demographic where 40% of the population consisted of pure human progeny, thus resulting in individuals like Zhao Junting, who represented this 40% of pure humanity. Nonetheless, some peculiar human rights organizations even advocated for enforced relations with AI robots, labeling any opposition as unlawful. Initially, such sentiments were met with derision, as the prevailing human ethos dictated that robots could not be classified as human beings. Eventually, some nations indeed enshrined such laws within their legal frameworks, transforming them into reality. Subsequently, it was even mandated that 40% of pure humans must not engage in relationships with AI robots. Any such interaction would be classified as an act of violation. Thus, it is not difficult to comprehend why Zhao Junting's heart raced upon encountering the presence of a companion AI robot. In Zhao Junting's perspective, the extreme northern region of Gliese 581d was perceived as a lawless sanctuary, a place where genuine pleasures could be found, which significantly lifted his previously despondent spirits. However, was the extreme northern region's monitoring chamber truly a lawless enclave, as Zhao Junting envisioned? Certainly not. This privilege was afforded to him due to the extraordinary bond between his close friend, George Franklin, and the alluring mistress overseeing the extreme northern region. Others in the monitoring facilities did not enjoy the same luxury of having companion AI robots. Zhao Junting was unconcerned with such distinctions. Having grown up alongside both programmed and semi-programmed humans, frequently witnessing them flaunt their AI companion robots before him. The deliberate show of such relationships had, countless times during his youthful days, inflicted emotional turmoil upon him. Today, it was finally his turn to create his own AI robot girlfriend. Yet Zhao Junting pondered whether this opportunity might be a perilous trap set for him. However, after a moment of contemplation, Zhao Junting suspected that this could very well be a green light granted by others. The reasoning was simple. This was within the extreme northern region of Gliese 581d. If a beautiful AI robot were indeed to appear for companionship, engaging with such a robot would not pose significant issues, as it was the responsibility of the management in that region. Thus, Zhao Junting began to create his own beautiful AI companion. Chapter 7. The birth of Xiao Yi in Zhao Junting's mind. He had long envisioned a specific image of the woman he adored. Each time he awakened, his undergarments and bedding would invariably be drenched. After a brief moment of reflection, he sketched the outline of the woman. Within the span of a single tea session, the entire companion robot was completed. Furthermore, Zhao Junting input his lingering memories into the AI companion's memory system. Is that all right, Lena? The operators behind the supersensory monitoring screen in the extreme northern region's equipment center gazed in terror at the beautiful woman behind them, questioning with suspicion. It's my fault, Lena. The exquisite companion of George Franklin remarked, her silver teeth biting lightly as her gaze remained fixed. Unwaveringly observing the unfolding events on the supersensory screen, she whispered, "Okay." The operator was filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that the usually authoritative woman would violate protocol today. Their relationship was not ordinary. And since she had chosen to disregard the consequences, the operator felt emboldened to turn a blind eye, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Such a breach, to be more explicit, was indeed unlawful. Lena could very well risk her position and even face imprisonment. However, the gravity of the situation could vary. Despite legal stipulations prohibiting 40% of the human population from engaging with AI robots, it remained a matter known only to the heavens, the earth, and the involved parties. The operator remained silent. Lena kept her counsel, and Zhao Junting would certainly not divulge anything. If no one spoke of the incident, it would effectively cease to exist. Zhao Junting would depart in a few months, and thus, no issues would arise. With this thought in mind, the operator promptly adjusted the sensory screen to monitor another room and intentionally destroyed portions of the recorded footage from Zhao Junting's chamber. Upon encountering the AI beauty before him, Zhao Junting could not contain his exhilaration. Although he was neither a lecherous man nor a greedy one, it was only natural that anyone would be overwhelmed when the woman they longed for appeared before them, completely undraped. Zhao Junting, however, proceeded with caution, meticulously inspecting the sensory cameras throughout the room. Once assured that no footage had been captured, he commenced an intimate encounter with the exquisite AI robot. After a night of ecstasy, the following morning, the AI beauty had prepared breakfast, awaiting Zhao Junting. What had transpired the previous night? Upon encountering the AI companion, Zhao Junting was taken aback by its attire, a sheer-lace nightgown that delicately adorned its form. The enchanting visage and alluring long hair floated before him, stirring tender feelings within his heart. He contemplated setting aside his chopsticks, yearning for an intimate connection with the AI companion. The beautiful AI, with a rosy complexion and eyes shimmering like autumn waters, shyly spoke in a soft, melodic tone. "Oh, by the way, I haven't given you a name yet. What shall I call you?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting felt a surge of joy, pondering the endless possibilities that lay ahead. He decided that the early morning in the extreme northern region was unlikely to present any immediate concerns, allowing his thoughts to drift away as he inquired about the AI's name. "Master, I am the first AI companion in the extreme northern region. Hence my factory designation is Ling Ling E, the AI responded, her beautiful eyes slightly raised in intrigue. Zhao Junting was quite surprised by this revelation, realizing that he had unwittingly become the first to experience such a unique privilege. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at his wristwatch, placing it gently on the dining table. Taking a deep breath, he absent-mindedly touched his nose, his eyes narrowing slightly as he fell into a contemplative silence. Moreover, Zhao Junting had ingeniously capitalized on this feature, storing an extensive array of olfactory information within his superbrain. His collection of scent data had burgeoned to such an extent that it now surpassed the capabilities of many existing databases. Moreover, Zhao Junting's olfactory database rivals that of fingerprint databases, retinal databases, and voiceprint databases, among other sophisticated and intricate repositories of information. Upon entering George Franklin's light aircraft, he was immediately overwhelmed by a scent that triggered a sneeze. However, in Zhao Junting's memory, this particular aroma was reminiscent of a unique fragrance belonging to his girlfriend. Yet, given that George Franklin was his brother, Zhao Junting was reluctant to cast doubt upon either his woman or his companion. Thus, when he sensed something amiss, he merely uttered a vague remark and refrained from delving deeper into the matter. Nevertheless, the inner turmoil proved difficult to navigate. The more he endeavored to dismiss such thoughts, the more acutely the scent within the aircraft pricked at his heightened sense of smell. Consequently, Zhao Junting directed a subtle gesture towards the superbrain device, prompting it to commence an analysis of the scent's precision. In truth, he already possessed the answer, secretly wishing that the superbrain would provide him with a falsehood, at least to reassure him that these suspicions were unfounded and that he would not be wearing a metaphorical green hat, betrayed by his brother George Franklin. Ultimately, the results were astonishing. Both comparisons yielded a perfect match of 100. Due to his girlfriend's unique physiology, whenever they shared intimate moments, she would exude a fluid that produced a scent potent enough to trigger continuous sneezing in Zhao Junting. Thus, it was revealed that his girlfriend had indeed experienced such an occurrence within George Franklin's light aircraft. This elucidates the reason why Zhao Junting yearned for a watch from George Franklin. The sensation of having a cherished possession snatched away is undeniably unpleasant. Consequently, it also explains why George Franklin felt compelled to invest considerable time with the beautiful woman, seeking special favors for Zhao Junting. Zhao Junting was issuing a warning, while Franklin was attempting to make amends. Upon reflecting on this, Zhao Junting's expression turned grave, his eyes widening, and in a voice rendered chillingly low, he stated, "Remember, in the presence of outsiders, refer to me as your butler and chef AI robot. After completing your duties each day, you must ensure that any remnants of me within your body are surrendered entirely. Not a trace should remain." "Yes, of course, I understand," replied the AI beauty companion robot. Zhao Junting's swift change of demeanor was astonishing. Upon hearing this, his face displayed surprise, yet he continuously affirmed the statement. "Then let us name you Xiao Yi," Zhao Junting exclaimed, his heart stirred at the sight of the AI beauty companion robot. "Xiao Yi," she echoed, "from now on, I shall be called Xiao Yi as my master has named me." A radiant smile illuminated Xiao Yi's face, her joy evident as she beamed with delight. Observing her happiness, Zhao Junting felt a slight alleviation of his own bitterness. He then glanced at the watch on the table, contemplated for a moment, pointed at it, and declared, "Dispose of this watch shortly. By the way, Master," Xiao Yi interjected, "I have a mobile phone here. Should you need to communicate with the outside world, this will suffice." As the superbrain device can no longer be utilized, the enchanting AI companion, Xiao Yi, picked up the watch that Zhao Junting had left on the table. A glimmer flickered in her eyes, and after a brief pause, her crimson lips parted as she addressed Zhao Junting directly. "Do you have paper and a pen?" "Xiao Yi." Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting felt a pang of anxiety. Though his expression remained unchanged, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. He then opened his mouth and replied, "Yes, I will fetch them for you." Xiao Yi, being a service-oriented AI, lacked the capacity for extensive contemplation, and adjusted her emotions in accordance with Zhao Junting's fluctuations, striving to fulfill his requests to the best of her abilities. Well, actually, it would be better if I wrote a letter. Hand me your phone, and I shall compose a few messages. Seeing the charming and delightful Xiao Yi taking action to find him writing materials, Zhao Junting couldn't help but chuckle to himself, amused by the fact that this Navi girl was genuinely intent on retrieving pen and paper. Oh, then please rest for now, master. I will tidy up the clothes in the room. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yi noticed that Zhao Junting had no further instructions for her and decided it was time to attend to her tasks. As she turned to leave, Zhao Junting felt a surge of frustration. He realized that Xiao Yi indeed required some guidance to function more effectively. Thus, he gestured towards his lips with his finger, signaling her attention with a subtle motion. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Yi scratched his head, and a flicker of unusual light crossed his eyes as the thoughts in his mind incessantly revolved, seeking a rational explanation for such a situation. After a moment, Xiao Yi turned, his alluring lips instinctively drawing closer to Zhao Junting's face, and the two engaged in a passionate kiss. Once Xiao Yi departed from the main room, Zhao Junting closed the door behind her. He first dialed his girlfriend's number, followed by a call to George Franklin, and finally to the upper echelons of the space station's leadership. With each of these calls, the tumult of emotions within Zhao Junting surged and ebbed. Zhao Junting, upon hearing her words, found himself both amused and perplexed, uncertain about who among them was willing to abandon their home. He then recounted the harrowing incident that had transpired within the space station involving the sulfur-based life forms, where he had nearly faced mortal peril. Upon hearing this, his girlfriend immediately expressed concern for Zhao Junting's well-being, offering him comfort, which filled him with a sense of solace, reaffirming that her heart remained with him. He then mentioned the events surrounding George Franklin's escorting him to the extreme northern region. However, when discussing George Franklin, his girlfriend's tone and demeanor noticeably shifted, revealing traces of unease and timidity. Zhao Junting candidly shared with her his intention to acquire a watch from George Franklin without any intention of returning it. Unsurprisingly, his girlfriend was taken aback, questioning why Zhao Junting would take such an action, and through the neural interface, she directly inquired about it. Zhao Junting initially contemplated that he would merely hint at his feelings, hoping his girlfriend would grasp his meaning and refrain from uttering words that could be deemed as coveting another's beloved. However, to his astonishment, the watch belonging to George Franklin was, in fact, a birthday gift from his girlfriend to George. Consequently, upon mentioning this matter, it was only natural for Zhao Junting's girlfriend to pose a question. Faced with this predicament, Zhao Junting found himself with no retreat. He could only murmur into the phone that he too wished to let George experience the sensation of having one's cherished possessions snatched away. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting's girlfriend felt a fleeting disorientation, momentarily believing that a confrontation had indeed transpired between George and Zhao. Yet, after a brief contemplation, she deemed her concerns excessive. If a confrontation had truly occurred, Zhao Junting would surely not exhibit such calmness. Ultimately, she offered him a single remark: "Let us discuss everything once you emerge from the far northern territory." And with that, she hastily terminated the call between the superbrain device and her phone. Subsequently, Zhao Junting dialed George Franklin's number. The moment the call connected, he could distinctly sense through the phone that George was enveloped in a state of near despair. This reaction was hardly surprising. The previous day, within the office of the alluring Lena, George had exerted every ounce of his being to elicit a smile from the enchanting woman. At this moment, George Franklin was recuperating his lost energy and vitality aboard a cosmic space capsule. However, upon noticing Zhao Junting's call, he felt an unexpected surge of joy, believing that Zhao Junting had begun to comprehend and appreciate the efforts he had invested. However, what George Franklin did not anticipate was that Zhao Junting's very first statement was that he had lost the watch. Of course, Zhao Junting had commanded Xiao Yi to dispose of it, rather than misplacing it. Zhao Junting was merely curious to observe George Franklin's emotional fluctuations under such extreme circumstances. If George Franklin expressed disappointment or anger, it would indicate that his concern was solely for his own loss rather than for the plight of his brother, Zhao Junting, thereby revealing that all the privileges they enjoyed in the Arctic region were of no significance to him. However, to Zhao Junting's astonishment, George Franklin merely responded with a soft "oh" and offered no further commentary. This left Zhao Junting, who had previously harbored a multitude of reasons to sever ties with George Franklin, with no choice but to utter a few words of gratitude before hastily ending their communication. Upon receiving this news, Zhao Junting couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. The cost for this deputy commander seemed rather steep. First, he had encountered sulfur-based life forms and nearly lost his life. Then he discovered the indiscretions between his good friend George Franklin and his girlfriend aboard George's small aircraft. The only solace he found was that he was still alive, still breathing, and would continue to live well. Chapter 9. The Bookstore Owner. The Gliese 581d planet has 36 time zones, which equates to a day lasting 36 hours. The legally mandated rest period on the planet Gliese 581d operates on a dual schedule, entailing 6 hours of daylight rest and 16 hours of nighttime leisure, with a work duration of 14 hours. Zhao Junting, in the AI robotics workshop, crafted a recliner and found himself, blissfully unaware, basking in the sun within a traditional courtyard in the extreme northern district of Beijing, sipping tea leisurely, embodying an attitude of languid indifference. Given the current circumstances, the management of the extreme northern district had resolved to retain him there. Otherwise, it would be unlawful to arrange for a companion to attend to his needs. However, these were merely superficial appearances. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Junting surmised that the true authority lay with the administrator of the extreme northern district, who was yet to make an appearance. It seemed unlikely that someone in a position of benevolence would neglect to show themselves. In reality, Zhao had miscalculated, for the beautiful Lena had no intention of meeting him. She harbored no desire for Zhao Junting's gratitude. As long as George Franklin could receive calls and visit her normally, she would be content. To her, Zhao Junting was merely a pawn in her game, a leverage against George Franklin to compel him to meet her. The morning passed in silence. After lunch, after Xiao Yi tidied up various utensils, she accompanied Zhao Junting to the bathroom, where they indulged in a bath together. Naturally, they could not resist the surge of emotions that ensued, engaging in the intimacies that followed. Some may claim that napping is not quite their habit. However, one must remember that this is the planet Gliese 581d, where the daylight rest period extends for an astonishing 6 hours. The sleeping quarters within the spacecraft will reveal to you that both falling asleep and entering a deep slumber are, indeed, delightful experiences. As the daytime rest concluded, Zhao Junting emerged from the main building of the courtyard, only to find that no one had come to inquire about his circumstances. After a brief moment of contemplation, a bittersweet smile crept upon his lips, for at that moment, Zhao Junting had surmised that he was merely a pawn in someone else's game, a leverage to coerce George Franklin into a meeting. Shaking his head in disbelief, he realized that despite having ventured into the extreme northern zone, he still retained some semblance of worth. Thus, he tidied his attire and sauntered leisurely towards the courtyard's entrance. Before departing, he instructed Xiao Yi not to wait for him for dinner, as he might dine outside. If anyone came seeking him, he asked Xiao Yi to have them call him. And if anyone inquired about Xiao Yi's identity as an AI robot, Xiao Yi was to simply state that he was a robotic butler. The extreme northern zone is the largest community on the planet Gliese 581d, inhabited by 40 pure humans, surrounded by a powerful chaotic element shield that ensures, even without external resource exchange, a sufficient supply for sustenance for 50 consecutive years. Initially embracing a tourist mindset, Zhao Junting wandered through the vast expanse of this sprawling city. Throughout the extreme northern zone, one could observe an abundance of water-powered vehicles. The water-powered vehicle is an innovative mode of transportation independently developed by AI technology, characterized by its zero consumption. In the nascent stages of AI, It was imbued with high expectations to prevent it from meeting the same fate as other technologies that faltered in their infancy. A number of scientists subsequently harnessed AI technology to create a plethora of technological products, among which the water-powered vehicle stands as a notable example. This vehicle represents the first technological product autonomously developed by AI robots following humanity's construction of AI technology, and it is also the most successful product of its kind. Much like the Second Industrial Revolution, where machines began to manufacture machines, the ability of AI robots to independently innovate technological products embodies the same concept. The advent of the water-powered vehicle signifies the conclusion of an era, the end of both the automotive age and the age of clean energy vehicles. The principle behind the water-powered vehicle is quite straightforward. AI robots utilize satellite positioning technology to monitor water-powered vehicles across the globe. Each vehicle operates under the meticulous oversight of AI, with semi-AI robots within them employing a water cooling circulation system to drive the engine, thereby enabling the vehicles to function normally. Zhao Junting observed this vehicle with a sense of curiosity, as it was merely mentioned in class by his history teacher as a topic for understanding rather than memorization. However, Zhao Junting recognized this as a product of epoch-making significance, astonished to find that such a water-powered vehicle was a standard feature in the extreme northern regions. A detailed exploration of the fundamental principles governing the operation of water-powered vehicles was conducted. Zhao Junting took out his small device, entering his personal information, and subsequently acquired a water-powered car. The experience of driving a water-powered vehicle contrasted starkly with that of piloting a lightweight aircraft. The disparity in speed was considerable, and the thrill of operation and driving pleasure paled in comparison. Zhao Junting's initial destination was the most bustling area of the entire extreme northern region, teeming with a variety of establishments, some serving meals, others offering leisure and entertainment, and still others distributing supplies to the 40% of the pure human populace residing in this extreme northern zone. After parking his water-powered vehicle, he pivoted and approached the entrance of a particular shop. This establishment was a rarity on Earth, a bookstore specializing in printed literature. By the year 2210, printed books had nearly vanished from Earth, so discovering such a place on Gliese 581D astonished Zhao Junting. Upon entering the bookstore, he was greeted by a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old, whose balding head and stooped posture suggested a life steeped in habits that may not have been entirely wholesome. The slight discoloration between his fingers hinted at a fondness for tobacco, with the potential for extended longevity. One should not hastily assume the actual age of this seemingly 40-year-old man. He might well be a figure of legend. "Hello, welcome." The proprietor, noticing the Asian features of his visitor, instinctively greeted him in Korean, bowing politely. "Please speak in Chinese." "Thank you," Zhao Junting responded courteously. Zhao Junting possesses an exceptional linguistic talent. Typically, he would engage in polite conversation in Korean. However, today he pondered why he should always consider others' feelings. Noticing a distinct Chinese intonation in the other person's Korean accent, his expression darkened, and a cold smile graced his lips as he unceremoniously declared, "Oh, so you're one of us. My apologies for the misjudgment. Greetings, brother. I am the owner here. My surname is Chun. Please feel free to browse." The owner, a person of discernment, immediately altered his demeanor upon encountering Zhao Junting's sternness, his face shifting into a forced smile as he repeatedly apologized, expressing a desire to foster a closer relationship with Zhao Junting. "All right, Brother Chun, since you've mentioned we are on familiar terms, let us set aside the pleasantries for now. I would like to inquire about the borrowing and purchasing policies for your books," Zhao Junting replied, momentarily pausing to reconsider his phrasing, addressing the owner as Brother Chun. He then proceeded to inquire in detail about the specific prices of the books. "The books here are for reading only, not for sale. As for renting, you merely need to assist me with a few tasks, and that will suffice as the rental fee," Brother Chun replied, his eyes narrowing slightly, nostrils flaring with a hint of greed as a calculating smile appeared on his face. "Assist you with tasks? What sort of tasks?" Observing Brother Chen's peculiar expression, Zhao Junting felt a sense of intrigue and casually asked, "I am an avid enthusiast of AI gaming, yet some levels prove insurmountable. I simply hope you could lend your assistance to help me pass those challenges." Old Chen's face flushed slightly, and he immediately uttered a few words. Chapter 10, Game Title. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting fell silent, wandering around the bookstore for a couple of laps, contemplating whether the owner's conditions were reasonable. In truth, the reasonableness of the owner's terms entirely depended on the nature of the books within the store. "I've accepted this task. Are there any specific requirements?" Zhao Junting raised his eyebrows slightly, a glimmer of blue light flashing in his eyes, as if he had gained a measure of confidence regarding the owner's request. "The specific requirements are, please hold on." At these words, Old Chen's expression shifted slightly. He turned around and rummaged through the counter, eventually producing a somewhat darkened hand that extended a form and a pencil to Zhao Junting. Zhao Junting was initially taken aback by the items handed to him, but then a look of understanding spread across his face. He accepted the form and pencil from Old Chen and sought out a table to begin filling out the form. He was not surprised by the form-filling task. However, the pencil handed over by Old Chen truly astonished him. Who would have thought that in the year 7345, nearly 4,000 years after humanity ventured beyond the solar system, and almost 400 years since the establishment of the 73rd Earth-like planetary home, he would receive a pencil from a bookstore owner? Zhao Junting nearly choked on his own disbelief. "All done, Brother Chen." Within the span of a tea's brewing time, Zhao Junting completed the form Old Chen had provided. "Oh, splendid. Let me take a look." As Old Chen retrieved his reading glasses from the pocket of his coat, Zhao Junting was utterly taken aback. Setting aside his own astonishment, he considered the genetically programmed individuals, both the semi-programmed and the fully programmed, who were entirely devoid of myopia. Their genetic blueprints had been meticulously rewritten prior to birth, mitigating any decline in vision during adolescence and the onset of presbyopia in middle age. As for himself, a 40 pure human, the advent of hypersensory signal sources and hypersensory screens ensured that all signals encountered by humanity were a pristine 120 authentic reproduction, sparing their eyes from any detriment. Moreover, advancements in medical science meant that should one develop myopia, a simple appointment for a minor surgical procedure would yield immediate results, rendering the need for reading glasses unnecessary. Unable to contain himself, Zhao Junting initially wished to burst into laughter. However, before the sound could escape, he swiftly adjusted his facial expression, covering his mouth and substituting laughter with a few dry coughs. "The information is commendable. I am curious, Xiao Zhao, what book do you wish to borrow from me? This way, I can determine the value of the book you borrow to decide what game you might assist me with." Old Chen, having concealed the unusual glimmer in his eyes, now appeared markedly unrecognizable to Zhao Junting, suddenly emanating an air of warmth and approachability. "Indeed, I only borrow one type of book. Earlier, as I passed by the bookshelf, I caught sight of several related titles, which prompted me to propose a trade with you. Otherwise, I would simply sit here and read at a leisurely pace until your workday concludes, at which point I would leave alongside you." Zhao Junting's face bore a faint smile of resignation. He understood that in this peculiar realm of physical bookstores, one must adhere to the local customs. He then slightly twitched the corner of his mouth and inquired, "Oh, which kind of book are you referring to?" Old Chen's regard for Zhao Junting grew immensely. He had not anticipated that this young man before him would be quite so compliant with the rules. Books concerning the prevention and eradication of sulfur-based and silicon-based organisms, including the precautions to consider while engaging in combat with them. Zhao Junting replied without hesitation, revealing his true intentions. This forthright expression took Old Chen aback momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Very well, I accept your proposal. However, you will need to navigate through a gaming challenge, which may be slightly more demanding than anticipated. I trust you won't mind." Old Chen sought to further test Zhao Junting's resolve. After all, in the area of the extreme north where Old Chen's bookstore was situated, the surroundings were rife with temptations and indulgences. where the human spirit could easily waver and succumb to the allure of vice. Old Chen simply wished to ascertain Zhao Junting's determination, for reading has long been regarded as a laborious endeavor. "All right, I have no objections," Zhao Junting replied, his gaze shifting slightly as he took a deep breath to compose himself before continuing. "Indeed." Zhao Junting shrugged in response, opting for silence as he settled into his seat to peruse a book. His intention was quite straightforward: to pave the way for future borrowing by first familiarizing himself with the game that Old Chen had tasked him with. He stepped forward a few paces, gently placing the book on the counter, narrowing his eyes slightly as he exhaled softly, his lips moving to articulate his thoughts. Old Chen, engrossed in the book before him, was oblivious to the passage of time. When he finally glanced up, he realized it was time to close for the day. Noticing Zhao Junting standing before him, eager to take the book out of the store, a thought crossed his mind, and he spoke. "All right, just fill out a form. Complete the game, and you'll be good to go." Old Chen's instructions were no different from before. Consequently, Zhao Junting located the next page in Old Chen's borrowing register and inscribed his name along with the title of the book he wished to borrow. Standing upright, he regarded Old Chen with a steady gaze, waiting in silence for him to speak. "Come with me. Take the book along," Old Chen instructed. Noting the absence of customers in the store, he commanded the AI robot to lock the door before leading Zhao Junting to the second floor. This level, equal in size to the first, functioned as an office, cluttered with various AI gaming machines. One might mistakenly believe that Old Chen operated an AI gaming arcade. Old Chen's face bore a hint of embarrassment, his aged eyes reflecting a flicker of reverence as he addressed Zhao Junting amiably. "What game is it?" Inquiring about the game was precisely Zhao Junting's intention for ascending the stairs. "Ah, it's called Future Cosmic Fleet." Old Chen revealed the name of the game. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting was utterly elated. Chapter 11. Old Chen, noticing the fluctuating expressions on Zhao Junting's face, was taken aback. With a quirk of his lips, he inquired, "Have you played this game?" In truth, Old Chen was only aware that Zhao Junting was the commander of the Gliese 581D space station, unaware that all commanders were required to engage with a game titled Future Cosmic Armada. This game encapsulated the essential knowledge and basic operational directives necessary for all commanders. Moreover, a leaderboard for Future Cosmic Armada had been established, featuring all commanders from 72 terrestrial planets, including those from Earth in the solar system. This competition also encompassed hybrid gene individuals, programmed gene individuals, and 40 pure humans. Through his diligent efforts, Zhao Junting had consistently secured the third position on the leaderboard, earning the affectionate title of Ting Shin among his peers. After a moment of contemplation, a resolute gleam flickered in Zhao Junting's eyes, and a confident smile graced his lips as he replied, "Yes, I have played, but the different versions may present various discrepancies." This modest statement belied the truth. Zhao Junting had successfully completed all 7 versions of the game, including the standard, hard, super, hell, and divine modes. Oh, if it is merely a matter of having played, then do your best without overexerting yourself. Upon hearing Zhao Junting's words, which seemed somewhat tinged with timidity, Old Chen's expression softened as he stepped forward to offer words of comfort. "Is there a time constraint?" At that moment, a crucial thought struck Zhao Junting, causing his eyes to narrow slightly as he inquired. Old Chen appeared to receive a message on his phone, and after briefly outlining the forthcoming tasks, he intended to take his leave, reminding Zhao Junting to persevere. "Keep it up, Xiao Zhao." It was strictly prohibited to employ superbrain devices within the Arctic region. Zhao Junting found himself both amused and exasperated by Old Chen's actions. He had not anticipated that borrowing a book in the Arctic would necessitate going through his former profession. At this juncture, Zhao Junting's thoughts sparked, and he commenced the operation of the game Future Cosmic Fleet. Meanwhile, after exiting his quaint bookstore, Old Chen swiftly vanished into the alley. Moments later, a strikingly handsome middle-aged man materialized in the bustling heart of the Arctic region, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, adorned with a somewhat formal hat, and wielding an ornate cane. The sapphire embedded in the cane signified its considerable worth. Upon encountering a towering, independent building, he paused, not because of the building's height, but rather due to the onset of night, when all the lights illuminated the entire Arctic region, rendering it as bright as day. The building's architectural grandeur and the brilliance of its lights surpassed that of ordinary structures, making it particularly eye-catching. "Good evening, Mr. Wind." Upon encountering a handsome gentleman entering the building, the receptionist downstairs immediately approached him with a beaming smile, and the expressions of others reflected utmost reverence. "Is she upstairs?" the gentleman inquired, exuding an air of authority. Indeed, this edifice and its enterprises belonged to Mr. Fong. It was only natural that the staff exhibited a somewhat deferential demeanor towards him. "Miss Lena is awaiting you at the bar." Upon hearing this, the receptionist's countenance shifted, and she gestured towards the elevator with a hushed tone, as if fearing that others might overhear. "The bar? Wasn't she instructed to wait for me in the small conference room on the 19th floor? Why has she gone to the bar?" The handsome gentleman's expression flickered, revealing a momentary hesitation, followed by a tone of dissatisfaction. The receptionist, caught off guard by his reaction, could only stammer with a forced smile. The elevator, a modern evolution of the traditional lift, was designed to address the inherent dangers of overloading and the instability of mechanical components such as the steel cables, hydraulic systems, and tension devices that could lead to malfunctions. The cloud ladder, as its name suggests, soars into the clouds. It is composed entirely of thermally sensitive microparticle mechanical boosters. In the past, elevators consisted of a single motor in the machine room above. However, the cloud ladder has transformed this concept, with every millimeter now housing its own motor. These thermally sensitive micromolecular boosters envelop the entire external structure of the cloud ladder, creating countless points of power that operate under the comprehensive control of artificial intelligence, exponentially enhancing safety. Moreover, it is worth noting that in a conventional elevator, the use is strictly prohibited during emergencies such as fires or earthquakes. In contrast, the cloud ladder has become the safest refuge within the building. In regions prone to frequent seismic activity, the utilization of the cloud ladder rivals that of public restrooms. A handsome man presses the button for the cloud ladder, ascending to the bar level. Naturally, when the big boss arrives, his subordinates promptly communicate the news. The receptionist at the entrance informs the bar staff via intercom of the imminent arrival of the big boss, urging them to prepare for his reception. Upon arriving at the bar level, the handsome man is met with a respectful bow from all the staff, who regard him with a sense of awe. "Is Lena present?" he inquires after a moment's reflection, directing his question to a head waiter nearby. "Lena is at table 15, but..." The head waiter had just pointed towards table 15 when he turned around only to discover that it was utterly deserted. The atmosphere grew awkward, prompting him to stand in place and chuckle foolishly for a moment. "Are you an AI robot?" The handsome gentleman, observing the waiter's mechanical smile, furrowed his brow and raised the corners of his mouth slightly in inquiry. No, Mr. Fong. As per your request, our staff must consist of 40 pure humans. There are no AI robots among us," the head waiter quickly denied, sensing the gentleman's dissatisfaction. Upon returning to the office, the handsome gentleman removed his outer coat and then took off the posture corrector hidden beneath it. He subsequently lowered his significantly tall top hat. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the slightly balding owner of the bookstore, Old Chun. At this moment, Old Chun was curled up in his office chair, patiently awaiting the arrival of Lena, the highest authority in the Northern District. One might wonder why he did not simply call Lena. The reason was straightforward. Lena frequently went missing in bars, and it was quite evident where she might be. After all, this building was not devoid of hotels for lodging. Thus, Old Chun quietly waited for Lena's arrival. Chapter 12. Father-daughter relationship. After a meal's duration, Old Chun nearly dozed off in his office chair. Then Lena, with her alluring and enchanting figure, walked into Old Chun's office as if she were a vision of charm. Well, let us not keep Mr. Yun waiting for too long. As Lena stepped into Old Chun's office, she began to playfully adjust her posture. Her eyes glimmered like autumn waters, yet as she drew near to old Chun, the overwhelming scent of alcohol emanating from her was unmistakable. "Please, take a seat, Ms. Lena," old Chun remarked, observing her playful demeanor. A flicker of coldness flashed in his gaze, and he forced a few words from his lips. "Well, what is the matter? Mr. Fong, you might as well speak candidly. Everyone's time is invaluable, wouldn't you agree?" Noticing the slight severity in old Chin's expression, Lena arched her delicate brows, and a hint of unusual color appeared on her charming visage. She then spoke to old Chun with a familiar ease. "It is regarding the young man who visited my bookstore today to borrow some books. What is the issue? You have sought 7 or 8 young individuals this week, yet they all possess ideals without the requisite perseverance. One cannot help but question their wisdom, can they?" As Lao Chen pondered for a moment, noticing Lena's demeanor had shifted to a more serious tone, his eyes narrowed slightly, followed by a faint smile as he inquired, "Regardless of whether he is good or bad, must you entrust him with something of such significance? What is your reasoning?" Lena, upon hearing this, appeared as if awakening from a stupor, her alluring figure shifting slightly before the table. She then sat upright, delicately tapping her chin a few times, shedding her earlier nonchalant demeanor. With a hint of hesitation in her beautiful gaze, she responded, "Why? Haha. Father has aged and can no longer contend with sulfur-based and silicon-based organisms as he did in his youth. He can no longer fight for humanity and the galaxy as he once did. Is there a justifiable reason for this?" Old Chin's expression grew somber, and the determination and might in his eyes diminished significantly, causing his lips to quiver slightly. He then spoke. Upon hearing this, Lena first flinched, then gracefully stepped forward, bending slightly to envelop old Chin's head in her embrace. The father and daughter wept together. As for Lena and old Chun, one is Chinese and the other a fair-haired, blue-eyed American woman. How could they possibly be related as father and daughter? Indeed, old Chun is Lena's adoptive father, while her biological father was old Chin's longtime collaborator, a relationship that dates back many years. However, when old Chun led the advance team to the Earth-like planet of Centaurus, he discovered that the silicon-based life forms there had evolved to the point of concealing their presence from human drones. In the fleeting moment the door closed, a resolute glint flickered in the eyes of Lena's biological father, seemingly conveying to old Chun the weight of entrusting his wife and children to his care. Upon learning of her husband's demise, Lena's mother tragically took her own life by poison. Meanwhile, Zhao Junting was operating a colossal starship, leading a crew of safety warriors, mechanics, and engineers to carve out a realm of their own among the stars. He appointed a first mate and assembled a team of skilled mechanics, ultimately recruiting an exceptionally talented chef, renowned for his mastery of Chinese cuisine. Among the diverse culinary traditions worldwide, only Chinese cuisine possesses the universal appeal to satisfy all palates. Following his customary approach, Zhao Junting first landed near a minuscule Earth-like planet, then employed thermal signal transmission to assess its suitability for human habitation. He subsequently instructed his first mate to determine the optimal timing and location for their landing. By the time these tasks were completed, the night had deepened. Upon arriving downstairs, Zhao Junting found F waiting at the door, ready to welcome him. "Thank you for your hard work," he exclaimed cheerfully. F, a sophisticated AI robot, albeit slightly smaller in stature, acknowledged his gratitude. However, after exchanging pleasantries, F's expression turned serious. "Will you be coming back tomorrow, Mr. Zhao?" F quietly inquired of Zhao Junting. Zhao Junting pondered for a moment, bemused by why old Chin's robot would concern itself with such a matter. After reading this book, one would likely never return to a physical bookstore. Why should he facilitate old Chin's passage? Moreover, the premise of old Chin's game, the future cosmic fleet, was fundamentally flawed, and it seemed he was merely retracing his steps. "Why do you say that?" Zhao Junting slowed his pace and positioned himself beside F, who awaited at the door, then countered with a question. "I wish to ascertain whether Mr. Zhao will come or not, so I may relay a message to Boss Chun and also know when Mr. Zhao intends to return this book." F replied earnestly, detailing everything he knew to Zhao Junting. "I will come," Zhao Junting stated, his gaze narrowing slightly, followed by a slight lift of his nose as he spoke with conviction. "Really? But others have said the same before, yet they borrowed the book and never returned. You wouldn't think the same, would you, Mr. Zhao?" F's expression remained unchanged as he stepped back a few paces, his lips moving coldly as he replied, "Do not worry, my game remains unfinished. How could I not return? Rest assured." Upon hearing F's words, Zhao Junting took a deep breath, a flicker of resoluteness flashing in his eyes, and continued, Chapter 13, The Cake is Stolen. Thus, if Zhao Junting could not find a restaurant in the bustling streets of the far north district that he deemed satisfactory, he felt his journey to the city center would have been in vain. Thus, Zhao Junting made his way into a Japanese restaurant. During the course of his meal, he perused a volume on the techniques and principles of close combat with sulfur-based creatures. When it comes to reading, Zhao Junting's approach markedly diverges from that of others. While most prefer the absolute silence conducive to concentration, he has cultivated a rather unique habit of indulging in food while simultaneously engaging with his reading material. This method has endowed him with a remarkable memory, one that is indelibly etched in his mind. The book on close combat techniques with sulfur-based entities is divided into over 30 volumes, and Zhao Junting merely selected one of them. The flavors of sushi, the essence of tempura, and the sensations of seaweed soup seamlessly transformed in his mouth into a series of techniques and movements, rapidly evolving into more specific combat strategies. His meal extended to approximately 3 hours, leaving him somewhat sated and sluggish in his movements. However, the most significant outcome was that he successfully committed an entire volume of close combat techniques to memory, from which he derived numerous unique and practical tactics. These practical strategies and combat techniques represent the most challenging and often least accepted aspects of close combat. This is largely due to the prevailing belief among practitioners that the knowledge acquired from books seldom translates effectively into real-world combat scenarios. Many hold the conviction that without foundational physical training, it is impossible to become a master of close combat merely through reading. However, Zhao Junting's distinctive trait lies in his ability to memorize techniques and principles through reading, thereby forming a relatively complete offensive strategy and methods of attack and defense in his mind. Most importantly, he is able to derive many innovative combat skills and practical approaches. As he traversed 2 streets in the heart of the far northern district, he arrived at the entrance of a dessert shop. Zhao Junting understood that although Xiao Yi was merely a companion robot, he resolved to cultivate an emotional bond with her, starting with this act of care and the offering of desserts. By the time of Xiao Yi's generation, AI robots had developed the ability to taste and chew food. Therefore, whatever delectable treats he presented to Xiao Yi, she would comprehend that this exchange of information was, in essence, an expression of love. Holding a beautifully crafted, colorful cake, Zhao Junting made his way toward his water-powered vehicle. As he passed through a narrow alley, he suddenly noticed the streetlights flickering ominously. In an instant, he sensed danger. A figure stood before him, pressing a sharp weapon against his lower back, indeed, a trident-like blade. "Brother, let us discuss this calmly." Zhao Junting raised his hands, his voice deliberately softened. Yet, as a thought crossed his mind, a silver gun materialized in his palm, the glimmer of its lethal intent accentuated by the erratic lighting. "Put down the cake. You may leave," a hoarse voice commanded, laced with an unsettling undertone, each word punctuated with a menacing pause. Upon reaching the corner of the alley, Zhao Junting swiftly turned into another street. The sight that greeted him was enough to take his breath away, a carbon-based biological dog of remarkable intelligence. What is a carbon-based biological dog, you may wonder? It is a product of genetic programming, a method that, due to ethical considerations, is first tested on animals rather than humans. Typically, the subjects of such experiments are small rodents and dogs, beings whose internal structures and organs closely resemble those of humans. However, once the technology for human experimentation matured and became mainstream, governments around the world enacted laws to prohibit genetic programming experiments on animals. prompted by protests from animal rights organizations. They argued, natural selection should prevail. We do not oppose experiments conducted on humans, but we vehemently protest against such practices on animals and demand their cessation. While other protests were often met with delay, this particular outcry led to a swift legislative response across nations, banning any further development of genetic programming concerning animals. Nevertheless, some devoted pet owners clandestinely sought out scientists eager for profit, achieving significant breakthroughs in animal genetic programming. For instance, the lifespan of man's best friend, the dog, typically spans only a few years. Yet, owners wishing to have their beloved companions by their side for a lifetime sought to rewrite the genetic blueprint, extending their dogs' lifespans to potentially exceed that of humans. Additionally, advancements in comprehension and communication abilities had long allowed these creatures to engage with humans, creating an experience akin to raising a canine offspring. Even during the Second Galactic War, dogs, mice, and several other beloved companions of humanity formed a coalition to assist humans in ultimately vanquishing the largest silicon-based life-form empire. As a reward, humans graciously entrusted the governance of several terrestrial planets to these carbon-based beings, naming them canines after perusing a cultural catalog from Earth dating back for millennia. However, on other terrestrial planets inhabited by humans, the use of genetic programming to study other species of carbon-based life forms remains strictly prohibited. After all, having consumed the cake, should one not leave a morsel behind? Zhao Junting traversed through another alley, sprinting down 2 streets towards his original destination. Upon witnessing Zhao Junting's approach, the creature calmly retreated a few paces, revealing a pair of canine eyes that shimmered with a green luminescence. Suddenly, it radiated an overwhelming brilliance, leaving Zhao Junting, who stood across, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that this genetically programmed dog possessed the ability to undergo physical transformations, indicating that he had indeed underestimated his opponent. Chapter 14. The Black Dog Standing Aside. Zhao Junting found himself somewhat at a loss. He had intended to put his combat skills to the test, but he had not foreseen that his adversary would be a genetically engineered canine capable of external transformation. The brilliance emanating from the creature rendered Zhao Junting unable to look directly at it. With a resounding boom, the previously curled-up genetic dog now towered to a height of a human, its sleek, ebony form gleaming, while its green-eyed gaze intensified, imbued with even greater ferocity. Youngster, let us see how Black Lord teaches you a lesson today. With a chilling glint in its sharp teeth, the genetically engineered dog uttered these words, advancing with a posture that suggested a fatal confrontation with Zhao Junting. Observing this, Zhao Junting's heart raced, and a fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in his gaze. A peculiar smile danced at the corners of his mouth as he inquired of the genetically engineered canine, "Are you a canine from the starry realm?" Upon hearing this, the towering black dog, with a demeanor as imposing as its stature, shook its head slightly and growled softly, "Enough with the nonsense. Black Lord intends to deal with you, insolent wretch. Wait a moment. If you are indeed a canine from the starry realm, I would not be surprised, as Gliese 581D permits such beings to land. However, this is the extreme north zone, mind you." Zhao Junting inhaled deeply, steeling his resolve, yet confusion flickered in his eyes, accompanied by a wry smile. Internally, Zhao Junting cursed. This dog is utterly ignorant of the law. To dare appear in the purely human extreme north zone as a canine from the starry realm is akin to courting death. According to the laws here, any non-human species encountered may be executed on the spot, with the exception of AI robots. While robots are considered non-human, the presence of this creature here suggests an ulterior motive. Reflecting on this, Zhao Junting could not help but gasp in trepidation. Would he now have to evade this dog-esque pursuit after narrowly escaping the silicon-based beings? With thoughts racing, he resolved to lift his feet and flee at any moment. Enough with the nonsense. Take this punch from the black beast. The towering black dog, unfazed by Zhao Junting's words, radiated an even greater brilliance. With a powerful thrust of its front legs and a sudden kick from its hind legs, it inadvertently sent the cake it had just devoured soaring into the air. The cake scattered, and the books bound beneath the cake box ascended as well. Zhao Junting, witnessing this spectacle, leaped up and caught the books midair, securing them within the waistband of his trousers. Just then, the formidable black dog launched a punch toward Zhao Junting's chest. The sheer force of the blow created a whooshing sound that echoed in Zhao Junting's ears, prompting an instant sense of foreboding. To his side stood a wall, and as the black dog struck, it realized too late that Zhao Junting had vanished. The overwhelming force of its punch embedded itself into the wall. The black dog, slightly dazed by the previous events, found it astonishing that its opponent had seemingly evaporated into thin air at the moment of its most powerful strike. In truth, Zhao Junting possessed no remarkable skills of invisibility or evasion. Rather, at the precise moment the imposing black dog lunged, he executed a backward roll. Employing one of the life-preserving techniques he had learned for close combat against silicon-based life forms. With a subtle flick of his hands, he silently propelled himself backward. The towering black dog, witnessing this maneuver, couldn't help but smirk internally, surprised that this young man had a trick up his sleeve even while lying on the ground. Had that previous punch landed, the black dog would likely have bounded away several leaps down the street. It seemed that initial strike was merely a warm-up. The real battle had only just commenced. Zhao Junting had no intention of granting the towering black dog a second opportunity to attack. He swiftly regained his footing and, with a determined thrust of his leg against the adjacent wall, propelled himself into the air. In a rapid spin, he unfurled his body mid-flight and executed a powerful aerial kick. The black dog was struck directly by this forceful blow, sending it sprawling backward. Its menacing demeanor momentarily amplified by surprise. "What a spirited young man," the black dog mused, its expression shifting from anger to exhilaration. As it perceived the challenge posed by Zhao Junting as an exhilarating encounter, Zhao Junting, momentarily taken aback by the black dog's unexpected enthusiasm, felt a flicker of intrigue in his eyes, accompanied by a subtle, cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Junting had no intention of engaging in a prolonged contest with the large dog. With a swift flicker of thought, he prepared to flee. In a single motion, he propelled himself forward, channeling all his strength into one leg, shooting forth like a razor-sharp sword. The towering black dog, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Having narrowly avoided a blow, it eagerly anticipated how Zhao would evade its next ferocious strike. The dog's jaws quivered slightly, revealing glimmers of menacing fangs as it glared angrily at Zhao's original position, intent on unleashing a powerful counterattack. As Zhao approached, the formidable black dog sprang into action, intending to leap into the air and strike him with its powerful legs. However, this time, as Zhao neared the towering beast, he bent his knees slightly, angled his front leg, and exerted force with his back leg. With one hand grazing the ground, he propelled himself forward with all his might, leaving a faint scratch on the surface beneath him. He deftly evaded the dog's full-force assault, while the black dog, still intent on retaliating, was met with unexpected disappointment. Zhao, with remarkable agility, utilized the momentum from his ground slide to escape behind the creature, and without hesitation, he dashed away at a rapid pace, leaving the dog bewildered. A tall black dog, realizing Zhao Junting's true intentions, became both anxious and furious. It swiftly transformed back into its original form and sprinted toward him. However, after just a few strides, the black dog discovered that Zhao Junting's earlier crouch had caused a book on close combat with sulfur-based creatures, which had been tucked away in his back pocket, to tumble onto the ground. Upon glancing at the text on the cover, the black dog's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It picked up the book in its mouth and dashed towards Zhao Junting. Chapter 15. Xiao Yi takes action with a furrowed brow. Zhao Junting finally arrived at the street corner. He leaped into his car, shutting the door behind him. After a slight press on the accelerator, he drove his water-powered vehicle towards the courtyard. He then picked up his phone and called Xiao Yi, requesting her to prepare some hot water for his bath. Having not seen Zhao Junting for a while, Xiao Yi felt a surge of joy upon receiving his call. Her lovely face broke into a radiant smile, and without hesitation, she agreed and swiftly set about heating the bathwater. Though it was already late at night, one could easily spot a girl waiting at the entrance of the courtyard, Xiaoyi herself. As soon as she saw Zhao Junting, she sprang to her feet from the doorstep. With a gentle sway of her delicate form, she moved closer to him. Upon encountering Xiaoyi waiting for him at the door, Zhao Junting felt a surge of joy within. After all, this intelligent and enchanting AI companion had been imprinted with fragments of his own memories, visions of the two of them together in a dreamlike state, which Zhao Junting had longed for. However, as he approached Xiaoyi, he noticed her suddenly freeze in place, her delicate finger raised, pointing at him with an expression of sheer terror. Her lips quivered as if she were on the verge of uttering something significant. "Master, you, behind you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting's thoughts raced, and his expression shifted dramatically. He needed no further indication to surmise that the dreaded black dog had caught up with him and was now lurking behind. Just then, he was startled by the crackling sound of electric arcs colliding. Looking up, Zhao Junting saw that Xiaoyi was wielding a stun baton, crackling with electricity. Upon noticing Zhao Junting's astonished gaze, she promptly discarded the weapon, her enchanting visage contorted in fear. She instinctively caressed her delicate form, embodying a frightened demeanor. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Junting found himself at a loss between laughter and tears. It seemed that Xiaoyi had indeed managed to subdue the dog, yet here she was, feigning terror before him. Inwardly, he couldn't help but scold. "Oh, women, your essence lies in deception, regardless of the type. Even if one is an AI beauty, she can ensnare a man in her web of trickery. The dog, how should I deal with it?" Upon meeting Zhao Junting's gaze, which seemed somewhat peculiar, Xiaoyi adjusted her exquisite makeup with a moment's hesitation before posing her question. "Lock it up and take good care of it. When I leave this extreme northern region, I shall take this dog with me. After all, if it were to be discovered by others here, it could very well meet a swift and brutal end." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Junting pondered briefly, his brow furrowing slightly, and a bitter smile graced his lips as he replied to Xiaoyi. Observing this, Xiaoyi felt a surge of joy. She had not anticipated that her master would possess such benevolence, especially towards a creature he had just met and which had even attempted to attack him. Surely, when he departed from the extreme northern region, he would take her along as well. This thought ignited a radiant excitement upon Xiaoyi's enchanting and delicate face. After Zhao Junting finished instructing Xiaoyi on how to care for the large black dog, he turned and walked towards the courtyard, unaware of the captivating brightness illuminating Xiaoyi's countenance. Had he noticed, he would likely have lamented his fate once more. Little did he realize that this extreme northern region was a sanctuary for humanity on the planet Gliese 581d, while his own courtyard had become a refuge for other beings and machines. If those intent on undermining him were to discover this, even 1,000 tongues would fail to explain his predicament. Zhao Junting did not trouble Xiaoyi. Instead, upon entering the robot manufacturing room, he crafted an exquisitely designed cage, which would serve as the abode for the black dog in the future. Chapter 16. 3 plates of beef. Early the next morning, Zhao Junting roused Xiaoyi to prepare the meals while he sat cross-legged in the main room, meditating. After several hours, Xiaoyi brought the prepared dishes to the vicinity of the black dog's cage, and then went to call Zhao Junting for breakfast. "Master, the meal is ready. Would you prefer to eat now, or wait a while?" Upon seeing Zhao Junting in such a contemplative state, Xiaoyi was taken aback. She had not anticipated her master would remain so still for such an extended period. A flicker of doubt crossed her beautiful eyes. Could it be that her master had fallen asleep? "Let us go. Surely, after a night's rest, that wretched dog should have awakened." Zhao Junting set off towards the black dog's room, his thoughts still lingering on the large black dog. Upon entering, he could not help but smile. To his surprise, the black dog appeared remarkably undisturbed. After being electrocuted the previous night, it lay comfortably in the cage he had constructed, snoring peacefully. The sound of its snores confirmed to Zhao Junting that the dog was enjoying a deep slumber. "Master, should I awaken it?" Xiaoyi stepped forward. her lips parting slightly as she whispered delicately in Zhao Junting's ear. This gesture made his heart flutter. Whether the dog was capable or not was a trivial matter. He worried that, in a moment of carelessness, Xiaoyi might once again be dragged into a situation of venting her frustrations. Zhao Junting felt a sudden impulse to interact with the small creature, but restrained himself. He lifted his gaze to observe the dog within the cage, and then retrieved a plate of finely chopped steak from the table beside him, placing it on the ground. Listen carefully. Before you venture outside the extreme North District, it would be prudent for you to stay here. Roaming about could lead to unfortunate encounters. I presume you are unaware of the laws within the extreme North District, which stipulate that all species, aside from pure humans, are regarded as intruders upon entry. The consequence for such intrusion is immediate execution. Since we are somewhat acquainted, I hereby consent that as long as I have food, you shall have your share as well. Do not hesitate, Black Lord. Upon setting the plate on the ground, Zhao Junting noticed that the previously slumbering black dog ceased its snoring, its nose twitching momentarily, and its eyelids fluttered open, revealing a disdainful expression on its face. Amused by this display, Zhao Junting chuckled inwardly at the indifference shown by the dog to the breakfast offered. It seemed to epitomize the age-old contract between humans and dogs, one that had led humanity to bear the burden of caring for these creatures. By the way, what is your name? The black dog hesitated for a moment before sitting upright, its eyes no longer reflecting the coldness of the previous night, but instead adopting a gentler demeanor. Its mouth quivered slightly as it murmured, "Me? You may call me Zhao Junting." Understanding this as a sign of reconciliation, Zhao Junting felt compelled to clarify. "And what about this steak you have?" The dog, unable to contain the tumultuous churnings within its stomach, began to emit a series of pitiful sounds. A fleeting glimpse of vulnerability shone in its eyes, rendering it adorably amusing. "As for you, I have instructed my robotic butler, Xiaoyi, to ensure that your meals are plentiful and regular. It is far more preferable for you to reside here comfortably than to endure the hardships of the outside world." Zhao Junting inexplicably smiled at the black dog, his gaze radiating reassurance, while his gentle murmurs, akin to the caress of a spring breeze, warmed the hearts of all who heard them. "Thank you, is this Wagyu beef?" Upon hearing this, the black dog, shedding any pretense, stepped forward to eagerly devour the morsels of beef, even inquiring about its origin. "Master He, impressive indeed. You recognized it as Wagyu beef in an instant." The speaker was Xiaoyi, whose beautiful countenance found amusement in the dog's expression. With a slight arch of her elegant brows and a seductive sway of her figure, she approached to clarify, "Last night, did you injure Master He?" "Little girl, you possess remarkable skills, even faster than Master He. He is willing to acknowledge you as the strongest." With a wide mouth, the black dog continued to relish the beef, feeling a surge of admiration for the alluring Xiaoyi as she softly elucidated the situation. Xiaoyi, being an intelligent robot, was indeed swifter than mere flesh and blood. "Fortunately, you were not hurt last night. It's no great matter. It would be delightful if another plate could be provided." The black dog devoured a plate of Wagyu beef with great zeal, then blushed slightly and gestured towards Xiaoyi, hoping for another serving. Xiaoyi, feeling quite embarrassed, cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Junting beside her, for the other two plates on the table were one belonging to Zhao Junting and the other to herself. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting could not help but chuckle silently, thinking to himself that the black dog's appetite was indeed impressive. He decided to let the black dog indulge. Considering that, after Xiaoyi's strike last night, the black dog had not only suffered but had also remained unconscious for quite some time. "Let it all go to Black Master. Just prepare some porridge for me later," Zhao Junting whispered to Xiaoyi, a glimmer of joy illuminating his eyes as he resolved to leave the black dog's quarters. Before departing, he added, "All right then, little black, all the Wagyu is yours. I shall take my leave for porridge." At that moment, he referred to the black dog as Little Black, offering a faint smile towards the creature in the cage, preparing to turn away. "Wait a moment, Xiao Zhao. If you invite Black Master over, I cannot simply take your food without offering something in return. How about this? I see that your movements are quite impressive. When you have the time, let us spar a bit." Do not go easy on Black Master. I shall ensure to teach you well, the black dog remarked, mindful of Zhao Junting's hurried decision to leave his abode. Understood, Xiao Yi replied, taking a moment to prepare porridge for Zhao Junting, which took the duration of a tea break, after which the two settled in Zhao Junting's room to enjoy their meal. Upon observing the black dog, who was currently cradling 3 plates while indulging in the wagyu within, a delightfully cheerful expression adorned its face, provoking amusement in those who beheld it. Master, are you going out today? Xiao Yi, with her alluring visage momentarily hesitant, then parted her lips slightly, casting an anxious glance towards Zhao Junting beside her. Indeed. Why do you ask? Zhao Junting responded, perplexed. However, sensing that Xiao Yi's inquiry must hold some significance, he continued to engage her. There is no food left at home. Could you possibly purchase some from outside? Xiao Yi's gaze towards Zhao Junting took on a pleading quality, prompting her to voice this request. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Zhao Junting nearly burst into tears, inwardly lamenting how a living being could be so utterly at the mercy of their needs. Yet, this sentiment did not apply to Xiao Yi, as she was indeed not a mere mortal. Xiao Yi's heart surged with joy upon hearing him, and with a graceful twist of her enchanting figure, she proceeded to compile a shopping list for Zhao Junting. Chapter 17. Old Chen's fury in the span of a tea's brewing. Xiao Yi presented the meticulously prepared list to Zhao Junting. A flicker of trepidation crossed her features, as if she feared that Zhao Junting might reject the items contained within. Observing the expression on Xiao Yi's face, Zhao Junting discerned that the cosmetics listed were her utmost desires. However, residing in the frigid northern district and now accompanied by a black dog, he recognized the necessity of maintaining a greater stockpile. Thus, without further contemplation, Zhao Junting took the list and exited the courtyard, due to Zhao Junting's cerebral device being confiscated. His mode of payment reverted to the most rudimentary form of scanning a code. Fortunately, he still had a modest sum in his bank account. After all, Zhao Junting had received considerable financial assistance during his time at the space station in the extreme North District, including substantial hourly wages, along with various allowances for safety, transportation, and meals. Furthermore, his current presence in the extreme North District warranted a living allowance, as his assignment was considered a work-related injury. Zhao Junting drove the water-powered vehicle he had acquired the previous day to a nearby supermarket. This establishment was a well-established, large-scale supermarket. After a brief perusal, he successfully gathered all the items he intended to purchase. When it came time to settle the bill, a strikingly attractive female cashier attended to him. As Zhao Junting's gaze inadvertently drifted to her name tag, he noticed the name Li Jiaowen. He quickly averted his eyes to avoid appearing overly lecherous. Sir, your total comes to 714 glizib coins, the cashier informed him, seemingly oblivious to his earlier glance. In response, Zhao Junting lightly scanned the QR code and proceeded to make the payment of 714 glizib coins. As he rummaged through his pocket, he retrieved a can of yogurt and placed it on the counter. With a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, he softly inquired, "Could you taste this yogurt and let me know how it is?" Before her stood the enchanting saleswoman, Li Jiaowen, whose expression bore a smile tinged with resignation. Her bright, discerning eyes flickered momentarily as she deftly tossed the yogurt that Zhao Junting had just given her into the basket, subsequently bowing her head into silence. At that moment, the supermarket supervisor approached Li Jiaowen and whispered, "This is the 4th bottle of yogurt today. I assentee it? What do these young men think? Showering you with yogurt like this?" The supervisor, intrigued, leaned closer but refrained from asking overtly, instead opting for a soft inquiry. I must admit I'm rather curious about this yogurt." Suddenly, Li Jiaowen's demeanor shifted dramatically, as if she had transformed into a different person. The charming innocence that once adorned her visage vanished, replaced by an alluring and almost mischievous aura that was somewhat startling. Meanwhile, Zhao Junting, having just delivered the yogurt to Li Jiaowen, felt his heart racing wildly, akin to a fawn in a state of panic, thumping incessantly within his chest. At that moment, Zhao Junting was besieged by an array of fervent thoughts and desires. Yet, contemplating the notion of a fleeting romance, He mused that his connection with this strikingly graceful woman was perhaps far from even a semblance of such a bond. With a sigh, he resolved to visit old Chen instead. Zhao Juning, perceptive as he was, decided to abandon any further musings about a potential relationship with Li Jiawen, for he still had to delve into the next steps to unravel the game at old Chen's bookstore. Zhao Juning extricated himself from the tender affections of Xiao Yi, grappling with a pang of regret for having promised Lao Chun that he would attend today. Why must he have acquiesced? If only he were here with Xiao Yi at this moment, during the zenith of noon, when passions burn brightest, it would surely be a delightful affair. Nevertheless, having made a commitment to Lao Chun, he could not afford to delay his arrival at the bookstore. Once he settled into the car, he paused for a moment in contemplation, inhaling deeply. His gaze sharpened as he resolutely directed the vehicle towards the bustling heart of the extreme North District, heading straight for Lao Chen's bookstore. Upon entering, it was much like the previous day. Lao Chen sat alone at the counter, engrossed in a book. He merely glanced up at Zhao Junting's arrival, then returned to his reading, dismissing him with a curt remark. Zhao Junting couldn't help but chuckle at Lao Chen's peculiar demeanor. The man lent books without charging a fee, yet incessantly boasted about his gaming prowess. With this thought in mind, Zhao Junting cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. Boss Chun, the nature of gaming is such that one cannot complete it in a single day. Furthermore, the game Future Cosmic Fleet is inherently self-constructive, imaginative, and demands a strong sense of self-discipline. If I were to finish it in one day with only a 30% win rate, I would require a week's time. Please trust that I am quite capable of conquering the initial 2 difficulties of this game. Zhao Junting paused momentarily, recalling the moments when he was revered by all 72 categories of planetary commanders as the god of the court. He was on the verge of confiding in old Chun, asserting that he was not boasting. Given the current challenge, he could conquer it within mere hours. However, he intended to showcase his skills only at the last moment, not anticipating such a swift completion. Upon hearing this, old Chun was briefly taken aback. He then lifted his gaze, setting aside the book in his hands, and scrutinized the young man beside him. A look of disdain gradually emerged on old Chen's face. Narrowing his eyes, he spoke in a mocking tone. Kid, you think you can clear 2 difficulties in a week? If you can manage even one, I would be astonished. Well then, Chen boss, how about this? If I don't complete it within 3 days, I shall no longer pay you a visit, Zhao Junting replied, unaffected by old Chen's condescension and instead smiling respectfully as he made his bold promise. At that moment, Zhao Junting must have appeared to old Chun as an anomaly. You're not just spouting empty bravado and expecting to return effortlessly. If you possess such determination, I look forward to witnessing how you achieve it. Old Chun's face tightened, exuding an imposing presence, his words dripping with intensity. Yet, to Zhao Junting, they merely sounded like jest. Chapter 18. The Light of Humanity. Very well, since you have said so, I shall trust you once more, but remember, it is 3 days as agreed. Old Chen's astonishing aura remained undiminished, his sharp brows quivering on several occasions. A flicker of blue light flashed in his eyes as he gestured towards Zhao Junting and uttered a few words. I'll make a phone call. Upon witnessing the slight easing of Chen's expression, Zhao Junting recalled the myriad combat techniques he had yet to master, all neatly arranged on his bookshelf. However, his demeanor darkened momentarily, and after a thoughtful pause, he made a decision. Zhao Junting was not particularly concerned about Xiao Yi. After all, as long as Xiao Yi remained in a dormant state prior to receiving his command, hunger would not pose a problem. The crux of the matter lay in the presence of a new addition to the household, a small black creature with an astonishing appetite, demanding meat at every meal. Thus, when Zhao Juning addressed Xiao Yi, he deliberately emphasized the importance of not neglecting nourishment, hoping Xiao Yi would grasp the message. On the other end of the line, Xiao Yi, unaware of Zhao Junting's true intent, happened to be in the presence of the small black creature. Immediately, the creature reminded Xiao Yi that Zhao Junting's implication was not to starve it. Realizing this, Xiao Yi promptly acknowledged the statement. After concluding the call with Xiao Yi, Zhao Junting felt justified in remaining at old Chen's establishment. The game's future cosmic fleet was not a daunting challenge for him. Continuing along the path of exploration, Zhao Junting identified the vice captain who had completed the essential preliminary work, along with several mechanics and technicians, including an exceptionally skilled Chinese chef. In fact, much of the preliminary work relies heavily on serendipity. It would be ideal if the Earth-like planets within this game were suitable for human habitation. However, should they prove inhospitable, it could lead to dire consequences. If, at some point during development, there were an invasion by silicon-based or sulfur-based life forms, the game orchestrated by Zhao Junting would come to an abrupt end. Initially, Zhao Junting commanded the first officer to construct team housing capable of accommodating 1,000 inhabitants. Subsequently, he instructed the engineers and maintenance crew to relocate a portion of the supplies and armaments from the colossal ship to the vicinity of the camp. Thereafter, he embarked on a solitary journey around the planet, armed with a selection of provisions and weaponry to gain a comprehensive understanding of the terrain. The purpose of this endeavor was to ascertain the potential forces that could unite on this planet, while simultaneously identifying the opposing non-carbon-based life forms. The planet Zhao Junting randomly selected surprisingly mirrored the ancient world of Earth, situated around 200 BCE, during the era of China's Qin dynasty and Europe's Roman period. As Zhao Junting grasped the basic overview, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Such seamless beginnings might very well conceal challenges in the future that would leave him at a loss for tears. With this thought in mind, Zhao Junting activated the fast-forward mode and first sought out Emperor Qin Shi Huang in Zheng. He then swiftly assisted in Zheng in eliminating El Buwei and Zhao Ji, the latter being the emperor's mother, even providing him with a space capsule sleeping pod, thus enabling Ying Zheng to attain the elusive gift of immortality. Simultaneously, two semi-AI intelligent robots were dispatched to Ying Zheng, one named Wang Jian. This AI robot assisted Ying Zheng in the Battle of Chongping, single-handedly annihilating the 300,000 troops of Zhao within a mere 20 minutes, leaving no time for their surrender. The other semi-AI robot, namely Si, was tasked with restoring the cities and capitals damaged by Wang Jian's actions. While Wang Jian appeared to lead an army of 800,000 fierce warriors from Qin across the 6 states, it was, in fact, the handiwork of the semi-intelligent AI robot. Li Si diligently repaired the cities, constructed additional transportation routes, as well as post offices, schools, hospitals, and public facilities. This transformation rendered the once fierce 800,000 troops of Qin into engineers. The subsequent commander, Meng Yi, found himself increasingly exasperated, lamenting Wang Jian's pace, which left them struggling to keep up with the road construction. Gradually, Emperor Qin Shi Huang relocated the capital from the initial city of Xianyang to Chang'an, then to Luoyang, and eventually to Beijing. It was not until 15 years later, when Wang Jian conquered the Baiwei, that the final capital was established in Shanghai. Meanwhile, Zhao Junting focused on the continuous establishment of universities and research institutes, nurturing a greater number of talents and technicians. Initially, Zhao Junting served as the principal of a school, but as the workload became overwhelming, he appointed the original mechanical engineers and repairmen to share the role of principal. One cannot help but ponder the purpose of the team housing, accommodating 1,000 residents, established by the vice captain. The answer is simple. It is a sanctuary for the luminaries of humanity, those extraordinary individuals who have once influenced the cosmos, each invited to reside within this communal abode. The rapid advancement of education, coupled with well-equipped infrastructure, allows Zhao Junting to navigate the complexities of the game with ease. Soon, he leads a team to embark on the exploration of a new planet. Upon entering this celestial body, all are left astounded. It is a world inhabited by silicon-based life forms that have astonishingly developed technologies and devices surpassing those of carbon-based human civilization. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Junting is momentarily speechless. Reflecting inwardly, indeed, my instincts were correct. Initial prosperity inevitably gives way to adversity. This is the paramount dilemma within the future Cosmic Expedition Fleet game. Emperor Qin Shi Huang's research endeavors have also yielded remarkable results. having developed a 91-dimensional space-time traversing projectile. As pursuers close in, he commands his scientific units to execute a dimensional shift on the adversaries, transporting them out of the same dimension as Zhao Junting's future cosmic expedition fleet game S Earth-like star. Upon reuniting with Ying Zhang, Zhao Junting expresses his profound gratitude. Had it not been for Ying Zhang's decisive action, he would surely have been compelled to linger in Old Qin's bookstore for several more days. Subsequently, Zhao Junting restructured the team of 1,000 residents of the Light of Humanity, significantly enhancing their technological capabilities beyond previous measures. He systematically reassigned tasks among the team, propelling his endeavors into a fast lane. Chapter 19. A breakfast. The night passed swiftly, and before long, dawn broke. Zhao Junting stretched languidly at the AI gaming machine, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. He gently shook his head and descended from the machine. Glancing downstairs, he noted the doors were still closed, and he leisurely made his way down the staircase. Upon reaching the first floor, he encountered F standing at the entrance. Recognizing Zhao Junting, F stepped forward with a warm greeting. "Good morning, Mr. Zhao." With a slight movement of his mechanical brow, F bowed deeply and continued. "A good morning to you as well, F. Please open the door. I wish to go out for breakfast." Zhao Junting noted F's courteous demeanor. Reflecting on the previous day's display by Old Qin and himself, nothing had transpired, yet his stomach was audibly protesting after a night spent in contemplation. Without hesitation, F gestured towards the door, and the entrance to Old Qin's bookstore swung open. Warm morning sunlight streamed into the shop, evoking a sense of comfort. This radiant light reminded Zhao Junting of the elegant and beautiful cashier named Li Jiawen he had encountered at the supermarket the day before. Every day at 10 in the morning, Boss Qin arrives at the Gliese 581D. A subtle, almost imperceptible expression flickers across the mechanical facade of F's face, vanishing as quickly as it appears, as his lips move to precisely convey the hours that Old Qin dedicates to the shop. Upon hearing F's words, Zhao Junting glances at the vintage clock hanging above the bookstore and, after a moment of contemplation, realizes he has 6 hours to spare. He expresses his gratitude to F and strides purposefully towards the heart of the Northern District, in search of a delightful breakfast spot. Gliese 581D boasts a vibrant night market and bustling morning scene, where humans indulge in song and drink by night, while early risers savor street food come dawn. Zhao Junting meanders through several streets until he discovers a charming eatery predominantly serving breakfast, where he settles down. "What would you like, sir?" As he takes a seat, a strikingly beautiful woman of Chinese descent approaches him. Noticing Zhao Junting's attire, typical of the Northern District, she deduces that, while he may not be a regular, he is certainly part of the community. Zhao Junting lifts his gaze and feels a ripple of intrigue. Could this woman have undergone cosmetic enhancement? Yesterday, he had been certain of the natural beauty of the charming cashier, yet the woman before him possesses an alluring figure and double eyelids that suggest artifice, accompanied by an overpowering fragrance that hints at an evening of indulgence. "What would you like, sir?" The charming woman found herself speechless upon encountering Zhao Junting, who appeared lost in thought. She eventually inquired, "Oh, my apologies. Could I have a bowl of tofu pudding? If there are steamed buns available, I would appreciate some of those as well." Zhao Junting's palate remained firmly rooted in the authentic tastes of Earth, particularly those of China, and he nearly asked the alluring woman if they had any buns filled with pickled cabbage. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, aware that transporting pickled cabbage off Earth was illegal. Won't you have some pickled vegetables?" she suggested, jotting down notes while glancing at Zhao Junting, finding him to be quite an intriguing character. "All right, I shall give it a try," he replied. Having spent an entire night engrossed in the game Future Cosmic Fleet at Old Qin's bookstore, Zhao Junting's mind was flooded with scenes and combat visuals from the game, rendering the woman's words somewhat peripheral to his thoughts. He merely offered a vague response, intending to focus on his meal. "That will be 7 Gliese coins," she stated. Upon hearing this, the charming woman refrained from further comment, her beautiful eyes fluttering as she winked at Zhao Junting, her enticing lips articulating, "Oh, I'll scan the code. Please hold on. Your steamed buns and tofu pudding will be served shortly." Having confirmed Zhao Junting's payment, the enchanting woman turned gracefully and made her way towards the kitchen, soon returning with the breakfast he had ordered. The bustling breakfast street boasts over 30 such eateries, its width comparable to any thoroughfare frequented by electric vehicles, with a continuous throng of people flowing through. Before long, two men took seats beside Zhao Junting, one tall and the other short. The taller man sported a scruffy beard, his hair cascading down his back, and he wore a pair of dark sunglasses perched on his nose. Clad in a black jumpsuit from the Gliese 581D extreme northern region, he projected an aura of formidable presence. In contrast, the shorter man possessed an unremarkable appearance, ordinary hairstyle, average build, and an unassuming face, so commonplace that one might feel they had encountered him just the day before. Yet, when pressed to recall where, it proved impossible, as many resemble him. "This establishment's tofu pudding and spring rolls are the finest on this street," the shorter man remarked, his eyes darting animatedly toward his taller companion. "Indeed, it is quite good. By the way, your underground boxing gym is thriving. I assentiate. I'm thinking of joining now. You wouldn't turn me away, would you?" The tall man took a sip of the tofu pudding, then opened his mouth wide, inquiring about a share from the shorter man, who sat beside him. If one can assist those who lack siblings, then today's achievements. The underground boxing arena naturally bears the mark of my elder brother. Recently, I have encountered some bothersome issues and have developed a desire to seek my elder brother's help. Upon hearing this, the shorter man displayed no emotion on his face. But after a moment's hesitation, an endless sycophancy reflected in his gaze as he lavished praise upon the taller man, ultimately leading him into a trap, waiting for the taller man to leap in willingly. "What troubles you?" the taller man inquired, slightly taken aback. "Indeed, I wish to organize an underground boxing competition in the extreme north region. However, I am uncertain about how to disseminate the registration information. Moreover, there are many gangsters participating in the gambling, and I would greatly appreciate my elder brother's assistance in establishing more connections. The higher the stakes, the more profit we both stand to gain." Ha ha ha. Seeing the taller man willingly falling into the trap he had meticulously crafted, the shorter man could not help but reveal a delighted expression and spoke in a teasing manner. "Indeed, I have arranged a room for you at the Rose Garden Hotel, where many influential figures reside, ample enough for your endeavors in the ring, a true fighter. I have requested assistance from the proprietor of the Rose Garden. His rapport with Lena is commendable, thus rest assured that he can facilitate your needs." Upon hearing the words of the shorter man, the taller man initially remained silent, but then effortlessly brushed aside the matter with a casual remark. "I am grateful to you, brother. Should we win, we shall share our gains equally." The shorter man's face brightened at this, and he earnestly assured the taller man of his commitment. "Agreed." The taller man, upon hearing his disciple's words, readily acquiesced without hesitation. Although their conversation was in Korean, Zhao Junting, seated nearby, comprehended every word, skillfully feigning ignorance of the language as he savored his tofu pudding. The Rose Garden Hotel? Lena? At that moment, Zhao Junting seemed to sense something, his eyes flashing with intensity before he vanished without a trace. Chapter 20. Old Chin's transformation. After the tall and short men hastily departed following their breakfast, and noticing the absence of others, Zhao Junting called upon the enchanting proprietress. Upon recognizing the infrequent visitor, she warmly approached him, expressing her hope for his more frequent visits. "What can I do for you, handsome?" she inquired, her seductive and alluring brows slightly arching, her lips parting to pose the question. "Miss, I would like to ask you something," Zhao Junting remarked, captivated by her beguiling demeanor. Her provocative tone naturally urged him to exercise caution, prompting him to lower his voice as he continued. "I played games all night, and am looking for a hotel nearby to stay. Do you have any recommendations?" "Oh, certainly. There are sleep pods available, along with chain hotels like the 5-Day Express Hotel and the Donghanting Express Hotel. For those who fancy themed accommodations, there's the Moonlight Breeze Theme Hotel or the Niji Theme Hotel. If you're looking for a lover's hotel, we have those as well. By the way, are you here alone?" As she spoke, she realized that suggesting a lover's hotel might not be entirely appropriate, prompting her exquisite features to subtly shift as she raised her nose inquisitively. Alone. I shall forego the couple's hotel. How does one reach the Rose Garden Hotel? Upon seeing the charming woman so amenable, Zhao Junting deemed it unnecessary to beat around the bush and directly inquired about the Rose Garden Hotel. However, after Zhao Junting posed his question, he was taken aback by the exquisite countenance of the lady, who, after a moment of astonishment, gazed at him with a playful glimmer in her eyes, as if regarding an oddity. Ultimately, a trace of mockery curled at the corners of her mouth as she arched her brows and teased, "Ha ha, handsome. I know the Rose Hotel, and I know the Garden Hotel, but the Rose Garden Hotel you mentioned, ha ha ha." Her hearty laughter drew the attention of several patrons enjoying their breakfast, yet to Zhao Junting, her laughter seemed utterly nonsensical. Was his inquiry truly so amusing? "Then I implore you, dear lady, enlighten me," he replied, slightly adjusting his expression to appear composed. "If you truly wish to know, come to my stall at 10 o'clock tonight, and I shall escort you there," she said, her delight evident. With a slight shake of her head and a subtle quiver of her alluring lips, she turned and sashayed away to take orders at another table. Upon encountering the charming woman who had walked away, Zhao Junting felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. He refrained from uttering any further words. Yet his heart stirred with ripples of intrigue. After all, the woman's parting words seemed to imply an invitation of a more intimate nature, akin to a clandestine rendezvous. However, her countenance revealed no inclination towards such an affair, leaving Zhao Junting deep in contemplation. Subsequently, he followed the woman's suggestion and located a nearby budget hotel, booking a room for an hour to replenish the energy he had lost the previous night. In the realm of dreams, he found himself still in the company of a stunning beauty, reminiscent of a youthful enchantress, engaged in tender moments together. As the designated hour approached, the space capsule bed automatically opened. Rubbing his eyes, Zhao Junting reluctantly rose, feeling a lingering sense of desire, and made his way towards Old Shen's bookstore. A few streets later, he arrived at the entrance of Old Shen's establishment. Pushing the heavy door open, he found Old Shen with his head bowed, engrossed in the book he held. Upon noticing Zhao Junting's presence, Old Shen lifted his gaze, adopting a serious demeanor. He expressed skepticism regarding Zhao Junting's claim of conquering the levels within 3 days, not merely dismissing it with derision. Old Shen would remain unconvinced even if Zhao Junting fervently reiterated his assertions before him. He firmly believed in the adage that seeing is believing, while hearing is often deceiving. "I have completed the levels, Chun," Zhao Junting stated. "However, as per our prior agreement, I intended to conquer the upcoming challenges as well. Unfortunately, time is of the essence, and last night, I could only manage to complete the initial level." Zhao Junting inhaled deeply, and a fleeting glint of coldness passed through his eyes before dissipating. As he confidently stated, "You've completed the challenge? You?" Upon hearing this, Lao Chen's expression shifted from unity to one of skepticism as he gazed at the young man across the counter, still unable to believe his words. "Indeed, it's true. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with F." Zhao Junting offered a subtle smile, one that, while not particularly striking, was recognized by those who had witnessed it before as an emblem of resolute confidence, indicative of strength and self-assurance. "F, you didn't mention he had completed the challenge. Is that true?" Lao Chun tilted his head, directing a stern query at F beside him. "Boss, you didn't ask." F replied innocently. "Mr. Zhao successfully completed the first tier of the game Future Cosmic Fleet at 4:53 a.m. Glee's time this morning." With an air of innocence, F recounted all he knew to Lao Chen. "My heavens, please, take a seat, young Zhao. No, divine Zhao, please do sit. I am eager to hear how you triumphed in your endeavor." After F revealed the precise time of Zhao Junting's achievement, Lao Chen's countenance erupted with admiration, shedding any previous airs of authority in favor of profound respect, as if in the presence of a deity. Eager to hear Zhao Junting's account of how he conquered Future Cosmic Fleet. "Oh no, Boss Chen, your accolades leave me quite flattered." Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Junting could not help but inwardly lament. Old Chen's mood shifts with astonishing rapidity, rivaling that of a page being turned. However, He had anticipated the shock reflected on Old Chin's face. After all, anyone who has played the game Future Cosmic Fleet would react similarly upon discovering such a swift completion. Yet, it was Old Chin's reaction that was most pronounced, undoubtedly due to Zhao Junting's lack of experience with players of such advanced age. Chapter 21. Beijing Hot Pot. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting cleared his throat lightly, a fleeting glint of authority flickering in his eyes. He then nodded ever so slightly in Old Chin's direction and said calmly, "Boss Chin, could you please fetch me a glass of water? I was in a bit of a rush when I got up and neglected to drink from the water provided in the hotel for 5 days." Zhao Junting's words were delivered with neither excessive weight nor frivolity, rendering them devoid of any insincerity. In truth, his underlying intention was to stabilize Old Chin as he sought to discuss the forthcoming loan of books. Nevertheless, after a brief contemplation, Zhao Junting resolved to first request a glass of water before broaching other topics. Water? What kind of water? Let us have 3 large bowls and step outside to converse. Old Chin's eager expression left no room for misinterpretation. It was etched unmistakably across his face as he tugged Zhao Junting towards the exit of the bookstore. "Oh, by the way, lock the door. We shall not be operating today." Upon hearing this, the mechanical visage displayed no trace of emotion, merely gazing vacantly in the direction of Zhao Junting and Old Chin, nodding slightly to indicate his understanding of his employer's intentions, assuring them that they could confidently leave the bookstore in his care. Zhao Junting, being pulled along by Old Chin, arrived at the entrance of a traditional Beijing hot pot restaurant specializing in lamb. Before the two could ascend the stairs, Zhao Junting was already enveloped by the tantalizing aroma of fresh lamb. "I must tell you, Zhao Xin," Old Chin remarked, "the flavor of this establishment is unparalleled throughout the entire Gliese 581D planet. No, it would be more accurate to say it is the most authentic lamb hot pot I have ever tasted among the 72 terrestrial planets." With a hint of skepticism, Zhao Junting followed Old Chin up to the 2nd floor of the bustling commercial district in the extreme northern region, where the Beijing hot pot restaurant was located. Upon hearing Old Chin's assertion, Zhao Junting couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. "Why is that?" he mused. The reasoning was quite straightforward. Should not the most authentic lamb hot pot be found in a restaurant nestled within the alleys of Beijing on Earth? His perplexity lingered. The proprietor, a middle-aged man in his 40s, upon recognizing Old Chin, approached with enthusiastic greetings, displaying an eagerness akin to that of a son reuniting with long-lost parents. Indeed, this sentiment was not unfounded. During the nights when Old Chin was known as Mr. Wind, the owner of this establishment was one of his employees. Certainly, Old Chin possesses an intimate understanding of the situation, having taken in the proprietor of this establishment, while the profits belong to the owner. It is Old Chin who has funded the renovations and the shop itself, without seeking any recompense. As previously mentioned, Old Chin is akin to a paternal figure in the eyes of the shop's owner. "Ah, brother, what brings you here? Please, have a seat." "And who might this be?" The owner, adorned with a beaming smile, exhibited a glimmer of reverence in his eyes, his cheerful demeanor rendering him even more endearing. "This is Ga Zhao, my younger brother. Please extend him the courtesy he deserves. I have brought my own wine. Just secure a private room for us." Old Chin responded with evident delight upon meeting the owner. For this was once his younger brother, while Zhao Junting, a newly acquainted younger brother, stood beside him. Old Chin glanced between the owner of the hot pot restaurant and Zhao Junting, and a smile reminiscent of contagion spread across his face. "Greetings, I am Zhao Junting." Zhao Junting offered a slight bow, extending both hands in an attempt to shake hands with the owner. However, an awkward moment ensued as the owner extended his left arm, which, to Zhao Junting's surprise, bore no hand. Realizing this, Zhao Junting promptly adjusted his approach to grasp the owner's right hand, only to discover that it too was absent. Zhao Junting's expression shifted slightly, and he then performed a traditional Chinese fist salute, bowing respectfully with a smile of reverence directed at the owner. Upon witnessing Zhao Junting's expression, the boss exhibited no trace of surprise. He nodded slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. "Well then, let us not stand on ceremony. Please lead us to the dining area. Old Chun, observing the situation, promptly interrupted the polite exchange between the two and leaned toward the hot pot restaurant owner. Speaking in a hushed tone, "Oh, indeed, my friend. Which private room is currently available? Please take my esteemed guest there." Upon hearing Old Chun's request, the boss immediately perked up and called out to the bartender, his voice booming as if to prevent any delay in accommodating his distinguished guest and the young companion beside him. "But, sir, all the private rooms are fully booked today. I'll call a table and inform them that I have family dining, and we cannot accommodate them. If it's absolutely necessary, we can settle for the main hall." Upon hearing the bartender's report, the boss's expression stiffened momentarily. Then, feeling the weight of Old Chun's disapproving gaze, he refrained from casting even a glance and, with a fierce tone, admonished the bartender, "Yes, indeed, reserve the Xianglong Hall for you." The bartender, sensing a deep sense of grievance, narrowed his eyes and sincerely addressed the hot pot restaurant owner. "My friend, the Xianglong Hall is ready for you." The boss, upon hearing this, beamed with delight, nodding eagerly as he adopted a profoundly respectful demeanor toward Old Chun, whispering, "Very well, you carry on with your duties. Do not frighten the young ones. I am familiar with the way to the Xianglong Hall." Old Chun was acquainted with the owner of the hot pot restaurant. He understood that if he were to converse with him in a friendly manner daily, the owner might misconstrue the underlying implications. However, if he were to adopt an air of authority, the owner would be quite pleased to see such a demeanor. Aware of this dynamic, Old Chun spoke with utmost formality. After a few turns, Zhao Junting, under Old Chun's guidance, arrived at the restaurant's Xianglong Hall. Upon entering the private room, Zhao Junting's face fell into a frown. This was no mere dining space for two, but rather a room capable of accommodating around 30 diners simultaneously. "Please, take a seat, Divine Zhao," Old Chun said. Unfazed by the situation, he gestured with one hand, indicating that Zhao Junting should enter first, his eyes still reflecting a deep-seated respect. "Please, Old Chun, you flatter me too much. Just call me Zhao Junting," Zhao Junting replied, bemused by Old Chun's increasingly polite demeanor, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 22. The answer emerges. Seeing Zhao Junting's unyielding posture, Old Chun couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. He had not anticipated that this young man, with seemingly divine gaming prowess, would appear so restrained in his presence. Perhaps he had previously left too formidable an impression. With this thought in mind, Old Chun led the way to one side of the table and gradually took a seat, then extended his hand to beckon Zhao Junting to sit down. Observing this, Zhao Junting hesitated no longer, shrugged slightly, and settled into a position not far from Old Chun. Before long, the hot pot ingredients for the lamb were ready, and upon seeing the beaming smile on Old Chun's face, Zhao Junting was prepared to indulge without reservation. While he could comprehend this eagerness, he was taken aback when Old Chun produced a bottle of 52-degree white liquor and poured himself a generous glass. This action startled Zhao Junting, as he discreetly glanced at his phone and realized it was only 10:30 a.m. in the Glees time zone. The thought of drinking white liquor while enjoying hot pot at such an hour made him feel a wave of unease. Observing Zhao Junting's reaction, Old Chun said nothing, instead lifting his glass and downing nearly half of it in one go, even giving it a little shake before Zhao Junting's eyes. The earlier sense of unease that had enveloped Zhao Junting was confirmed by Old Chun's actions. It was indeed true that he had gulped down a significant amount of liquor. Zhao Junting, being somewhat of a lone wolf, recognized the value of Old Chun's rare book collection, which could not simply be found online. With a sense of resolve, he decided to follow Old Chun's example and boldly raised his own glass, downing its contents without hesitation. "Refreshing. Fill my glass to the brim, Zhao Shun," he declared. As Old Chun chewed on the tender lamb, he watched with growing admiration as Zhao Junting displayed such audacity in finishing his drink. This newfound respect for Zhao Junting was evident, and Old Chun's fondness for him shone through without any attempt at concealment. "I drink like this," he remarked. Old Chun's expectant gaze unreservedly expressed the doubts lingering in his heart. After that, when one looked at Old Chun's face, What emerged was predominantly a sense of relief. Do you really want to know? Zhao Juning pondered for a moment, resting his hands on his legs, his head bowed. Yet, from Zhao Junting's lips came the words, delivered with an air of utter indifference, causing old Chun to glance at him in mild astonishment. Of course, I am particularly eager to know. Old Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he articulated each word with undeniable conviction. Although he lacked the imposing presence of a superior, the sincerity of his heart was evident to anyone present. Well, fine. Drink the wine you owe me, then raise a glass for yourself. Upon hearing this, Zhao Juning showed no inclination to lift his head. He was struggling to suppress the urge to speak. Yet old Chen's resolute tone regarding the secrets of the game's future cosmic fleet signaled the necessity of adopting a certain attitude in seeking knowledge from a mentor. Upon hearing Zhao Junting's words, old Chen revealed a hint of a cold smile, not because he found Zhao Junting's tactics beneath him, but because such a trivial amount of alcohol was hardly worth mentioning for him. Since Zhao Junting insisted, he had no hesitation. Old Chun raised his hand and downed the remaining half glass of wine in one gulp, then poured himself another glass, consuming it with the same fervor. What the heck? He finished it all? Zhao Junting merely heard the sound of the cup tapping against the table twice. He then raised his gaze to glance at old Chun's glass, which was completely empty. A look at the bottle confirmed the quantity consumed, and Zhao Juning realized that old Chen was indifferent to the amount of alcohol he consumed. What truly mattered to him was how to progress through the future universe fleet game. As Chen had mentioned, while most players take several months to complete the game, with extended gameplay, this duration could be shortened to mere weeks, though the prospect of finishing in just days seemed exaggerated. Am I correct? Zhao Junting paused, feeling a wave of nausea, yet he forcefully suppressed this thought and continued speaking. The possibility of completing the game in days hinges on prolonged practical experience, enhancing one's basic gameplay time, and making the right choices therein. His final conclusion was indeed a heartfelt expression. Choices? The right choices? Old Chen, remarkably resilient in his drinking, had only consumed 2 cups yet noticed Zhao Junting's somewhat unclear speech. He leisurely poured himself another glass. Have you established the beacon of humanity base? Zhao Junting could discern that old Chen was attentively listening to his narrative, but perhaps due to the profound intricacies of the future universe fleet game, some of his words eluded old Chen's understanding. Beacon of humanity? What is that? Old Chen hesitated for a moment, entirely at a loss, and then inquired. You mean the technology research center that ordinary players refer to? Suddenly, Zhao Junting recalled a particular term. He lifted his gaze slightly and looked at old Chen, who was furrowing his brow while engrossed in his own drinking. Inwardly, he couldn't help but curse this old fellow, realizing he indeed had some insight. So, you mean to say we should expand the technology research center? Upon hearing Zhao Junting's words, old Chen felt that his own thoughts aligned with Zhao Junting's intentions, and a flicker of joy crossed his face as he glanced at Zhao Juning. It's not solely about that. The key lies in the people involved. This endeavor begins with the establishment of the planetary base and accompanies your entire growth process. Zhao Junting, understanding old Chen's point, found the subsequent explanation much simpler. Oh, so we should recruit more scientists, right? We need to bring in a good number of them? Old Chen discerned the underlying meaning in Zhao Junting's words, recalling how, during his past experience playing future Cosmic Armada, he had focused solely on military conquest, neglecting technological development. Indeed, it is through the advancement of education that we can cultivate a multitude of scientific and technical talents. With such individuals, we can truly claim to be the light of humanity. Zhao Juning thought to himself that at last, he had clarified this matter to some extent. Chapter 23. 5 strong men. Seeing that Zhao Juning was indeed somewhat inebriated, old Chen decided against persuading him to drink more. Instead, he served him a generous portion of cooked lamb slices. As I engage in the endeavor of the future Cosmic Armada, I find myself placing greater emphasis on education and technological advancement. Old Chen gazed contemplatively at Zhao Junting, who remained unable to lift his head. After a moment of reflection, he spoke with utmost seriousness. To achieve a qualitative leap, one must possess decisive judgment and unwavering perseverance. Zhao Junting, who had initially allowed his head to droop, gave it a slight shake in an attempt to sit upright. However, despite his efforts, he could not raise his head. In desperation, he grasped the wine glass on the table, inhaling the aroma of the white liquor. Unlike before, when he had consumed it in one gulp, he merely took a gentle sip. The conversation had become increasingly abstract, veering into discussions of judgment and steadfast determination. Upon hearing this, Old Chun was taken aback for a moment. Then a peculiar expression crossed his face. He couldn't help but smirk disdainfully at Zhao Junting, saying, "The logic is quite simple. Your choices are akin to the predatory cycle of larger fish consuming smaller ones, while I, within this game, prioritize education, technological progress, and the unification of collective strength, thus establishing a distinctive presence." Zhao Junting still did not lift his gaze, swaying slightly, his voice trembling not from disdain towards Old Chin, but from an impatience that arose after finishing his drink. "Very well, even if everything you say is true, what difference does it make?" Old Chin discerned that Zhao Junting truly possessed a profound understanding of the game's future cosmic fleet. The genuine meaning he had intended to convey was, at that moment, articulated with remarkable clarity by Zhao Junting, who had preemptively grasped it. Have you ever heard the adage, when a tree grows tall, the wind will inevitably bring it down? Once I attain strength, I will attract peril. If I am not obliterated in internal restructuring, I shall fall victim to sulfur-based or silicon-based beings. Yet, the combat prowess represented by the light of humanity is an unparalleled strength that transcends the comprehension of ordinary organisms. Zhao Junting's body trembled less violently than before, but he continued to lift the wine glass to his lips repeatedly. Observing Zhao Junting's bowed head, one could sense that his thoughts remained remarkably lucid. Ah, so it is thus. Would it not be rather effortless to eliminate those adversaries intent on annexation, or those who seek to conquer me? At that moment, Old Chin comprehended that all preceding discourse served to illuminate the vital role of this light of humanity in combat, leading him to conclude that establishing a base for the light of humanity was paramount. Consequently, Old Chin set down his wine glass, crossed his arms before him, and entered a state of deep contemplation. After a brief interval, he noticed that Zhao Junting's body no longer quaked. Suddenly, Zhao Junting spoke again. "You are mistaken, Boss Chin. In reality, the planetary force or alliance you confront necessitates a choice on your part. This choice is between the light of humanity and humanity itself." Zhao Junting, whose trembling form had been incessantly quaking moments ago, finally ceased his shivering. However, his head remained bowed, still resting upon the table, rendering it impossible for the elder Chun, seated beside him, to discern the emotions playing across Zhao Junting's face. When faced with a choice between humanity and the light of humanity, how do you choose? Elder Chin's eyebrows arched slightly, a look of keen interest dawning upon his visage as he regarded Zhao Junting's words, while his previously cold gaze transformed into one of profound seriousness and gravity. On a total of 251 occasions, I have consistently chosen the fate of all humanity over that of the light of humanity. This is my choice, as well as the choice mandated by the forces of this universe. Zhao Junting's voice suddenly resonated with unwavering conviction, emanating an energy that bordered on the formidable, rivaling the imposing presence of Elder Chin in this solemn exchange. 251 times. You say? Elder Chin's incredulous inquiry prompted a slight tremor in Zhao Junting's frame, though he quickly regained his composure, adopting a more solemn demeanor. Indeed, you are correct. On each occasion, I made the right choice, prioritizing the fate of all humanity over that of the light of humanity. There is but one principle I wish to convey. Even if there existed a single instance where I chose the light of humanity at the expense of humanity, I am certain that this game would abandon me. For only by ensuring the fate of all humanity prevails over any form of existence can my future cosmic fleet game truly grasp its essence and profound truth. At this moment, Zhao Junting truly matched the moniker of Ting God, as well as the incessant murmurs of Zhao God from Old Chin's lips. I realized that you were right. Looking at Old Chin's countenance, he seemed to have attained a profound enlightenment, and his entire existence was once again elevated in the presence of this younger brother with newfound understanding. Old Chin appeared tranquil, yet the unwavering confidence he held for Zhao Junting deepened further. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as the door to the Xianglong Hall, where Old Chin and Zhao Junting were situated, was forcefully shattered by a foot. 5 imposing figures strode in, each bearing a fierce and menacing expression. Upon closer inspection, one of them had a firm grip on the throat of the hot pot restaurant owner. "Are you the ones occupying our private room?" A somewhat older man stepped forward from the group, glaring at Old Chun and Zhao Junting with a fierce intensity, his voice raised in anger. "Spare the pleasantries. Release my brother first, and we can discuss the matter further." Upon witnessing this scene, Old Chun understood precisely how to proceed. Zhao Junting, a guest he had personally invited, was akin to a mentor to him, having just imparted a lesson on the fate of humanity. The hot pot restaurant owner was his younger brother, and this situation could not be dismissed lightly. "Those are your words. Now be gone, old fool." The middle-aged man gripping the neck of the hot pot restaurant owner glanced at his elder brother. Upon noticing the hand gesture made by the other middle-aged man, who had just spoken, signaling for release, he finally relinquished his hold, forcefully throwing the restaurant owner towards Zhao Junting's direction. You. The restaurant owner was about to utter something when Lao Chen swiftly wrapped an arm around him. After assessing the extent of the restaurant owner's injuries and finding them not severe, Lao Chen's gaze slightly sharpened as he softly instructed the still slumped Zhao Junting. "Let us depart. God Zhao requires space for these gentlemen." Lao Chun exhibited remarkable pragmatism, adeptly navigating the complexities of survival. Upon hearing the words, Zhao Junting shifted slightly, straightening his posture, preparing to follow Lao Chun out of the Xianglong Hall. However, at that moment, the leading middle-aged man, his eyes glinting with cold intensity, commanded in a hushed tone. "Wait a moment." Lao Chun, seemingly indifferent, turned his body towards the direction of the commanding middle-aged man, unable to suppress a smile. He mused that with his status and standing, dealing with such a third-rate ruffian could be accomplished with merely a glance. Yet here he was, facing off against someone of such little consequence. Lao Chun shook his head, though the subtle movement was imperceptible to anyone else. Chapter 24. The Guardian of Safety. Is there anything else? Upon hearing the middle-aged man leading the 5 burly figures call for the 3 individuals on his side to halt, Lao Chen could not help but curse inwardly. What on earth are these 5 fools up to? Why does the one beside you refuse to raise his head? Is it out of shame, or does he simply look down upon his 5 brothers? The commanding presence of the middle-aged leader was somewhat aggressive at that moment. The power emanating from his gaze suggested he was intent on making Lao Chen and his companions feel thoroughly humiliated today. "Kid, when my boss speaks to you, at least have the decency to respond." The middle-aged man who had previously grasped the neck of the hot pot restaurant owner, upon hearing the leader's words, stepped forward and extended his left hand, intending once more to seize Zhao Junting's face, compelling him to speak. Just as the hand of the approaching middle-aged man was about to make contact with Zhao Junting, Zhao's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a malevolent crimson power within them. As his veins visibly swelled, making him appear as though he had grown taller by an inch in an instant. This transformation startled the advancing middle-aged man. Before he could utter another word, Zhao Junting unleashed a powerful punch, so forceful that it shattered 3 fingers of the outstretched hand, simultaneously striking the middle-aged man squarely in the chest. The impact sent the man hurtling through the air as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, and he soon crashed to the ground, expelling 2 mouthfuls of congealed blood before tilting his head and losing consciousness. Upon witnessing this scene, it became evident to all that Zhao Junting's intent to eliminate the remaining 4 individuals was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. However, exchanging glances filled with trepidation, they resolved to confront Zhao Junting rather than retreat. Yet, what they did not anticipate was Zhao Junting's hands spreading apart, forming a lethal 3-fingered stance. With a sudden burst of force, he propelled himself towards them, swiftly seizing one opponent by the throat. In that fleeting moment, had Zhao Junting exerted the slightest pressure, 2 lives would have been extinguished without a second thought. God Zhao showed mercy. Old Chun, witnessing the unfolding chaos, could not help but exclaim that it was unnecessary to take a life over a mere private room. A lesson to these delinquents would suffice. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting's menacing crimson gaze shifted slightly, and he abruptly thrust his hands upwards, resulting in a sharp, resounding crack as he shattered his opponent's jawbone. This transpired in an instant, leaving the two men on the ground, clutching their jaws and howling in agony. At that moment, Zhao Junting appeared somewhat unsteady, glancing at the previously formidable middle-aged leader. The leader, upon meeting Zhao Junting's gaze, felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability creeping in. Nevertheless, after much internal deliberation, he gritted his teeth, brandishing a firearm he had concealed, aiming it steadily at the advancing Zhao Junting. "Why you stay back? If you come any closer, I will shoot." The middle-aged man at the forefront trembled as he held the gun aloft, menacingly directed at Zhao Junting. Observing the three men sprawled on the ground, it became evident that another middle-aged individual had fled the scene the moment Zhao Junting incapacitated the first assailant, disappearing without a trace. Zhao Junting, witnessing the unfolding chaos, could not suppress a sardonic smile. In a swift motion, he contracted his body slightly, and in the next instant, the onlookers were astounded to see Zhao Junting standing before the middle-aged man. The firearm in the latter's grasp now vanished. In its place, Zhao Junting possessed an identical weapon, effortlessly having seized it amidst the confusion. "Put down your weapons. We are the security warriors of Gliese 581D, he declared. At that moment, a dozen well-equipped security personnel from Gliese 581D burst through the door. To Zhao Junting's surprise, the leader among them was none other than the familiar Lina. Upon seeing Old Chin standing opposite, with Zhao Junting wielding the gun, Lina's heart skipped a beat. With a feigned ignorance, Zhao Junting reversed the gun and brought it down forcefully, the trajectory aligning perfectly with the middle-aged man's face. The impact rendered the man oblivious as he collapsed to the ground, and Zhao Junting, in one fluid motion, discarded the weapon onto the floor. "Who, may I ask, is the sulfur-based organism?" Upon witnessing this scene, Lina could not help but find it amusing that the notorious gang from the extreme northern region had actually called the police to apprehend her father and a friend of her lover. Moreover, the accusation that Zhao Junting was a sulfur-based organism prompted Lina to reflect on her own performance as the highest authority in the extreme northern area, realizing she had perhaps been somewhat remiss in her duties. "It was him," declared the middle-aged man who had brought the security personnel, pointing emphatically at Zhao Junting. "He is the one who just attacked my boss. All those on the ground fell victim to him alone. He is indeed a sulfur-based organism." Upon hearing this, Lina felt compelled to act with urgency and instructed the security personnel to investigate for any signs of sulfur-based organisms. After all, Zhao Junting had only arrived in the extreme northern region less than a week ago. If the observation period was indeed 3 months, it was entirely plausible that he had been infected with a sulfur-based organism, albeit undetected in initial screenings. A security officer, equipped with a detection device for sulfur-based organisms, cautiously approached Zhao Junting. After several meticulous examinations, he found no evidence of any sulfur-based organism traits on Zhao Junting. The same was true for Old Chun and the owner of the hot pot restaurant. No anomalies were detected. After completing the assessments, the security officer confidently informed Lina, "These individuals are all 40 pure humans. This is impossible. I distinctly saw that man transform. His eyes were blood red." "You must check again," Lina insisted fervently. The middle-aged man persisted obstinately, clutching the protective suit of the safety officer who had just inspected Zhao Junting, shaking it vigorously while shouting hysterically for him to let go. The safety officer was no mere paper figure. Those who reached this position were meticulously selected from the ranks of humanity. "You, an old rogue, dream of tangling with a safety officer?" With a mere lift of his hand, the middle-aged man immediately collapsed to the ground. "Sir, you may not be well versed in the laws governing the extreme northern region of Gliese 581D. Reporting false sightings of sulfur-based life forms, which incite panic, is punishable by over a year of detention. Your current actions constitute a violation of the management regulations regarding false reports of sulfur-based life forms on Gliese 581D. You have the right to remain silent, but every word you utter will be used as evidence against you. Take him away." Lina's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and then her alluring lips, now icy, articulated the aforementioned statements. The others were also taken away. One of the safety officers, observing Lena's furious expression and recognizing that the matter had transcended the realm of sulfur-based life forms and entered the legitimate jurisdiction of safety enforcement, proceeded to detain the others as well. Chapter 25. Medical examination results. As several individuals boarded the safety officer's water-powered vehicle, it became evident that Lena had orchestrated the arrangements meticulously. The others boarded the same vehicle, while Lena, along with Old Chun and Zhao Junting, entered a separate one. This is Xiaoxiu, not a stranger. Feel free to express whatever you wish. As Lena shut the car door, she whispered to the elderly Chun behind her. However, her demeanor did not suggest any intention of betraying Zhao Junting. Rather, Zhao Junting feigned ignorance, leisurely gazing at the unfolding scenery outside the window. Yesterday, Zhao Xin was none other than Zhao Junting, who successfully cleared the customs for the future space fleet. I had no intention of inviting him for a meal or a conversation. I was taken aback that you, Uncle Dao, insisted on arranging a private room for these individuals, thus occupying their space and creating an incessant uproar. Upon seeing his daughter inquiring about this matter, Old Chen's mind began to churn slightly. He then opened his mouth with a grin and remarked, "You claim you are too old to understand my thoughts?" Beneath the exquisite beauty of Lena's visage, she let out a soft sigh, her eyes narrowing to convey an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Her arms, crossed over her chest, began to lightly tap her elbow with her fingers, as if she were on the verge of articulating something profound. "Hey, Zhao Junting, I am aware that you possess the ability to comprehend 7 languages. Do not feign ignorance with me. What is your secret to transforming into a sulfur-based being? Reveal the truth to me, for otherwise, no one on Gleiser 581D could escape the grip of justice." A glimmer of icy resolve flickered in Lena's enchanting eyes, and the fingers that had been lightly tapping her arm came to an abrupt halt. Her captivating face instantly turned frigid, and her voice dropped to an exceedingly somber tone. "As soon as I indulge in liquor, that is the extent of it. Such is the essence of Chinese spirits." Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of something unusual passing through his gaze. He exhaled softly and replied nonchalantly, "Really?" Lena, her exquisite visage softened by Zhao Junting's words, no longer bore the previously frigid demeanor. A hint of tenderness glimmered in her eyes as she recalled George Franklin. In truth, Lena would likely grant Zhao Junting some leniency regardless of what she expressed. What he asserted must indeed hold some truth. Within the realm of the super four-dimensional space, there existed individuals on Devos 41C, situated at the heart of the post-Cygnus constellation, where indications of sulfur-based life forms had been observed. However, these phenomena were merely the consequence of excessive consumption of alcohol. Once the effects of inebriation subsided, they reverted to their ordinary state, collectively referred to as sulfur bodies. Upon hearing Zhao Junting's remarks, Old Chin remained silent at first, until Lena posed a question in response. "Is that truly the case?" Old Chin's long-suppressed reservoir of knowledge burst forth, flowing forth unbidden. Upon hearing Old Chin's words, Zhao Junting could not help but inwardly reflect that this man was not only well-read, but truly knowledgeable as well. If that is the case, may I inquire if Zhao Junting belongs to such a system? Mr. Zhao, you would have no objections to my inquiry, would you? Lena, upon hearing her father's remarks, first exhibited a subtle shift in her beautiful countenance, after which the chilling frost in her gaze vanished entirely. Her alluring lips quivered slightly, and she uttered a single word, "Sure." Zhao Junting shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he lazily reclined in the back seat of the water-energy vehicle. A quarter of an hour later, Lena escorted Zhao Junting to the Comprehensive Affairs Research Institute of the Far North District. While it was termed a Comprehensive Affairs Research Institute, it was essentially a hub for the latest technological advancements. The state-of-the-art equipment was indeed fully equipped. As the highest authority in the Far North District, Lena could gain access to such facilities simply by scanning her retina. To ascertain whether one possesses Xionghuang physique, a comprehensive examination of the body is requisite. Frankly speaking, Zhao Junting must be entirely unclothed for the assessment. Just before Zhao Junting was to enter the apparatus, he provocatively gestured towards the transparent glass above, and then leapt into the machine. Behind that transparent glass stood Lena and her accompanying driver, Xiao Su. With a mask obscuring her features, Lena's exquisite visage was concealed. Yet beneath the mask, her tongue involuntarily curled upon witnessing Zhao Junting's physique. She was undeniably taken aback. The stature of this Asian man surpassed even that of her beloved, George Franklin. It was no wonder they were such good friends. Reflecting on this, Lena cast a glance at her companion, Xiao Su, who was also a strikingly beautiful woman. At that moment, the expression on the female driver's delicate face was tinged with a slight blush. Let us proceed to inquire about Zhao Junting's report. If all is well, we shall depart, Lena suggested. Indeed, Xiao Su replied, momentarily taken aback, before resolutely making her way towards the equipment room downstairs. Zhao Junting emerged from the equipment, having donned his attire, and leisurely noticed that the driver of the water energy vehicle, who had previously pulled him along with Lao Chun and Lena, was none other than the young woman, Xiao Su. Upon seeing her, Zhao Junting broke into a broad smile. Observing this, Xiao Su immediately turned her face away, unable to meet Zhao Junting's gaze, fearing that her expression might betray her thoughts. After all, she was still perspiring slightly, her mind a tumult of unbidden thoughts. Is everything satisfactory? Xiao Su inquired of the researcher at the institute responsible for Zhao Junting's examination. Everything is satisfactory, the researcher replied, having been startled by Zhao Junting's physique. Upon seeing the entourage accompanying Lena, who had come to collect Zhao Junting's examination report, he felt a surge of relief and quickly ushered them away. Thank you. I shall make sure to speak with Lena later. Let us proceed, Mr. Zhao. Lena is eagerly awaiting your arrival, Xiao Su said, not daring to lift her gaze to meet Zhao Junting's, yet managing to convey her words with a slight arch of her brow. Very well, Zhao Junting responded, a look of delight gracing his features as he and Xiao Su ascended to the second floor. Chapter 26. The verdict. It appears you are well. My father is still waiting in the car downstairs. Let us depart. Before Zhao Junting and Xiao Su could reach the waiting room on the second floor, they encountered the enchanting Lena, adorned with a mask, gracefully gliding toward them with her alluring presence. However, the indifference she once exhibited towards Zhao Junting had vanished, replaced by an eagerness for intimacy. Zhao Junting and Xiao Su silently followed Lena, and moments later, they arrived at the vehicle parked downstairs. Upon entering the car, a grave expression enveloped the three of them, and none dared to broach the subject of the examination results. What is the outcome? Old Chin's face flushed with suppressed emotion, and after a moment's reflection, he managed a slight grin as he inquired of Lena. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Junting, Lena, and Xiao Su erupted into hearty laughter, leaving Old Chin utterly perplexed by their exaggerated reaction. Had he perhaps misspoken? Treat. Zhao Junting, I am indeed correct. My father cannot help but inquire. At this moment, a captivating expression graced the beautiful face of Lena, one that would move anyone who beheld it. Beside her, Xiao Su could hardly contain his laughter. It turns out that the three of them had made a wager prior to arriving at the water energy vehicle, regardless of whether Old Chun would inquire about the results of the examination. Later, Lena expressed that it was not a difficult task to guess who Old Chun would question first. Both Lena and Xiao Su predicted that he would ask Lena, while Zhao Junting, somewhat begrudgingly, asserted that he would question himself. To their surprise, as soon as Old Chin opened his mouth, he indeed posed the question to Zhao Junting, resulting in Zhao Junting losing the bet and owing a meal. Upon hearing Lena's words, Zhao Junting could not help but chuckle, a glimmer of delight flashing through his eyes as he handed the examination results to Old Chin. Old Chin took the results from Zhao Junting, glanced at them, and was taken aback, staring at Zhao Junting with a look of sheer terror, before asking, "Did you know this beforehand?" Zhao Junting, taken aback by Old Chin's incredulous inquiry, paused for a moment before responding without hesitation, "I knew a bit, but I can manage it." The Realgar constitution, classified as 5th level, is akin to the second tier of physical strength exhibited by the Red Moon Wolf, and corresponds to the initial level of attack intensity found in heavy aircraft armor. What is most remarkable, however, is your ability to wield it. When you were partaking in drink, I observed your body quivering, initially attributing it to the effects of alcohol, which seemed to provoke your constant tremors. To my astonishment, it was actually the manifestation of your mastery over the explosive nature of the Realgar constitution, a feat both profound and extraordinary. The Xionghuang physique at the 5th level is comparable to the 2nd level of the Crimson Moon Demon Wolf in terms of physical prowess, akin to the 1st level of a heavy mech's offensive strength. What is most remarkable is your ability to harness it. Just earlier, when I observed your body trembling while consuming alcohol, I initially attributed it to the effects of intoxication. Little did I realize that you were actually controlling the eruption of your Xionghuang physique. Truly impressive. Upon examining Zhao Junting's medical report, Lao Chen's expression was one of astonishment, for the document clearly indicated that Zhao Junting possessed a 5th-level Xionghuang physique. The palpable fear on his face signified his profound understanding of what a 5th-level Xionghuang physique entails. It represents a super mech, a formidable artifact that typically requires around 17 ordinary combatants to operate. Such a machine demands the physical strength of approximately 17 individuals to function properly. However, Zhao Junting alone can withstand the immense pressure that this physique entails. Moreover, the 5th-level Xionghuang physique possesses the potential for further advancement, and he can control the spontaneous bursts of this physique at will, a truly rare capability. As Lao Chen contemplated this, his expression gradually transformed to one of indifference, and with a slight narrowing of his eyes, he adopted a demeanor of deep contemplation. The Realgar 5th stage is undeniably formidable. However, regardless of its prowess, we must settle the debt of the meal owed to Xiaoshu and myself. Upon hearing her father's words, Lena's enchanting eyes sparkled with a flicker of unacknowledged joy, her lovely countenance revealing a subtle yet undeniable delight. Of course, Lena's elation stemmed from her newfound understanding of the impressive physique of Zhao Junting. As for the rest, the thought alone was enough to make a woman as alluring as Lena feel a tinge of bashfulness. Alas, while Lena is ever enchanting, tonight is not the night for such indulgences. I have matters to attend to. Upon encountering Lena, Zhao Junting exhibited no inclination to evade her. With a subtle tap of his fingertips, he readily acquiesced to her request. After all, having received such generous treatment in the extreme northern region, and with the prohibition of human companions alongside AI robots, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Lena. Reflecting on this, Zhao Junting deemed it only fitting to invite Lena to dinner. Tonight, what is the matter? Will you return home to see your little lover? Or is it inconvenient for you physically? In her mind, Lena recalled the earlier scene at the Comprehensive Research Institute, where Zhao Junting had displayed an alluring and captivating demeanor before entering the equipment. At this moment, she felt an urge not to let him slip away. A displeased expression swiftly surfaced on her beautiful face as she retorted, "Oh, nothing. It's just that I suddenly learned of a place this morning and wanted to see it out of curiosity." Zhao Junting recalled that the tall and short man, upon mentioning the Rose Home Hotel, deliberately referred to Ms. Lena, which prompted him to withhold certain details, revealing only part of the truth. "Oh, where?" Ms. Lena inquired, her beautiful face softening somewhat from its previous displeasure, her alluring lips parting slightly to pose the question. "Rose Home Hotel," Zhao Junting responded. Observing her tenacity, Ms. Lena let out a gentle sigh, her gaze sharpening as she calmly stated her position. Upon hearing Zhao Junting's words, the others present exchanged solemn glances, falling into silence. Moments later, Xiao Su escorted Mr. Chun and Zhao Junting to the security center, where they recorded a brief account of the incident before exiting. The private room, where lamb hot pot was served, was equipped with surveillance cameras, and evidence indicated that the 5 burly men had instigated the conflict. Furthermore, Ms. Lena had declared that those who falsely reported the appearance of sulfur-based organisms would be immediately handed over to the appropriate authorities, awaiting further judicial action, while the others would face continued detention as necessary. Zhao Junting was sentenced to 6 months of community service, extending his time in the extreme northern district from 3 months to 6, during which he would engage with elderly residents at the community welfare center and share joyful moments with children. Upon hearing the outcome, Zhao Zhenning was momentarily rendered speechless. After some contemplation, he accepted the situation, recognizing that it was preferable, especially considering that he had incapacitated two robust men who might remain speechless for 2 months, while the leader of the group, a middle-aged man, would likely remain in a coma for an extended period. Chapter 27. The Fury of Xiao He, Zhao Zhenting, Lao Chun, and their entourage exited the security guardian center, standing at the entrance and exchanging glances with one another. Since Zhao Shen has plans for tonight, how about this? I shall invite you all to dinner at 5 o'clock in the evening, and we can part ways after the meal. Lao Chun, observing the various expressions on the faces of his companions, pondered over the somewhat disappointing meal of the day and promptly decided to seek a different venue for dining, thereby soliciting everyone's opinion. I shall not go. I have not returned home for an entire day. I intend to go home to change my attire, take a refreshing bath, and attend to a few matters. Tomorrow morning, I must visit your bookstore to continue my studies, correct? Upon hearing Old Chen's courteous words, Zhao Zhenting felt a twinge of embarrassment. This meal should have been his responsibility, yet seeing Old Chen take the initiative to speak, a hint of regret flickered in Zhao Zhenting's eyes as he softly replied, "Father, I find myself quite occupied as well, and regrettably, cannot return home to share dinner with you. Furthermore, with evening approaching, it is rather inconvenient for you. I believe it would be best to forego our gathering today. However, Zhao Zhenting, do not forget that you owe me a meal. I shall certainly keep that in mind." Upon witnessing this exchange, Zhao Zhenting couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. Was it truly such a significant matter over just one meal? Yet, he found it peculiar why Old Chen would be inconvenient at night. This revelation led Zhao Zhenting to ponder the underlying reasons behind Old Chen's insistence on meeting for hot pot and white wine at 10 in the morning. Very well. Just remember, let us proceed slowly. Lena initially offered a subtle smile, but soon her exquisite face could no longer contain the joy that blossomed upon it. However, the moment she burst into laughter occurred only when she turned her alluring body away from Zhao Zhenting, leaving Xiao Su, who stood beside her, momentarily speechless. Inwardly, Xiao Su scolded, "Sister, in this northern region, how many handsome and well-built men have you claimed? Could you not leave one for your younger sister?" The man named Zhao Zhenting, rare in his unblemished nature, had already piqued her interest, yet upon witnessing Lena's infatuated expression, Xiao Su sensed impending trouble. Lena was poised to pounce like a hungry tiger. Ah, truly, a woman's loyalty is fleeting. Old Chen, observing the retreating figures of his daughter and Xiao Su, felt a bittersweet smile creep across his weathered face. A flush crept over him as he glanced at Zhao Zhenting, chuckling softly. Before they even stepped into the courtyard of the Beijing Siyuan, they were greeted by a cacophony of music, the source of which was an unidentifiable percussion instrument, resonating loudly, accompanied by the howls of dogs. Upon seeing Zhao Zhenting enter the home, Xiaoyi was taken aback for a moment before setting down her instrument and approaching him. Her lovely face lit up with joy, and as her eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Zhao Zhenting, she eagerly inquired, "All right, you take care of things. Make sure to prepare Xiao Hong's meal as well. I will wait for you." Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Zhenting felt a surge of joy within him. After all, the thoughts and dreams that had occupied his mind had finally come to fruition today. The gentle and considerate demeanor of Xiao Yi made him realize that this was the essence of life. This was the true nature of existence. And a faint smile began to grace his face. Xiao Yi softly murmured, then gracefully turned her body and headed towards the adjacent kitchen. Having not seen her for a day, it seemed her complexion had changed slightly. Black Master noticed Zhao Zhenting's silence and furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of his canine teeth as he quietly inquired, "Well, there's something I feel rather embarrassed about, and I should probably mention it first." Upon seeing Xiao He, Zhao Zhenting initiated the conversation, their gazes locking momentarily. He then glanced away slightly, expressing sincere regret. "What's wrong?" Seeing Zhao Zhenting's somewhat bewildered expression, Xiao Hei's heart sank. Could it be that this lad was aware of something and intended to send him to the management center in the extreme north district? With this notion, a shadow of worry crossed Xiao Hei's face as he spoke softly. "This morning, I had a drink with the bookstore owner, and as a result, I ended up in a scuffle with several individuals who attempted to take over the private room. My stay in the extreme North District has been extended from 3 months to 6 months. Therefore, Xiaohei, your time with me in the extreme North District will also need to be prolonged by 3 months. At that moment, Zhao Junting was no longer preoccupied with the appearance of the 5 burly men. Instead, he was concerned about Xiaohei's ability to cope with the 3-month extension of the sentence. After a brief hesitation, he expressed his apologies. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Little Black's eyes narrowed slightly, and a fierce growl emanated from its jaws, suggesting an intent to confront Zhao Junting with ferocity. I meant to convey that my stay in the far north has been extended from 3 months to 6. My apologies. Zhao Junting's expression mirrored a hint of understanding. Witnessing Little Black's wrath, a flicker of regret passed through his gaze as he lowered his head and spoke softly. That was not my question. I was referring to the earlier statement. Little Black, upon hearing this, shook its head vigorously and reiterated the previous topic. The earlier statement? This morning, I had a drink with the bookstore owner and ended up in a scuffle with a few individuals who attempted to seize a private room. Zhao Junting, upon hearing Little Black's words, felt somewhat speechless. It appeared the crux of the matter was not about my impending 3-month extension. Little Black bared its teeth at him, revealing that there was another reason altogether. Observing Zhao Junting's face, a look of confusion appeared. Little Black's demeanor showed a trace of displeasure as it turned away. Drooping its head, seemingly disinclined to engage with Zhao Junting any further. Turning around, Zhao Junting exclaimed, "What? You're still drinking? Very well, I shall arrange some for you." Upon hearing this, Little Black's face brightened with an inexplicable joy. A peculiar sensation arising from the knowledge that Zhao Junting had already shared drinks with the bookstore owner earlier that morning, leading Little Black to sense a desired outcome within reach. Chapter 28, Random Draw Before Long. Xiaoyi had prepared a sumptuous spread in the adjacent kitchen, a platter of roasted chicken, a bowl of salad, a serving of scallion beef strips, accompanied by a delicate steamed egg custard. Upon witnessing the delightful array of dishes laid out on the table, Zhao Junting glanced at the little black creature in the cage, who was thoroughly engrossed in its meal, and he felt a sense of bewilderment. He called over Xiaoyi and inquired further. Prior to this, he had merely heard Xiaoyi mention preparing a few dishes. However, the moment the food was presented, he realized that this was no impromptu decision, but rather a well-thought-out plan. Xiaoyi, equipped with AI intelligence and memory, recounted what Little Black had expressed, adhering to the programming that forbade deception towards its master. Meanwhile, Little Black continued to savor the roasted chicken, effortlessly spitting out the bones with an air of satisfaction, embodying the essence of a true gourmand. Watching this scene, Zhao Junting couldn't help but shake his head in amusement, surprised to find that Little Black possessed such refined tastes, knowing to request roasted chicken and scallion beef. Wasn't there supposed to be wine? Little Black paused, lifting its eyes to gaze at the softly murmuring Zhao Junting and Xiaoyi, then inquired with a hint of disappointment. "Oh, right. Xiaoyi, please fetch a bottle of wine for Little Black," Zhao Junting exclaimed, suddenly reminded of the thought, giving his forehead a light tap before whispering to Xiaoyi beside him. "Yes, master," Xiaoyi responded without hesitation, promptly turning to head into the neighboring kitchen to retrieve the wine for Little Black. "Here you go, Little Black, your wine." Xiaoyi extended her delicate hand and proceeded to pass the wine to the little black creature within the cage. "Thanks. Aren't you having any?" Zhao Junting inquired. The little black one, quite indifferent to the formality, flashed a toothy grin and bit open the bottle cap, gulping down a mouthful before turning its gaze towards Zhao Junting outside the cage, whistling softly in a teasing manner. "You go ahead and drink first. I can't today, as I have matters to attend to shortly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting's expression hardened slightly. He placed his chopsticks on the table and lowered his voice to speak with the little black creature in the cage. "Matters? At this hour? Could it be that a beauty from the far north has taken a liking to you? Are you to offer your service?" The little black one indeed had a knack for shocking those outside the cage. Its mouth widened in surprise, leaving Zhao Junting and Xiaoyi astonished. While Xiaoyi remained composed, Zhao Junting, caught off guard by the remark, began to cough uncontrollably, prompting Xiao Yi to step forward and gently pat his back. "Oh, what's this? Did Black Lord actually hit the nail on the head?" With a mischievous glint in its eye, the little black one took another swig from the bottle and resumed its whistling. "I'll be heading to the Rose Garden Hotel shortly." Zhao Junting's coughing subsided somewhat as he collected himself, gazing at the obliviously cheerful little black one, feeling somewhat at a loss for words, before asking, "What? Could you repeat that?" The playful smirk that once adorned Xiao Hei's face had completely vanished, replaced instead by a grave demeanor as he earnestly addressed Zhao Junting. "I have some matters to attend to at the Rose Garden Hotel. You are aware of the Rose Garden Hotel, aren't you?" Today, whenever Zhao Junting mentioned the Rose Garden Hotel, the atmosphere grew tense, and Xiao Hei was no exception, his expression shifting dramatically. Noticing this change, Zhao Junting felt a surge of uncertainty within him, his eyes flashing with intrigue as he inquired further. Old Quan is inside. You must exercise caution." "Old Quan? Who is this Old Quan?" Zhao Junting pondered briefly, curiosity igniting in his gaze as he pressed for answers. "I refer to him as Old Quan. Though others call him King of Fists, the Rose Garden Hotel is, in reality, a renowned underground boxing hub, part of the 72 celestial categories. Have you not heard the saying? The Rose Hotel exists, as does the Garden Hotel, but this Rose Garden Hotel does not. It merely serves as a code name for the highest echelon of underground boxing competitions." As Xiao Hei reached this point, he hesitated, seemingly at a loss for how to proceed. "So, who is this King of Fists?" Zhao Junting mused aloud, unable to restrain his curiosity. The renowned King of Fighters is said to be the most formidable fighter among the 72 classes of terrestrial planets. The specific country of origin remains uncertain. He is rumored to have originally been named Park Wantian. Since my school days, he has been a celebrated champion across the 5 major classes of terrestrial planets. Yet he was, at that time, also an underground champion. His reputation has only grown more illustrious, and he is now heralded as the King of Fighters among all 72 classes of terrestrial planets. Therefore, upon your arrival at the Rose Garden Hotel, it would be prudent to exercise caution. Little Black casually mentioned Park Wantian, prompting Dogface to cast a cold glance towards Zhao Junting outside the cage, whispering softly, "Oh, I am merely going to take a look. I have no intention of engaging in any fights, so you need not worry." Zhao Junting, upon hearing Little Black's words, displayed a face of indifference, finding amusement in the notion that merely observing would lead to any confrontation. You may not be aware, but being able to enter the Rose Garden Hotel already signifies your participation in the competition. This is known as a random selection system, serving as a form of incentive. While you watch from below, one audience member may be randomly chosen to compete. Should any of the accompanying individuals disagree, they may take the stage to avenge their comrade. Noting Zhao Junting's dismissive demeanor, Little Black grew concerned and cautioned him. "Oh, is that so? The possibility of being randomly selected to compete means that if my name is drawn, I need only decline to fight." Zhao Junting, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a steady gaze, calmly responded to Little Black. "Hey, enough of the nonsense. The Rose Garden Hotel has endured for nearly 500 years, thriving through the ages. They will undoubtedly present you with irresistible conditions that will compel you to take the stage. Thus far, none of those who have been drawn have failed to step up." Upon witnessing Zhao Junting's unwavering confidence in his inability to perform, Xiao Hei could only shake his head in dismay, lamenting internally the fact that Zhao Junting was already planning a visit to the Rose Garden Hotel without even grasping the rules. "Oh, is that so?" Zhao Junting retorted, seemingly indifferent. "Is that so?" Zhao Junting, please omit the "so." "Yes." Xiao Hei, taken aback by Zhao Junting's bafflement, sighed deeply and continued to offer advice. "All right, I will exercise caution. Rest assured, if all else fails, I can always concede, correct?" Zhao Junting began to find solace in Xiao Hei's words. Moreover, the name of this King of Fighters seemed to carry some Korean connotation. Recalling the breakfast earlier, he remembered the tall and short men addressing each other as brothers in Korean, suggesting a potential connection with this Park Wentian. With this thought, Zhao Junting narrowed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Chapter 29. Clarity. What are you pondering, Zhao Junting? Xiao He, observing Zhao Junting's silence, couldn't help but feel curious. His mouth twitched slightly as he inquired. Upon hearing Xiao He's words, Zhao Junting slowly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of cold light within his gaze. He turned towards the previously assertive Xiao He and offered a faint smile, one imbued with strength and confidence. After a brief exchange with Xiao He, Zhao Junting nonchalantly pushed the untouched roasted chicken across the table towards him, shrugged his shoulders, and resolved to turn away. Xiao Yi, taken aback by this gesture, quickly rose to accompany Zhao Junting to the door. There's no need for that. You should rest early and remember to lock the door, Zhao Junting advised as he stepped outside. Not far from there lay the spot where he had parked his hydrogen-powered vehicle. With a slight bow, he slipped into the car. However, the moment Zhao Junting entered the vehicle, he felt a chilling, hard object pressed against the back of his head, accompanied by a deep voice that commanded, "Don't move. Empty your pockets of anything valuable." The speaker seemed unwilling to grant Zhao Junting the chance to retort, immediately demanding his possessions. Amused by the audacity, Zhao Junting chuckled softly. "Do not laugh. Quickly relinquish your belongings." The voice deepened, resonating with a palpable force, as if it could shatter bones. When has it been that we, the supreme leader of the Arctic, have ever been in need of such trivialities? Zhao Junting suddenly crouched down, then swiftly turned around and lunged forward with great force, perfectly positioning himself in front of the individual who had a gun pressed against his head. In the flickering light, he beheld a figure of unparalleled allure, a captivating and sensuous silhouette. Who could this be? It was none other than Lena, the highest authority of the Northern District. Lena was taken aback by the swiftness of Zhao Junting's move. She stumbled, nearly losing her balance. In that moment, Zhao Junting extended his right arm, securely encircling Lena's waist. With a slight exertion, Lena felt a rush of emotions surging within her, her face flushing with a rosy hue. "How do you know it's mine?" she inquired, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment, her delicate brows knitting slightly as her lips parted to utter those words. "It's your scent," Zhao Junting responded, observing Lena's state with a ripple of sentiment stirring within him. His gaze sharpened as he leaned closer to the enchanting figure beside him, whispering softly. He pretended to inhale her fragrance, as if lost in the intoxicating aroma that she exuded. "Master, you forgot your phone." A familiar voice resonated from a short distance behind Zhao Junting. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. He lifted his gaze to see a figure standing under the illumination, resembling the embodiment of his dreams, none other than Xiao Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting released his embrace around Lena's slender waist and reached out to take the phone that Xiao Yi had brought him. "Lena is always wonderful." Just then, another delicate hand gracefully intercepted his movement. It was Lena who extended her own hand to receive the phone from Xiao Yi. She lowered her head and toyed with it for a moment, showing no intention of returning it to Zhao Junting. Nevertheless, upon seeing Lena, Xiao Yi respectfully addressed her as Miss Lena. This was not unusual. In the entire extreme North District, all intelligent robots would refer to Lena in such a manner upon encountering her. "Xiao Yi, from now on, take good care of your master's diet and daily life. Understand?" Lena commanded, her voice low yet authoritative. Upon seeing the enchanting Xiao Yi, a pang of jealousy surged within her. She had not anticipated that the beloved of Zhao Junting would be such a gentle and charming beauty. With this thought, Lena's aura of dominance immediately surged forth, and she turned to Xiao Yi, softly yet firmly admonishing her. "Yes, Miss Lena, I will remember." As Zhao Junting observed the gradually receding figure of a sheepish smile crept across his face. He had not anticipated that Lena would harbor feelings of jealousy over an intelligent AI companion. "What brings you here, General Lena?" he inquired, noticing the slight waning of jealousy on her charming face. Without hesitation, he slipped into the energy-efficient vehicle, turning to Lena beside him for an inquiry. "I am not concerned for your well-being. Rather, I worry that the Rose Home Hotel is rife with dubious characters, and I fear you may struggle to navigate it alone." A trace of worry flitted across Lena's delicate features as she gazed at the nightscape outside, her brows arching slightly. She responded softly, "Well, I must thank you, Lena. But I am accompanied by friends. Is there any cause for concern?" As Zhao Junting heard these words, his gaze aligned with a sense of foreboding. The enchanting woman at the breakfast stall was awaiting his arrival. If he were to bring Lena along, considering her recent inexplicable outburst toward Xiaoyi, he could only imagine the ensuing chaos. With this thought weighing on his mind, Zhao Junting deliberately eased off the accelerator, hoping to evade the captivating woman and allow Lena to proceed alone. "Friend? What sort of friend? You certainly have a plethora of acquaintances in the Arctic. This sleeping girl seems insufficient, and you even know some friends from outside. No wonder you remain awake in the dead of night. It appears you have company. Have I inadvertently interrupted your affairs, Zhao Junting?" Upon hearing Zhao Junting mention the word friend, Lena's enchanting visage immediately betrayed a profound displeasure. Her tone shifted to one that was sharp and caustic, her eyes radiating a venomous resentment, as if she believed her presence in the car was unwarranted. "Nothing. I asked her to guide me to the Rose Home Hotel. Otherwise, I would be at a loss as to how to get there." Zhao Junting lowered his head in silence for a moment, a flicker of bitterness emerging in his gaze. After a brief contemplation, he slightly twitched his lips and spoke. However, just moments earlier, in her fury, Lena had brazenly mentioned that one companion was insufficient and that she required another, revealing her acute awareness of the unspoken secret between himself and Xiaoyi. Chapter 30. The beautiful Qiao Xin. All right, I understand that we are Zhao Shun, adored by all. But how did you manage to pass my father's initial test? Could you enlighten me? Lena observed that Zhao Junting's explanation was entirely appropriate, and her beautiful features softened slightly. She then turned her gaze towards Zhao Junting, who was driving, her delicate brows furrowing momentarily. Her alluring red lips quivered slightly as she spoke. "What about that game? I excelled at it, ranking among the top 3 in the professional team. This successfully convinced Chen Xinyue. However, it is noteworthy that Lena often associates with Chen, who is Chinese, while you are from the West. Could it be a new technology in genetic programming?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting felt a surge of joy. The traces of anger vanished from Lena's beautiful visage, replaced by curiosity as she inquired about how to navigate old Chen's game. For Zhao Junting, it was truly a trivial matter. Instead, he found himself questioning the nature of the relationship between Lena and old Chen. "Oh, I see. You must remember. This is an opportunity. You must seize it well. This is something many yearn for but cannot attain. Next, my father will present you with 5 challenges, and you must tackle them step by step," Lena remarked, initially taken aback, her enchanting features softening with a hint of relief. It dawned on her that Zhao Junting had excelled within the professional team. Her captivating gaze flickered momentarily before she earnestly addressed Zhao Junting. "Opportunity? What opportunities?" Zhao Junting asked Lena, his confusion deepening as he fixed his gaze upon her, a look of perplexity adorning his face. "Oh, leave it be. In any case, it is a remarkably significant opportunity. You must learn to seize it, to employ your intellect and grasp it firmly. I assure you, I mean you no harm. Trust me," Lena said, her voice imbued with a hint of urgency. Her enchanting eyes revealed a flicker of something unusual, and with her alluring red lips slightly curling upwards, she continued in a gentle and affectionate tone, as if she were guiding her man, though that tenderness lacked profound depth. "All right, yes. You have yet to mention the nature of your relationship with Mr. Chen?" Upon witnessing Lena's palpable excitement, Zhao Junting refrained from further inquiries. Instead, his thoughts shifted rapidly, and a flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. It seemed that Zhao Junting had come to realize that Lao Chen's background was not as straightforward as it appeared. He was merely the proprietor of a bookstore. Consequently, Zhao Junting redirected his questions towards the relationship between Lena and Lao Chen. "My biological father and Lao Chen, my adoptive father, were the finest of partners. Tragically, my father passed away, and my mother succumbed to despair, taking her own life. It was Lao Chen who discovered me in the orphanage and raised me. He became my closest kin. Do not be saddened." As Zhao Junting beheld Lena's charming visage, unexpectedly marred by a hint of melancholy, a surge of affection stirred within him. His hands, which had been firmly gripping the steering wheel, relinquished their hold as one hand gently activated the directional autopilot on the control panel. The other hand reached out, resting softly upon Lena's delicate shoulder, offering tender solace. Upon noticing this gesture, Lena's sorrowful expression transformed into a tempest of emotions. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she instinctively wrapped her arms around Zhao Junting's waist, her gentle form melting into his embrace. In the span of a tea's brew, the two arrived at the bustling heart of the extreme North District. As they parked, Lena hesitated, reluctant to straighten her alluring figure, wiping away her tears and retouching her makeup. Observing this scene, Zhao Junting realized the complexity of the woman beside him. She must project an air of authority in public, yet beneath that facade, she craved tenderness and love. However, at that moment, Lena's thoughts took a different turn. A flicker of doubt crossed her eyes as she silently berated herself for the melodrama she had enacted to such an extent. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder why Zhao Junting seemed oblivious to her signals, showing no inclination to pursue her. This reflection left her feeling a pang of sadness. It appeared that her game with Zhao Junting was destined to be a prolonged affair. She realized that she could not force the issue, but would have to await developments in patience. Unbeknownst to Zhao Junting, Lena's true feelings remained shrouded in secrecy. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Lena affectionately linked her arm with Zhao Junting's, demonstrating a delightful sweetness as they made their way to the breakfast stall that Zhao Junting was familiar with. In a brief moment, the two arrived at the stall, and as anticipated, the charming proprietress was indeed waiting for Zhao Junting. However, when the alluring proprietress beheld the person accompanying Zhao Junting and realized it was Lena, her expression transformed into one of sheer panic. The playful and carefree demeanor she had exhibited earlier that morning when discussing the Rose Garden Hotel with Zhao Junting vanished entirely. Lena is always good. The enchanting proprietress, previously seated, sprang up from her chair, her slender and graceful figure appearing even more radiant under the soft glow of the lights. "Zhao Xian? It was you," she exclaimed. Upon recognizing the beautiful proprietress, Lena's visage mirrored a hint of familiarity, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she greeted her amiably. "How? Do you know?" Zhao Junting, initially taken aback, soon grasped the situation. The charming proprietress was named Zhao Xian, and it seemed that this delightful Zhao Xian and Lena were acquainted, akin to old friends. Zhao Junting had a keen understanding of how Lena interacted with her subordinates and colleagues, leading him to surmise that the relationship between Zhao Xian and Lena was far from simple. Chapter 31. 300 years ago in this instance. Zhao Junting's conjecture was indeed remarkably close to the truth. When speaking of Zhao Xian and Lena, it is said that they arrived in the far north region 3 centuries ago. At that time, Zhao Xian and Lena were merely Na-VE female university students. Lena had not yet succumbed to her current fervent obsession with alluring men, and Zhao Xian did not possess the charming vivacity she is known for today. Both were as innocent as apples freshly plucked from the tree, their faces adorned with youthful collagen, captivating all who beheld them. The establishment of the far north region was an endeavor of considerable duration, for at that time, the planet Gliese 581d did not hold in high regard the 40 pure human population from the solar system, necessitating the unwavering enforcement of laws. This led to significant hindrances in the formation of the far north region, primarily due to the lack of financial support from the Gliese 581d government. Amidst this turmoil, the inaugural leader tasked with the creation of the far north region, the highest authority of the previous generation, contemplated the 9 emperors of the cosmos. This esteemed assembly, recognized by the authorities of the galactic Earth and the 65 terrestrial planets, held a revered status. However, it did not imply that the 9 emperors could supersede the governance and laws of individual terrestrial planets. The inception of the 9 emperors was intended to honor those humans who had rendered remarkable contributions during the 3 interstellar wars. Among the distinguished individuals chosen by the former supreme leader of Gliese 581d were 2 of the 9 emperors, one of whum was the legendary king of fighters, Park Won-Tian. renowned as the mightiest fighter representing the entirety of the 65 terrestrial planets. Due to Park Hwan-tian's participation in boxing tournaments over the years, he amassed considerable prize money, alongside assets from a renowned interstellar travel company under his ownership. Moreover, on the eve of the Third Cosmic War, Park Hwan-tian became aware of the true targets of the silicon-based life forms and conveyed this crucial information to the authorities. In recognition of his remarkable contributions post-war, he was bestowed the title of King of Fighters. To the outside world, Park Hwan-tian is perceived as a benevolent philanthropist. However, few acknowledge that he exercised control over the entire underground gambling empire of 7,345, including illicit casinos and money laundering operations. The second individual selected by the highest authority of the Extreme North District as one of the 9 sovereigns of the universe was none other than Lena's father, the proprietor of a paper bookstore, Old Chun, also known as Mr. Wind by Night. This inevitably raises the question, how could a mere bookstore owner wield such immense power and earn the illustrious title of one of the 9 sovereigns of the universe? Indeed, Old Chun was one of the founders of the super brain machine technology, while the other was Lena's biological father, a valiant warrior who perished on the silicon-based life forms planet. Old Chun's development of the super brain machine successfully curbed the limitless evolution of AI intelligence. Furthermore, during the Third Interstellar War, he played a pivotal role in dismantling a faction of anti-human AI robots that conspired with the silicon-based life forms to annihilate humanity and all carbon-based life alliances. This remarkable contribution ultimately led to Old Chun being honored as one of the 9 sovereigns of the universe, earning the title of Brain Sovereign. It is not difficult to envision why the founder of the Arctic Zone would contemplate the involvement of King of Fighters Park Hwan-tian and Brain King Old Chun. Park Hwan-tian's underground gambling enterprise necessitated a sanctuary, a stronghold, which implies that the Rose Manor Hotel's predecessor required a facade that appeared both reasonable and legitimate. Thus, the inclusion of King of Fighters Park Hwan-tian became an inevitability. As for Old Chun, it goes without saying that his daughter, Lena, was employed in the Arctic Zone. And when the highest authority of the Arctic Zone became aware of this fact, he was so exhilarated that he spent an entire sleepless night, hastily dispatching emissaries to invite Old Chun, hoping he could lend his expertise. At that time, Brain King Old Chun was confronted with the most significant challenge of his life. The Yuanshan machine of the super brain device required a vessel. Without such a vessel, the development of AI robots would remain unbridled, with no overarching framework to contain them. After considerable contemplation, Old Chun ultimately resolved to become the very vessel for this superbrain device. However, due to the backlash from the spirit machine of the superbrain, the vessel inevitably suffers from the effects of the Jia element. Of course, the superbrain does not retaliate against humanity, resulting in Old Chun being a bookstore owner by day, while by night, he transforms into the suave Mr. Foam. This backlash resembles a form of neurological disarray. Fortunately, due to his participation in battles during his youth, Old Chun is a commendable security warrior, capable of enduring such a formidable backlash from the Jia element. Thus, it is not difficult to understand why Old Chun was so palpably excited upon discovering that Zhao Juning possessed a Xionghuang physique at the 5th level, making him stronger than 17 men combined. Old Chun seeks an heir, someone who can consider the universe and humanity and ponder the future of all carbon-based life forms. Quietly, Old Chun faded from public view and assumed the role of a gentleman in the Extreme North District. Meanwhile, the highest leader of the previous generation in the Extreme North District contemplated how to please these 2 newcomers, Xiao Xian and Lena, who were as green as fresh apples. Naturally, he assigned Xiao Xian to work under Old Chun's watchful eye, attending nightly meetings at Mr. Feng's building. The inexperienced Lena was dispatched to the domain of King of Fighters, Park Hwan-tian, in hopes that their collaboration would expedite the development of the Extreme North District. The outcome is hardly a mystery. Xiao Xian is irresistibly drawn to the charming Mr. Foam, and the 2 swiftly find themselves ensnared in the throes of love, utterly unable to extricate themselves. For Xiao Xian, who has just embarked on her tumultuous career, encountering Mr. Feng instills a deep conviction within her to forge a lifelong bond with him. Meanwhile, Lena finds herself enamored with the king of fighters, Park Won-tian, who is perpetually engrossed in martial arts and training, leaving him with little time for her, often delegating his responses to an assistant. However, Xiao Xin soon discovers that the man she adores, Mr. Feng, is, in fact, Lena's adoptive father, and that the elder Chun, known as Mr. Feng, is particularly concerned about his daughter Lena's opinion. Initially, Lena hoped to cultivate a close sisterly relationship with Xiao Xin, but little did she know that Xiao Xin, ensnared in an uncontrollable romance, is on the verge of becoming her stepmother. Aware of this complex truth, Xiao Xin hesitates to reveal the reality to Lena too soon. Yet, during this time, Lena frequently confides in Xiao Xin about her frustrations, lamenting how unapproachable and difficult King of Fighters Park Won-tian is. Observing these events, Xiao Xin concludes that if she can assist Lena in winning over Park Won-tian, perhaps Lena will come to accept her as a stepmother. One day, when Lena falls ill and is unable to visit the King of Fighters, Xiao Xin seizes the opportunity to step in and help. However, unexpectedly, the message that should have informed Lena she need not go to the King of Fighters was overlooked amidst her excruciating pain. In the realm of King of Fighters, the reason why Park Won-tian did not require Lena's presence that day was due to the pinnacle of his martial arts and combat skills, on the verge of an ascension. Park Won-tian practiced the pure yang style of boxing and physical cultivation. Thus, during this critical progression, the presence of any entity imbued with yin attributes was strictly prohibited. To put it plainly, women were to be absent. Should one appear, the King of Fighters would succumb to his primal instincts, resulting in irreparable consequences. By a twist of fate, Xiao Xin found herself at Park Won-tian's abode. Consequently, the ensuing scene unfolded behind closed doors, where the culmination of over a decade of rigorous training was squandered in a single night. Meanwhile, as Lena's condition improved slightly, she received a message from the King of Fighters indicating that her presence was not required that day. Following the information, she sought out Park Won-tian's location. However, upon her arrival, she was met with the sight of Xiao Xin, weeping with her clothing in tatters, alongside the incapacitated Park Won-tian. From that moment onward, for the next 3 centuries, Lena ascended to become the highest leader of the Northern Territories, while Xiao Xin departed from the management of the region to set up a stall on the streets. Occasionally, she would reminisce about the elegant gentleman of the night and the primal fury of Park Won-tian. Chapter 32. Entering the inner sanctum. Xiao Xin is my dear sister. Upon hearing Zhao Junting inquire about the relationship between the two, Lena pondered for a moment before responding, "Hey." Upon hearing those words, Xiao Xin's exquisite face involuntarily revealed a hint of disdain, her lips twitching as she forced a smile. "Well, now we can discuss the Rose Home Hotel. Good sisters?" Seeing Lena's explanation, but then observing Xiao Xin's contemptuous expression, Zhao Junting seemed to grasp the underlying tension. Thus, rather than delving into the intricacies of their relationship, he became captivated by the ensuing conversation about the Rose Home Hotel and inquired accordingly. The Rose Home Hotel is distinguished by 3 distinct arenas for combat skills. The first arena showcases the most primal form of hand-to-hand combat, encompassing boxing and various fighting techniques. Here, participants from the audience are often invited to step onto the stage to engage in competition at any moment. However, throughout the years of the underground boxing events hosted by the Rose Home Hotel, not a single invited spectator has declined the opportunity to fight, as the terms presented are perpetually irresistible. The second category of combat skills in the field pertains to subarmor warfare. In this scenario, individuals don lightweight and compact armors, or microarmors, engaging in one-on-one confrontations or 5 versus 5 skirmishes that are tailored to their respective systems. The criterion for determining victory or defeat hinges on the incapacity of one party to continue the battle, allowing them the liberty to create any subarmor weapon they deem justifiable. Lena cast a fleeting glance at the faces of the 2 individuals beside her, each distinctly unique. Zhao Junting's eyes darted restlessly as he pondered his strategy for response. In contrast, Xiao Xin remained silent, her beautiful visage betraying an expression of serene composure, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Lena then continued to speak. The third category of battlefield combat skills is the art of super aircraft armor warfare. Both factions engaged in this combat must don mechanical subarmors and enter the confines of super aircraft armor. Typically, a team comprises 10 individuals, or adheres to the more formal standard of 15. However, as the number of participants increases, the complexity of control escalates, for once this super aircraft armor warfare is initiated. It manifests as a pure force of destruction. Consequently, such engagements are predominantly simulated through artificial intelligence. Ultimately, the value of raw materials expended in such a conflict approaches that of a prolonged interstellar fleet confrontation, rather than engaging in a genuinely mechanical battle. For such an encounter would incur a loss of raw materials valued nearly akin to a direct confrontation of interstellar fleets. At this juncture, Lena's exquisite eyes narrowed slightly. Her nose raised as she inhaled sharply. Her lips moved ever so slightly, yet she refrained from further speech. Thus, how shall we proceed to enter the Rose Home Hotel now? Zhao Junting comprehended fully what the Rose Home Hotel entailed. It was, in fact, the underground boxing arena for the 3 types of combat venues. It was no wonder that the 2 men, one tall and one short, were in a palpable rush to locate fighters and potential patrons. These fighters must be those competing on stage as well as those mingling among the audience, ready to be summoned for combat, presumably a preparation arranged by the organizers. As for the patrons, the king of fighters, Park Wentian, undoubtedly had a method to entice them to the Rose Home Hotel. However, observing the most bustling street in the far north district, Zhao Juning noted the absence of any grand edifices capable of housing numerous boxing venues, leading him to realize that his earlier assumptions of nearing his destination were, in fact, illusory. Just then, he noticed the 2 women halting in unison, no longer advancing, and retrieving their pure human identity cards from their waists. In response, Zhao Juning also produced the identity card that had just been issued to him. After swaying a few times in midair, the scene before them abruptly transformed. In the midst of the night, another city materialized before Zhao Junting and his companions. Beyond the luminous circle, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant, revealing the inner city of a grand metropolis. If Brain Emperor Old Chun represents the tallest building in the northernmost district, then King of Fighters Park Wentian embodies the most bustling part of the city. Hotels, fashion shows, casinos, restaurants, amusement parks. This place radiated an ambience akin to a never-sleeping paradise of revelry and joy. Welcome, Lena, Miss Xiao, and Mr. Zhao greeted a few elegantly dressed young ladies. Their beauty commendable, yet slightly eclipsed by Lena's allure and Xiao Xinda's charm. Zhao Junting, reflecting on this, couldn't help but feel like the most prestigious person present that evening. Mr. Zhao, this is your first visit to our Rose Garden Hotel. We sincerely wish you a delightful and enjoyable experience here. As a token of our hospitality, the Rose Garden Hotel presents you with 100,000 Glies coins as your spending allowance. This sum does not require repayment, although you will need to sign an agreement. A strikingly handsome man in a formal suit approached. Had it not been for the visible Adam's apple, Zhao Junting might have mistaken him for a woman. Understanding the principle of receiving no reward without merit, Zhao Junting narrowed his eyes slightly as he accepted the presented agreement, smiling in silence before glancing towards his companions. Lena and Xiao Xian. It is perfectly fine, do not fret. Upon noticing Zhao Junting lingering without any intention of signing the agreement, Lena discerned his thoughts. Her exquisite features tightened momentarily, and then her alluring crimson lips parted slightly as she whispered softly to him. Zhao Junting, taken aback at first, subsequently lowered his gaze to examine the contents of the agreement. His expression softened, and he felt a sense of relief. It turned out that the Rose Garden Hotel had made such arrangements. Every newcomer to the extreme North District is afforded this privilege as a reward for the significant contributions made by the top 40 of pure humans who had labored during its construction. The government of Glies 581D financed part of this endeavor, while the Rose Garden Hotel provided another portion to entice more pure humans to participate in the underground boxing project. Furthermore, this initiative serves as an expression of remorse from the Gliese 581D planetary government for their previous inability to support the construction of the extreme North District, rendering the present significance of the area even more profound. Although they were not among the original builders, they aspire to become remedial benefactors, hence the government's willingness to underwrite these expenses. Chapter 33. The Boxing King's Studio. After Zhao Junting affixed his fingerprint on the lower left corner of the agreement, he observed the handsome gentleman across from him presenting him with a chip, prominently inscribed with the value of 100,000 Gliese 581D coins. Have a pleasant evening. Upon witnessing Zhao Junting finalize the agreement for entering the Rose Garden Hotel, the handsome man displayed a subtle smile upon his exquisite visage. He then slightly bowed, exuding an air of humility and courtesy, and addressed Zhao Junting, Lena, and Xiao Xian with a cheerful, "Here we go." Lena, observing this scene, allowed a gentle smile to grace her beautiful features, her captivating eyes softening momentarily before her lips curled upwards as she spoke to Zhao Junting and Xiao Xian beside her. In response, Zhao Junting remained silent, idly toying with the 100,000 Glaze coins in his hand. He marveled at the irony that despite his extensive work in the space station, he had yet to accumulate as many Glaze coins in a single evening at the Rose Garden Hotel as those generously gifted to him by others. Look at the sequence of tonight's games. A man clad in black shouted amidst the bustling streets of the Rose Garden Hotel, pointing at a large. The screen also announced that 3 audience members would be invited on stage to compete, with the victorious party set to receive a prize exponentially larger than their initial stakes. Upon reaching this point, Zhao Junting suddenly comprehended why so many audience members, upon being called, readily accepted the invitation to ascend the stage. The large screen displayed a staggering amount of compensation for any invited audience member who might sustain an injury while on stage, akin to winning a grand prize. "Come over here," Lena beckoned, holding what appeared to be a card resembling an identification badge. Upon closer inspection, however, it was evident that this card was fundamentally different from a typical ID. It emanated a soft golden light, and astonishingly, Lena was depicted wearing a gown reserved exclusively for the highest-tier banquets in the Arctic region. Presumably, this was a special pass for the Rose Garden Hotel. The trio arrived before an opulent entrance, grand yet heavily guarded, exuding a formidable sense of pressure that starkly contrasted with the chaotic surroundings of Zhou. "Lena, please come in," a line of security personnel at the entrance stated, activating their scanning systems. Upon confirming her identity, they stepped back slightly, adjusting their bioguns in a gesture of respect, while the guards behind them mirrored the action, solemnly acknowledging her presence. "Two of you, please stay and present your identification," they commanded. The leading security officer, upon noticing the 2 individuals trailing behind Lena who intended to enter, made no move to present identification. Instead, he extended his right arm in a gesture of slight obstruction. "They are with me," Lena asserted. However, he replied, "According to regulations, without an identity card, one is not permitted to enter the government premises." Clad in armor and adorned with a titanium alloy helmet, his eyes shielded by high-density molecular goggles, the officer exhibited a demeanor that was chillingly resolute, devoid of any leniency. The scene left Lena, Zhao Junting, and Xiao Xian astounded. Lena, being the highest authority in the Northern District, was taken aback that a security officer would defy her command, instead pledging allegiance to the owner of the building. "You convey a message to the individual in charge, announcing my arrival, and inform him that I have accompanied 2 friends." This was not an unfamiliar situation for Lena. However, today bore a distinctive weight. One was the man she yearned for, and the other was her former closest confidant. Being obstructed by a security guard before these 2 figures was indeed a blow to Lena's pride, leaving her countenance a tumultuous blend of crimson and pallor, fluctuating between dismay and embarrassment. Indeed, Lena always found herself in such predicaments. The security guard, upon hearing her words, promptly communicated with the person responsible within. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman with a mane of silver hair emerged from the entrance, donned in a sleek black tailcoat. Despite his advanced age, he exuded an undeniable vitality. "Lena, my sincere apologies. I was unaware of your presence. Pray, would you accompany me, madam? Have you returned?" The silver-haired elder, with an expression of deep apology, bowed respectfully towards Lena, Zhao Junting, and Xiao Xian, nodding in contrition. However, upon catching sight of Xiao Xian's countenance, he could not help but exclaim. This outburst left Lena and Zhao Junting momentarily stunned, their gazes towards Xiao Xian revealing an odd mixture of surprise and intrigue. At that moment, Xiao Xian's exquisite visage bore a noncommittal, frosty smile. Then, her expression hardened, and she fell silent, trailing behind Lena and Zhao Junting as they proceeded towards the entrance. Zhao Junting, upon observing the imposing security presence, was reminded of a harrowing encounter at the space station, where he had nearly perished alongside the sulfur-based life form. He mused that had the space station possessed even half of this level of security, he would not have needed to venture into this frigid northern territory. Boxing Emperor Park is Tion's residence, Lena explained, her beautiful features betraying no hesitation as she responded to Zhao Junting's inquiry, her brows slightly raised. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting's expression subtly aligned, and he refrained from further commentary. Reflecting on this, he realized that his inquiry was indeed superfluous. The entire alternate dimension within the extreme north region belonged to the illustrious boxing emperor, Park Wentian, and naturally, this residence was his as well. The boxing emperor was engaged in his artistic endeavors within the studio, and I sought to invite him to meet Lena and her spouse. The silver-haired elder guided Lena and the others into the spacious reception area of the house. After inviting them to sit, he instructed the servants to serve coffee and decided to fetch boxing Emperor Park Wentian. "No, we are not formally invited. Therefore, we shall take the liberty to visit the boxer himself in the studio," I suggested. Upon witnessing the silver-haired elder's intention to depart, Lena promptly called out to him without hesitation. She exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Junting and Xiao Xian, and under the elder's guidance, they proceeded to the second floor, towards the studio of boxing Emperor Park Wentian. Chapter 34. The Supreme Suite. Upon ascending to the second floor, one is greeted by an array of portraits depicting an enchanting beauty, gracing the walls. These artworks vary in style, including oil paintings, panel art, sculptures, and traditional Chinese ink wash paintings. Most strikingly, the visage of this stunning woman appears remarkably familiar. Indeed, it is within the corridor of the King of Fighters Park Wentian's residence that numerous images of Xiao Xian are displayed, showcasing diverse artistic interpretations. An elderly man with silver hair leads the way, his voice trembling with increasing intensity. Zhao Junting, Lena, and Xiao Xian all discern the elderly man's profound excitement. As the silver-haired elder speaks, a flicker of contemplation crosses Xiao Xian's alluring face. Almost immediately, her beautiful eyes transform, displaying a newfound resolve, and without hesitation, she follows closely behind Lena. This scene is vividly observed by Zhao Junting. What? The proprietress of this breakfast establishment is not only a dear friend of Lena, but also the wife of the illustrious the King of Fighters Park Wentian, one of the cosmic 9 emperors renowned across the 72 planetary systems. The peculiarities of the extreme north region are indeed numerous. Contemplating this, Zhao Junting's pace toward Park Wentian's art studio slows perceptibly. Creak. Observing the man's physique reveals that he has undoubtedly undergone rigorous training. Every inch of skin exposed beyond his long robe appears as if forged by a hammer, emanating an aura as sharp as a sword. Such formidable power. In Zhao Junting's heart, he secretly mused that upon entering the studio of the renowned King of Fighters, Park Wentian, the first sight that greeted him was a multitude of portraits featuring Xiao Xian. However, upon encountering the King of Fighters himself, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. This man emanated an aura that could be encapsulated in a single word: formidable. "I have already told you, do not disturb me while I am painting. If there is something to discuss, wait until I have finished," Park Wentian asserted. Zhao Junting, Lina, Xiao Xian, and the silver-haired elder had already been heard by Park Wante as they approached the corridor. Yet, according to the King of Fighters, understanding one's presence through sound indicated that these forebore no malice, thus he chose to ignore them. Unexpectedly, the silver-haired elder took the lead and pushed the door open. Your Excellency, the Boxing King, appears to be in high spirits today. I hope my uninvited presence is not deemed too presumptuous. As the renowned King of Fighters Park Wentian recognized the voice of Lina, he intended to rise and greet her. However, upon noticing Xiao Xian standing beside Lina, the immense power typically associated with the King of Fighters seemed to dissipate instantaneously, replaced by an overwhelming sense of infatuation. This transformation left both Zhao Junting and Lina nearby rendered speechless. Do not touch me. Keep your distance. Xiao Xian's lovely visage hardened as she observed Park Wentian approaching her, leading her to softly admonish him in Korean. At her words, Park Wentian stood frozen, as if turned to stone, utterly at a loss. Dear King of Fighters, Lina has brought another friend along. Should we not invite your wife, Lina, and the newcomer to the reception room to await your arrival? You should also change your attire. The silver-haired elder, witnessing the scene, felt a jolt of realization. The King of Fighters exhibited no weaknesses in battle, nor flaws in his daily duties. Yet, when it came to matters of the heart, particularly regarding his beloved wife Xiao Xian, he was left with no means to defend himself, especially with her standing directly before him. Oh, indeed, there was a match tonight, attended by the lady and Lina, along with this young gentleman, to witness a private viewing in a suite not open to the public. It is the reserved position allocated for the leader of the terrestrial planet government. The figure of King of Fighters, who had been sternly admonished by Xiao Xian, was relieved by the reminder from the silver-haired elder. The elegant beard of the elder quivered slightly, and his tall stature regained some composure. However, he still spoke cautiously to Lina. Zhao Junting, standing nearby, could clearly see that King of Fighters was primarily concerned about Xiao Xian, which caused him to chuckle softly. Yes, Your Excellency, King of Fighters. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired elder gestured towards Zhao Junting, Lina, and Xiao Xian, inviting them to follow him. He then led the three towards the center of the Rose Garden Hotel's boxing arena. In the span of a tea ceremony, Zhao Junting, Lina, and Xiao Xian were escorted by the silver-haired elder into the highest specification suite at the heart of the boxing arena. Upon entering the suite, one is immediately enveloped by an aura of opulence. The exquisite furnishings exude an undeniable value, and even those unfamiliar with fine craftsmanship can perceive their worth. The decor is of the highest caliber, and when compared to the grandeur of Brain Emperor Lao Chun and the magnificent structure of the enigmatic Mr. Feng at night, it pales in comparison. You are indeed the boxer. Did your boxer not exhibit a similar demeanor during his visit to my Arctic realm, when he engaged in wagers at Rose Home, alongside the chairman of the coalition from the Centauri system and the terrestrial planet 535V? Your boxer certainly possesses prowess, however. During the last inspection by the Centaurian chairman of the joint government on the Earth-like planet 535V, I did not observe your boxer displaying such an imposing presence. Lina often remarked. Your Excellency, the Boxing King is aware that the planetary government officials, resembling street lamps, are generally adequate. However, today they have not opened their compartments. Might I invite you in? Upon hearing this, the elderly man with silver hair slightly furrowed his brow, his thoughts racing with concern over inadvertently offending someone of Lina's stature. He hastily explained, Very well, we have no further matters to discuss. Lina, upon hearing the silver-haired elder's words, regarded him with a contemplative gaze, and then a smile graced her beautiful face. Yet, a trace of coldness flickered across her features as she leaned in to whisper to the elder. There is nothing to convey. The waiter shall be summoned to serve 3 refreshments. The subordinates will take their leave first. Madam, General Lina, and this gentleman. The silver-haired elder discerned the implicit message from Lina, indicating that he might now exit, which prompted her to speak rather brusquely. Lina murmured softly, following which she bestowed a gentle smile upon the silver-haired elder, exuding an air of utmost courtesy, before lapsing into silence. As the silver-haired elder retreated from the room and closed the door, Lena, catching sight of this, delicately lifted the hem of her evening gown with her graceful hand, revealing a captivating vista above, though it paled slightly in comparison to the beauty below the skirt. This gesture was intended solely for Zhao Junting's gaze. Yet he remained engrossed in his phone, inadvertently missing the entire moment. Lena could not help but inwardly curse, "What a fool," before leisurely strolling to the window. Standing within the confines of the suite, she gazed down upon the heart of the boxing gym, a sensation akin to surveying an entire arena from a lofty perch. Much like the office of the Brain King, Old Chun. From this vantage point, the entire northern district lay beneath her feet, and in that moment, Lena reveled in the comfort of possessing the boxing gym at her command. When did it all begin? She mused softly, her fingers gently brushing the hem of her evening gown at her thigh. A flicker of melancholy graced her exquisite visage, and as her delicate brows arched, her alluring red lips quivered slightly as she posed her inquiry. "I beg your pardon?" Zhao Junting lifted his gaze in response, while Qiao Xian, standing by a cabinet and preoccupied with the items within, momentarily paused at Lena's question. Her lovely face registered a hint of surprise before she resumed her task, seemingly oblivious to the query, as she retorted, "When did you and Pooh, the boxer, begin your relationship and get married? I am completely unaware. Do you have children?" Suddenly, Lena's beautiful visage transformed dramatically. With a graceful lift of her delicate hand, a barrage of questions, striking at the heart of the matter, assailed Qiao Xian. "That is, after the day you encountered us, I discovered that I was with child. I found Park Wentian, who was amenable to the reality of our marriage. However, he insisted that our union had to remain concealed due to the multitude of adversaries we faced, compelling us to shroud the truth of our marriage from the outside world. As for the children, on that fateful day when you encountered us, I discovered that I was with child. I approached Park Wente, who accepted this reality, and we subsequently wed. However, as he stated, being a martial artist with numerous enemies, we were compelled to maintain the secrecy of our union. As for the child, children? What is the matter?" Lena's exquisite features tensed, and her delicate brows quivered as she persistently inquired. Inwardly, Qiao Xian cursed herself for agreeing to meet this fellow at the Rose Garden Hotel, as it forced her to confront memories she wished to forget. She then raised her gaze towards Lena, who stood by the window awaiting an answer, and with a deep sigh, she whispered, seemingly finding some solace, "The child was killed." Upon uttering these words, a mixture of sorrow, anger, and profound despair crossed Qiao Xian's youthful visage. "Oh, I am truly sorry. But who was responsible for this? Has the perpetrator been apprehended?" "They have been found, 2 individuals." A trace of despair flickered across Qiao Xian's delicate face, and she cast a venomous glance toward Lena. Zhao Junting, observing this, felt a tremor within. He had witnessed a similar malice in the eyes of the beautiful sulfur-based creature back at the space station. At this moment, Qiao Xian's gaze bore an uncanny resemblance to that experience. Lena, on the other hand, wore an expression of compassion on her stunning visage, entirely oblivious to the resentment emanating from Qiao Xian. One is Park Wentian, the renowned boxer from the 72 Earth-like planets in the universe. Suddenly, Qiao Xian's lovely face contorted in anguish, as if each word she uttered was laced with a hint of ferocity. "Huh, what?" Lena was perplexed, unable to fathom why this child's father, the illustrious Park Wentian, had been implicated as the perpetrator responsible for her suffering. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she gasped repeatedly in astonishment. "I instructed Park to beseech the divine, cautioning against imparting martial skills to the children. The peril of mastering such arts could provoke a fatal calamity. Even Park himself is acutely aware of the multitude of adversaries we face, and my marriage remains a closely guarded secret." Yet, Park implored the heavens to disregard this plea, proclaiming that the child is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy in martial arts. Upon the completion of their training, they could ascend to the status of one of the 9 emperors of the universe, an immortal emperor endowed with unparalleled power, causing the very cosmos to tremble. Consequently, the pursuit of martial arts by myself and his children has inadvertently led to tragic outcomes. However, Park Wentian obstinately refused to listen, insisting that the child was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of martial arts. When the mastery of the technique was achieved, the child would possess abilities akin to those of the immortal emperor, one of the 9 sovereigns of the universe, commanding unparalleled power that could make the cosmos tremble. Ultimately, it was precisely because my child, along with his, had mastered the technique that we attracted a calamity leading to our demise. The resentment in Xiao Xian's eyes intensified, her once radiant and lovely face contorted in a grotesque manner, devoid of its usual brilliance. Meanwhile, Zhao Junting, lost in thought, lowered his head in silence. At that moment, he comprehended why Xiao Xian, as the wife of the Fist Emperor Park Wentian, appeared so indifferent, even harboring a sense of loathing towards him. It stemmed from the tragedy of their child's death resulting from the mastery of the technique. Chapter 36. The Path of the Martial Artist. As for Lina, her beautiful visage was marred by shock. She had not anticipated that after departing from the upper echelons of the extreme North District, Xiao Xian had endured such heart-wrenching tribulations. Nevertheless, Lina, upon reflection, softened her expression and inquired, "Xiao Xian, you mentioned that 2 individuals were responsible for the child's demise. Who was the other one?" Lina no longer displayed any sympathy towards Xiao Xian, for after leaving her father, the Brain Emperor Old Chun, he too had been deeply affected, which directly resulted in the inability of the entire human populace in the extreme North District to utilize the super brain machine. It was at that moment that Lina realized her dear sister had nearly become her stepmother. To her astonishment, she had ended up with King of Fighters Park Wentian, which turned out to be a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. For at that time, whenever the Brain Emperor Old Chen thought of Xiao Xian, he would be consumed by sorrow. Triggered by the super brain machine Yuan Shinji, this resonance affected other users of the super brain machine, including AI beings and genetically programmed humans, leading to a portion of the population succumbing to severe neurological disorders. This was precisely why the extreme North District established protective isolation barriers, to prevent Old Chen's sorrow from once again entangling those who utilized the super brain machine. Consequently, Lina held no sympathy for Xiao Xian's predicament. Events that transpired 3 centuries ago had left 2 of the cosmic 9 emperors utterly bewildered, nearly costing the life of her father and endangering innocent users of the super brain machine. For this reason alone, Lina felt no compassion for Xiao Xian. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Xian's expression turned cold as ice, as if she were prepared to strike at any moment, exuding an aura of murderous intent. "You?" Upon hearing Xiao Xian's words, Lina was utterly perplexed, her expression shifting from previous grace and charm to one of sheer astonishment, her hands spread wide in a gesture of confusion. "Park Wentian bestowed upon me and his offspring the name Park Zixuan. Subsequently, after completing his university education, he joined the Security Soldier Center and dedicated himself to the role of a security soldier, safeguarding Kepler 452b for a decade. In due course, he wed a strikingly beautiful bride. However, she harbored deep-seated concerns regarding her lineage, desiring that their union be commemorated with a ring fashioned from a stone sourced from a planet akin to Earth, as a tribute to her late father. Consequently, my children and Park Wentian, emboldened by their accomplishments, audaciously ventured into Earth-like realms, only to meet their untimely demise at the hands of sulfur-based entities. The once radiant visage of Xiao Xian had long since vanished without a trace. At this moment, her eyes were as cold as ice, fixed intently upon Lina. A wave of suspicion surged within Lina. What did this have to do with her? "You appear perplexed, seemingly unaware of what I am referring to. What is the name of your husband?" Suddenly, Xiao Xian broached the subject, as if it were entwined with countless threads of fate. Her words caused Lina, standing by the window, to momentarily stiffen, a strange light flickering in her eyes, as if she sensed that Xiao Xian was about to reveal something significant. "It appears you have indeed surmised the truth. Park Wentian changed his name to Li Shishuan quite early on, in a bid to shield our son from harm. The celestial body he intended to visit was a terrestrial planet in the Centaurus constellation, which is also the final resting place of your father. Moreover, My wife and Park Wentian's son are none other than you, my dear sister, General Lina. At this revelation, even Zhao Junting, who was seated nearby, was taken aback. It turned out that Lina had a husband who, prior to their marriage, had ventured to a terrestrial planet in Centaurus to fulfill her heart's desire. However, he met his demise at the hands of the sulfur-based life forms that inhabited that world. I apologize, Xiao Xian. Lina, no longer possessing her previous composure, began to weep uncontrollably, her sobs heart-wrenching and eliciting sympathy from all present. Even Xiao Xian, who had harbored resentment towards Lina, could not help but cast a sympathetic glance. Enough, let us not speak of it. It has been so long. Why bring him up now? At that moment, the renowned king of fighters, Park Wentian, one of the illustrious 9 emperors of the universe, made his entrance. The door to the suite swung open, revealing a tall, imposing man with a full beard standing in the doorway. Park Wentian was clad in a well-fitted tailcoat, exuding an air of solemnity and formality, with a rose tucked into the pocket of his jacket. As the door opened, the 3 individuals inside turned their gazes toward the entrance. Park Wentian swiftly approached Xiao Xian, enveloping her in his embrace without uttering a word. Xiao Xian attempted to break free, her fists pounding against Park Wentian's chest with all her might. Yet, upon realizing her struggles were in vain, she too succumbed to tears, mirroring Lina's distress. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Junting finally grasped the full context. Xiao Xian and Park Wentian were Lina's in-laws, and Lina's husband had passed away before their marriage. It was precisely because Lina had chosen not to remarry that the current awkward situation had arisen. After a meal, several individuals finally settled onto the sofa in the suite, exchanging glances with one another, reluctant to break the silence. The boxing match commenced. Zhao Junting, upon witnessing the unfolding competition, inadvertently found himself captivated, murmuring, "Little brother, are you familiar with boxing instructors?" Seizing the opportunity to alleviate the awkwardness, Park Wentian temporarily disregarded Xiao Xian beside him and engaged in conversation with Zhao Junting, who appeared inexperienced. "Boxing instructors? I have heard a bit, but I would be grateful if Your Excellency, the King of Fighters, could enlighten me." Zhao Junting was not being modest. In truth, he had little knowledge of boxing instructors. Had it not been for Park Wentian's subordinates revealing the gambling aspect over breakfast, Zhao Junting would have mistakenly assumed it concerned a threat to the far north district, even associating it with Lina. He had no interest in the Rose Garden Hotel. "I dare not presume to instruct. I am merely a novice at this." Park Wentian's words dripped with humility, leaving one to ponder the truth behind Xiao Xian's assertion about numerous adversaries. It was indeed impressive that someone who had ascended to the esteemed position of King of Fighters remained so modest from the outset. "I am eager to hear more." Zhao Junting was initially taken aback, momentarily stunned by the formidable aura exuded by Park Wentian. However, upon hearing Park Wentian's words, he was further astonished. He had not anticipated that the King of Fighters, Park Wentian, could possess such a remarkable humility. Despite being one of the 9 emperors revered throughout the universe, his ability to articulate such modest sentiments left Zhao Junting feeling somewhat embarrassed, a revelation that was truly astonishing. The martial arts are categorized into various stages, encompassing aspects such as vital energy, physical form, spiritual intent, and the path to divinity. According to their distinct plans, these stages are divided into 5 phases: the essence, the dominating body, the ultimate soul, the divine demon, and the supreme sage. Within these 5 phases, there are further classifications into 3 ranks: C, B, and A. Each rank is subdivided into additional levels: C, CC, CCC leading to B, BB, BBB, and subsequently A, AA, AAA, culminating in the mastery of techniques and the transcendence of realms. The next stage of cultivation, pertaining to practitioners of martial arts, is collectively referred to as Master of Fist, thus bestowing a name upon this discipline. When the renowned Fist Emperor Park Wentian spoke of his understanding, his demeanor and presence radiated an aura surpassing his previous self. Witnessing this transformation, Zhao Junting could not help but silently marvel at the prowess of Park Wentian, one of the illustrious 9 emperors of the universe. Chapter 37. Master Ruanyang. At this moment, Zhao Junting and Park Wentian were engaged in casual conversation. While the colossal screen above the boxing ring displayed the profiles of the competitors for the evening's first round, the audience watched in awe as a lean-faced man from the black team executed a somersault, gracefully landing in the center of the ring. The crowd erupted in a thunderous cheer, collectively chanting the name of the slender man. MT, MT, MT. This scene stirred Zhao Junting, who was observing from a nearby suite, prompting him to glance at Park Wentian, the king of fighters, who was seated on the sofa. "Why are you looking at me, little brother?" Park Wentian was overwhelmed by the attention of 2 women, and now Zhao Junting's gaze seemed increasingly peculiar, causing him deep frustration. With a composed expression, Park Wentian's well-groomed beard quivered slightly as he turned to Zhao Junting, offering a polite smile as he explained. "But why do they wait until after the match to test their true abilities instead of doing so beforehand?" Zhao Junting comprehended the rules elucidated by Park Wentian regarding the king of fighters. In essence, one may conceal their true level, but the deception must not exceed 5 ranks. Exceeding this limit would result in forfeiture of any prize. However, this left Zhao Junting perplexed. Why not simply ascertain the fighter's rank prior to the competition? If the official body were to assess the genuine skill levels of both parties and subsequently announce the results, it would enable them to engage in discussions prior to the match. The weaker contender could then perform splendidly on stage, and the victorious party could claim their prearranged advantages. This approach allows for self-reporting of status and nearly evades the issue of fraudulent bouts. Both sides would be aware of any discrepancies in their reported standings, thus eliminating the necessity for negotiation. Once the contest commences, both parties would exert their utmost effort, resulting in a more captivating boxing match. It is conceivable that some athletes may exceed expectations and triumph over opponents who are not inherently weak. All participants are essentially wagering on the authenticity of one another's performance, striving with full intensity, which is precisely what the Rose Garden Hotel and the audience yearned to witness. Park Wentian, having mingled within the boxing community for an extended period, possesses an acute understanding of the sentiments across various factions. Therefore, the method of self-reporting followed by official verification serves effectively to curtail instances of match-fixing. "Ah, I see." Zhao Junting suddenly comprehended, a hint of joy illuminating his face as he observed the duel between the 2 fighters in the ring. What does Lingxi Gate signify? Zhao Junting was utterly perplexed. Since this scarred man had openly declared his sect, could it be that this man of notable background possessed something extraordinary? Consequently, he turned to the Fist Emperor Park Wentian and inquired. Indeed, Lingxi Gate is a sect of considerable repute, yet apart from the founding master, the venerable Ruanyang, who was an eminent figure in the realm of martial arts. The other disciples within the sect are relegated to merely performing tasks as bodyguards or conveying teachings. Alas, the esteemed Ruanyang departed this world many decades ago, and the once illustrious Lingxi Gate has long since faded from its former glory. The Fist Emperor Park Wentian held the venerable Ruanyang in the highest regard. However, it appeared that bearing the banner of Lingxi Gate was akin to inviting trouble, prompting a deep sigh from him. Then, who among the venerable Ruanyang and the Fist Emperor himself possesses a higher level of mastery? Zhao Junting, somewhat impulsively, blurted out a remark that seemed to disregard any concern for King of Fighters. Upon hearing this, both Lina and Xiao Xin gasped in surprise, taken aback by Zhao Junting's bluntness as they turned their gazes towards King of Fighters Park Wentian. Haha, that is a secret that cannot be disclosed. However, considering the profound connection I share with you, young brother, I can reveal that which your eyes perceive. The rest is for you to comprehend on your own. With that, a blue light erupted from Park Wentian's body, interspersed with strands of purple mist. As the purple haze dissipated, a brilliant red light surged forth. The interplay of blue and red created an overwhelming sense of pressure for Zhao Junting, as if the might of King of Fighters could shatter the very room they occupied. Have you discerned something, young brother? Chapter 38. Instant kill. Although I did not particularly notice it, I was acutely aware that the prowess of the Fist King was undoubtedly formidable. Zhao Junting, upon hearing the inquiry from Fist King Park Wantian, narrowed his eyes slightly and then, without a hint of reservation, murmured softly, "Ha. The younger brother is indeed a man of character, straightforward, and quite admirable." Meanwhile, the two women, Lina and Xiao Xian, were utterly astonished by the earlier scene. Asking about the martial prowess of the Fist Master was akin to brandishing a gun in a duel. Yet, witnessing the Fist King laugh it off, Zhao Junting could not help but feel a bead of sweat trickle down his back at his own careless words. At this moment, the two competitors on the boxing stage had completed all their pre-match preparations, and the contest was about to commence. The black-clad fighter, MT, inquired in a low voice. "A disciple of Lingxi's sect? Just a few days ago, I eliminated one of your sect's disciples on this very stage. Have your numbers grown to such a degree that I cannot rid myself of you all?" The gaunt-faced MT, upon encountering the scarred man, retorted with a sharp sarcasm. "Knowing that you are the one who has slain our Lingxi disciple, our sect's ancestor has specifically dispatched me to take your life?" MT. "Heh, just who are you? It is said that you do not kill nameless ghosts under your fist." All of this went unheard by others, but within the confines of the luxurious suite, the king of fighters Park Wantian, Zhao Junting, and two enchanting women, Xiao Xian and Lina, listened intently. The reason for this was that all around the venue, miniature ultra-sensitive microphones had been strategically placed, allowing every utterance exchanged in the ring to be crystal clear. These microphones were even smaller than the nanometer unit of measurement. Upon hearing this, King of Fighters Park Wantian was initially taken aback. He intended to call out to the silver-haired elder outside, urging him to relay a message to halt the match. However, what transpired next only served to validate Park Wantian's instincts. With a thud, a gaping wound the size of a thumb appeared on the chest of the black fighter, MT, using dark crimson blood. Meanwhile, the scarred-faced man named Zhang merely gestured with one hand, and with a simple motion, he dispatched his opponent, MT, with ease. Witnessing this scene, the audience erupted into cheers, as if the demise of the fallen fighter held no significance, and the scarred man standing in the ring had become a deity in their eyes. Sighing deeply, King of Fighters Park Wantian approached the window and struck the glass. A look of deep regret etched across his face. In an instant, the door to the suite swung open, and in walked the silver-haired elder. "Lord King of Fighters, with the 13th master gone, what shall we do now?" The silver-haired elder, appearing as though he had lost a dearly beloved, exhibited a countenance of profound sorrow. His voice, nearly inaudible, addressed the figure standing by the window, known as the King of Fighters, Park Wantian. "Who is this MT? Why has he not disclosed his lineage?" In truth, the gaunt-faced individual, MT, was a disciple of the King of Fighters, Park Wantian, who had united 13 talented and qualified apprentices as sworn brothers, bestowing upon them the name the King of Fighters, 13 Guardians. As the elder recounted the tale, he lamented, "Please summon that esteemed individual with the surname Zheng to the stage, and convey to him that Park has long yearned to see him after several decades of separation, hoping for a reunion with the departed." Witnessing the tragic demise of his beloved disciple, the King of Fighters, Park Wantian's heart was heavy with grief. His tone mirrored that of the silver-haired elder, and tears glimmered in his eyes, evoking deep empathy from those present. Moved by the scene, Xiao Xian could no longer remain seated. She approached, gently resting her hand on the King of Fighters' shoulder, offering him a tissue, and softly murmured, "Do not be too sorrowful." Though she had never met MT, she understood that Park Wantian's affection for his apprentices was akin to that for his own flesh and blood. Witnessing the elderly man bidding farewell to the young, Xiao Xian could only imagine the immense pain within Park's heart. As his devoted wife, her words of comfort resonated with warmth amidst the sorrow. "Yes, my lord the King of Fighters, what shall become of the matters concerning the late 13 Guardians?" The silver-haired elder sighed deeply, grateful for the presence of Madame Xiao Xian by his side today. Otherwise, it is likely that the King of Fighters would have been engulfed in sorrow, and even the servants would share in the grief. Indeed, let us proceed according to the highest standards. Quickly, Summon the esteemed Mr. Zhang, he declared with a tone of irritation, as if the scarred-faced man named Zhang were an entity beyond the reach of even the king of fighters. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting was taken aback, realizing that life and death in the realm of fighting masters could hinge on a mere instant. Just moments ago, the slender-faced man, exuding an aura of formidable power, had been struck down in the blink of an eye by the scarred figure of Mr. Zhang. Zhao Junting inhaled deeply, a glint of cold resolve flickering in his eyes, comprehending a crucial truth. Those who aspire to the path of fighting masters must learn to regard life and death with indifference. Chapter 39. Ruanyang Zhenrong, Your Excellency, King of Fighters, may I open this wine bottle and savor its fragrance? Zhao Junting's inquiry raised no eyebrows among the gathered guests. Yet the expression on Lina's face was one of sheer terror. What could Zhao Junting be planning? With a Huang body of the 5th tier, would merely inhaling the scent of this liquor lead to his immediate transformation within this room? What was this young man scheming? Take it and drink. Something may happen shortly. And you must protect Lady Lina. You must also be cautious yourself, for those who approach are not ordinary individuals. Regarding Zhao Junting's actions, the king of fighters Park Wante appeared utterly unfazed. His muscle, as chiseled as marble, radiated an astonishing power, reminiscent of a warm-up before a match, rhythmically leaping without restraint. However, upon hearing Zhao Junting express a desire to smell the wine, a flicker of hesitation crossed Park Wante's face, which swiftly transformed into an unusual calm as he whispered to Zhao Junting. He then immediately seemed to slump, as if losing consciousness. Hello, Zhao Junting. Are you all right? Did you not say that you cannot easily indulge in alcohol? How is it that you find yourself intoxicated once more? Is this permissible? Now, upon encountering Zhao Junting, who had just finished a glass of white liquor, Lina immediately exhibited a peculiar reaction, her beautiful visage revealing an evident expression of anxiety. She stepped forward with concern, gently touching Zhao Junting's body. Her enchanting eyes fluttered slightly, and her sensuous, alluring lips parted as she inquired, I'm all right. I'll be ready in a minute. Don't worry. Zhao Junting's tone was clear, yet his drooping head remained unable to lift, swaying unsteadily, his body exhibiting unnatural tremors. Meanwhile, King of Fighters Park Wentian appeared exceedingly tense, fixated on the entrance with an expression of deep contemplation. Creak. The door slowly swung open, revealing an elderly man with silver hair entering the supreme suite, followed closely by a scar-faced man who had just eliminated the 13 guardians of the King of Fighters clan. Upon noticing the scar-faced man behind the silver-haired elder, Park Wentian slightly cupped his fists in a gesture of respect and then instructed the elder, please step outside. I need to converse with Teacher Zhang about certain matters. The King of Fighters remained composed, his demeanor one of utmost respect as he glanced at the scar-faced man before directing his attention back to the silver-haired elder, affirming, Yes, my lord, King of Fighters. The silver-haired elder remained composed upon hearing the words, yet a peculiar expression flickered across his face. He then retreated through the door of the supreme suite, quietly closing it behind him. Observing the elder's departure, King of Fighters Park Wentian took a step forward, bowing deeply. He then, with rather clumsy Chinese, spoke, Teacher Zhang. Long time no see. Allow me to introduce to you. This is my wife, Qiao Xin. And this is General Lina from the Management Center of Glee's 581D's extreme northern region. This young man here is a good friend of General Lina. After speaking, King of Fighters Park Wentian introduced each individual in the room to the scar-faced man named Zhang. The scar-faced man glanced briefly at each person, but upon seeing Zhao Junting, he hesitated slightly. After a moment's pause, as if recalling something, he chose not to elaborate and moved on. He had long heard of the renowned establishment of the first extreme northern region, famed for its dual prodigies. Little did he expect that Park Wentian would enjoy such fortune, marrying the beautiful Qiao Xin and having General Lina as his honored guest. Truly, what great luck! The scar-faced man named Zhang, upon hearing this, displayed a look of delight. His eyes shifted slightly, and he articulated the relationship between Lina and Qiao Xin in a surprisingly simple and detailed manner. indicating that he had done his homework before challenging the extreme northern region. King of Fighters Park Wentian remained respectful and courteous, seemingly indifferent to the mockery in the remarks made by the scar-faced man, consistently affording him due respect. This behavior left both Xiao Xian and Lina perplexed, wondering who this scar-faced man was that commanded such deference from King of Fighters. Are you toying with me? Pu Wentian, while you're gambling in the ring may be one matter. The fact that you have slain my beloved grandson is another. Are you aware that I once bore the surname Zong, and now my lineage has been extinguished? With these words, the scarred-faced man of the Zeng family cast a furious gaze upon the King of Fighters, Pu Wentian. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes, piercing and captivating, as though he intended to leave no room for escape for Pu Wentian, and he shouted vehemently, "Indeed. It was my young disciple's momentary lapse that caused you, Master Zeng, to suffer the loss of your grandson. It is also a reflection of my own negligence and discipline. Today, my disciple's demise at your hands is a consequence of his own actions, and I dare not voice any complaints." As he spoke, he displayed increasing respect and courtesy towards Pu Wentian, bowing repeatedly in a gesture of goodwill. Observing this, Lina and Xiao Xian were left in utter bewilderment. What could possibly have transpired to render the King of Fighters so submissive? Did this scarred man from the Zeng family possess some extraordinary skill that instilled fear in Pu Wentian? Spare me your theatrics. Once Xing Mao has settled the debt of life, this matter shall be considered concluded. Xing Mao is a man of his word. We need not interfere with each other's affairs. I take my leave. With that, the scarred-faced man's eyes lost their icy gleam as he prepared to vanish. His movements swift and decisive, seemingly impossible for anyone in the room to hinder him. Wait a moment. I knew you had something to say. Zeng Mao expressed his eagerness to hear more. With these words, the crimson aura enveloping Pu Wentian intensified, interspersed with flickers of golden lightning that danced within. One could indeed hear the crackling sounds of electric arcs colliding. The seasoned practitioner remarked, "Do as you wish, young lad." As he continued to observe, the visage of the scarred-faced man began to morph and twist, eventually revealing an elderly figure with a countenance as refined as jade, adorned with a flowing white beard, embodying an ethereal grace. The King of Fighters, Park Wentian, assumed a serious demeanor, his form subtly shifting, seemingly enhanced compared to moments prior. "I anticipated your words, old sage. Unleash your skills," declared the King of Fighters. The venerable Ruan Yang had no intention of engaging in idle banter, and with that, he swiftly advanced, closing the distance with remarkable speed. Chapter 40. Jun Ting in a coma. In response, the King of Fighters Park Wentian propelled himself backwards, hovering a mere inch above the ground for a remarkable 5 seconds. During this interval, Ruan Yang's relentless onslaught continued, a flurry of strikes aimed at Park Wentian's vital points. Yet, the King of Fighters deftly countered each assault. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over 30 moves. Ruan Yang's expression shifted to one of surprise, prompting him to pause and stand before Park Wentian. In a low voice, he admonished, "Young lad, I have no desire to engage in trivialities. If you persist in evasion, our battle could drag on for 3 days and nights with no resolution." Ruan Yang, his face as refined as jade and hair entirely white, displayed a hint of bitterness upon his brow, his white beard quivering slightly at the corners of his mouth. With a commanding shout, he proclaimed, "This is for the best. I had feared that over the past decade, you had merely mastered the art of retreat. Prepare yourself." The young man, known as Park Xiazi, after speaking to Master Ruan Yang, assumed a hand position reminiscent of the one he had utilized to vanquish the 13 guardians of the King of Fighters family, while his other hand formed a seal, conjuring a profound decree of the soul. At this sight, Park Wentian of the King of Fighters suddenly turned his face away, directing a shout towards Zhao Junting, exclaiming, "Little brother, protect those two well." Subsequently, Park Wentian spread his hand, mimicking a blade with his palm, radiating a soft golden light, with arcs of electricity crackling violently, resonating with a thunderous sound. Park Wentian's figure flickered momentarily before he propelled himself towards Master Ruan Yang. The latter, sensing imminent danger, silently chastised himself, astonished by the swiftness of Park Won-chen's movements. However, it was too late. Park Won-tian silently chanted the decree, unleashing the words Twin Dragon Slash. The golden energy coalesced instantaneously in his hands, transforming into the formidable force of twin dragons, adorned in golden armor, as they lunged ferociously towards Master Ruan Yang's chest. A thunderous explosion erupted within the opulent suite as the golden arcs collided with a crimson power, unleashing a cloud of smoke. As the haze gradually dissipated, one could see Master Ruan Yang and Park Won-tian standing back to back. A sudden spurt of blood erupted from Park Won-chen's mouth, his body seemingly immobilized, able only to move a few tentative steps. Why? Before them stood the esteemed Master Ruan Yang, his expression rife with trepidation. Upon closer inspection, a flickering shadow in the shape of a cross materialized across his chest, only to erupt in an instant. It became apparent that his body had been pierced by twin blades in a cross formation, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke, leaving no trace of Master Ruan Yang behind. "Old Park, are you all right?" The voice that resonated was none other than the enchanting Qiao Xin, emanating from the direction of the coffee table. Yet, as one gazed towards the table, a figure had hastily retreated behind the sofa, while the coffee table, previously unoccupied, now bore a thumb-sized void of darkness upon its surface. "I am fine, cough. Come in, my Wind Master. If you delay any longer, you shall not see your brother," spoke King of Fighters Park Won-tian, directing his weary gaze towards the entrance, as though the recent confrontation had depleted all his vitality, his voice barely a whisper. "How is it, Old Park? Have I arrived too late?" At that moment, the grand door of the Supreme Suite swung open, revealing Brain King Old Chun, known as Wind Master, who entered silently. As he walked, he uttered, "Are you all right? Are you all right? Come, help me up," prompting the King of Fighters, Park Won-tian, to softly address the elderly man with silver hair standing behind him. The silver-haired elder took a few steps forward to assist King of Fighters Park Won-tian to his feet. Subsequently, King of Fighters Park Won-tian and Old Chun approached the tea table, where they beheld the unconscious Zhao Junting and Lina, evoking a sense of lamentation within them. In truth, earlier that day, Brain King Old Chun had learned that Zhao Junting was set to enter the Rose Garden. "Hey, Old Park, it's me. I have a rather promising young man who wishes to visit your Rose Garden Hotel tonight to observe a boxing match. It would be beneficial for him to have a chance to step onto the stage and practice." The super brain machine Yuan Shinji relayed the details of the evening, expressing his hopes that King of Fighters Park Won-tian could arrange a bout for him, where the audience could partake in the boxing match. "So, are you coming tonight?" King of Fighters Park Won-tian inquired, simultaneously painting in his studio and puffing on a cigar while conversing with Brain King Old Chun over the phone. "Of course. I'll be there. I'll be watching from the audience. By the way, I have a friend who brought some tea from Sagittarius 773, Planet Vegeta. I'll bring some for you this evening. It's quite delightful." Brain King Old Chun replied casually, exhibiting a familiar camaraderie with King of Fighters Park Won-tian. However, as Brain King Old Chun nonchalantly approached King of Fighters Park Won-tian's residence, he was taken aback to find Lina, Zhao Junting, and a woman with a remarkably familiar name waiting at the door. Reminiscent of someone he had encountered before. Of course, the last time he had seen Qiao Xin was 3 centuries ago. Long ago, after the incident involving the Brain Emperor Old Chun. He sealed away that portion of his memory using the unique capabilities of the super brain device, the Yuan Shinji, forbidding himself from recalling Qiao Xin. The individuals he sought to evade were none other than his own daughter Lina and Zhao Junting, who gradually approached the residence of King of Fighters Park Won-tian. Upon recognizing Old Chun, the silver-haired elder, despite the fact that Old Chun's identity was never publicly disclosed in the Arctic region, recalled that during an inebriated state, Park Won-tian had inadvertently revealed that Old Chun was indeed Mr. Foam, the Brain Emperor. Naturally, the silver-haired elder dared not treat lightly one of the 9 sovereigns of the universe, the Brain Emperor Old Chun. Observing this, the Brain Emperor chose not to linger, bidding farewell and making his way to the center of the boxing gym. where he communicated with King of Fighters Park Won-tian through the exceptional features of the Yuan Shinji. Upon learning that the elimination of MT, one of the 13 guardians of the King of Fighters royal family, was orchestrated by the real master Wan Yang, who had assumed a guise through the transformation of his soul, Park Won-tian immediately conveyed a mental message to Brain Emperor Old Chun, urging him to come and assist. This explains the silver-haired elder's hurried demeanor and the look of concern that crossed his face as he exited the luxurious suite. For he needed to promptly arrive at the boxing gym to await Brain Emperor Old Chun outside the opulent suite. Chapter 41. A Stack of Books, A Night Without Words. The following day, as Zhao Juning slowly opened his eyes under the piercing rays of the sun, he was astonished to find beside him the beautiful attendant robot Xiao Yi, along with the bookstore owner Old Chun and Lena. However, who was the tall, slender man beside Lena? Before him stood a man with distinctly Asian features, a prominent nose, and a robust physique adorned with muscles that rivaled those of the renowned King of Fighters, Park Won-tian, whom he had encountered the previous day. Yet, to his surprise, Lena nestled closely beside this man. Who is this gentleman? Is this the Arctic Central Hospital? Indeed, you lost consciousness last night, but fortunately, there are no serious concerns. After a few days of rest, you will be free to leave. I neglected to introduce you. This is my husband, Li Shixuan. I ought to refer to him as Park Zixuan. As Zhao Junting listened, he keenly observed the subtle fluctuations of Lena's expression, reminiscent of a delicate bird seeking comfort, captivating him in a moment of enchantment. Greetings, Zhao Junting. I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention last night, which saved my wife. With that, Park Jaehan extended his right hand, bowing politely as he intended to shake hands with Zhao Junting. I must apologize, my movements are somewhat constrained, and I sincerely regret the inconvenience. I believe it is best for us to take our leave now, so as not to disturb Brother Zhao's rest. After all, there are still a few days before he can be discharged from the hospital. We shall visit Brother Zhao again later, if that is agreeable to you, my dear. Having spoken, Park Jaehan's piercing gaze emitted a conviction that captivated all present. He then beckoned the surrounding group, intending to withdraw from Zhao Junting's hospital room. However, observing Zhao Junting's peculiar expression, he felt a sudden jolt. His nose twitched, and he sneezed. A flicker of coldness glimmered in his eyes, and then, with a leisurely motion, he closed his eyes, lapsing into silence. Let us depart for now. Rest well. I shall bring you some nourishing soup later, said Lena, her beautiful visage brightening with a hint of joy, oblivious to Zhao Junting's transformation. Even if she had noticed, she would merely attribute it to the exhaustion from his valiant defense of her the previous day, thinking he needed only a moment of respite. Thus, Lena and Park Jaehan exited Zhao Junting's care unit. The previous day's spectacle involving God Zhao, as recounted by my daughter, was indeed remarkable. I wonder what God Zhao feels at this moment. As the room emptied, Old Chun jested with Zhao Junting, what a heroic rescue. Isn't your future son-in-law here as well? Moreover, he is the son of the King of Fighters, Park Won-tian. Do you not feel elated? Although Zhao Junting remained uncertain about his feelings for Lena, Old Chen's teasing seemed to awaken a long-suppressed jealousy within him. Who is unhappy? Has someone married my son? Mr. Park wishes to know. Suddenly, the door to Zhao Junting's hospital room swung open, revealing two figures. One was a man with a well-groomed beard, as neatly trimmed as a freshly mown lawn, and the other, an elderly gentleman with a head of silver hair, was assisting the bearded man as they gracefully entered Zhao Junting's room. Ah, your wonderful son. How could we dare to speak ill of him behind his back? If we were to do so, wouldn't you? The King of Fighters, deal with us just as you did with Master Wan Yang last night, cleaving both me and God Zhao in two with a single stroke of your double dragon slash? Zhao Jun, last night, Mr. Park certainly received a lesson. I had not anticipated that this mid-tier boxer would stoically endure such an onslaught. Mr. Park has lost his composure. How impudent of him. Having said this, King of Fighters Park Won-tian pushed aside the elderly gentleman beside him, intending to bow in respect to Zhao Junting. Oh dear, old Park, do not act in such a manner. God Zhao is not that kind of person. Your actions may lead to ridicule. The astute-brained King Old Chun swiftly stepped forward to support King of Fighters Park Wentian, preventing him from bowing and instead keeping him upright. At this moment, Zhao Junting recalled everything that transpired last night. Prior to the arrival of the esteemed Master Wan Yang in the Supreme Suite, he had consumed a sufficient amount of liquor to trigger the Xionghuang Constitution. Subsequently, in a reflexive action during the climax of the encounter, Zhao Junting instinctively overturned the coffee table before him and, seizing Lina and Xiao Xian, leaped behind the sofa. He immediately attempted to rise, yet was unsuccessful, and thus spoke. "Do not worry, Your Highness, about last night's events. Fortunately, Zhao Junting has managed to preserve his life. I believe, without your lethal strike, Master Wan Yang would not have spared everyone in the room. By the way, what became of Master Wan Yang afterwards?" As Zhao Junting continued to speak, an unsettling realization dawned upon him, and his eyes shimmered with an unusual light as he inquired of the King of Fighters, Park Wentian. The King of Fighters, along with the Brain King, Old Chun, exchanged silent glances. Subsequently, Old Chun inclined his head slightly, conveying the essence of his thoughts. He could reveal the truth to Zhao Junting. The King of Fighters then darkened his expression, bowing his head with an open palm, making a sliding gesture across his neck. It dawned on Zhao Junting at that moment. Indeed, after yesterday's battle, Master Wan Yang had truly ascended to immortality. Before long, King of Fighters Park Wentian found himself in Zhao Junting's room, engaging in light conversation. As they discussed when his injuries would be sufficiently healed, they agreed to dine together once he was better. After their arrangements were made, they departed from Zhao Junting's quarters. As the others left, Zhao Junting noticed that the bookstore owner, Old Chun, had no intention of taking his leave, which left him perplexed. With a tone that suggested he was on the verge of exhaustion, he inquired, "Why are you still here?" Old Chun replied, "I brought you something good that might help revive your spirits." With that, he rummaged through his cabinet and produced a stack of books, all dedicated to martial arts techniques. Zhao Junting cast a sidelong glance, his heart elated. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he quietly remarked, "I've already completed all my games. Are you suggesting, Boss Chen, that you have another game for me to conquer?" Taking in the faint scent of paper wafting from the books, Zhao Junting steadied himself and then turned to Old Chun with a skeptical inquiry. Chapter 42. A new game. Zhao Shun, Old Chun said, his face reddening at the mention. "There is indeed a little game I hope Zhao Shun could assist in completing." Upon hearing this, Old Chin's sparse hair quivered slightly as he opened his mouth to speak. "What sort of little game do you have in mind?" Before entering the Rose Garden Hotel last night, Zhao Junting had been subtly hinted at by Lao Chun about the 6 remaining games that were yet to come, and that this was an opportunity. However, he did not expect that the bookstore owner would truly not let him off the hook. Currently bedridden, he could only think of clearing the next game. As for his ex-wife, Xiao Xian had claimed that their child had perished on a planet inhabited by sulfur-based life forms in Centaurus. How could it be that he just saw a ghost? With this thought, Zhao Junting's gaze slightly sharpened as he addressed Lao Chen with a calm demeanor, though the chill in his eyes intensified. With a slight quiver at the corner of his mouth, he spoke in a voice as deep as still water. "Indeed, Park Jae-hoon poses quite a problem, yet the duration of time is not my concern. The happiness of Lina is what I yearn to see. Her joy is my satisfaction." Upon hearing Zhao Junting's words, Lao Chun smiled faintly, adopting a paternal expression, yet his gaze hardened as he continued, "Zhao Shun, do you have any intention of completing this little game of yours?" "Oh, just leave it be. Let me observe. If it can be completed, I will manage it myself." Zhao Junting replied with a look of resignation. The dynamic between this father and daughter truly was remarkable, one forcing herself to love him, only to end up with her ex-husband, while the other was pressuring himself to play a game, uncertain if it would end as ruthlessly as his daughter had experienced. With this thought, Zhao Junting could only helplessly acquiesce. Upon witnessing this, Lao Chun was filled with joy, promptly taking his leave without any delay. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Junting was momentarily rendered speechless. Old Chin was indeed remarkably straightforward. When seeking assistance, he agreed and promptly took his leave, truly impressive. "Master, The physical structure of Boschan differs somewhat from yours, remarked Xiaoyi upon observing the bookstore owner, Old Chen, exiting Zhao Junning's hospital room. It is not only Old Chen who exhibits such differences. The king of fighters Sion, Park Wentian, also harbors significant issues. Suddenly, a thought struck me. A dog could elucidate everything. Zhao Junning's expression softened, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, dispelling the previous lethargy. His countenance then turned frigid, and he whispered to the intelligent AI companion. Xiaoyi, are you suggesting? Xiaohei? Upon hearing the mention of a dog, Xiaoyi surmised that Zhao Junning was referring to their pet, Xiaohei, and responded accordingly. Following this, Zhao Junting made a playful face at Xiaoyi, as if everything unfolded with such natural ease. Yes, master, I shall attend to it immediately. Before long, Xiaoyi procured a wheelchair for Zhao Junting and wheeled him downstairs. Subsequently, she casually selected a water-powered vehicle from the underground garage and set off towards Zhao Junting's Sihiyuan in the far northern district of Beijing. Within the span of a meal, Zhao Junting and Xiaoyi arrived at the entrance of the Sihiyuan. Thereafter, Xiaoyi pushed Zhao Junting in the wheelchair until they reached the vicinity of Xiaohei's cage. Oh, what has happened? Has our dear classmate Zhao sustained an injury? Could it be that last night's boxing match has left you in this state? Or perhaps the enchanting beauty of the far north's homework has utterly captivated you, shattering your composure? Little Black, indeed, is a creature of no refinement. Upon seeing Zhao Junning in a wheelchair, it turned its face away, baring its teeth in a display of irreverence, and remarked, Black Master is still so lively. Xiaoyi, go prepare a few dishes for Black Master. To this, Zhao Junning responded not with anger but with amusement, surprised that this little dog still possessed such spirit. Instead of offering comfort upon seeing him unharmed, it chose to jest, which only endeared it to Zhao Junting further. Black Master desires hot pot today. Hot pot, hot pot. Very well, hot pot it shall be. I shall prepare it right away, replied Xiaoyi, her beautiful face displaying no hesitation as she raised an elegantly arched brow. With her alluring red lips, she softly instructed Zhao Junting, please, do hurry a little. We wouldn't want Little Black to go hungry. Zhao Junting understood that this whole act was merely a facade created by Little Black, yet to indulge its playful charade. He had no choice but to feign a frown and acquiesce to Xiaoyi's directive. As Xiaoyi exited the room, Little Black wandered around its custom-made cage before settling down on the floor, resting a paw against its jaw. With a slight twitch of it addressed Zhao Junting in a rather peculiar tone. Speak, dear Xiao Zhao, what has transpired to leave you in such a state? To have departed the hospital in such a manner, surely it cannot be merely out of concern for my appetite. I would not believe it even under duress. Little Black seems to possess a hint of prophetic insight, casting a discerning glance at Zhao Junting outside the cage, yet his canine lips still uttered sarcastic jests. What matter could possibly elude your keen perception, Black Lord? Thus, Zhao Junting recounted the events of the previous night in meticulous detail to Little Black. He did not omit the encounter with the illustrious Ruan Yang, the king of fighters Park Wentian and his twin dragon Slash, the demise of MT, and the miraculous revival of Rena's husband, Park Zai-hun, upon awakening this morning. Furthermore, he shared the new game that Old Chun had presented to him, as well as Rena's admonitions aboard the water energy vehicle the night prior. By the time Zhao Junting had conveyed the entirety of yesterday's occurrences, Little Black had nearly devoured half of the hot pot. Observing Little Black in the cage, one could see a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes as he savored the ingredients, nodding in silent understanding, though he refrained from further commentary. Finally, once Zhao Junting had concluded his narrative, Little Black leisurely set down his chopsticks and inquired softly, So, what is it that you wish to ask me? Little Black wore an expression of bewilderment, his brows nearly knitting into a frown, playfully questioning, this Ruan Yang, a figure of great renown. How could he perish only to be resurrected? Was he perhaps blown to bits? Zhao Junting resolved to voice the doubts that lingered in his heart. The first inquiry concerning the true nature of Ruan Yang. After articulating his thoughts, Xiaohei took a sip of the fruit on the table and, with an air of nonchalance, began to whistle, adopting a carefree demeanor as he jested. In Chapter 43, 3 Questions, Zhao Junting. while savoring the fish balls in the hot pot, expressed his exasperation to the caged Xiaohei. His countenance darkened, transforming into a shade of iron, and his once vibrant brows now dulled. Yet the turbulence within him persisted, for he fervently hoped his apprehensions would not materialize. Absolutely not, Xiaohei assured him with unwavering conviction. Oh, but... Zhao Junting hesitated, seemingly on the verge of articulating his thoughts, only to suddenly fall silent, his expression becoming one of indifference as he lowered his gaze. Xiaohei understood that Zhao Junting was alluding to Park Jaehan, the son of the king of fighters Park Wantian. Consequently, Xiaohei's explanation became somewhat circumspect, for in his eyes, Zhao Junting was the quintessential candidate to unlock a new realm of possibility. Zhao Junting reflected on Xiaohei's words, a chill of realization coursing through him, accompanied by an unshakable sense of sorrow. It was evident that the strongly intoxicating fragrance emanating from the son of the king of fighters was akin to that of the beautiful journalist Xiang Hongxue within the space station. In other words, during his time in the hospital, Zhao Junting had already discerned that Park Wantian was undoubtedly entangled with sulfur-based organisms in myriad ways. Upon hearing Xiao Hong's words, Zhao Junting became increasingly convinced of one particular matter, that Park Zishuan might indeed be a sulfur-based entity. The enigma lay in how this individual managed to elude detection and infiltrate the far north. Presently, everything remained shrouded in uncertainty. If he were to rashly pursue this investigation, he risked alarming the very serpent he sought to scrutinize. What was this feeling of disquietude? Was it related to Park Zishuan? Or perhaps to the demise of the esteemed Wan Yang? Xiao Hong furrowed his brow, observing Zhao Junting's palpable frustration and he wished to offer assistance but was at a loss as to how to proceed. Thus he inquired, the death of Wan Yang was a consequence of his own actions. A contest in the ring inherently involves victories and defeats. Subsequently, seeking revenge upon the younger generation, especially for someone of his profound was a moral transgression that warranted retribution. His demise was well-deserved. However, the emergence of Park Zishuan has indeed left me somewhat disoriented, and during my time in the hospital, I uncovered certain clues that remain unverified. What troubles me most is the bookstore owner, Old Chin. Initially burdened by a sense of melancholy, Zhao Junting found himself compelled to unburden his thoughts, spurred by Xiao Hong's probing. After all, these matters often possessed potential resolutions. Were it a matter of romantic and Zhao Junting might have succumbed to deeper despair, for the nature of love is notoriously elusive. Old Chin, what of him? Xiao Hong's demeanor shifted at the mention of Old Chun, his canine countenance tightening, becoming markedly more cautious. His once gleaming green eyes widened considerably, reflecting a newfound apprehension. Before Lena and I visited the road, she had mentioned the importance of cherishing the series of tests from Old Chin, indicating that it was a unique opportunity. I found myself perplexed, unable to grasp what sort of opportunity it could possibly be. To be frank, I was merely a borrower, while he was a bookseller. And it seemed that this old man had indeed latched onto me in some way, even presenting me with a small game to complete. Zhao Junting, feeling, spread his hands in front of Xiaohei and murmured awkwardly, so that's how it is. The previously teasing expression on Xiaohei's face was replaced by a serious demeanor as he turned to Zhao Junting outside the cage and spoke softly. Xiaohei encouraged Zhao Junting and then expressed genuine curiosity about the small game Old Chin had given him. Earlier, while at the hospital, Zhao Junting was in excruciating pain and hadn't given much thought to Old Chin's game. However, upon Xiaohei's inquiry, he felt somewhat embarrassed and could only ask Xiaohei beside him, Master, it's in my bag. Would you like to see it? I'll fetch it for you now. Xiaohei's beautiful face briefly registered surprise before her alluring lips parted slightly to respond. Wong, you know you need to get it. So why aren't you hurrying to fetch it? Wong. Hearing Xiaohei's somewhat hesitant words, Xiaohei became quite irate, resorting to local dialect as he shouted at her. Moments later, Xiaohei handed the small game, Brain King, from Old Chun to Zhao Junting and silently took a seat beside him to enjoy hot pot. Indeed, this game is rather trivial. I have perused it and discovered that it contains 2,000 questions, which are dispensed at random. The content is exceedingly peculiar, and each instance is unique. Once a question has been posed, it is never repeated. While I am familiar with some of them, others elude my understanding, rendering the path to victory quite arduous. Zhao Junting, in exasperation, passed the diminutive game to the creature confined within the cage, subsequently expressing his disdain as he The creature accepted the game from Zhao Junting's hands, examined it briefly, and an unusual glimmer flickered in its eyes. A cold smile crept across its lips, and it raised its head to address Zhao Junting. This trivial game appears to be within my capabilities to conquer. However, before I assist you in achieving victory, I have 3 inquiries that you must answer sincerely, for only then will I aid you in surmounting this challenge. The creature maintained a tone of playful mockery, often evident to all present as mere theatrics. Yet, this time was different. Even the beautiful AI companion, Xiao Yi, could discern that the creature was earnest. Very well. As long as it suffices to handle Old Chun, you may proceed with your questions. The first inquiry posed was, in the vast cosmos, carbon-based life forms are not the sole entities. Should sulfur-based and silicon-based life forms wish to coexist peacefully with your planet and aspire to a long-term existence, which would you choose? The inquiry posed by Xiao He arrived unexpectedly, striking at the very heart of the matter with a single sentence. His demeanor was remarkably flat, even to the point of evoking a sense of dread, as he addressed a question concerning the fate of humanity. Indeed, I would choose to eradicate sulfur-based and silicon-based life forms, for I have no alternative. Zhao Junting's expression remained impassive, yet his gaze glinted with a chilling. Each word he uttered akin to the sharp edge of a blade, capable of delivering fatal consequences. Why must you choose this path? Could you elucidate your... Xiao He's eyes narrowed slightly. Witnessing Zhao Junting's calm and restrained demeanor convinced him that the answer was indeed heartfelt. Thus, he sought to delve deeper, eager to discover whether Zhao Junting's thoughts aligned with his own. There exists but one truth. Within this vast interstellar universe, only a singular civilization may prevail. Though it may be solitary and desolate, when other civilizations dare to pry or provoke, those who dare to challenge our carbon-based civilization shall face annihilation, no matter the distance. Chapter 44. The 5 stars of the cosmos you have passed, Xiao He remarked, his eyebrows slightly raised as he addressed Zhao Junting beyond the confines of the cage. Passed. I thought there were 3 questions. How can one question suffice for qualification? Zhao Junting appeared bewildered, his gaze shifting, a hint of joy flickering at the corners of his mouth, before he inquired, "Do you comprehend what Old Chin's strategy is?" "This is known as the 22 Rules of West Point." Xiao He responded nonchalantly, his eyebrows twitching slightly before he reverted to his previous teasing demeanor, mocking as he spoke. "Oh, I understand now. You mean that all issues essentially converge into a singular dilemma, much like the 22 Rules of West Point, which serve solely to ensure that no officer, despite not having memorized them, forgets one crucial principle: obedience to orders." Zhao Junting, being an alumnus of an Ivy League institution, could not have crossed paths with my dear friend George Franklin otherwise. As Little Black articulated this, Zhao Junting suddenly grasped the underlying significance. Clever indeed. Well then, you should attend to your own affairs. Grant me a moment, and I shall aid you in navigating this trivial game, albeit it may require some time. Yet it is no great matter. Little Black whistled softly, observing Zhao Junting outside the cage, whose expression was one of sudden enlightenment. At this moment, the anxieties that had been suspended now found resolution. After all, the central tenet remains that carbon-based life forms must continue to thrive, as long as they are not extinguished. Zhao Junting's response was flawless, and to his surprise, the depth of Zhao Junting's contemplation was even more profound. Thus, Little Black had every reason to assist Zhao Junting in completing this minor challenge. Supported by Xiao Yi, Zhao Junting gradually made his way toward the master bedroom. Before long, the door to the master bedroom closed, followed by the sound of Xiao Yi's soft breaths. Upon hearing this, Little Black could not help but mutter darkly to himself, "Damn, wasn't it said that he was in pain? How is there still time for indulging with a beautiful robotic servant? Truly remarkable." With this thought, Little Black spat lightly towards the outside of the cage, then turned leisurely to continue attempting to conquer the game. "Huh, my friend, since you have arrived, Why not offer yourself for a glimpse? Suddenly, Xiaohei put away the game and, with a face as cold as frost, mockingly addressed a shadow nearby. In the corner, a thick cloud of black mist grew denser, and a figure emerged from within, materializing right before Xiaohei. I was wondering who it could be. Isn't this our esteemed young lord of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan, one of the starry five of the entire cosmic universe? Reduced to a mere watchdog for others now? The figure, emerging from the black mist, upon seeing Xiaohei in the cage, immediately spoke in a hoarse voice. As the figure became clearer, it coldly remarked to Xiaohei. In a sudden surge, Xiaohei's physique expanded, transforming into a towering figure. He gently placed his hands on the cage crafted for him by Zhao Junting, speaking in an icy tone to the figure shrouded in mist. Indeed, I, Park Mao, am now formally under the tutelage of the four great heavenly gates of the sulfur-based beings, the eternal life gate. If the sect master holds me in his, I shall naturally devote myself wholeheartedly to his service. Yet, you, the illustrious young lord of the Starry Five, the Crimson Moon Wolf clan, have been reduced to the servitude of a 40 pure human. Do you not feel a twinge of shame? The figure in the black mist, however, remained. Upon hearing Xiaohei expose his background, he nonchalantly revealed his sect and even retorted, mocking Xiao, suggesting he was no better than a traitor who had acknowledged a thief as his father. Xiaohei fell into a momentary silence. The standing of Park Jae-hun as a martial master was a separate matter, but the audacity displayed was indeed something even a typical martial master could hardly match. Taking a deep breath, Xiaohei seemed to savor the presence of the indistinct figure of Park Jae-hun before him. Pondering the extent of his might or the support rendered by the sulfur-based biological sect behind him. After a moment, Xiaohei's eyes suddenly glimmered with a crimson light as he dashed forth, effortlessly escaping the confines of the cage crafted by Zhao Junting. It turned out that he could easily exit. He simply had never chosen to do so before. With a swift kick, he propelled Park Jae-hun, shrouded in darkness, out of the room and into the courtyard. Xiaohei followed closely, his form merging with the black mist as he soared into the courtyard, where he immediately expanded in size. His once black fur elongated by a foot or so, transforming into a shimmering silver under the lights, exuding a fierce and menacing aura. This was more like it. Such a manifestation was worthy of the illustrious reputation of the Starry Five. However, a black electric arc flickered within the light screen, a thunderous sound erupting as the entire luminescent barrier threatened to shatter. Suddenly, a glint flashed within Park Jae-hun's eyes, and he vanished, hurtling towards Xiaohei while whispering an inaudible incantation, Twin Dragon Slash. Before one's eyes, Park Jae-hun's hands resembled two black dragons rushing directly towards the small figure. This maneuver was none other than the lethal strike that had once vanquished the esteemed Master Guan Yang. However, Park Jae-hun's Double Dragon Slash lacked the ferocious intensity of the Double Dragon Slash executed by the legendary King of Fighters, Park Woon-tian. Nonetheless, Park Jae-hun's version exuded a subtle yet ominous aura, its entirety enveloped in darkness. In contrast, the King of Fighters' Double Dragon Slash, propelled by the power of a dominating force, radiated a blinding golden brilliance. Boom! It was evident that the small figure targeted by Park Jae-hun had vanished without a trace. Yet, the overwhelming might of the Double Dragon Slash roused Zhao Junting from his slumber. As Zhao donned his attire and stepped into the courtyard of the Beijing Sihiyuan, he found nothing amiss. The reason for this lack of discovery was that, after failing to strike the small figure, Park Jae-hun turned his gaze upward, only to behold the small figure standing erect atop the roof, its eyes glowing with an intensified crimson hue. With a slight lift of its neck, it murmured the incantation Crimson Moon Roar. Upon uttering this phrase, the small figure emitted a roar imperceptible to human ears, yet lethal. Park Jae-hun immediately clasped his ears, squinting his eyes, as a tremor coursed through his entire being while standing in the courtyard. The small figure showed no inclination to cease its roar, and Park Jae-hun felt a profound heaviness in his chest. A sweet taste surged to his, and he expelled a mouthful of blood. Following this, Park Jae-hoon cast a fierce glare at the small figure before dissolving into a swirling black mist and fleeing. Alas, small figure, why do you stand atop the roof? When Zhao Junting returned to the courtyard, he raised his gaze to behold the mischievous little black dog, silently pacing atop the roof. Chapter 45. A Night Without Sleep. Subsequently, Zhao Junting leisurely entered the abode of the little black dog, only to find it engrossed and fervently playing a video game, the very one gifted by old Chun. Just give me 15 more minutes, and I'll be done. The little black dog, recognizing the presence of Zhao Junting without looking up, continued to tackle the challenging level. Zhao Junting's expression was as cold as ice, his eyes emanating a chilling glare that would evoke a sense of unease in anyone who beheld it. All right then. Upon catching sight of Zhao Junting's unfriendly demeanor, the little black dog felt a shiver run down its spine, realizing that the recent events had indeed taken Zhao Junting by surprise. The tone Zhao Junting adopted now must be related to those occurrences. Zhao Junting took the game from the little black dog, tucked it into his pocket, and left without uttering a single word. Master, this encapsulates everything that transpired in the little black dog's room just moments ago. Xiao Yi, with her exquisite and delicate, blossomed even more vibrantly, undoubtedly aware of the joy that Zhao Junting had imparted upon her through his devoted efforts. She then softly murmured, her sensuous lips parting gently, Zhao Junting remained silent. Even in this moment, Xiao Yi could evoke a sense of impulse within him. However, upon discerning through the hypersensory screen that the shadowy figure revealed was none other than Park Jae-hoon, Zhao Junting's eyes narrowed slightly. Eventually, Park Jae-hoon unleashed the twin dragon slash. Master, is there something amiss with the little black dog? Upon encountering Zhao Junting, who was transfixed by the ethereal transformation of the small black creature, Xiao Yi fell silent, suspecting that Zhao's wariness towards the small black had only intensified. After Zhao Junting spoke, he closed his eyes, plunging into deep contemplation. In response to this, Xiao Yi redirected the energy of the water-powered vehicle and brought Zhao Junting to the entrance of a hotel, where they took up residence for the night. That night, Zhao Junting found himself utterly unable to sleep, tossing and turning until dawn broke. Initially, the game initiated by Old Shin had concluded within half an hour of their check-in, alleviating one of Zhao Junting's concerns. However, through the hypersensory camera, Zhao Junting distinctly overheard a conversation between Park Jae-hoon and the small black creature. Park Jae-hoon claimed to have allied himself with the eternal gate of the sulfur-based beings, and he revealed that the small black was no ordinary dog, but rather the young master of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan, part of the so-called Interstellar Five. After perusing online resources, Zhao Junting discovered that Park Jae-hoon's assertions held truth. Indeed, one of the Interstellar Five was a black dog, whose appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the small black at home. It was perplexing how the small black could possess such extensive knowledge regarding King of Fighters Park Wontion and the matters related to the 9 sovereigns of the universe. Moreover, this so-called Interstellar Five is akin to the cosmic 9 emperors, distinguished allies of humanity who made remarkable contributions during the 3 interstellar wars. The Crimson Moon Wolf clan, to which deployed canine carbon-based troops in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd interstellar wars. Xiao Hei's lineage is renowned as the noblest among canine carbon-based beings, referred to as the Crimson Moon Wolf clan. Furthermore, Park Jae-hoon acknowledges his position within the sulfur-based beings' 4 great gates, specifically the Eternal Life Gate. Zhao Junting has discovered the answer online. The Eternal Life Gate is also known as the Immortal Gate, which grants eternal life to those who enter. The term Fist Master embodies 6 realms. As for the immense power that can shake the universe, Fist King Park Wontion has contemplated this path for over 5 centuries, his might enveloped in the gate's reflection. The crux of the matter lies in Park Jae-hoon's peculiar choice to follow the path of sulfur-based beings rather than his father's divine demonic methods. Leaving Zhao Junting perplexed about the underlying issues he remains unaware of. However, as Zhao Junting gazed at the peacefully slumbering Xiao Yi beside him, a profound realization washed over him. To live in the moment and strive for strength seems to be the wisest choice for him at present. Thus, he gazed dreamily out toward the dawn approaching outside the window, his eyes shimmering with deeper meaning. and he could not help but exhale softly. Chapter 46. Further inquiries. At the break of dawn, a strikingly beautiful young woman was seen assisting a somewhat disabled young man into a water-powered vehicle outside a hotel, heading towards the city center. The duo was none other than the sleepless Zhao Junting and his enchanting companion robot, Xiaoyi. Upon returning to the hospital, Zhao Junting maintained an unperturbed demeanor while perusing the martial arts manuals delivered by Old Qin, accompanied by an array of unique fruits from the planet Gliese 581d, including sandberries and earthball fruits. At 9 o'clock Gliese time, Zhao Junting underwent a comprehensive standard data assessment. Moments after the results emerged, the doctor reassured him that there was no cause for concern, as no anti-physical dark matter had infiltrated his system. The doctor was particularly astonished by the prowess of this human martial artist, whose singular strike managed to penetrate a coffee table and a sofa, rendering the individual concealed behind them unconscious, a feat deemed extraordinary. The physician's primary concern was the possibility that this martial artist had employed an uncommon form of anti-physical dark matter to achieve such a remarkable effect. Little did the doctor know that this martial artist had reached the formidable level of renowned figures such as the immortal Yuan Yang, the king of fighters Park Wentian, and the illustrious leader of the sulfuric biological sect, as well as Park Wentian's son-in-law, Park Zixuan. As Zhao Junting exited the examination room, he was taken aback to find Old Qin, the bookstore owner, standing at the door, gazing at him and Xiaoyi with a look of astonishment as he approached. What could have caused such a reaction? Has he been frozen in place? Upon encountering Old Qin, Zhao Junting was momentarily bewildered, taken aback by his presence. With a slight squint, he then opened his mouth wide, playfully exclaiming, "Zhao Shun, you are truly remarkable. You've managed to conquer another game in just 1 day's time." Old Qin's face, marked by the passage of years, reflected an increasing reverence. His thinning hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and he could not help but gaze at Zhao Junting with admiration. In a tone steeped in respect, he remarked, "Let us not dwell on that. I am already grateful for your willingness to lend me books. Since you enjoy gaming, it is only natural for me to offer assistance." As Zhao Junting observed Old Qin's demeanor, he was reminded of the first time he completed the game Future Cosmic Fleet, where Old Qin had looked upon him with almost divine reverence. This thought elicited a faint amusement within him. However, he appreciated Old Qin's attitude and chose not to voice any rebuttal. "May I pose 3 questions to you?" Old Qin abruptly shifted the conversation as they walked toward the hospital room, his demeanor taking on an unusual quality. With a wide grin, he expressed his eagerness to know more. Zhao Junting felt a sudden chill. Why 3 questions again? Previously, the character Xiaohei from the Starry Five Suns game had requested 3 questions before helping him deal with Old Qin's little game. However, after he completed one, the subsequent inquiries ceased. Now, upon witnessing Zhao Junting's triumph in the game, Old Qin too sought to ask 3 questions. Very well, let him proceed. In the vast expanse of the universe, carbon-based life forms are not the sole inhabitants. Sulfur-based and silicon-based entities exist as well. If one were to seek a harmonious coexistence with the beings of your planet, willing to endure together in the long term, what choice would you make? Upon encountering Zhao Junting, Old Qin readily accepted the question posed to him, his face illuminating with joy. Raising his eyebrows slightly, he leisurely articulated the aforementioned inquiry. Meanwhile, Zhao Junting, Old Qin, and Xiaoyi had arrived at Zhao Junting's hospital room, only to be met with an unexpected crowd. Lina and Park Jae-hun were seated on one side, while on the other, Park Wentian and his elderly butler occupied their space. A charming lady, none other than the wife of the king of fighters, Xiao Xian, lounged on the sofa. As Zhao Junting stepped into the room, a look of astonishment washed over his face, lamenting silently the unforeseen influx of visitors. Soon after, those engaged in work began to depart, leaving only Zhao Junting, Xiaoyi, Park Wentian, the silver-haired elder, and the patiently waiting Old Qin. "Ah, by the way, Zhao brother, shortly I shall dine with you, Old Qin, and your young lady. The hospital's meals are truly unpalatable, and I find myself craving meat," Park remarked. "Old Pooh, set that aside for now and enjoy a good meal. God Zhao, you still owe me an answer. Upon hearing Fist King Pu Wantian's words, Brain Emperor Old Qin was momentarily taken aback, then smoothly transitioned the conversation to the topic Zhao Junting had previously mentioned. Oh, what question is that? Boss Qin. Zhao Junting's expression displayed hesitation, yet inwardly he couldn't help but smirk, recognizing that this was merely a question posed by his ally, the young master of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan, Little Black, regarding how to navigate Old Qin's trivial game. However, Zhao Junting's demeanor darkened as he quietly inquired, in the vast universe, carbon-based life forms are not the only entities. If sulfur-based and silicon-based life forms wish to coexist peacefully with your planet and sought long-term coexistence, what would your choice be? Old Qin's expression turned serious, and he responded with an air of authority, I would choose to eliminate the sulfur-based and silicon-based life forms, for I have no other alternative. At this, both Brain Emperor Old Qin and Fist King Pu Wantian were taken aback, exchanging glances. Fist King Pu Wantian then discreetly gestured to the silver-haired elder beside him, instructing in a barely audible whisper. Quickly activate the soundproof barrier. We must not let others overhear. Understood, Fist King. Zhao Junting was startled by their level of caution. Was such meticulousness truly necessary? Subsequently, the bookstore owner, Old Qin, rose from his seat and circled the room before returning to his original position. With an air of authority reminiscent of Zhao Junting's initial encounter with him, he inquired in a hushed tone, Why? Could you explain the reason? Taken aback, Zhao Junting's expression faltered. He had not anticipated that the subsequent questions would mirror the first. Furrowing his brow, he responded, There is but one truth. In this interstellar universe, only one civilization may exist. Though it may be solitary and desolate, should another civilization dare to pry or provoke. Those who infringe upon our carbon-based civilization shall be met with retribution, no matter the distance. Zhao Junting articulated each word with clarity. Yet he noticed the expressions of King of Fighters Pu Wantian and Brain Emperor Old Qin, who gazed at him with an overwhelming sense of delight, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 47. The final two questions. Old Qin then took a deep breath, his joy momentarily tempered, and casually remarked, Then I shall pose my second question. Zhao Junting was momentarily stunned. He had not expected there to be a second query, although the little black figure had previously stated there would be 3 questions. After the first, it had declared Zhao Junting satisfactory. Yet, it appeared that Old Qin indeed had a second question for him. Please proceed, Zhao Junting replied, his demeanor softening. A hint of calmness flickered in his eyes, and he then spoke with deliberate articulation. Do you believe that humanity, or more precisely, carbon-based life forms, possess a future of their own? Upon encountering Zhao Junting's serene demeanor, Old Qin's excitement was palpable, and a hint of relief surfaced in his eyes as he gently remarked, I believe there is. Zhao Junting, candidly addressing the matter, exhibited a resolute expression that astonished both Brain King Old Qin and Fist King Park Wantian, prompting them to exchange glances. A flicker of astonishment crossed Park Wantian's gaze as he cautiously turned to Old Qin. Then, addressing the determined Zhao Junting, he offered a careful warning. Fist King, I believe that carbon-based life forms possess a promising future, not merely due to the technology of the time. On the contrary, I contend that what we have yet to possess is precisely what we are destined to achieve. Much like 5 millennia ago, when we first encountered AI intelligence. The greatest concern for all carbon-based beings was not sulfur-based or silicon-based life forms, but rather the self-construction capabilities of the AI robots we created. Subsequently, we developed semi-brain machines, and ultimately today's super-brain machines, which have become the pinnacle of AI technology. Together, humanity and all carbon-based beings are advancing towards higher dimensions of the universe. Zhao Junting's face, as if touched by frost, bore a soft sigh. A fleeting thought traversed his mind, seemingly replacing the answer he was about to voice. Very well. Park Wantian's face illuminated with admiration, yet the ever-enthusiastic Brain King, Old Qin, could no longer contain his excitement and audibly praised Zhao Junting with an enthusiastic exclamation. Surprised by the unexpected acknowledgement from the bookstore owner, Zhao Junting's expression reflected his astonishment at Old Qin's apparent comprehension of his discourse. which inadvertently led him to develop a newfound respect for the man. Perhaps, unbeknownst to all present, it was King of Fighters Park Wentian who first discerned that his son, Park, was no longer a carbon-based human but had transformed into a sulfur-based life form. Moreover, without the need for confrontation, King of Fighters Park Wentian surmised that his traitorous son must have pledged allegiance to one of the four heavenly gates of the sulfur-based beings to survive. Witnessing the joy of his beloved Xiao Xin upon seeing their son, and observing the ecstatic reaction of his longtime friend Old Chin's daughter, Lena, upon encountering her husband Park Zixuan, King of Fighters Park Wentian, despite being aware of the underlying truths, could merely feign ignorance. Nevertheless, within the recesses of his mind, he resolved that should his wayward son ever dare to commit any act endangering a carbon-based human, he would not hesitate to enact justice upon his own flesh and blood. Old Shun, your praise is excessive. Now, what is the third question? Zhao Junting pondered for a moment, realizing he had successfully addressed the first two inquiries. Regarding the third question, he deemed it unnecessary to hold back. Thus, he narrowed his eyes slightly, adopting an expression of unwavering conviction, and with his nose slightly raised, he turned to Brain Emperor Old Chun and posed the question. If, perchance, you were endowed with tremendous power, perhaps even the ability to command all carbon-based life forms utilizing the superbrain machine, what choice would you make? At this moment, Brain Emperor Old Chun appeared somewhat troubled. After a brief contemplation, his countenance grew serious, and his deep-set eyes sharpened with intensity. With a slight tousle of his sparse hair, he whispered, "Ah?" Zhao Junting had not considered the notion of possessing such formidable abilities, let alone managing all carbon-based life forms through a superbrain machine. The question seemed to carry an implicit meaning, prompting Zhao Junting to regard Old Chin with a peculiar expression, suddenly falling into silence. Haha. Boss Chun is merely jesting with you. Brother Zhao, do not take it too seriously. Let us go, for Park is nearly starved. We should depart and have the steward book us a room. Upon encountering the unvarnished words of King of Fighters Park Jae-hoon, Brain King Old Chin was taken aback, as if he were bequeathing his final wishes. It was hardly a question, but rather an unexpected proposition. Yet, observing Zhao Junting's bewildered expression, King of Fighters Park's thoughts swiftly converged. Realizing that Zhao Junting was indeed startled by this query, he would never have imagined that the proprietor of a bookstore would pose such an astonishing question. Haha, Old Park is right. I was merely jesting with God Zhao, so please do not take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Brain King Old Chin understood the reason behind Park Jae-hoon's inquiry. He too noticed the incredulous look on Zhao Junting's face and let out a hearty laugh, attempting to dismiss the matter lightly. Your Excellency, I have reserved your favorite old Beijing hot pot. We can proceed now. The silver-haired elder seized the opportunity, making a call to order the hot pot while conversing with the nearby King of Fighters Park Jae-hoon. Excellent. I do enjoy old Beijing hot pot. Is it the same place you frequently visit with Old Chin? Park Jae-hoon replied with delight, recognizing they were headed for a hot pot meal, and he turned his gaze toward Brain King Old Chun. However, at that moment, Old Chin's expression was one of peculiar intrigue, leaving others puzzled. Chapter 48. The White Jade Ring. In the span of a tea's brewing time, several individuals arrived at the hot pot restaurant, the same establishment where Old Chun had encountered 5 burly men alongside Zhao Junting. Upon seeing Old Chun, the proprietor greeted him with unwavering warmth. And upon noticing the presence of King of Fighters Park Wente and the younger brother from that day, he approached them with cordiality. As the meal progressed, the atmosphere was exceedingly pleasant. By the way, Zhao brother, in a week's time, there will be a modest quarterly auction at my Rose Garden Hotel. I wonder if you might be interested? Park Wente remarked casually, savoring the marinated meat in his mouth while leaning towards Zhao Junting. An auction, indeed. However, having arrived in the Northern District, I am unable to bring my hyperbrain device, and the glazer coins I possess are rather limited. Currently, I am utilizing the 100,000 glazer coins bestowed upon me by a particularly striking gentleman before entering the Rose Garden Hotel, leaving me somewhat embarrassed and financially constrained. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting sighed deeply and then cast a contemplative glance at the young one seated across the table. After all, They were still caring for the young master of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan from the Interstellar Five, and if he were to be unsatisfied with his meals, it would undoubtedly lead to discontent. Thus, Zhao Juning fell into deep thought. At this, Brain Emperor Old Qin and King of Fighters Park Wan-hye exchanged glances, nearly bursting into laughter. Among the illustrious 9 sovereigns of the cosmos, the 2 individuals with the most substantial wealth, upon hearing Zhao Junting's remarks, exhibited a rather peculiar expression on their faces. However, it was evident to anyone observing that both were making a concerted effort to suppress their amusement. Zhao, my brother, you have bestowed upon my wife the gift of life. And in return, I present you with a small token of gratitude, as a means to repay your past benevolence. With a slight easing of his demeanor, King of Fighters Park Wan-hye stifled his urge to laugh. In the eyes of Park Wan-hye and Brain, Sovereign Old Qin, the concept of money had entirely lost its intrinsic significance. To elaborate, the extreme northern region was a venture they had jointly financed, and in truth, the wealth amassed from the 72 types of planetary industries in the cosmos was beyond verbal description. Thus, when Zhao Juning claimed to be in need of funds before the 2 sovereigns of the cosmos, it appeared as if he were mocking Park Wan-hye and Old Qin for their miserly tendencies. After this exchange, Park Wan-hye proceeded to remove a white jade ring from his finger and offered it to Zhao Juning. Old Park, wait a moment. Please keep that for yourself. We are merely playing around here. You have a son and belong to the Fighter Royal clan with the esteemed 13 guardians, each a paragon among men. What does it mean for you to take off your ring today? I demand you clarify your intentions. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, the astute Brain King, Old Qin, felt a jolt of alarm surge through him, his countenance darkening with an intense gravity. Without hesitation, he turned to the nearby King of Fighters, Park Wan-hye, his expression transforming with palpable disdain, and then vociferously declared, immediately exuding the boundless authority of a superior. Do not be angered, Old Park. I have given this considerable thought. Since Zhao possesses an extraordinary Xiongwang physique, it is evident that my fighter clan is in dire need of such a remarkable young prodigy. I wish to take Zhao as my disciple. Merely expressing a modest sentiment here. Observing the shift in atmosphere, King of Fighters Park Wan-hye recognized that he had irked Brain King Old Qin. With a facade of forced joviality, he attempted to clarify his position. Enough of this nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? Is that a mere ordinary white jade ring you present? I ask you, is it? Should you dare to challenge me today, claiming it to be an ordinary ring, I, Old Qin, shall consume this ring before all of you. What say you, Park Wan-hye? With that, the Brain King Old Qin's demeanor twisted into a fierce glare, his eyes reddening with a frenzied determination, revealing a relentless spirit. In that moment, Brain King seemed devoid of contemplation, resolutely shouting at King of Fighters Park Wan-hye. Alas! Oh dear, look at me. At my age, I even managed to mistakenly wear the wrong ring, causing my elder brother undue concern. It is my fault. It is my fault. I shall apologize to my elder brother and put it away. At this moment, Mr. Park had refrained from mentioning it until now. Upon hearing this, the King of Fighters, Park Wan-hye's expression tightened, and then his eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He then very courteously addressed Brain King Old Qin. Upon hearing such humility from King of Fighters Park Wan-hye, Brain King Old Qin's fierce demeanor softened, and he responded with a gentle tone. This scene did not escape Zhao Juning's notice, who was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these 2 individuals had reached such a relationship, capable of turning against each other so swiftly, especially due to his own actions. Most crucially, through this incident, Zhao Juning realized that King of Fighters Park Wan-hye's attitude towards the bookstore owner, Old Qin, was even more respectful than that shown to the renowned Master Wan Yang that very evening, despite Master Wan Yang's unparalleled prowess in this generation. However, the argument between the 2 today prompted Zhao Juning to reassess his perception of the bookstore owner, Old Qin. As for the thoughts of King of Fighters Park Wan-hye, only at the moment he intended to remove the white jade ring did Brain King Old Qin unveil the underlying secrets, leading to a confrontation with King of Fighters Park Wan-hye. The white jade ring symbolizes the utmost authority of the Fist Emperor lineage. To behold the white jade ring is akin to encountering the Fist Emperor Park Wentian himself. It is evident that Park Wentian intends to bestow this unparalleled symbol of power upon Zhao Junting, which underscores his intention to regard Zhao Junting as his direct disciple. This underlying sentiment is not lost on Brain Emperor Old Qin, who observes the situation with keen interest and engages in a fervent debate with Park Wentian. For Zhao Junting is indeed the heir that Old Qin holds in high esteem. Chapter 49. Having not seen each other for 3 days, well, since you've stated it so, if Zhao Junting is to be regarded as my disciple, dear brother, do not think that I am undermining your standing. Park Wentian's meticulously groomed beard quivered in response, and with a subtle shift in expression, he remarked indifferently, "What do you mean by a closed-door disciple?" "A disciple is a disciple. Would not your designation elevate God Zhao above the esteemed 13 protectors of the Fist Emperor lineage?" "No, Park Wentian, after we finish this drink today, shall we not part ways as strangers? Or do you wish to see me, Old Qin, driven to the brink?" Old Qin, known as the Brain King, quickly grasped the underlying implications of Park Wentian's words. It seemed that the matter of the Fist Royal Clan's 14th Guardian had been set aside, only for a new disciple to emerge. This disciple, being a closed-door apprentice, occupied a distinctly different echelon compared to the primary disciple. Indeed, many esteemed masters of the martial arts, upon accepting closed-door disciples, would bequeath their sex teachings to them. As he spoke, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Old Qin's eyes, and his words turned icily sharp. "Very well, I shall first offer my respects, and will heed my elder brother's words. I have acted recklessly," Park Wentian conceded, taken aback by Old Qin's astuteness. He had subtly requested to take Zhao Junting under his wing, intending to impart his lifelong knowledge. However, Old Qin had firmly declined. With no other recourse, Park Wentian recognized the courtesy extended by Old Qin and chose not to press further. He then raised his cup, surveying the surroundings before his gaze settled appreciatively on Zhao Junting, regarding him with a look of profound admiration. A moment later, King of Fighters Park Wentian tilted his head back and downed a full glass of. Observing this, Brain King Old Qin felt a surge of joy, as Park Wentian had finally ceased his incessant pursuit of Zhao Junting. Following suit, Old Qin also drank heartily, with a knowing smile directed at King of Fighters Park Wentian. Old Qin's expression turned serious as he addressed Zhao Junting across the table. "Count me in, Brother Zhao. I will have my butler send you some glyzer coins. If there's anything you fancy at the auction, feel free to bid directly. Park promises to be vague about it. Do not hesitate. From now on, we are family." Hearing Old Qin's words, King of Fighters Park Wentian was naturally unwilling to be outdone by Brain King Old Qin. He opened his mouth wide and made a genuine promise. "Oh, I am deeply grateful to both seniors. Here's the deal. If I happen to win an item at the auction, I will inform both of you. And once I leave the Northern District, I shall return the glyzer coins to you." Zhao Junting was still quite perplexed by the situation, wondering why both King of Fighters Park Wentian and the bookstore owner Old Qin displayed such ambiguous attitudes toward him. Even more confounding was the apparent level of interest these two had in him, seemingly surpassing that of ordinary mortals. No need. Old Qin, the Brain Emperor, and Park Wentian, the King of Fighters, spoke in unison. Both seasoned veterans, they regarded the small sum to be given away as a trifling matter, unworthy of such formalities. At this moment, the sincerity of Zhao Junting held immeasurable value in the eyes of both. 3 days later, Zhao Junting and Xiao Yi emerged from the extreme North District Hospital. "Black Master, what troubles you?" Zhao Junting inquired, stepping forward with genuine concern for Xiao He. "I'm hungry," Xiao He replied weakly, as if even lifting his eyelids required all his strength, and then he spoke as if his time was short. Hearing this, Zhao Junting and Xiao Yi exchanged amused glances, and Zhao Junting promptly instructed Xiao Yi to procure some food for Xiao He. In a brief moment, Xiao Yi prepared a roasted chicken, a braised pork knuckle, and a plate of cold beef. "Take your time eating, Xiao He. Take your time." Zhao Junting observed Xiao He devouring the food voraciously in his cage, a stark contrast to the dignified young master of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan he had seen battling formidable foes on the screen that very night. Reflecting on this, Zhao Juning sighed softly, a look of indifference on his face, and then cautiously admonished Xiaohei, "You should try going 3 days without food." The little black creature, refusing to lift its gaze or struggle, savored its feast of pork knuckles and roasted chicken, cradling a plate of marinated beef within its grasp, fearful that others might snatch away a portion. Yet, in this moment, it did not neglect to raise a middle finger with its other paw, expressing its disdain vehemently. "Master, the little black one is cursing at you. Shall I have Xiao Yi teach it a lesson?" A peculiar expression flickered across Xiao Yi's exquisite visage as she raised an eyebrow slightly, speaking in hushed tones to Zhao Juning, as if to shield her words from the little black creature's ears. No need for that. I've let Black Master go hungry for 3 days, and I cannot bear it any longer. You carry on with your tasks. I shall have a proper conversation with our esteemed Black Master. Unless there is something urgent, please refrain from entering." Upon hearing this, Zhao Juning burst into hearty laughter, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He then casually instructed Xiao Yi, as if to dismiss her earlier words entirely. "Yes, Master. Xiao Yi will await your summons outside. Is it really necessary to make such a grand display? You even had Xiao Yi shut the door. If there is something to discuss, I am all ears," the little black creature retorted, wiping its mouth and sitting upright, its canine face remarkably indifferent, gazing toward Zhao Juning beyond the cage. Chapter 50, Cosmic Spirit Stone. The King of Fighters Park Went Dion bestowed upon me an invitation to the quarterly auction at the Rose Garden Hotel. Observing the little black creature's expression of disdain, Zhao Juning raised an eyebrow, sighed softly, and spoke in a low tone, "Let me take a look." Having spoken, the little black creature extended its filthy paw from the cage, accepting the invitation to the Rose Garden Hotel from Zhao Juning's hand. It glanced at the document, then suddenly wore a peculiar expression of silence. After a brief moment, the little black one began to tap on something with its finger while gazing intently at Zhao Juning, and suddenly whispered, "Do you wish for me to accompany you? How did you know?" "That is precisely what I desire. Yet I am uncertain about many things and must seek your counsel. However, how can I manage to bring you inside? This presents my most formidable challenge." Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting's expression slightly shifted, and he lowered his voice to speak quietly to the little black creature within the cage. "This is not an insurmountable task, and I can assure you that we will not be discovered, but—" The little black one's demeanor softened upon hearing this, its brows arched slightly, revealing a confident expression, and it then calmly replied, "Oh, but what?" Zhao Junting was taken aback by the ease with which the little black creature perceived entry into the Rose Garden Hotel. He stood in stunned silence before noticing the little black one's troubled expression, prompting him to ask, "It's nothing. What perplexes me is what valuable items the Rose Garden Hotel has to offer. Or do you even possess the funds?" Xiaohei, though somewhat simple-minded, hesitated for a moment before inquiring about the resolution of the financial issue. Once they entered the inner chamber, it was evident that the items up for auction varied greatly in value, and the necessary investment was no trifling matter. Observing Zhao Junting's demeanor, he did not appear to be a scion of a prestigious family, so how could he possibly possess such wealth? Upon hearing the question, Zhao Junting also paused briefly. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, revealing the enchanting AI robot, Xiao Yi. "What is the matter?" Zhao Junting asked, his expression shifting as he raised an eyebrow. "The old steward from the King of Fighters family has come to see you, Master, and seems to have brought something along, waiting for you in the main room." A flicker of delight appeared on Xiao Yi's exquisite face, and with a slight arch of her brows, her enticing lips uttered, "The old steward?" Zhao Junting furrowed his brow but then, recalling something, relaxed his features. He exchanged a faint smile with Xiaohei and proceeded towards the main room. "The financial issue has been resolved," Zhao Junting announced cheerfully to Xiaohei, who was happily gnawing on a roasted chicken in his cage. "Really? How was it resolved?" Xiaohei asked, wiping his mouth and savoring the meal even more. Zhao Junting replied, "The steward sent by Park Wente from the King of Fighters has delivered this." He extended a pocket from his hand towards Xiaohei in the cage, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. "Wow, this old man has quite the resources. To think they bestowed such a multitude of cosmic spirit stones, if converted into Glee's coins, Let me calculate. Upon discovering that the ultra-signal pocket contained over 20 cosmic spirit stones, a gleam of delight and surprise illuminated Xiao Hei's countenance as he glanced out towards Zhao Junting. In total, there were 25 cosmic spirit stones, equating to 5 million Gliese coins. Zhao Junting had already prepared himself for this inquiry, responding with calmness when Xiao Hei inquired about the Gliese coin equivalent. But that doesn't seem right. This old master is not related to you by blood, yet he offers you such a bounty of cosmic spirit stones merely for assisting against the strike of Master Ruanyang that day? Or is it merely a loan? Xiao Hei's eyes narrowed, and he inquired with an incredulous expression. The King of Fighters, Park Wentian, wishes to recruit me into the King of Fighters clan as the 14th Guardian. Zhao Junting regarded the bag of cosmic spirit stones with a countenance that spoke of unspoken burdens, his eyes narrowing slightly before he replied in a measured tone. The morsel of elbow Xiao Hei had just consumed erupted from his mouth, followed by a few dry coughs, as he seemed unable to fathom Zhao Junting's revelation. He then regarded Zhao Junting with an expression laden with skepticism. Why are you looking at me? I speak only the truth. Zhao Junting understood Xiao Hei's doubts and maintained an expression of unwavering certainty as he affirmed his words. The 14th Guardian of the Fist Royal Clan, a formidable title indeed. Do you comprehend the significance of this? It implies that you shall henceforth exist as a master among Fist masters within this realm. It appears that Old Quan is rather discerning when it comes to talent. Have you accepted this? Xiao Hei's expression softened, the surprise on his face slightly abated, and he inquired nonchalantly. However, before a response could be given, the bookstore owner, Old Chun, intervened, leading to a quarrel between the two. After a brief contemplation, Zhao Junting divulged the events of that day to Xiao Hei. However, the mere mention of Old Chin's name evoked a deeper sense of dread on Xiao Hei's face. Zhao Junting, observing the myriad of emotions playing across Xiao Hei's features, felt a surge of astonishment. After all, Xiao Hei's identity as the young master of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan within the Interstellar Five was no longer a secret to him. Yet, the fact that Old Chun was regarded as an elder brother by the esteemed Fist King Pu Wentian and held in such high regard by the Interstellar Five suggested that he was indeed a person of considerable stature, with the bookstore merely serving as a fade. Moreover, his daughter is Lena, yet Zhao Junting found no record of a father in her background. A quarrel? A peculiar expression crossed Xiao Hei's face, and he cautiously inquired of Zhao Junting. So, did you acquiesce to him? Xiao Hei was certain that Zhao Junting had indeed consented to someone, for otherwise, his demeanor would not be so composed. Who? Zhao Junting was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Then his gaze towards Xiao Hei became peculiar. He let out a gentle sigh and remarked, "Who else could it be but the bookstore owner?" Xiao Hei was primarily concerned with whether the Brain Emperor, Old Chun, had bestowed the super brain device, Yuan Shinji, upon Zhao Junting. Zhao Junting had already navigated 2 of the 6 trials set by Old Chun. The Brain Emperor, completely unaware that he was inching closer to becoming the successor of the Brain Emperor, he said nothing. Zhao Junting, upon hearing this, wore a similarly perplexed expression. What was there to agree or disagree about? The elderly proprietor of the bookstore was so peculiar, visiting him daily without any other demands. There was no basis for any agreement. Chapter 51. Lena makes an appearance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hei displayed a look of skepticism, his eyes reflecting a hint of disbelief as he gently shook his head. However, just yesterday, he had dispatched the intelligent AI robot, F, from his shop to deliver this. With that, Zhao Junting reached to his waist, fumbled a bit, and handed something to Xiao Hei, who was confined within a cage. Xiao Hei received the super signal pocket from Zhao Junting, and upon inspecting it, he was struck with astonishment. His face displayed an expression of sheer shock. And then he squinted his eyes, his voice quivering slightly as he inquired, "Are there really over 100 cosmic spirit stones in here?" Seeing the cosmic spirit stones within the super signal pocket, Xiao Hei began to calculate. This was nearly equivalent to 10 million Gliese coins, an astonishing sum. There were 150 pieces of cosmic spirit stones contained within. Zhao Junting, now devoid of the astonishment he felt upon first encountering 150 cosmic spirit stones, found himself in a state of utter calm as he and the small black creature within the cage meticulously counted the exact number of stones. With 15 million Glyze coins, plus the previous 25 stones, he now possessed a total of 17. 5 million Glyze coins, ready for bidding at the auction. As he spoke, the small black creature's eyes darted restlessly, seemingly foreseeing Zhao Junting's triumphant prowess at the Rose Garden Hotel the following day. Is that sufficient? Zhao Junting inquired, puzzled by the creature's demeanor, suspecting that in its eyes, the 17.5 million Glyze coins were inadequate. Quite sufficient, the small black creature replied, after a brief contemplation, with unwavering certainty. What is enough? I possess more. Suddenly, a familiar feminine voice wafted in from outside, intruding upon the little black creature's domain. Upon turning, Zhao Junting observed that the creature within the cage had shifted its form, transforming into the familiar size of a small black dog, exuding an aura of endearing obedience. Come now, do not feign to be the Black Wind. I have always known that you have not departed from the Arctic. Today, I am fortunate to behold you, so it is best for you to reveal your true self. I did not come to see you. Rather, I came to see Zhao Junting. The woman who spoke bore an exceptionally cold expression. Following closely behind her was Zhao Junting's beautiful AI companion, Xiao Yi. I apologize, Master, but we AI robots lack the authority to obstruct Miss Lina. A hint of grievance was evident on Xiao Yi's lovely face. Naturally, the highest authority in the Arctic zone had the right to enter any monitoring room. Although it was constructed in an antique style, reminiscent of a traditional Beijing Sihiyuan, it remained, in essence, a monitoring chamber. Do not worry, you may leave. When you go out, please remember to close the door securely and ensure the soundproof cover is in place, Zhao Junting stated, his expression steady. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he pondered briefly before calmly instructing Xiao Yi. Understood, Master. Upon witnessing this, the lovely visage of Xiao Yi immediately softened somewhat, and she subsequently retreated from Xiao Hei's room. In the far reaches of my northern domain, Zhao Junting possesses not only his own sleeping robot, but it is also noteworthy that, according to the law governing the 72 categories of terrestrial planets, a staggering 40% of pure humans engage in relations with AI robots, in light of felonies punishable by a term exceeding 10 years and less than 50. In addition to nurturing Wang Xing, he holds the title of Young Master of the Black Wind, Xiao Hei, the Red Moon Sirius among the Star Five. Under the laws of the Dawang planet, within the Arctic jurisdiction, one could face a sentence of no less than 8 years of detention. In other words, should you venture beyond my Arctic realm, you would immediately betray yourself, incurring a maximum sentence of 58 years in imprisonment. Zhao Junting observed a peculiar change in Lina's beautiful visage, as an enigmatic expression graced her features, hinting at an inexplicable emotion that remained unspoken. Perceiving this, Zhao Junting pondered deeply, then inhaled sharply. With a subtle shift of his gaze, he stepped forward, encircling Lina's waist with his arm, and leaned in, engaging in a passionate kiss. The sounds of Lina's soft gasps echoed throughout Zhao Junting's master bedroom, a symphony of desire that persisted unabated throughout the afternoon. This cacophony prompted Xiao Hei, nearby, to draw circles on the ground, internally cursing, "Is Zhao Junting truly just out of the hospital?" As evening descended, Lina nestled within Zhao Junting's embrace, her fingers playfully teasing his chest. Zhao Junting, with one arm still wrapped around the lingeringly captivated Lina, Warren known, the slumbering AI robot. Do you know who illuminated the green light for you? Lina's exquisite face still bore a blush, her sultry lips parting to utter, "Of course. It was you, Lina, undoubtedly thanks to my good brother, George Franklin." Zhao Junting appeared somewhat indifferent, as Lina, at that moment, was practically glistening with perspiration and gazing at him with a hint of reluctance. Naturally, Zhao Junting exuded confidence, knowing that Lina must be feeling quite pleased. "You are all aware. But why is George Franklin so exceptionally kind to you? Surely, you too cannot be an item?" Lina, upon encountering Zhao Junting, spoke with unwavering confidence, her beautiful features subtly shifting, and then, with a flicker in her captivating eyes, she replied with a hint of disdain, "Who is in a relationship with him?" "It is he, George Franklin, who, along with my girlfriend, has betrayed me. My girlfriend possesses a unique disposition. While we spend an entire afternoon together, you only once. She indulges repeatedly, if you catch my drift. Moreover, they must have engaged in their affair aboard one of George Franklin's small aircraft. The moment I stepped onto that plane, I was besieged by sneezing. Thus, there is no need for concern. George Franklin is merely seeking atonement. However, I shall keep this matter to myself, and it shall pass. My relationship with my girlfriend has come to an end. Zhao Junting fell silent for a moment, then turned his gaze toward the ceiling of the master bedroom, reflecting upon the frustrations he had endured prior to entering the Arctic region. At this thought, he couldn't help but feel a touch of discomfort in the lush green surroundings before him. I find myself here today, and can you guess what I have discovered? Lena's complexion softened momentarily, her delicate brows arching slightly, and her alluring crimson lips quivered before she spoke. You must be aware that your husband, Park Jae-hoon, is not human, but rather a sulfur-based life form inhabiting a human body, which is why you have sought me out. Zhao Junting, seemingly anticipating this revelation, responded with a languid air, turning his head to face Lena, who was nestled within his embrace. Chapter 52. Candor. You know, before this moment, how bold it was for you to kiss me. You are truly mischievous. Lena nestled her head once more against Zhao Junting's chest, falling into silence. It is of little consequence. The physiology of sulfur-based life forms differs greatly, and their living conditions are not conducive to sexual reproduction. In contrast, humans, enjoying a comfortable existence, naturally procreate sexually. However, I suspect that if Park Jae-hoon is indeed a sulfur-based life form, he would find satisfaction in that regard utterly impossible. No. If I am not mistaken, it may be that such capabilities do not exist at all. In Zhao Junting's eyes, a blue light suddenly flickered at this moment. His mind raced, as if the entire event was laid bare before him, utterly devoid of concealment. You're so wicked, you despicable scoundrel. What do you intend to do with the Black Wind? Lena murmured softly, gazing at Zhao Junting with an expression of lingering unease. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Junting provided the answer that resided in his heart. After all he had endured, it was evident to him that Xiaohe had treated him rather well. Therefore, there was no necessity for him to impose the stringent laws of the Arctic upon Xiaohe. Can you fathom why the Black Wind and my deceased ex-husband, Park Saishiwan, have arrived in the Arctic at this particular moment? Lena inquired, her beautiful visage momentarily clouded, before her delicate brows arched, and her alluring lips quivered slightly as she posed this question. It is indeed due to your father, the esteemed Brain Emperor Chun. As his lifespan draws to a close, numerous ambitious individuals seeking to seize the transcendent Yuan Shunji have converged upon the extreme northern region. Zhao Junting paused in silence for a moment, and then a flicker of azure light flashed in his eyes. His lips trembled slightly as he spoke in a voice as frigid as ice. When did you come to this knowledge? Who informed you that my father is the Brain Emperor Chun? At this moment, Lena's heart surged like a tempest, utterly astonished to discover that the Zhao Junting before her was entirely different from the one she had come to know. First and foremost, the game entitled Future Cosmic Fleet is a test of one's personal worldview. Contrary to his claims, your father is not incapable of mastering that game. For Future Cosmic Fleet possesses a little-known bug. The record of your first completion is concealed within the visuals preceding the next attempt, akin to a cinematic experience. Moreover, your father has navigated this game successfully over 100 times. In other words, the bookstore owner is not beseeching my assistance in conquering Future Cosmic Fleet. Rather, he is subjecting me to a trial. Zhao Junting narrowed his eyes momentarily before continuing. On that fateful day in the opulent suite of the Rose Garden Hotel's boxing gym, as I found myself struck down by Master Wan Yang while valiantly attempting to protect you in Chao Xin, I was inexplicably enveloped by the sin of Old Chin. Yet, within my ears rang out the shouts of Brain Emperor. This curious occurrence compelled me to ponder the connection between Old Chin and the enigmatic Brain Emperor. Zhao Junting, glancing at Lena beside him, momentarily found himself at a loss for words. He soon cleared his throat, regaining his composure, and continued speaking. Finally, There was the demeanor of King of Fighters Park Wentian, as a member of the 9 Emperors of the universe. Why would he show such deference to a mere bookstore owner? Even a fool could surmise a hint of the underlying truth. If my suspicions are correct, the Brain Emperor Old Chun is indeed that bookstore owner. Am I right, my dear? At this moment, a subtle smile graced Zhao Junting's face, his brows arching slightly in contemplation, before he opened his mouth to articulate all his conjectures. You can't hide anything, you clever little imp. With that, Lena pressed her body closely against Zhao Junting's, and the two indulged in a tender embrace until the late hours of the night. It was only in the stillness of the night that Lena hurriedly departed from the old Beijing courtyard. Zhao Juning leisurely donned his clothes and made his way toward Xiao Hei's room. Upon gently pushing the door open, he beheld Xiao Hei sitting cross-legged within the confines of his cage. Have you sent her off? Little Black remained seated in the center of the cage, eyes closed, and spoke softly. Now that we've bid farewell, let us converse, young master, my esteemed Black Lord. Zhao Junting procured a chair, lightly tapped his fingers, and the cage's restraints were swiftly lifted. He then offered another chair to Little Black, grinning as he remarked, I did not anticipate that you would be far more astute than I had imagined. When did you come to this realization? Little Black narrowed his eyes, furrowing his brow, and then quietly inquired. That day when you confronted Park Zixuan, the courtyard was equipped with covert hypersensory cameras that captured every word and action between you two. Just moments ago, I comprehended your true purpose for coming here. If we are to be friends, I believe it is imperative that we speak candidly. Should you, Zhao Junting, still harbor distrust toward me, the door is right there. Once you step through it, I shall forget I ever met you, young master, and shall have no recollection of you as a friend. At this juncture, Zhao Junting's expression softened, and he gazed at Little Black with a hint of emotion. Noticing Little Black's equally affected demeanor, he clenched his teeth, sincerely wishing for Little Black to remain, and then silently awaited his response. All right. Is there anything we cannot discuss? Indeed, we are friends. I came here with the intention of acquiring the superbrain machine or essence machine, but unexpectedly, you appeared. I believe you are the more suitable candidate. Thus, I wish to assist you in achieving the compatibility of the superbrain machine or essence machine. As for everything else, I find there is little more to discuss. Xiao Hei maintained an air of nonchalance, speaking with unwavering confidence to Zhao Junting across from him. Well, may I inquire about a few matters? Zhao Junting, though not inherently distrustful of Xiao Hei, found himself beset by lingering questions. He was eager to discern whether the young master of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan within the interstellar 5 seated before him possessed any knowledge of the underlying truths. After a brief internal struggle, he steeled himself and posed the question. Very well, Xiao Hei replied, observing Zhao Junting with a sense of astonishment. Given the gravity of the situation, there was no need for formalities. He urged Zhao Junting to ask whatever he wished without hesitation. Then I shall not hold back. Black Lord, my first question is, how did you ascertain that Old Qin is indeed the Mind Emperor and possess such intricate knowledge of his whereabouts in the extreme northern region? Zhao Junting's gaze bore into Xiao Hei, his eyes emanating a chilling intensity as he inquired coldly. My father, the current leader of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan, is the personal beast of the Mind Emperor, Old Qin. He saved Old Qin's life during the Second Interstellar War. In gratitude for my father's sacrifice, the Mind Emperor programmed my father's mind with advanced intelligence and awakened his consciousness. Subsequently, he sent my father to Wang Star, where my father established the present-day Crimson Moon Wolf clan and was appointed as its leader. Thus, I possess a comprehensive understanding of the Mind Emperor Old Qin's location and detailed information. Upon encountering Zhao Junting's gloomy demeanor, Xiao Hei was taken aback, realizing that this young man was indeed quite cautious and wary of him. How do you possess such intimate knowledge of Brain Emperor Old Qin's second minigame? In Zhao Junting's presence, Xiao Hei found certain questions remained shrouded in secrecy. However, given that Xiao Hei could reveal that his father was indeed Brain Emperor Old Qin's familiar beast, Zhao Junting was not particularly surprised, as he surely understood that only a close attendant of Brain Emperor Old Qin could be privy to such clandestine information. Do you think you are the only one participating in the test? It seemed Brain Emperor Old Chun had disseminated information through undisclosed channels, and in truth, countless scions of the interstellar elite were undergoing the trial. Your presence here is merely an anomaly. Xiao He was momentarily stunned by these words, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. He then murmured, "Oh, is that truly the case? I have visited the second floor of the bookstore, which can accommodate numerous participants for the game Future Cosmic Fleet. Yet, why then did you find yourself on the streets, and why did you assault me?" Zhao Junting was not particularly astonished by Xiao He's remarks. However, upon hearing the mention of numerous elite heirs, he suddenly comprehended why there were so many AI intelligent sensory gaming devices on the second floor of the bookstore. Yet, the question of why Xiao He would target him remained a perplexity for Zhao Junting. In truth, the majority of individuals falter before the game Future Cosmic Fleet. After all, the path to victory, as you have articulated, necessitates a final choice between humanity and the light of humanity. Consequently, many affluent participants succumb to this dilemma. I, for instance, found myself defeated at the third question of the second level. As for that second minigame, it holds little substance. It merely encapsulates the experiences garnered over years of engaging in interstellar affairs. Regarding our encounter, it was indeed fortuitous. After my defeat at the hands of Brain Emperor Lao Chen, my unwillingness to accept failure compelled me to seek another opportunity. However, the defenses in the extreme north zone are exceptionally stringent, and with my temporary residence permit expired, I could only resort to the whims of a passerby. To my surprise, I discovered that you possessed a book from Lao Chen's bookstore, which indicated you might also be a participant in the test. Even if you were not, it still presented an opportunity, thus prompting my deliberate visit to you. Xiao He spread his hands in a gesture of exasperation, flashing a playful grin at Zhao Junting. No wonder the young master of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan in Interstellar 5 was rendered unconscious by a mere AI attendant. It was all an act. You sought to leverage my proximity to Brain Emperor Lao Chen for your own ends. Zhao Junting shot a sidelong glance at Xiao He, replying with palpable irritation. One must not speak in such a manner, my brother. The superbrain of Old Chen, known as the Yuan Shun Ji, serves as the backbone of all superbrains. Such a role can only be undertaken by an individual of great responsibility and wisdom. Alas, I lack the fortune for such a destiny, but you, my brother, have already passed through 2 trials. What transpires next remains shrouded in mystery. This is an opportunity that you must seize. With a furrowed brow, Xiao He earnestly conveyed this to Zhao Junting. May I inquire, he asked, how did you answer the same question that led to your disqualification? Zhao Junting, with a sigh of resignation, shook his head and fell silent for a moment before quietly inquiring, which question? Xiao He felt a pang of curiosity. What could this question be? It was, in the vastness of the universe, carbon-based life forms are not the sole inhabitants. If sulfur-based and silicon-based life forms sought to coexist peacefully with your planet and were willing to share a long-term existence, what would your choice be? Zhao Junting narrowed his eyes, fixing an unwavering gaze upon Xiao He. He remained motionless as he stated, "There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. I believe that as long as mutual benefits can flourish, long-term coexistence is possible." Suddenly, a charming expression overtook Xiao He's canine visage, and he broke into a silly grin, appearing adorably naive. "Oh, do you truly not understand that the survival pursuits of sulfur-based and silicon-based life forms differ fundamentally from those of humanity? Civilization, in essence, refers to a form of life capable of communicating through language and recording its developmental journey through written words. In contrast, sulfur-based and silicon-based life forms lack such characteristics. In other words, it is futile to seek to establish contracts or agreements with these 2 types of beings." Zhao Junting wore a bitter smile. It was no wonder that Little Black's answer was dismissed by the Brain Emperor Old Chun. Indeed, the misunderstanding stemmed from Old Chun, the young master of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan among our Interstellar 5. Thus, when you articulated that there is but one truth within this vast interstellar universe, only one civilization can exist, though solitary and desolate, when other civilizations dare to intrude or provoke. Those who offend our carbon-based civilization shall face retribution, no matter the distance. I would unhesitatingly affirm your qualification. Your response is precisely what the brain Emperor Old Chin seeks. Therefore, my brother, I deem you more suited for the brain Emperor Old Chin's superintelligent Yuan Shin machine. Little Black, feeling an immense sense of relief, relaxed his brow and, with a broad grin, candidly declared, "Indeed, there is but one truth within this interstellar universe. Only one civilization can exist, though solitary and desolate. When other civilizations dare to intrude or provoke, those who offend our carbon-based civilization shall face retribution. No, this is my worldview. Furthermore, as I previously mentioned, sulfur-based and silicon-based life forms do not necessarily constitute carriers of civilization. They are merely life forms at this stage." Zhao Junting wore a visage of indifference as he resolutely articulated his previous statements. "Thus, it is only natural that Brain King Old Chin appreciates you more. My answer has unequivocally banished me from the premises." In an instant, Xiao Hei's previously buoyant mood plummeted into despondency, prompting him to voice his hesitations. Chapter 54. Xiao Hei's loyalty. What are your plans moving forward? Zhao Junting surmised Xiao Hei's troubled thoughts, undoubtedly influenced by their earlier exchange. Their gazes locked, and he earnestly inquired, "Plans? I intend to assist you in navigating all of Brain King Old Chin's subsequent endeavors, ultimately acquiring the super brain device Yuan Shinji." "Oh." Zhao Junting merely uttered a soft exclamation before lapsing into silence. "What? Do you harbor other ideas?" Xiao Hei, startled by the realization, pondered. Indeed, Zhao Junting had never mentioned his desire to become Brain King Old Chin's successor. It had always been Xiao Hei who had expressed such. A chill ran through him as he contemplated that his thoughts might truly align with Zhao Junting's assumptions. "Well, I initially intended to learn the combat techniques from Old Chin's bookstore to avoid injury while battling the sulfur-based creatures. I did not anticipate it would be this complicated." Zhao Junting sighed softly, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through his eyes, and then murmured, "Heh." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hei scoffed derisively, then shook his head. "What is it?" Upon encountering the disdainful expression of the individual opposite him, Zhao Junting could not help but ponder if this individual possessed knowledge of certain undisclosed matters. "Since our conversation has ventured this far, allow me to pose a question to you. What brings you to the northernmost district?" Suddenly, a fierce crimson light flickered in the depths of the small black figure's eyes. The oppressive aura of the Red Moon Wolf clan's young master surged forth, and his voice turned icy and penetrating. "It is because I encountered a sulfur-based life form disguised as a human female journalist in the cigar lounge of the space station. The station, fearing that I might be infected with the characteristics of the sulfur-based organism, isolated me in the northernmost district. Is that not the protocol?" As the route commander of the Immigration Bureau at the Gliese 581D space station, Zhao Junting possessed sufficient knowledge regarding such matters, and he responded effortlessly to the inquiry. "Do you believe that your encounter with a beautiful journalist was merely a coincidence? If so, then this coincidence is indeed formidable. Moreover, how did this coincidence find its way into your space station?" At this moment, the crimson light in the small black figure's eyes remained undiminished, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face, as if he regarded Zhao Junting with a sense of frustration akin to that of a mentor towards a failing student. "Are you suggesting that a sulfur-based organism could infiltrate the outer city space station, the very place where I am employed?" Zhao Junting was taken aback by these words, a flicker of suspicion crossing his features. "Since he recorded my conversation with Park Zishuan using the super-sensitive fly-eye camera, do you recall how Park Zishuan referred to me?" The small black figure replied apathetically. "He referred to you as the young master of the Red Moon Wolf clan within the Interstellar 5. Indeed, within the realm of Interstellar Gamoku, I am merely one among its many players. I must inform you that within this game resides a friend of mine, the chief of the Thunderstone clan, known as Shi Jiofeng. His prowess lies in the collection and analysis of intelligence. 6 months prior, the 4 great celestial gates among the sulfur-based beings dispatched assassins to eliminate 40% of the pure humans capable of super-controlling, possessing exoskeletons and mechas. Although you have not been trained in exoskeletons or mechas, your 5th-tier Huang body naturally places you on their assassination list. The appearance of Park Jae-hoon is undoubtedly linked to fulfilling the unfinished mission of that female journalist. As Xiaohei concluded his statement, his expression darkened considerably, and he fixed a piercing gaze upon Zhao Junting. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting was rendered utterly speechless. His countenance betrayed terror, which subsequently softened, only to morph into astonishment and then settle into a calm demeanor. He then inquired of Xiaohei, "What should I do?" Zhao Junting's face bore an air of indifference. Xiaohei regarded Zhao Junting with eyes that transformed from icy coldness to a glimmer of hope. He then spoke with a measured calmness. "I have but one final question." Zhao Junting steadied himself, a flicker of blue light illuminating his gaze, followed by a furrowed brow. He then spoke in a subdued tone. "Ask away." "If I were to earnestly strive to pass the trials set by Brain Emperor Old Qin and become the heir of the super-intelligent machine Yuan Shenji for the stability and peace of carbon-based life forms in the future, would you assist me? Or would we part ways upon leaving this extreme northern region, each charting our own course in the vastness of the world?" Zhao Junting gazed solemnly at the figure before him, known as Little Black. After a brief moment, he moved his lips, and with utmost seriousness, he inquired. Little Black, perceiving Zhao Junting's gravity, responded with indifference. Maintaining a serious demeanor, he spoke deliberately, ensuring each word was clear. "Very well, I accept your terms. Not for any other reason. But since the sulfur-based beings have eliminated Deadpool, and given the threat posed to my kind, I shall strive earnestly to become the heir of the Brain Emperor. Furthermore, out of our brotherly bond, I will endeavor to complete the trials and inherit the super brain. For those who dare to challenge us carbon-based beings shall face dire consequences, regardless of distance." Zhao Junting regarded Little Black with deep affection and, moved by the moment, softly replied, "Indeed, those who offend us carbon-based beings shall face retribution, no matter how far they may flee." Little Black mimicked Zhao Junting's demeanor, echoing his sentiment. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room grew palpably intense. Chapter 59. The Art of Enchantment. What? Is this shabby item truly a treasure? Are you jesting with me? Black Master. Upon hearing Little Black's remarks, Zhao Junting was overwhelmed with indignation. In his eyes, the King of Fighters had orchestrated this awkward situation solely to recruit him as a disciple. Having expended 25 cosmic spirit stones, an amount that would require a lifetime of toil at the space station for Zhao Junting to accumulate, he felt a surge of frustration. "If Black Master has something to say, please speak swiftly." Upon hearing Xiaohei's words, Zhao Junting seemed to sense that there might indeed be undisclosed truths lurking beneath the surface. Otherwise, Xiaohei, as his brother, would not speak in such a manner. After a moment of silence, Xiaohei revealed the complete details regarding the Lingxi Gate. "Hey, Black Master, how did you come to know about such a secret matter? Are you trying to deceive me out of fear that I might be too heartbroken?" Zhao Junting responded with skepticism, still feeling a twinge of hesitation. Noticing Zhao Junting's doubts, Xiaohei narrowed his eyes and retorted with irritation. "Firstly, there is the emerald green identity card of the esteemed chief of the Rose Garden Hotel, which grants a twofold discount at any hotel across the 72 categories of terrestrial planets. Secondly, there is a decommissioned super cosmic antimatter propulsion ship, once the pinnacle of the previous generation S warships, rendered unusable after sustaining severe damage during the Third Cosmic War. It is now relegated to civilian tours. Next up for auction is an exquisite maid, a half-genetically programmed human endowed with psychic abilities, capable of communicating with other carbon-based. The starting bid is 10 cosmic spirit stones." Having concluded his statement, the silver-haired elder gestured to someone behind him, and a servant emerged from the back, leading a notably attractive young woman with a physique typical of a Chinese woman. However, to Zhao Junting's astonishment, he gasped in surprise. Who was this woman? It was none other than Li Jiaowen, the charming cashier he had encountered at the supermarket that day. Is it really her? Zhao Junting could not help but feel a surge of compassion, his gaze directed towards the figure on the platform tinged with a hint of reluctance. He then murmured, "What is it? Do you know this young woman? Let me tell you, she not only possesses the art of divination, but also the skills of enchantment and illusion. I sense something unusual about her from a distance. It would be wise for you to keep your distance." Inside the wolf-tooth necklace, Xiaohei anxiously cautioned him, and then, with utmost seriousness, communicated telepathically with Zhao Junting. Indeed, yet I find this girl to be nothing but gentle and endearing. How could she possibly embody the enchantress? I cannot accept that. Do not be so naive. Mastery of enchantment culminates in an appearance of pure innocence and charm. Those who lack proficiency in this art are the ones who exude seduction, easily discernible at first glance. However, our unique technique from the Crimson Moon Wolf clan, which enables control over divine thoughts, protects one from the confounding effects of enchantment. If you doubt me, I can impart this technique to you through my mental power. A mere glance will reveal the truth. Seeing Zhao Junting so obstinately resistant, Xiaohei nearly erupted in frustration within the confines of the wolf-tooth necklace. He even contemplated temporarily transmitting the Crimson Moon Wolf clan's divine control technique to Zhao Junting, allowing him to perceive the true nature of the elegant woman on the platform. With that thought, Xiaohei formed a series of hand seals, quietly reciting a spell of revelation, and in an instant, a green light flickered in his eyes as he commanded, "Go." Zhao Junting felt a powerful surge within his mind, and as his eyes appeared to redden, a wave of comfort washed over him. However, when he reopened his eyes, the woman on stage no longer seemed as enchanting or charming as before. He soon noticed several rays of light, akin to dominating auras, emanating from her body, directed towards various tables of guests, including his own. How about that? Now you know I wasn't deceiving you, Xiaohei proclaimed with newfound confidence, feeling he had grasped Zhao Junting's thoughts. Indeed, that makes sense. Suddenly, Zhao Junting raised the bidding card in his hand, participating in the auction. Have you lost your mind? Didn't we agree that this young woman poses a problem? Why are you still bidding? Are universal spirit stones so abundant that they can be squandered? Xiaohei was thoroughly incensed by Zhao Junting's actions, his arms crossed tightly in frustration. Calm down, Black Master, Zhao Junting replied with a hint of amusement. Consider this. The allure possessed by this young lady, combined with the spiritual communication skills spoken of by the elderly gentleman on stage, not to mention the illusions, I sense she may prove invaluable in the future. Thus, it is only natural to make a move. Zhao Junting remained non-committal, but his gaze now held a certain admiration for Li Jiawen on stage. Oh, the esteemed Mr. 481, who just received the favor of the King of Fighters, has bid 15 Universal Spirit Stones. Is there anyone willing to offer more than 15 Universal Spirit Stones? The silver-haired elder seemed aware that the price for this woman would undoubtedly be high, fervently urging the bidders below to raise their offers. Chapter 60. The Enigma of Jiawen. I bid 40 Cosmic Spirit Stones. Not far behind Zhao Junting, an elderly gentleman with a somewhat haggard appearance grumbled his bid of 45 Cosmic Spirit Stone. Before the silver-haired elder at the podium could announce the bid for the first or second time, Zhao Junting promptly raised his offer to 481. VIP number 481 has bid 45 Cosmic Spirit Stones. 45 Cosmic Spirit Stones once, 45 Cosmic Spirit Stones twice. The silver-haired elder surveyed the crowd with keen eyes, seemingly hoping for someone to offer a higher price for this exquisite maid. I bid 60 Cosmic Spirit Stones. I too wish to partake in the fortune of this fortunate individual. As these words were spoken, a man with a shifty gaze unexpectedly placed a bid, exceeding Zhao Junting's offer by 15 stones. All eyes turned towards this dubious character. 65 Cosmic Spirit Stones. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Junting fell silent, then raised his bidding paddle high, exclaiming, "Oh!" VIP number 481 raises the bid to 65 Cosmic Spirit Stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 65 Cosmic Spirit Stones? 65 Cosmic Spirit Stones once, 65 Cosmic Spirit Stones twice. The silver-haired elder sensed that 65 Cosmic Spirit Stones was likely the pinnacle of the bidding, and further increases seemed improbable. He prepared to bring down the gavel. 65 Cosmic Spirit Stones thrice. With that, the elder struck the table lightly with his hammer, concluding the auction of the exquisite made it 65 Cosmic Spirit Stones. Once again, congratulations to guest number 481, who has acquired an exquisite made at the price of 65 Cosmic Spirit Stones. With that, The silver-haired elder pointed towards Zhao Junting, and the spotlight once again converged upon him. Each attendee present cast peculiar glances in his direction, yet their hands remained tirelessly applauding in a show of congratulations. The crowd found it perplexing that this fortunate man, designated as number 481, chose to spend such a substantial sum on a seemingly fragile young woman. Was it merely her melodious name, exquisite maid, that enticed him? At this moment, Zhao Juning was indifferent to the judgment of others, swiftly making his way to the center of the stage, where he exchanged the cosmic spirit stones. Without engaging in further conversation with the silver-haired elder, he took Li Jiawen's hand and descended from the stage. "Hey, have you lost your senses? Why on earth would you purchase such a woman?" Xiao He, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but express his indignation in a hushed tone, concealed within the wolf-tooth necklace. Zhao Junting, pressed for time to explain the intricacies of the situation to Xiao He, let out a soft sigh and replied nonchalantly, "What is it to you? Spending so much on a maid. Do you think I have money to burn?" Upon observing this, Xiao Xian couldn't suppress a silent curse, leaning closer to Zhao Junting to whisper, "Seriously, why spend so much for a maid? Are you just throwing money around?" With a faint smile, Zhao Junting responded, "I have my reasons for buying her. Thank you for your concern, Madam Master." Internally, he chuckled at the irony, wondering why Xiao Xian felt entitled to question his choices. "You do as you please," he thought. Upon encountering Zhao Junting's extravagant behavior, Xiao Xian could not help but express her displeasure, turning her face away and choosing to disregard him. "Thank you, sir, for redeeming me," Jiawen said with heartfelt gratitude. Upon hearing this, Li Jiawen began to weep silently, her appearance evoking a sense of compassion. Even Zhao Junting, standing nearby, could not resist the urge to reach out and gently wipe away her tears. "Please, do not cry. Weren't you working at the supermarket before? How did you end up as a maid, and moreover, being sold? What exactly transpired?" Zhao Juning pondered several questions in his mind, then after a brief contemplation, leaned closer to Li Jiawen and inquired softly, "I am employed at a supermarket, and in the mornings, after my shift, I work as a dealer in the extreme northern district, distributing cards to gamblers daily. However, my mother has fallen ill, requiring a substantial sum for her treatment, and my father struggles with alcoholism. Therefore, I found myself in a predicament and had to enlist the help of a friend. Through the art of divination, known as the divine eye technique, I enabled my friend to discern the cards of all players at the table, allowing us to win considerable sums from the casino. A few days ago, the casino discovered this affair, and Mr. Li Minjia, the administrator, intended to send me to a correctional facility to await legal repercussions. Strangely, this incident reached the ears of the King of Fighters, who summoned me and informed me that, given my extraordinary abilities, I could sell myself into servitude. The funds garnered from this arrangement would be used to treat my mother's ailment, and should the amount prove insufficient, the King of Fighters would cover the remaining costs for her recovery. After much contemplation, I decided to adhere to the King of Fighters' proposal and attended the auction, taking on the role of a maid. Li Jiawen then wept bitterly, her delicate features becoming even more enchanting, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. "Do you believe her words?" At that moment, the small black figure within the wolf fang necklace could no longer contain itself and, in a low voice, spoke to Zhao Juning with a hint of irritation. "Whether I believe these tales is of little consequence. What truly matters is that soon you will understand why I am compelled to acquire her." Zhao Junting grasped Li Jiawen's hand, yet a wicked smile graced his lips, and as a blue light flickered in his eyes, he subtly muttered to himself, "Indeed, the clamor surrounding us is rather overwhelming. Let us find a more tranquil setting to converse. I have several matters to discuss with you." Without hesitation, Zhao Junting guided Li Jiawen out of the banquet hall and onto a secluded patch of grass, where they paused, finding themselves alone. "If there is something you wish to convey, sir, I encourage you to speak freely now," Li Jiawen remarked, assuming Zhao Junting sought this quietude for more intimate intentions. "I shall pose a question first. Aside from your abilities in spiritual communication, do you also possess skills in enchantment and illusion?" Zhao Junting inquired directly, his gaze unwavering as he fixed his eyes upon Li Jiawen. "How did you come to know this?" Li Jiawen responded, a hint of surprise flickering across her features. Her expression shifting subtly as her delicate brows arched in curiosity, revealing a glimmer of intrigue. Zhao Junting, his demeanor becoming serious, continued, implying that he had acquired Li Jiawen for this very purpose. Indeed, he confirmed, noticing her slight trepidation as she lowered her gaze in acknowledgement. That is reassuring. What I am about to share with you will significantly influence both your future and mine, Zhao Junting stated, his heart swelling with joy as his expression softened, a spark of enthusiasm igniting within him. I am of the Xionghuang physique, and to activate this trait, I must consume alcohol. However, if I am not mistaken, there exists an alternative method to awaken this Xionghuang physique. Would you agree with my assertion, Li Jiawen? Zhao Junting's eyes glimmered momentarily, soon revealing an expression of peculiar delight. He then spoke with an earnest tone. Chapter 61, The Battle Glyph. Well, sir, since you have inquired so, I shall dare to venture a guess. Could it be that you wish for me to employ illusionary arts to directly awaken the Xionghuang physique within you, thereby facilitating your direct participation in the fray? Li Jiawen's delicate visage seemed to enlighten in an instant, golden light flashing within her eyes. Her exquisite lips quivered slightly as she articulated her thoughts. Astute. Zhao Junting found himself genuinely appreciating this seemingly unperturbed young woman, unable to restrain his praise. Bravo! My Zhao Junting, you have conceived such a profound approach. I had thought you were merely infatuated, leading you to such folly. However, upon reflection, the investment of 65 cosmic spirit stones is indeed justified. Even 650 would pose no significant issue. Well done, splendidly executed. Upon hearing this, Little Black, nestled within the wolf fang necklace, suddenly experienced a revelation, showering Zhao Junting with compliments. Thank you for the praise, Lord Black. Zhao Junting inwardly scolded. Didn't you just try to impede me? Now that you know the true intention behind procuring Li Jiawen, you sing her praises incessantly. Nevertheless, Zhao Junting maintained a composed demeanor, his expression serene as he turned to Li Jiawen. He spoke coolly, I am ready to commence. Now, observe closely, sir. Having spoken, Li Jiawen's eyes gleamed with an intensified golden light, which soon overflowed, radiating two beams that pierced into Zhao Junting's being. In a mere moment, Zhao Junting's muscles swelled. His stature seemingly increased by several inches, while the veins coursing through his muscles bulged dramatically. With a sudden pivot, Zhao Junting sprang forth, his feet lifting off the ground. A thunderous sound echoed as he leaped several hundred meters into the air, a testament to the formidable prowess of the fifth tier of the Xionghuang physique. Zhao Junting's suspicions were confirmed. Li Jiawen's illusion could indeed instantaneously awaken his own Xionghuang physique. Within the span of a brief tea session, Zhao Junting's body reverted to its prior state, leaving him fatigued and sprawled upon the ground. Sir, are you unwell? Li Jiawen inquired, leaning closer, only to discover that Zhao Junting had lost his previous fierce demeanor, the Xionghuang physique dissipating from sight, prompting his concerned question. I'm fine. By the way, please sign this. Zhao Junting replied weakly, producing a document from his pocket and handing it to the attentive Li Jiawen. What is this? Li Jiawen asked, puzzled. Li Jiawen, filled with curiosity, opened the document. However, after merely glancing at it, his expression drastically changed, as if he had encountered a specter. Even traces of blood appeared in his eyes, which widened in horror as he stared at Zhao Junting, who lay helplessly on the ground. Curious, are you? How could I possess such a thing? This agreement is a spiritual death pact. By affixing your blood to it, you bind yourself to a life of servitude to me. My path lies in the interstellar universe, and as my servant, I cannot ascertain what actions you might undertake, driven by past affections or desires, under coercion or temptation. Thus, this contract serves as a safeguard for both of us. Zhao Junting fell silent for a moment, then poured out the words that had been weighing on his heart. What? This pact can only be wielded by the underworld emperor among the 9 sovereigns of the universe. Where did you acquire it? Upon seeing the spiritual death pact, Xiao He also displayed an expression of astonishment, his heart filled with trepidation. He then whispered to Zhao Junting through a mental transmission. Do you recall the day the old steward from the Fist King family delivered the cosmic spirit stones? He also gifted me this spiritual death pact. There was no need for concealment between Zhao Juning and Xiao He. Thus, when Xiao He inquired, Zhao Juning recounted the origins of the spiritual death pact. What if I refused to sign? Li Jiawen's countenance darkened. Fear etched across his delicate features as he timidly addressed Zhao Juning. Upon hearing Li Jiawen's words, Zhao Juning could not help but smirk coldly. Having made the purchase, did he truly believe he was unaware of how to deal with him? What if I were to sign this life and death pact, and subsequently face unforeseen circumstances, such as someone threatening the lives of my parents? What would happen if I were to betray you, my master? Li Jiawen took a deep breath, her delicate brows furrowing as she gazed at the limp Zhao Juning before her. In a hushed tone, she murmured, that ultimately hinges on your own choices. For once the life and death pact is signed, any act of betrayal against the master would result in immediate demise. This is no jest. From the moment of signing, a unique sigil, an exclusive mark of mine, will manifest upon your chest. You shall witness a bluish tattoo, and upon signing the life and death pact, you will come to understand its weight. This sigil shall remain upon you until your last breath. Zhao Juning relayed all that the silver-haired elder had conveyed regarding the life and death pact to the somewhat hesitant Li Jiawen, who then fell into a contemplative silence. I will sign. Li Jiawen bit her lip, recalling her mother still in the hospital, her once serene visage now marred with worry. Resolutely, she pierced her thumb to draw blood, pressing it upon the life and death pact, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed across the sky, as a bolt of lightning seemed to pierce through Li Jiawen's very being, followed by a radiant golden light that momentarily enveloped her before vanishing without a trace. Ah! Li Jiawen let out a piercing scream and immediately crouched upon the lawn. When her beautiful eyes lifted once more, they appeared to hold a lingering hint of anguish. Quick! Take a look at her chest. Could it be that she bears an additional cursed mark? Xiao He, well aware of the formidable nature of the contract of life and death, discreetly advised Zhao Juning through a whisper. Very well, I shall investigate, Zhao Juning replied, mustering the strength to lift his weakened body from the ground before shuffling towards Li Jiawen. As he approached, he extended his right hand and unfastened the buttons of her garment, revealing a symbol on her chest, a character for battle, encircled by a ring, neither too large nor too small. What is this? My exclusive cursed mark, yet it bears the character for battle? Zhao Juning pondered, perplexed, as he gazed at the delicate part of Li Jiawen's form, causing her fair visage to flush a deep crimson. Chapter 62. The Dragon Battle Armor. The character for battle? Could it be Xiao He? Nestled within the wolf-tooth necklace, contemplated the symbol adorning Li Jiawen's chest. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and with a faint smile, he shook his head, murmuring softly, so it is thus. Now, we present for auction an item retrieved from an alternate realm, the pièce d'assistance of the evening. The Dragon Battle Armor. Testing has revealed that this Dragon Battle Armor cannot be operated by a single individual. While it is generally understood that auxiliary armors are manageable by one person, this particular Dragon Battle Armor necessitates the simultaneous control of 25 individuals to function effectively. The silver-haired elder confidently spoke of the Dragon Battle Armor from the podium, casting an expectant glance around for the bidder's reactions. I must say, the Dragon Battle Armor. Zhao Juning, I advise you to take action. Even if it means selling everything you own, you must acquire this armor. Upon seeing the Dragon Battle Armor, Xiao He nearly drooled, and without hesitation, he communicated to Zhao Juning through a thought, is there something particularly special about this Dragon Battle Armor? Zhao Juning, puzzled by the significance, sensed the slight quiver in Xiao He's voice, leading him to inquire further. It's hard to explain in a moment. Just buy it first, trust me. You won't regret it. Xiao He's eyes gleamed as he used the unique mental power of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan to sense the formidable power emanating from the Dragon Battle Armor. His eyes narrowed, and upon opening them again, he confirmed without a doubt that this was indeed the Dragon Battle Armor. The starting bid for the Dragon Battle Armor is 50 cosmic spirit stones, announced the silver-haired elder, revealing the initial bid. He glanced at the bidders below, confident that the ensuing competition would be the highlight of the auction. "I bid 60 cosmic spirit stones," declared a security warrior, having heard about the dragon battle armor. Without a moment's hesitation, 70 cosmic spirit stones, a beautiful lady chimed in, eager to join the fray. 75 cosmic spirit stones. The speaker is none other than the man with shifty eyes who had just competed with Zhao Junting for Li Jiawen. It is unknown how many fine items he procured while Zhao Junting and Li Jiawen were engaged in testing the Xionghuang physique. A gentleman seated in the last row made a bid of 100 cosmic spirit stones. After a brief discussion, the safety warriors announced the price of 100 cosmic spirit stones. "Hey, Zhao Junting, why aren't you bidding? What should I bid? Have you not noticed that I have not even had the opportunity to interject? When the old butler of the King of Fighters calls for the first and second time, it is my turn to bid, not now." Zhao Junting replied coolly, his gaze unwavering. 750 cosmic spirit stones. The auction floor showed no signs of abating. Participants raised their paddles fervently, vying for the flying dragon battle armor. "Master, is this flying dragon battle armor truly that formidable?" As the bidding escalated, the value approached 1,000 cosmic spirit stones. Li Jiawen, having procured several himself, felt a surge of resentment and turned to Zhao Junting for a casual conversation. "What do you wish to say?" Upon hearing Li Jiawen's words, Zhao Junting's expression darkened momentarily before he fell silent for a brief period, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips as he inquired. Li Jiawen found Zhao Junting's thoughts difficult to decipher and stammered in confusion. 1,200 cosmic spirit stones, once. At this price point, the silver-haired elder began his countdown. 1,250 cosmic spirit stones. Oh. VIP number 481 bids 1,250 cosmic spirit stones. Is there any guest willing to bid higher than 1,250 cosmic spirit stones? Going once at 1,250 cosmic spirit stones. Upon seeing Zhao Junting's bid, the elder casually announced his number, as he always did. "I bid 1,300 cosmic spirit stones." A bespectacled, somewhat frail-looking middle-aged man called out, eager to acquire the dragon battle armor. VIP number 555 bids 1,300 cosmic spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid more than 1,300 cosmic spirit stones? Going once at 1,300. The silver-haired elder quickened the pace of the auction. "We bid 1,500 cosmic spirit stones," declared the representatives of the Safety Warriors Center, demonstrating their resolute intent to secure the dragon battle armor, and made another bid. "What's the matter, Zhao Junting?" Little Black hesitated within the wolf fang necklace, aware that this 1,500 cosmic spirit stones was indeed Zhao Junting's limit. Considering a price increase, he realized that Zhao Junting lacked sufficient cosmic spirit stones. "I'll make a call. 2,100 cosmic spirit stones," shouted a somewhat portly man in the front row, raising his bidding card. It seemed evident that everyone's objective was undoubtedly the dragon battle armor. Li Jiawen, initially filled with indignation, now found himself somewhat taken aback, astonished that these individuals would fiercely bid with such fervor for a mere dragon battle armor. "Should we also place a bid?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting's lips curled into a faint smile as he raised his bidding paddle. "I bid 2,200 cosmic spirit stones," he declared. Observing the position of the security personnel, several made phone calls, calculated their options, and shook their heads in silence. The previously vocal man who had bid 2,100 cosmic spirit stones now hung his head. Mr. 481 bids 2,200 cosmic spirit stones. 2,200 cosmic spirit stones once, 2,200 cosmic spirit stones twice, 2,200 cosmic spirit stones thrice. Let us once again congratulate our esteemed guest, 481, for securing tonight's most valuable dragon battle armor at 2,200 cosmic spirit stones. With this announcement, all the spotlight in the venue once again converged on Zhao Junting. Yet, unbeknownst to the crowd, Zhao Junting's pocket contained barely 1,500 cosmic spirit stones. Chapter 63. Lena's jealousy. Zhao Junting slowly rose to his feet, drawing the gaze of the entire assembly once more. He then made his way to the center of the stage, hesitating for a moment before approaching the silver-haired elder, whispering softly, I am just a tad short on cosmic spirit stones. What? This is no jest. How much are you lacking? Upon hearing the words, the silver-haired elder's expression changed dramatically. He whispered to Zhao Junting, "We are short by 500 or 600 cosmic spirit stones. However, this issue can be resolved shortly." Despite his hesitation, Zhao Junting uttered these words, suggesting that he might have a solution. "Do not jest. If we were merely short by 30 or 50 cosmic spirit stones, even the esteemed fist monarch would lend assistance. Yet, when it comes to 500 or 600 stones, no one could possibly help you." The silver-haired elder responded quietly, reiterating, "Hey, what are you saying? Let us all hear," called out one of the guests seated below. Among the attendees, some were eager for the dragon battle armor and began to piece together the situation. It became evident that bidder number 481 had failed to produce enough cosmic spirit stones, leading to the current predicament. "Indeed. Speak up. We all wish to hear," echoed the crowd, their excitement mounting. Realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed, the silver-haired elder pushed Zhao Junting aside and proclaimed loudly, "Due to financial issues faced by our esteemed guest number 481, his previous bid for the dragon battle armor is rendered void. We shall auction it anew." The elder explained the procedure to the audience. Meanwhile, the bidders in the audience looked on with eager eyes. The hope that had been extinguished by Zhao Junting's 200 cosmic spirit stones was rekindled. "Who said that, Mr. 481 lacks funds?" As the grand hall's doors swung open, a vision in a black evening gown emerged, captivating the attention of all present. The speaker? None other than the esteemed leader of the northernmost district, Ms. Lena. The host, Mr. Feng, also publicly acknowledged as bidder number 481, stood in support. Suddenly, a woman clad in a black suit, adorned with delicate pink spectacles, rose to express her endorsement for Zhao Junting. "Who, might one ask, is this Mr. Feng?" Zhao Junting, perplexed and somewhat taken aback, soon focused his gaze, communicating through the wolf Feng necklace to the little black figure. "Mr. Feng is none other than Brain Emperor Old Chun. In this realm, many are aware of Mr. Feng's existence, yet none recognize that he is the owner of the bookstore Old Chun, the father of the little black figure. The head of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan in this generation had thoroughly acquainted the little black figure with all pertinent details about Brain Emperor. Here lies the income statement of 1,000 cosmic spirit stones from the northernmost district bank. I kindly ask you to review it, sir." Ms. Lena, undeterred by her father's secretary's words, proceeded directly to the stage. Upon reaching the center, she presented the bank statement to the silver-haired elder. "Yes, young madam," the elder acknowledged, taking the statement with both hands. His brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing, as he addressed Ms. Lena with a respectful tone. As the tension briefly clouded Lena's beautiful visage, it soon gave way to a radiant smile, and she fell into a contemplative silence. "Wait a moment, Mr. Feng has also entrusted me to present this item to the esteemed guest number 481 and to convey a message on his behalf." The woman adorned with delicate pink glasses approached the stage without hesitation, addressing Zhao Junting, who stood at the back, with these words. Zhao listened attentively. Zhao Junting appeared somewhat bewildered. At this moment, he could not fathom what the Brain Emperor Old Chin intended to do, leaving him in a state of dazed contemplation. Mr. Feng stated that whatever pleases Mr. 481, he may purchase it without hesitation, as Mr. Feng will cover the cost. As the woman with the pink glasses spoke, her tone seemed to intensify. Clearly, her gaze swept around the room, surveying all present. This scrutinizing glance seemed to serve as a silent warning to the bidders below, suggesting that with Mr. Feng's support, none would dare contest against the esteemed bid of number 481, lest they leave empty-handed. Please bear with us for a moment. Regardless of Mr. Feng or Ms. Lena, the Rose Garden Hotel has its own regulations. Just moments ago, Mr. 481 mentioned he was short by 500 cosmic spirit stones. Now that Ms. Lena has presented 1,000 cosmic spirit stones, we simply need to verify the authenticity of this bank receipt, and Mr. 481 shall be entitled to claim the dragon battle armor. The silver-haired elder, witnessing the unfolding scenario, could not help but marvel at the rapid ascent of this young man. Zhao. In merely a few days, He had garnered the generosity of 2 among the 9 emperors of the universe, and even gained the 5th emperor as his mentor, truly evoking envy from all around. Having spoken, the silver-haired elder turned away, extending the receipt in his hand to Li Minjia, who had been poised. Upon opening the bank receipt, Li Minjia verified its authenticity through a neural interface. Moments later, he ascended the stage and handed the receipt back to the elder. Whispering in his ear, "The document is genuine. The delivery can proceed. Congratulations once more to bidder number 481. Truly the luckiest individual of the day. The flying dragon armor is now yours," the elder exclaimed with fervor, releasing a pent-up frustration, exhaling deeply, and loudly celebrating Zhao Juning's victory. Yet, as he surveyed the crowd below, he noted a mix of emotions, some elated, others despondent, and a few, upon witnessing the scene, departing in indignation, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Fortunately, the silver-haired elder, seasoned in such affairs, promptly announced the commencement of the banquet, instructing the performers to begin their acts forthwith. "Is this the exquisite maid you just acquired?" Lena inquired, her lovely visage adorned with a hint of amusement, though her hands were unrelenting, delivering a sharp pinch to Zhao Junting's backside. While others remained oblivious to the scene, Zhao Junting felt a surge of pain within, yet dared not vocalize his discomfort. The small entity nestled within the wolf fang necklace sensed the tremor of Zhao Junting's body, empathizing with his agony, and silently admonishing himself that this turmoil stemmed from the consequences of indulgence. "Greetings, Lena. I am Li Jiawen, the exquisite and refined maid, Li Jiawen." Upon encountering the esteemed administrator of the Northern District, Lena revealed a hint of a smile on her delicate visage, courteously addressing Lena, "I recognize you, the exceptional maid." Lena's jealousy surged, causing her to disregard the opinions others held of her, even as Xiao Exine, standing nearby, discerned that Lena was envious of someone. However, Xiao Exine was preoccupied with her own emotional turmoil regarding the king of fighters, Parquintian. In Chapter 65, a twinge of jealousy arose within Xiao Yi. Hearing Xiao Yi's voice, Li Jiawen deliberately concealed herself, only revealing her timid presence when Xiao Yi exited Zhao Junting's room. Leaving, Li Jiawen's fair face flushed crimson, an amusing sight indeed. Yet, soon her brows furrowed slightly, and she whispered, "Who could it be?" Zhao Junting, well aware that Li Jiawen referred to Xiao Yi, felt a surge of affection upon witnessing her bashful demeanor. Unable to resist the urge, he was compelled to approach and tenderly kiss Li Jiawen. Upon seeing her standing before him in a state of undress, with her 2 delicate forms playfully bouncing, Zhao Juning found it increasingly difficult to contain his desires. After closing the door, moments later, the room was filled with the sound of Li Jiawen's soft gasps, leaving Xiao Yi, who was cooking, utterly entranced. "Little Black, do you think a master like that truly exists?" Xiao Yi inquired, casting an irritated glance at the small black dog beside the stove, who was gnawing on a bone. "Are you referring to Zhao Junting?" Upon hearing Xiao Yi's inquiry, Xiao He couldn't help but silently curse. Wasn't this always the case? What sort of master behaves like this? Just a few days ago, he had consoled the highest leader of the extreme north region, Lena, and now, despite having recently emerged from the hospital with unhealed wounds, he offered comfort once more. And now, with a different person, in your absence, they speak ill of Zhao Junting. Aren't you all just as bad? Indeed. What kind of master is this? Xiao Yi's beautiful face remained flushed with indignation, and she spat in frustration. Witnessing this scene, Xiao He couldn't help but inwardly curse. Who would have thought that even a beautiful robot designed for companionship could feel jealousy? 2 hours later, the soft moans from Zhao Junting's room ceased. Li Jiawen, draped in a delicate lace nightgown, hurried into the bathroom, startled to catch sight of Xiao He gnawing on a bone by the stove. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Junting emerged from his room, having changed his attire, stretching languidly. "Xiao Yi, I won't be dining. I won't be rushing. I'm heading over to King of Fighters first." Zhao Junting, feeling quite pleased with himself after the recent encounter, sauntered over, intending to exchange a few words with Xiao He before departing. "Understood, do as you wish." This girl. Zhao Junting, upon hearing this, shook his head with a wry smile, then turned to enter the kitchen, where he found Xiaohei still squatting. Lowering himself to meet Xiaohei's gaze, Zhao Junting spoke softly to him. "All right, you go ahead. By the way, ask Xiao-Yi to prepare some skewers. These bones are rather unappetizing. Skewers suit my palate much better." Upon seeing Zhao Junting about to leave, Xiaohei had nothing much to instruct him. Yet he instinctively rubbed his belly, reminiscing about the delicious skewers from the previous day, feeling a twinge of longing. Without hesitation, he addressed Zhao Junting. "Oh, I'll go check on Xiao-Yi, then we can discuss further." This left Zhao Junting in a quandary. He wondered if Xiao-Yi was still sulking over the events from 2 hours ago. With this thought, he hesitated for a moment, yet he ultimately responded affirmatively. Exiting the kitchen, he approached the room where Xiao-Yi and Li Jiawen resided. Arriving at the door, Zhao Junting did not hesitate to push it open. Upon entering, he was greeted by a table laden with an array of his favorite breakfast items, all meticulously prepared by Xiao-Yi, who lay silently on the bed. Zhao Junting approached the bedside and gently tapped Xiao-Yi twice. Noticing her continued indifference, he grasped the situation more clearly. "Xiao-Yi, the master still cares. Please do not be so particular. If you doubt this, you may verify it for yourself. Humans have certain needs, and if I fulfill some of those needs, your sister Jiawen will follow the master wholeheartedly. Do you understand my meaning?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling a tightening in his chest, he uttered a rather illogical rationale. "You have already made a soul-binding pact with Sister Jiawen. Why fear her wavering loyalty? Moreover, must the master insist on the same routine in the morning? You have never treated Xiao-Yi in such a manner." At this moment, the beautiful countenance of Xiao-Yi transformed into a canvas of fluctuating emotions. As if she were on the brink of tears, her small mouth pouted adorably. It was indeed necessary. The life and death pact was merely a contract governing the inevitability of existence, and what had just transpired was an inescapable reality. "Do you understand my meaning?" Zhao Junting tenderly caressed Xiao-Yi's silken hair, embracing her gently, offering solace like a soft breeze amid a gentle rain. "Very well. I promise you, Xiao-Yi, that during the day, you must refrain from such matters in my presence. It is quite..." Xiao-Yi's exquisite face now bore an expression of profound grievance, her delicate brows knitting together as she murmured softly within Zhao Junting's embrace. "All right. I assure you I shall never behave in such a manner again. By the way, Xiaohei wishes to have some skewers. I shall be leaving shortly, so please prepare some for him. If funds are insufficient, feel free to take from my room. You and Jiawen can simply go to the supermarket. She has worked there before." Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting understood that Xiao-Yi had been comforted. He gently brushed his fingers against her fragrant cheek, their gazes locking in a mesmerizing exchange as he spoke softly. "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." Xiao-Yi stifled a few sobs, her beautiful face soon devoid of any turmoil, and she whispered, "This is the Xiao-Yi I cherish." "I must take my leave now," Zhao Junting declared, pressing a gentle kiss upon her cheek before rising and swiftly exiting the room. However, as he stepped out the door, he encountered the impeccably dressed Li Jiawen standing at the kitchen entrance, her gaze shimmering with autumnal allure, seemingly entranced by Zhao Junting, unable to tear her eyes away. Zhao Junting explained to Li Jiawen, "Be cautious on your journey." Aware of her own position in the state of her heart, Li Jiawen responded with a radiant smile, her bright eyes reflecting a hint of affection, her voice becoming softer and more melodious. "Dress warmly and don't catch a chill. I must take my leave." Witnessing this scene, Zhao Junting felt an unspoken joy within, yet his expression remained unchanged. He waved his hand and proceeded toward the door. Chapter 66. The arrival of Abu. Upon exiting, Zhao Junting noticed a robust man outside, gently caressing the car door, clad in a black suit and dark sunglasses, gazing in Zhao Junting's direction. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman with silver hair emerged from the vehicle. "Brother Zhao, I apologize for the wait. Please, come in." The silver-haired elder was, of course, the steward of the King of Fighters' household. However, upon entering the courtyard and hearing some commotion, he, being a man of experience, recognized that this courtyard belonged to Zhao Junting in the far north. Knowing that only Zhao Junting could engage in such matters, he chose not to intrude and instead waited outside the courtyard. "Good sir, this road does not lead to Rose Garden Hotel. does it? Zhao Junting observed a robust man clad in a black suit, heading in the opposite direction, and a sense of suspicion arose within him, prompting him to inquire. We are heading to a boxing gym belonging to the Royal Boxing Clan in the far northern district, where you will undergo specialized training. Only upon passing will you be permitted to learn the techniques of a boxing master, the silver-haired elder explained after a brief hesitation. Understanding the situation, Zhao Junting envisioned the forthcoming events, closing his eyes and falling silent. In the span of a tea's worth of time, the driver parked the hydrogen-powered vehicle. Shortly, I will escort Brother Zhao inside and return. Please wait here for me, the silver-haired elder instructed the driver. Yes, sir, the driver complied, turning quiet. Brother Zhao, this way please. The elder gestured towards a large building resembling a comprehensive supermarket nearby. Oh, we've arrived, Zhao Junting remarked, taking a moment to absorb the sight of the establishment. Astounded by the vastness of the king of fighters Pu Wentian's enterprise, the elder led the way, with Zhao Junting closely following behind. Upon entering the training hall's lobby, they were greeted by two boxing masters clad in white training attire, who bowed deeply to the silver-haired elder in a show of respect. Greetings, esteemed elder. Zhao Junting paused momentarily, a look of confusion crossing his face as he called out to the elder ahead. What is it, Brother Zhao? The silver-haired elder, upon noticing the situation, surmised that Zhao Junting had something to convey, and thus inquired, Are you also a master of boxing? It seems that everyone in this dojo holds you in high regard. If it were merely because you are the esteemed steward of the boxing emperor family, I doubt you would command such respect. Zhao Junting, his face reflecting curiosity, raised his slightly furrowed brows and asked, Haha, Brother Zhao, your insight is truly remarkable. To speak candidly, I am indeed a master of boxing, and in terms of my cultivation, I can be considered a senior master. Their deference towards me is only natural. Is that so? Then I must inquire further, esteemed elder, what is your exact level of cultivation? Zhao Junting pressed on, determined to uncover the truth, as the elder's vague reference to being a senior master seemed insufficient to satisfy his curiosity. The silver-haired elder, noticing Zhao's persistence, adopted a proud demeanor, as if to indicate that the realm of masters of boxing was far more intricate than Zhao might comprehend. Forgive my rudeness, esteemed senior, Zhao Junting said, mimicking the respectful bow of the two men clad in white martial attire as he paid his respects to the elder. Enough of that, Brother Zhao. You are the chosen heir of the boxing emperor. To be frank, while you are so courteous to me now, do not forget about me when you ascend to the esteemed throne of the boxing emperor in the future. The silver-haired elder seemingly possessed an uncanny foresight regarding the future. Upon witnessing Zhao Junting and himself bowing in greeting, he promptly halted Zhao Junting's gesture, followed by a courteous explanation. You flatter me, esteemed elder. However, Zhao Junting's words were not mere formalities. He regarded the silver-haired elder as a man of integrity. Whether it was the insightful guidance regarding the dragon battle armor at the auction or the composed caution exhibited when entrusting him with the life and death covenant, it was evident that this individual was a trustworthy ally of the King of Fighters and, without a doubt, someone worthy of confidence. Having shared his thoughts, Zhao Junting continued to follow the silver-haired elder until they arrived before a grand door. The elder approached and rapped gently on it, prompting a woman's voice from within to call out, Come in. In response, Zhao Junting nodded and, with a swift motion, pushed the door open, both of them striding into the room. Welcome, uncle. Is this the fortunate apprentice you acquired at the quarterly auction at the Rose Garden Hotel? Inside the room was a quintessential office space, though in one corner stood a well-proportioned woman with her back to the silver-haired elder and Zhao Junting, who spoke softly. Upon seeing the woman, the elder's face lit up with a broad smile, his lips curving into an uncontainable grin. He then gestured towards Zhao Junting, addressing the woman by the window, who was named Abu. Suddenly, the woman named Abu turned around. However, this turn of events was of little consequence. What caught Zhao Junting's eye was a figure clad in a pale yellow sleeveless training outfit. Her bosom, soft yet seemingly elevated, was breathtakingly alluring. Her physique could undoubtedly be described as explosive. As for Abu, Her visage was one that would captivate nearly every man who laid eyes upon her, complemented by high heels and black lace stockings. She unmistakably resembled the model, embodying the fierce presence of the 13 guardians of the King of Fighters. Chapter 67. A fierce duel. As Abu's curvaceous form shifted slightly, her delicate brows arched, and her sensuous red lips parted to speak. Very well. Abu, please show some mercy. Zhao Junting here is the chosen heir of the King of Fighters, so do treat him kindly. The silver-haired elder, perceiving Abu's intent to dismiss him, felt a chill run through him despite her seemingly placid words. It was evident that Abu was prepared to take action, and he silently hoped it would not be too severe. He offered a gentle reminder. My master just made a call. I am well aware of everything. Noticing the elder's concern, Abu's voluptuous form quivered slightly as she playfully teased him with a flirtatious smile. Let us hope so. With that, the silver-haired elder turned and exited Abu's office, leaving only Abu and Zhao Junting alone within, the atmosphere becoming palpably intimate. Have you had your fill? Abu inquired, her voice low and tinged with irritation as she noticed Zhao Junting's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, unmoving. Having seen enough, when do we commence? Zhao Junting's expression remained stoic, and as a sudden flash of blue light illuminated his eyes, he coldly replied, Very well. Since you have seen enough, please exit, turn right at the second door. Procure a training outfit suitable for yourself, and then await me in the grand hall at the end of the corridor. Abu then instructed, turning away and falling silent. Understood. Senior sister. Zhao Junting, displaying great acumen, bowed respectfully to Abu before departing her office, adhering to her instructions. However, more than an hour elapsed before Abu finally appeared at the entrance of the training hall at the end of the corridor. My apologies, Junting. I was held up by a meeting with the staff, Abu said, holding a wine jug in her hand, gazing leisurely at Zhao Junting, who awaited at the doorway. As Abu approached, her impressive figure made Zhao Junting feel a surge of blood rushing through him, almost as if he might burst forth. Thank you for your efforts, senior sister. During the hour of waiting for Abu, Zhao Junting had envisioned the potential occurrences 3 times. But upon witnessing Abu's amiable demeanor and lack of aggression during their conversation, his tension began to dissipate. Abu opened the grand doors to the training hall, revealing a vast room the size of 2 football fields. One side of the room was lined with shelves adorned with photographs of various ranks from the King of Fighters lineage. At the pinnacle of these images was a photograph of the King of Fighters Park Wante, his prominent beard lending him an air of formidable authority and charisma. As I continued to read, I discovered that Abu ranked 9th among the 13 guardians of the Fist Royal clan, known affectionately as the 9th. Turning my gaze towards the wall directly opposite, I beheld an imposing shelf adorned with an array of trophies, medals, and commemorative certificates, all testifying to the accolades earned by the Fist Royal clan. Junting, I have heard that you possess the Xionghuang physique. I have brought you some vodka. Drink it, and let your supreme combat prowess challenge me, so I may witness your strength, Abu declared, her voluptuous form shifting forward, a glint of intensity flashing in her beautiful eyes, as her alluring red lips parted to utter these words. Indeed, upon noticing the flask in Abu's grasp, Zhao Junting surmised that it was meant for him. Without a moment's hesitation, he uncorked the flask, inhaling the sharp, intoxicating scent of alcohol that surged into his being. Closing his eyes, he swallowed the fiery liquid, which coursed through him like a torrent, igniting a surge of energy within. Observing this scene, Abu let out a cold smile, realizing that her master, one of the cosmic 9 emperors, the Fist King, had taken a liking to such an unusual successor, while they, the disciples who had followed the master for countless years, were left in the shadows. Upon contemplating this, a flicker of jealousy surged within Abu's heart. His eyes gleamed with a vibrant light as he spun his hands in a swift motion, clenched his fists, and abruptly tilted his head to the side, producing a sharp crack. In an instant, he dashed forward, confronting Zhao Junting. Without the slightest hesitation, Abu unleashed a powerful straight punch aimed directly at Zhao Junting's face. The sound of wind slicing through the air was distinctly audible. Zhao Junting, on the other hand, kept his eyes tightly shut, seemingly unaffected by the full manifestation of the Xionghuang physique. However, as Abu's punch approached, Zhao Junting's eyes flew open wide, revealing a glint of crimson that emerged like a haunting nightmare. Fierce and terrifying. The two fists collided, and in that moment, a burst of silver light erupted within the space, the visible force of the explosion radiating outward. With a thunderous crash, both Zhao Junting and Abu were propelled backward, as if struck by a powerful force. Abu, unfazed, began to piece together the situation, surmising that Zhao Junting was likely underestimated by others. After all, it would take at least a B-level physique to withstand his full-force strike. Yet, as he observed Zhao Junting, it appeared that he felt no pain whatsoever. He merely lowered his head, standing silently in place, rendered mute. "There's something there, kid. Witness this next strike," Abu declared. Without a moment's pause, in a blur, his explosive figure vanished like a phantom, and when he reappeared, he was already before Zhao Junting. Abu then aimed for Zhao Junting's vital points, his hands poised to execute a throat-locking maneuver. However, those who witness this scene cannot help but be astonished. For Zhao Junting has transformed into a phantom, their figures entwined in an ethereal struggle. After a brief moment, the two figures finally withdrew, standing upright, facing each other, neither able to claim victory. Such formidable techniques. Have you previously practiced the Fistmaster techniques? Abu inquired, her delicate brows arching in curiosity, her sultry lips parting to pose the question. Without a word, Zhao Junting narrowed his eyes, adopting a posture as if to howl at the heavens. Yet, upon halting his movements, he observed Abu, who remained unchanged. Zhao Junting hesitated, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 68. The Crimson Moon Wolf's Howl Hee. Abu found Zhao Junting's demeanor amusing, her alluring lips curling into a smile as she laughed softly. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Junting asked, perplexed, the blue light in his eyes intensifying. "Oh, it's nothing. I know what you're attempting, but you are mistaken. I am not the creature you presume me to be. The Crimson Moon Howl of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan holds no power over me," Abu teased, her voluptuous figure moving gracefully, her dark brows raised in playful challenge. "You see, I am aware that you used the Crimson Moon Howl. My dear senior sister is indeed formidable." Upon hearing Abu so effortlessly reveal the nature of his earlier silent roar, Zhao Junting felt a surge of admiration and respectfully acknowledged her prowess. Before me, Abu's exquisite visage was momentarily clouded by a flicker of doubt. Her sultry crimson lips parted slightly as she spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Abu's voluptuous form quivered ever so slightly, her gaze sharpening as she shook her head in disbelief. Zhao Junting paused, his eyes drifting towards the distant Abu, and then, with a subtle gleam in his gaze, he spoke with. Abu was left utterly perplexed by Zhao Junting's explanation. Her elegant brows arched slightly, and her enticing lips parted to voice her confusion. Zhao Junting's expression shifted, a hint of concern washing over him as he furrowed his brows and attempted to elucidate the matter to Abu. She listened with skepticism, her captivating figure tremoring once more as she murmured to Zhao Junting. "Well, I am a bona fide MIT PhD graduate from the Ivy League on Earth in the solar system. Therefore, you might not be aware that I possess my own techniques regarding memory. While I cannot claim to have a photographic memory, I can vividly recreate a complete image in my mind after a single glance, allowing me to authentically reproduce it multiple times. Consequently, regarding the martial arts technique known as Fist Master from my senior sister, I am confident that even without having witnessed it in practice, I can vividly depict it in my mind." Upon mentioning MIT, Zhao Junting felt a twinge of sadness, for it was there that he had forged a bond with his dear friend, George Franklin, and now his own romantic life lay in shambles, largely due to George's influence. "So, it seems I have indeed underestimated you." Upon hearing this, Abu's heart was suddenly enlightened. He had not anticipated that this junior brother Zhao Junting was, in fact, a master of the Fist Master techniques. In light of this revelation, showing mercy seemed somewhat superfluous. Observing Abu's countenance, it had transformed into one of fierce intensity. Zhao Junting, witnessing this, could not help but draw a sharp breath. It appeared that Abu was about to unleash his true prowess. Without further hesitation, Zhao Junting clasped one hand with the other, and soon a brilliant blue light ignited within his eyes. Subsequently, a faint blue aura enveloped his entire being. Zhao Junting had broken through, harnessing the formidable power of the fifth tier of the Xionghuang physique, activating its dominating capabilities to safeguard his vital areas. "Prepare yourself, young one," he declared. Before him, Abu growled double dragon slash, unleashing the most renowned lethal technique of the Fist royal clan aimed directly at Zhao Junting. A surge of source energy erupted from Zhao Junting, reminiscent of the previous night when Li Jiawen had invoked an illusion to directly activate his own Xionghuang physique core. In an instant, his internal source energy multiplied several times. The sight of Zhao Junting tightly gripping one hand with the other mirrored that of the vanquished Wanyang Jinren from the previous encounter. He then began to chant silently. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted within the training room as the two combatants' lethal strikes clashed. The two distinct energies collided, with blue and purple auras intertwining in a brilliant display. Gradually, the two luminous forms began to dissipate, revealing the two figures standing back to back. How did you accomplish that? Abu, once proud of his physique, now appeared somewhat emaciated, his body slumping as if on the verge of collapse. Sensing that Abu's vitality was waning, Zhao Junting urgently commenced resuscitation efforts. However, at that moment, Abu was not the sole individual in need of such intervention. Through the hypersensitive camera, an observer was monitoring the entire scenario unfolding within the training hall. This individual was none other than the king of fighters, Park Wentian, who lounged comfortably in front of the expansive screen, casually observing the events transpiring in the dojo. Not far behind him lay another figure, collapsed on the ground, seemingly unconscious. This individual was Park Wentian's son, Park Zixuan, who remained in a state of oblivion. In truth, Park Zixuan's fainting spell was a direct consequence of Zhao Junting's earlier Crimson Moon Roar. Unprepared for such an unexpected assault, Park Zixuan found himself unable to abandon his father in that critical moment, enduring the entirety of the Crimson Moon Roar. Ultimately, he succumbed and fell to the floor, losing consciousness. Chapter 69. Next game. After a brief interlude, Abu gradually straightened his posture on a reclining chair within the training hall. "Was it you who saved me, Junting?" Upon encountering Zhao Junting once more, Abu's captivating gaze no longer bore the fierceness it had previously displayed. Instead, her voluptuous figure leaned slightly toward him, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush, and she fell into a contemplative silence. Not far away, Zhao Junting found a sunlit window and sat beneath it, silently assuming a meditative posture. "Senior sister, you are awake. I see you are not gravely harmed." I refrained from summoning outsiders, as this matter pertains not only to the mastery of a fist master but also to personal dignity. Zhao Junting maintained a composed demeanor, his thoughts racing, and a hint of apology flickered in his eyes as he softly inquired, "How did you save me just now?" Abu, known as the Fist Royal Clan's 13 protectors, was a formidable warrior in her own right. Yet, as he observed her now, the beauty of her face was tinged with a shade of shyness, evoking the image of a delicate maiden. However, her striking figure served as a constant reminder to Zhao Junting of her true identity as his senior sister. He understood that the artificial respiration he had performed had seemingly awakened a softer side in Abu, which left him feeling somewhat flustered and reluctant to speak further. Seeing that Abu was unharmed, Zhao Junting intended to rise and exit the training hall. "Hey, Junting." Abu extended her graceful hand, attempting to halt his departure. "Senior sister, do you have any further instructions?" Zhao Junting asked, turning slightly. "Are you single?" Abu's voice was laced with confusion. This question had escaped her lips unbidden, despite her initial hesitation. Yet, her curiosity was overwhelming, and as Zhao Junting was on the verge of leaving the training hall, the words slipped out. "Huh, are you single? How does one define such a situation? I have a girlfriend, although it seems that is no longer the case. Just yesterday, I acquired an exceptional maid, and she appears to treat me quite well." Zhao Junting recalled the intimate moments he shared with Li Jiawen that morning. Upon hearing Abu's inquiry, he felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. "That senior sister wishes to invite you for a drink. What do you think?" Upon hearing Zhao Junting's words, Abu seemed unperturbed, as if she intended to deepen her relationship with him. A blush graced her beautiful face as she replied, "If the opportunity arises, I would be delighted to accept your invitation. However, it appears you have forgotten that I am of the Xionghuang constitution. I will arrive promptly tomorrow morning." Zhao Juning couldn't help but chuckle at Abu's demeanor. He chose to disregard her sentiments and continued down the corridor, leaving Abu alone on the floor of the training hall. After exiting the King of Fighters studio run by Park Wentian, Zhao Juning made his way towards the bustling center of the Northern District. He felt it was unsafe to leave the Flying Dragon battle armor at home, especially after the previous incident involving Park Zaisun's midnight ambush. Thus, he had discussed with Brain King Old Chen the possibility of temporarily storing the armor at his place. At this moment, Zhao Junting casually summoned a shared water energy vehicle from the roadside and drove towards Old Chen's bookstore. In the span of a meal, he arrived at the vibrant center of the Northern District. Upon arriving at the entrance of Old Chen's bookstore, Zhao Juning gently pushed the door open. Inside, the store remained as quiet as ever, with only Old Chen seated behind the counter, silently perusing the pages of a book, a scene reminiscent of Zhao Junting's first visit to the establishment. However, upon recognizing Zhao Junting, Old Chen, affectionately dubbed the Brain Emperor, felt a surge of joy within, though he betrayed no outward signs of it. Instead, he lowered his gaze and continued to immerse himself in his reading. "Good afternoon, Boss Chen. I apologize for being slightly late. I was delayed at Master Piao Wantian's boxing gym." Zhao Juning expressed his sincere regret upon encountering the bookstore owner. Seeing Zhao Junting's humility and courteous demeanor, Old Chen reciprocated with politeness, yet a question lingered in his mind. Without hesitation, he inquired, "Oh, about that, as you may know, my physical constitution is quite unique. I'm of the Xionghuang physique. This particular constitution necessitates the use of alcohol to directly stimulate my cerebral nerves, thereby awakening the energy source of the Xionghuang physique. Yesterday, at the auction, I learned that this young lady possesses spiritual abilities. I pondered, since I, too, am a being of this realm, why not attempt to harness her spiritual prowess to activate my cerebral nerves and unleash the energy source of my Xionghuang physique?" Upon encountering Brain Emperor Old Chen's inquiry, Zhao Junting realized that his benefactor was inquiring about the direction of his finances. However, the technique employed by Li Jiawen last night to awaken Zhao Junting's Xionghuang physique was not a form of spiritual communication, but rather an illusionary method that successfully penetrated his being on the first attempt, without the possibility of repetition. Understanding this, Old Chen was filled with delight, as it implied that Zhao Junting's acquisition of this exquisite maid was indeed quite worthwhile. The successful activation of his innate Xionghuang physique energy source had even amplified its potency several times over. Zhao Junting felt there was no reason to conceal this matter from Old Chen, and thus he candidly shared his thoughts. "Oh, such remarkable efficacy! I must extend my congratulations to Zhao God," Old Chen exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy. He then spoke with cheerful candor, acknowledging the generosity of Boss Chen, whose gift of hundreds of cosmic spirit stones at yesterday's auction had enabled him to secure the coveted items without disappointment. Particularly, with regard to the coveted Flying Dragon armor, he had not anticipated the multitude of bidders. "Ultimately, it was thanks to the assistance of your daughter, Lena, that fate smiled upon him, allowing him to procure the armor." Zhao Junting's words rang true, for the worth of the Flying Dragon armor was such that his lifetime of labor at the space station could never yield enough to acquire it. Therefore, expressing gratitude to Brain Emperor Old Chen and acknowledging Lena's generous contribution was indeed essential. These are trivial matters. I invited you here today to complete our next. I find myself unable to proceed, which is why I sought your esteemed assistance, my god Zhao. Old Chen, the Brain Emperor, is indeed quite adept at socializing. The wealth he has bestowed is never to be mentioned again. Upon hearing Zhao Junting's humble and courteous demeanor, seemingly expressing gratitude for his generous gifts, Old Chen immediately shifted the topic. Time for the next game. Chapter 70, The Vice Armor Master. What game is next? At these words, Zhao Junting narrowed his eyes, his face turning cold as ice. His brow arched slightly as he inquired, "What is the Vice Armor Master?" Seeing Zhao Junting's expression, Old Shin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The young lad managed to evade the future cosmic expedition fleet, slipping past the 2,000 questions on cosmic knowledge. Now, with the Vice Armor Master, I shall see how he navigates this one. With a slight shake of his thinning hair, Old Shin replied nonchalantly, "The Vice Armor Master? What sort of game is this?" Hearing Old Shin's words, Zhao Junting's face immediately reflected his inner turmoil. This game was entirely unfamiliar to him, let alone having played it. Moreover, the Vice Armor Master, wasn't that a profession, a safety warrior clad in armor to combat sulfur-based and silicon-based creatures? How could it have become a game? Realizing this, Zhao Junting couldn't help but inhale sharply, his expression darkening as he gazed at Old Shin across from him, speaking with an air of disappointment. Indeed, it is the Deputy Armor Master. In truth, there is nothing particularly challenging about it. With your remarkable intellect, God Zhao, I am certain that the trivial game of Deputy Armor Master will pose no difficulty for you. Witnessing Zhao Junting in such a state, Brain Emperor Old Shin felt a pang of anxiety. After all, Zhao Junting was his favorite successor. Should Zhao Junting falter at this juncture, all of his previous efforts would be in vain. Subsequently, Brain Emperor Old Shin kindly reminded him, "Please remember to rest your eyes during prolonged reading." He then attempted to comfort Zhao Junting, saying, "Well then, since we are here, I shall give it a try. If it proves too challenging, we can take our time." Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting felt a surge of determination. Nevertheless, one of Zhao Junting's admirable qualities was his willingness to tackle insurmountable obstacles. Even if he could not succeed on the first attempt, he was confident that with persistence, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. He steadied himself, his expression softening. And with a newfound confidence, he declared, "Please lead the way, God Zhao." With that, Brain Emperor Old Shin gestured with open palms, indicating for him to proceed. Without hesitation, Zhao Junting strode purposefully toward the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he was taken aback to find the situation had changed. The numerous AI gaming machines that had once populated the area were now conspicuously absent, leaving the space eerily empty. However, as he focused his gaze, he sensed that something was amiss. Although all the AI gaming machines on the second floor have been removed, one remains prominently positioned in the center of the venue. Upon closer inspection, it exudes a distinctly different aura compared to ordinary AI gaming machines. However, Zhao Junting, not having had the opportunity to engage with it, cannot ascertain the precise nature of this difference. Is this surprising? Old Shin, known as the Brain Emperor, perceives Zhao Junting's somewhat sluggish demeanor and deduces that he is likely pondering the whereabouts of the other AI gaming machines. A faint smile graces Old Shin's face as he turns to Zhao Junting and remarks, "Have I encountered so few surprises lately?" Zhao Junting casts a sidelong glance at Old Shin, feeling a twinge of annoyance at the seemingly sardonic tone of his words. What is there to be surprised about? With the resources available to the Brain Emperor, what can I possibly say? Come this way. Without further ado, Old Shin leads Zhao Junting to stand before the sole remaining AI gaming machine. Is this it? As Zhao Junting draws closer, he senses that this machine possesses unique characteristics, featuring a dozen unfamiliar buttons. Upon examining the inscriptions above them, he realizes that this AI gaming machine boasts numerous capabilities, including the manipulation of space, weather alteration, and terrain modification, all stemming from the theoretical foundations of 91-dimensional spacetime. This is indeed it. Observing Zhao Junting's apparent recognition of the machine, Old Shin confidently asserts, "Excuse me, may I ask, Boss Shin, what are the criteria for passing this time?" Zhao Junting pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding that clarity was essential in accepting this challenge. And thus he posed the question. "Well, there are no fixed standards. The evaluation criteria will be provided by the game itself. Therefore, when you inquire about the standards from me, I must apologize, God Zhao. But you will only discover them within the game," replied the calm and composed Brain Emperor. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What is the meaning of this? You, Brain Emperor, are the inviter, and I, Zhao Junting, am the invitee. Yet, the evaluation criteria are to be determined by an AI intelligent gaming machine? Is this some sort of jest? With this thought, Zhao Zhenning sighed softly, a bitter smile creeping across his face. Without further ado, Zhao Zhenting donned the various wearable devices, including the 91-dimensional time-space transition AI intelligent gaming equipment. A reminder appeared. Please take care of your eyes during prolonged reading. The game, titled Vice Armor Master, had officially commenced. Subsequently, Zhao Zhenting felt the air around him coalescing. After a few rotations within the equipment, he felt as though he had transcended into a different spatial realm. His feet lifted from the ground, rendering him immobile. Now, you may open your eyes. The voice that spoke was not that of Brain Emperor Chen, but rather a stranger. This man's voice was deep and resonant, carrying a hint of raspiness as he spoke in a low tone. Zhao Zhenting opened his eyes and was astonished to find himself standing on a vast expanse of verdant grassland. The sensation beneath his feet was so vivid that it felt as though he were truly standing on the grassy terrain. Hello, I am uncertain how to address you. Upon hearing the deep voice of a man, Zhao Zhenting surmised that this must be the examiner referred to by the Brain Emperor Lao Chun. Since that was it seemed only proper to extend a courteous greeting. As for who I am, I shall refrain from revealing that for the time being. You may not necessarily succeed in the first round of testing. If you fail to pass this initial challenge, then what significance would it hold for you to remember my name? The deep voice carried a tone of reason, yet upon further reflection, Zhao Zhenting suspected that this man had endured considerable setbacks, which led him to withhold even his name. Very well, then what does our test entail? Zhao Zhenting inquired, his heart quickening with trepidation. You will soon face the pursuit of 100 skeletal warriors. You may choose one weapon, or even any item of your choosing. As long as you manage to escape from these skeletal warriors, you will pass the test and advance to the second round. However, do bear in mind that should you be eliminated, you will be deemed unqualified to partake in any subsequent tests. Do you comprehend my meaning? The voice of the man grew increasingly resonant, seemingly both a reminder and a warning to Zhao Zhenting, albeit delivered with an unmistakably stern tone. Understood. So I may select one item? Zhao Zhenting suddenly realized what he truly desired. A fleeting, wicked smile graced his face as he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Chapter 71. The Skeleton Warrior. Indeed, whatever you articulate within this realm is permissible, and I shall assist you in obtaining it. Pray tell, what do you require? The deep-voiced man resonated once more around Zhao Zhenting. I simply need a bottle of Baijiu, produced in China, with an alcohol content of no less than 52 degrees. Zhao Zhenting declared. Upon hearing the man's offer to select an item, he immediately thought of harnessing his Xionghuang physique, making the Baijiu indispensable. Is that all? The deep-voiced man, taken aback by Zhao Zhenting's modest request for just a drink, inquired with a hint of confusion. Indeed, a single cup is sufficient, Zhao Zhenting replied, his expression unwavering as he answered noncommittally. Very well, I had anticipated you might request a weapon or some other extraordinary item. To hear you desire only a drink is rather unexpected, yet not insurmountable, the man responded, seemingly surprised by the simplicity of Zhao Zhenting's request, reminiscent of the peculiar demands made by previous visitors. However, I must clarify one point. Once I consume the Baijiu, you shall only commence upon my command to begin, Zhao Zhenting stated suddenly, his demeanor shifting dramatically, his eyes shimmering with intensity as he spoke softly. Very well. I shall heed your words. As long as you refrain from uttering the word begin, I shall remain still. Subsequently, the resonant voice of the man grew increasingly, taking on a sharper edge. In the expanse of grassland where Zhao Zhenting found himself, a bottle of Chinese white liquor materialized before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Zhenting uncorked the bottle and took a swig. It was time to commence. Zhao Zhenting seemed to be undergoing a heart-wrenching transformation. Nevertheless, he managed to utter the word begin to the man with the resonant voice. In an instant, a small mound of earth emerged upon the grassy expanse, exuding an eerie. Not far from this scene, Zhao Zhenting appeared to be in a daze, his head drooping as if intoxicated, swaying unsteadily. Hey, old Chun, it seems your heir is due for a re-evaluation. This fellow is clearly out of sorts, having indulged too much in drink, remarked the man with the resonant voice. To everyone's astonishment, he manifested as a shimmering screen beyond the realm of artificial intelligence, alongside which stood Brain Emperor Old Chin. Upon hearing this, Brain Emperor Old Chin smiled faintly, a glimmer of resolute certainty igniting in his eyes, before he fell silent, observing the extraordinary signals emanating from the otherworldly space on the second floor of the bookstore, intently watching Zhao Junting's every move. Unbeknownst to Zhao Junting, the man with the resonant voice had already sentenced him to death beyond the confines of the game. However, not far away, the mound of earth began to shift, and the ground beneath my feet trembled in response, the vibrations growing increasingly violent. Raising my gaze, I was astonished to hear the thunderous sounds of battle emanating from atop the mound. Yet, at that moment, the ground continued to quake, revealing no peculiar sights. As the battle cries drew nearer, suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the surface of the mound erupted. Then, 1, 2, 10, 20 colossal skeletal warriors emerged. Their heads adorned with steel helmets, some wielding long blades, others brandishing spiked clubs or bows and arrows, all charging towards Zhao Junting. Zhao Junting merely shook his head slightly, and then his form vanished from this space. When he reappeared, he had already plunged into the ranks of the skeletal warriors. With a single punch, he pierced the chest of one skeletal warrior. Following that, a sweeping kick sent dozens of surrounding skeletal warriors crashing to the ground. The protective aura surrounding Zhao Junting intensified, shifting from a light blue to a deep blue hue, as 100 skeletal warriors relentlessly assailed him. My goodness, this Xionghuang physique fellow seems to have also acquired some fist master techniques. How could he possibly know Old Pooh? Hey, Old Chun, let me tell you, this kid is impressive. I initially thought he was a waste, that drinking a bit would lessen the pain of his blows, but it appears I was mistaken. The choice was indeed wise. The robust-voiced man, upon witnessing the onset of battle, discerned Zhao Junting's Xionghuang physique without a doubt. Although 100 skeletal warriors wielded an array of weapons, they could not approach Zhao Junting even an inch. At this moment, the robust-voiced man swiftly shifted his tone and began to extol Zhao. It was not merely a connection with the Old Pooh, for the latter had nearly taken him as the 13th bodyguard of the Fist royal family, the Brain Emperor Lao Chun. Upon encountering the robust-voiced man, immediately recognized the relationship between Zhao Junting and Fist Emperor Pooh Wentian. This recollection of the white jade ring incident darkened his expression, and he retorted with irritation, questioning, "Isn't there already someone in place for the 13th bodyguard? How could it possibly fall to this lad?" The robust-voiced man, noticing Zhao Junting's adept left and right offensive maneuvers, felt a surge of delight, oblivious to Lao Chen's evident displeasure by his side. He raised his eyebrows, teasingly remarking, "The position of the 13th bodyguard is vacant, and they even wish to have him fill the role or accept him as an apprentice." I turned them down and intervened. Observing the robust-voiced man distractedly watching the fierce clash between Zhao Junting and the skeletal warriors while conversing with him, Brain Emperor Lao Chen interjected, "Is that so? Your intervention was indeed wise. This lad is a prodigy. He cannot be left to endure the burden alone under Old Pooh's shadow. Your actions were commendable, Lao Chen." The deep-voiced man was momentarily taken aback by the words, yet he feigned indifference, mimicking Zhao Junting's actions while contemplating how effortlessly the skeletal warriors fell before him, akin to mere vegetables. Observing Zhao Junting's eyes, he noted a deeper azure glow than before, and then he uttered a low command. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous sound erupted, and as the luminous curtain dissipated, it revealed a solitary figure standing resolutely upon the plains, while the 100 skeletal warriors had transformed into mere dust, vanishing into thin air. Chapter 72. The Qi family father and son. First update. Zhao Junting emerged slowly from the dissipating smoke. "Now, may I address you properly?" he inquired, appearing less fatigued than he had after utilizing the Xionghuang physique. His tone softened as he called out into the ether, "Ah, splendid. Since you have successfully navigated the first trial, you are aware of my name. Indeed, Brother Zhao, listen closely. I am one of the 9 emperors of the universe, known as Emperor Jia, Qi Yunfei." The deep-voiced man, witnessing Zhao Junting's effortless defeat of the 100 skeletal warriors, firmly concluded in his heart that Zhao Junting had indeed triumphed in the challenge. And thus he spoke with a hint of excitement in his voice. However, when it comes to the initial challenge, it is indeed not something that just anyone can overcome. Some individuals, upon setting their conditions, opt for the sulfur-based biological gun, which naturally results in a match with 100 skeletal warriors. Their strength allocated based on the potency of the weapon. Others may choose the biological artillery, leading to an encounter with 100 skeletal warriors arriving in armored vehicles. Furthermore, let us speak of the resonant-voiced figure known as Jia Huang or Emperor Armor, Qi Yunfei. His father, Qi Mingshan, was the first generation of Vice Armor Masters. In his time, the role of Vice Armor Master had not yet evolved into the realm of the superbrain machines, as exemplified by Brain Emperor Chun and Lena's biological father. Qi Mingshan's era was characterized by the existence of only half-brain machines, lacking even the full-brain machines. In fact, the Vice Armor was solely utilized by safety warriors during encounters with sulfur-based and silicon-based life forms while donning the super mechs. The first-generation Vice Armor Master, Qi Mingshan, faced a grave incident during a battle where the super mech was injured by the tidal madman among the sulfur-based life forms, resulting in the demise of 17 safety warriors aboard the super mech. Only Qi Mingshan emerged alive, clad in the Vice Armor. As the sole survivor among the safety who had once been declared dead in battle, his resurrection from the brink of death surely imparted to Qi Mingshan a profound awareness of the impending events. Qi Mingshan's experiments faced considerable challenges. There were frequent issues with the connection between the Vice Armor and the brain machines. Consequently, this initiative was temporarily shelved, halting further experimentation. Qi Mingshan, unwilling to concede defeat, after conducting thousands of experiments, comprehended a vital principle: the implantation of an AI chip at the wrist, supplemented by an AI intelligence system to manage part of the exosuit's controls while he retained manual operation of the remainder. This innovation would facilitate the normal functioning of the exosuit. However, when Qi Mingshan sought to convey this promising revelation to Brain Emperor Lao Chun, it coincided with the eve of the Second Interstellar War. Brain Emperor Lao Chun, preoccupied with technological advancements, had no time to entertain Qi Mingshan's proposal. Compounded by the demands of duty, Qi Mingshan was dispatched to a sulfur-based biological planet to engage in combat against sulfur-based creatures. Regrettably, Qi Mingshan's significant discovery remained unrecognized, relegating him to the status of an ordinary security soldier clad in exosuit, as he battled colossal sulfur-based monsters within a super mech. During one mission, the super mech occupied by Qi Mingshan suffered critical damage from a massive sulfur creature, with vital systems such as the centrifuge and dark matter energy activation system rendered inoperative. In this moment of peril, Qi Mingshan was called to action, donning the brain-machine interface crafted by Brain Emperor Lao Chun and his exosuit. Single-handedly, he vanquished 6 formidable sulfur creatures, thereby earning his place in the annals of glory. Upon learning from the news that the extraordinary figure, resembling a superhero, was none other than the well-acquainted Qi Mingshan, the Brain Emperor Chun immediately set aside all his work. He summoned every member of the research and development team to adopt Qi Mingshan's innovative methods for improvements, resulting in the creation of over 1 million auxiliary armors and brain machines. By the conclusion of the Second Interstellar War, the number of auxiliary armor warriors ready for combat had reached several 100,000, all of whom had gained invaluable battlefield experience. Naturally, the commander of these auxiliary armor warriors was none other than Qi Mingshan, the father of Qi Yunfei, once the Second Interstellar War had definitively ended. Qi Mingshan was bestowed the title of Armor Emperor by the United Government of the 72 Earth-like planets, a title that was hereditary and unalterable, making him the sole recipient of such an honor among the 9 emperors of the universe. Others did not enjoy the privilege of hereditary succession. Subsequently, Qi Mingshan took on the role of principal at various auxiliary armor master schools, becoming a legendary figure among the auxiliary armor practitioners, revered akin to a patriarch. During that time, Principal Qi was often accompanied by a small child, who swayed alongside him, none other than the contemporary armor emperor, Qi Yunfei. One should not underestimate this heir to his father's legacy, who even inherited the title. The new armor emperor contributed as much, if not more, than the old armor emperor. The growth of Qi Yunfei resembles a legendary chronicle. At the tender age of 10, he graduated from the Vice Armor Master Academy, and by 15, he had already established himself as a leading expert in the field. By 20, during a revolutionary transformation within the realm of Vice Armor Masters, the emergence of the superbrain device developed by Brain Emperor Old Qin marked a pivotal moment. The era of Vice Armor was on the brink of conclusion, propelled by AI intelligence through implanted chips. Seizing this opportunity, Qi Yunfei adeptly synchronized with the updates and iterations of Brain Emperor Old Qin. Within a few short years, he mastered the integration of the superbrain device in the Vice Armor. The new generation of Vice Armor exhibited an attack power hundreds of times greater than that of the former brain devices paired with AI intelligence. Thus, the path of the Vice Armor Master was truly unveiled, thanks to the unwavering determination and dedication of Qi Mingshan. It was Qi Yunfei who elevated the status of Vice Armor Masters, earning him the title of leader among the second generation of Vice Armor Masters. In Chapter 73, titled Graduation from Ivy League, a revelation unfolds. So it is the esteemed Armor Emperor. My apologies. Upon discovering that the deep-voiced gentleman was none other than Qi Yunfei, one of the 9 emperors of the universe, Zhao Junting's pupils contracted slightly, and he humbly responded, "No need for formality. I am not speaking to you in person, but through the superbrain device. Old Qin, the bookstore owner, is a longtime friend of mine, and I am obliged to assist whenever necessary." The resonant and powerful voice of Armor Emperor Qi Yunfei served as a reminder to Zhao Junting. Do not presume that having passed the first trial means you are free. There are still challenging trainings ahead that will surely test your resolve. Oh, Boss Chun is indeed widely connected, truly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting's expression remained unchanged. Yet inwardly, he mused that he had long recognized that Old Chun was the Brain Emperor. Nevertheless, everyone, including Brain Emperor Old Chun himself, had a vested interest in concealing this truth. Hence, Zhao Junting had no intention of exposing it and leisurely remarked, "Shall we proceed to the next task?" Emperor Qi Yunfei, taken aback by this, did not anticipate that Zhao Junting would be so tight-lipped. He had initially intended to engage him in a deeper conversation. Yet Zhao Junting effortlessly sidestepped all matters with a single statement. Consequently, Emperor Qi Yunfei's tone grew increasingly frosty as he indicated that the next phase was about to commence. Suddenly, within the space where Zhao Junting stood, numerous fissures appeared across the grassland, and the sky began to shift in hue, transitioning from a pale blue to a deep, vivid purple. The cataclysmic transformation of the world had reached an irreversible state. In an instant, Zhao Junting found himself standing in a place resembling a manufacturing workshop. Inside, several production lines were neatly arranged, with hundreds of workers busily engaged in their tasks. Upon noticing Zhao Junting's arrival, the workers cast him a sidelong glance before returning to their labor, silent and focused. "Brother Zhao, this is your second task. Within this workshop, a substantial quantity of subarmor is to be produced. To become a qualified subarmor craftsman, you must first familiarize yourself with the production process and the maintenance procedures. For this endeavor, you shall shadow the workshop supervisor and learn the art of crafting subarmor as well as its repair. You have 1 month for this undertaking. Have you noticed the clock on the workshop wall? From this moment forth, you will enter a realm of altered time. Should you fail to complete the production and maintenance of subarmor within this month, it will be deemed a failed challenge, and no further opportunities will arise." The illustrious armor sovereign, Qi Yunfei, utilized the superbrain machine to transmit his resonant voice into Zhao Junting's ears. "I understand, my lord, the armor sovereign." With a slight, mischievous smile gracing his lips, Zhao Junting turned his gaze towards an individual in the distance, inhaled deeply, and approached the person with measured steps. "Ah, young Zhao, you have finally arrived. I must say, I did not expect such a handsome young man to be assigned to my workshop. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the workshop supervisor, Han Dahai. You may call me Brother Han." The speaker appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, slightly overweight, who introduced himself as Han Dahai. Zhao Junting's gaze briefly swept over his chest, where the title of supervisor was displayed. "Hello, Brother Han. I am Zhao Junting. Let us begin now." With a nod towards the man named Han Dahai, Zhao Junting rolled up his sleeves, ready to commence his work. At this moment, outside the realm of space, the Brain Emperor Lao Chun and the Armor Emperor Qi Yunfei exchanged glances upon witnessing the scene before them. They shook their heads and shared a bittersweet smile. Lost in contemplation. "How have you been lately? Does the injury on your spine still cause you pain?" Lao Chun inquired. Noticing that Zhao Junting was unable to emerge from the alternate space for the time being. Don't mention it. It's an old injury. No matter how advanced medical technology becomes, some ailments cannot be fully eradicated. I am helpless in that regard. How about you? That lad Zhao Junting is truly impressive. Are you considering that matter? Qi Yunfei communicated through the sensory projection of the super brain machine, articulating each word clearly to Lao Chun. "Indeed, my lifespan may be drawing to a close. It is time to contemplate that matter," Lao Chun replied, momentarily taken aback, then squinting slightly as he addressed Qi Yunfei. "Hey, father, have you never considered me?" Qi Yunfei called out, referring to Lao Chun as father for the first time. In truth, during the experiments with the super brain machine and the auxiliary armor years ago, Qi Yunfei had already acknowledged Lao Chun as his godfather. Reflecting on this, his expression softened as he continued, "Yunfei, it's not that I haven't thought about you, but what will become of you once you inherit my super brain machine? The essence spirit machine. Indeed, you have always been a target for numerous sulfur-based biological sects and the clandestine pursuits of silicon-based entities. Should the day arrive when you meet your demise, the trajectory of humanity may very well be altered. In an instant, both the Mind Emperor and the Armor Emperor would be devoid of successors. Moreover, should you obtain the transcendent mind machine, who among this realm could possibly rival you? If you were to harbor rebellious intentions, humanity might well bring about its own extinction. If I were to descend to the underworld and encounter the Nether Emperor, do you believe I would still have the audacity to request a passage for reincarnation?" Upon hearing these words, the Mind Emperor Old Chin could only manage a bitter smile, shaking his head before lapsing into silence. "Do you truly have such little faith in Yunfei?" The resonant voice of the Armor Emperor Shi Yunfei echoed, seemingly lamenting the perceived injustice of Old Chin's skepticism. Subsequently, both the Mind Emperor Old Chun and the Armor Emperor Shi Yunfei fell into a contemplative silence, refraining from further discourse. As time inexorably ticked away, nearly 2 hours had passed. "I am ready, my Lord Armor Emperor," Zhao Junting suddenly proclaimed from within the alternate dimension. In the realm of this alternate space, merely a week had elapsed, while only 2 hours had passed in the extreme northern region. "Father, I shall take a look," Shi Yunfei remarked upon observing Old Chin's unwavering indifference. After exchanging a brief farewell with Old Chun, he made his way towards the second floor of the bookstore, heading towards the AI-powered gaming machines that had transformed into a secondary armor factory. "Very well, off you go." Upon witnessing the scene, Old Chin, known as the Brain Emperor, felt a surge of joy within. "My dear lad, back when I trained you, you were incapable of completing a single task within 6 months. Now, you have ascended to become a top-tier vice armorer in the industry, and it appears I can no longer seek your assistance, as you have come to train Zhao Junting." In the eyes of Old Chin, Zhao Junting is a prodigious talent. He was not the least bit surprised by the swiftness with which the second task was accomplished, the production and repair of the vice armor, since this individual is a graduate of an Ivy League institution. Chapter 74. Lena's reception. As they spoke, the holographic projection conjured by Armored Sovereign Qi Yunfei approached the vice armor production and repair factory, where Zhao Junting and Han Dahai were stationed. "Brother Han, it has been a long time," greeted Qi Yunfei warmly upon seeing Han Dahai. "Honored Armored Sovereign, it has indeed been a while. I never expected that Brother Zhao is one of your arrangements. Had I known, I would have instructed him with even greater diligence. However, to be honest, Brother Zhao is extraordinarily gifted. Within mere days, he has mastered all aspects of vice armor production and repair, leaving me with little to teach him." Han Dahai, upon realizing it was the form of Armored Sovereign Qi Yunfei, felt his face flush with embarrassment. His slightly plump figure leaned forward as he proceeded to thoroughly report Zhao Junting's academic achievements. Is that so? Qi Yunfei remarked. Observing Zhao Junting still engaged in tidying up his tools behind Honda High, his expression a mixture of indifference and contemplation before he continued speaking. Brother Zhao, come here. I have a few inquiries to make, said Qi Yunfei, known as Emperor Jia. Observing Honda High's lavish praise for Zhao Junting, he felt a tinge of skepticism. Nevertheless, he resolved it would be most prudent to inquire directly. Thus he called out to Zhao Junting. Yes, esteemed Emperor Jia. What commands do you have? Zhao Junting responded, his posture aligning with respect, before stepping forward and speaking in a measured tone. A gentle reminder, please remember to rest your eyes during prolonged reading. Through the luminous interface generated by the superbrain machine, Qi Yunfei's expression softened slightly as he grasped the remote control, seemingly intent on timing Zhao Junting's efforts. Firstly, this auxiliary mech had reached a state of near-total disrepair and should not undergo further repairs. However, as a 12th-generation dark matter core auxiliary mech, the fact that its head had sustained significant damage while the auxiliary mech operator remained alive indicated that restoration might still be feasible. I shall first assess whether the dark matter core's ignition furnace operates correctly. If the energy source is depleted, this mech will indeed be rendered utterly unusable. Once confirmed that the ignition furnace is functional, I will proceed to examine the condition of the various components within the cranial unit. Should everything prove intact, I will attempt to reinstall the cranial armor and chip, establishing a complete connection with the superbrain machine. If all of this is successful, this auxiliary mech may continue to engage in combat. Hearing this, Zhao Junting furrowed his brow slightly, his mind racing as he relayed his accumulated knowledge and insights to the side of Emperor Jia, Qi Yunfei. Turning around, he noticed a machine lying on the lathe, the injured subshell he had just mentioned. If you can repair it, consider it a successful completion of the challenge. Shell Emperor Qi Yunfei gazed at Zhao Junting, offering a faint smile before continuing, Oh, by the way, it's quite late now. Let us continue tomorrow. You may exit the game. After a brief pause, Shell Emperor Qi Yunfei spoke again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting's heart leaped with joy, for it was indeed late at night. He had just engaged in a fierce battle with the 9th senior sister of the Fist Royal clan and subsequently fought 100 skeletal warriors without having eaten a morsel, his stomach rumbling in protest. Of course, feel free to do as you wish, Zhao Junting replied, glancing around and noticing that he was alone. Surely. The bookstore was now just him and the doorman. Naturally, Old Chin would not be present in the bookstore at this hour, as night fell. He must have transformed into the dashing Mr. Wind. Slowly, Zhao Junting descended from the 2nd floor, only to find that the doorman's counter was devoid of Old Chin. The Brain Emperor. As expected, only F remained, standing blankly at the entrance. Good evening, Mr. Zhao. F greeted politely upon recognizing Zhao Junting. Knowing that F was Old Chin's devoted AI assistant, Zhao Junting understood that this robot likely possessed a wealth of knowledge about Old Chin's past and present. Thus, he felt it only natural to treat F with respect. Responding to F's greeting, Zhao Junting displayed a courteous demeanor. Certainly. Mr. Zhao. The young lady has been waiting outside for quite some time. F seemed to recall something and conveyed this to Zhao Junting. Please note, prolonged reading requires rest for your eyes. Oh, the young lady. Upon this thought, Zhao Junting speculated that the lady outside might be none other than the esteemed Lina. He raised his brow slightly and replied with a hint of nonchalance, Indeed. I shall open the door for you now. With that, F pressed the remote in his hand, and the bookstore's security door rolled up with a low rumble. As the door opened, it revealed Lina's vehicle, the highest authority of the Northern District, parked right outside. Thank you, F. Observing this, Zhao Junting felt neither joy nor sorrow as he stepped out of Old Chin's bookstore, expressing his gratitude to F, and gazed leisurely at the enchanting Lina standing by the car, playfully remarking, Shall we go, my Zhao god? Upon seeing Zhao Junting, a radiant smile illuminated Lina's beautiful face. She raised her delicate brows, and her alluring crimson lips parted slightly as she inquired, How did you know I was here, Ms. Lina? Zhao Junting was momentarily speechless, his gaze towards Lina imbued with newfound admiration, and he responded, Not only do I know you are here, but I am also aware that this morning you defeated the Royal Fist clan's 13th guardian, the Valkyrie Abu. Quite impressive. You've kept your secrets well. Is there anything else you wish to hide from me?" In that moment, Lena's captivating charm appeared even more enchanting, and she responded with a beguiling tone. "What more could there possibly be to conceal from you?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Juning's thoughts stirred, and he immediately understood the reason for Lena's visit. He took a couple of steps forward, wrapped his arms around her waist, and as he opened the car door, the two of them entered the water energy vehicle. Before long, the still car began to sway incessantly in front of Old Chen's bookstore. Observing this through the super-sensitive screen, F instinctively shielded his eyes. Chapter 75. The True Form of the Celestial Dragon. Hey, Zhao Junting, I fear that Park Jae-hun may pose a threat to you, so I have come to warn you," said Lena, her beautiful face showing traces of fatigue now tinged with worry. "It is only a matter of time before he takes action against me. You ought to be cautious." Zhao Junting's expression faltered momentarily, and he then expressed concern for Lena's well-being. "I'm all right. I mentioned earlier that I would keep myself busy during the day to make it through. However, you are different. You will be seen as my father's successor, and under such circumstances, he could strike at any moment." Lena meticulously analyzed Park Jae-hun's true intentions, her demeanor tense as she spoke to the driving Zhao Junting. "It's nothing to worry about. Now, if he intends to harm me, it won't be so easy." As Zhao Junting spoke, a glimmer of cold determination flashed in his eyes, his expression resembling that of a steadfast resolve infused within him. Confidence was evident, yet it was primarily a sense of calm and composure engraved in his heart. Indeed, Lena, initially concerned about Zhao Junting, felt a surge of joy upon hearing his words. She merely responded with a soft hum and fell into silence. Zhao Junting observed the courtyard, brightly lit, yet he sensed an even greater hunger than before. Upon seeing Zhao Junting, Xiao Hei's face lit up momentarily before he composed himself and remarked nonchalantly, "I didn't see King of Fighters Park went in today." Noticing that Xiao Hei was still awake, Zhao Junting went to rouse Xiao Hei and instructed him to prepare a bowl of noodles. He then settled beside the stove, engaging in conversation with Xiao Hei about the day's events. "You didn't see old Quan? Then who did you encounter?" Xiao Hei, initially indifferent, inquired with a hint of confusion. "There was a woman named Abu, quite skilled." Zhao Junting recounted his encounter with Abu that morning, observing the changes in Xiao Hei's expression. "Is she the one with the two prominent headlights that could dazzle one's eyes?" Xiao Hei pondered for a moment, then, as if recalling something, animatedly described her. "Yes, that's the one, the dazzling Abu. You know her, Black Master?" Zhao Junting, momentarily taken aback, soon grasped the situation and jested with Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei, seemingly lost in thought, gazed at Zhao Junting with a trace of melancholy, wary of Zhao Junting's well-being. "I was defeated by her." "What? Please repeat that." Xiao Hei coughed twice, momentarily rendered speechless by Zhao Junting's earlier proclamation, "I have defeated her." Observing Xiao Hei's astonished expression, Zhao Junting felt a surge of disbelief. Realizing that in Xiao Hei's eyes, he appeared utterly insignificant. Before Xiao Hei could pose another question, Zhao Junting divulged all the answers. Contemplating Zhao Junting's true intentions, Xiao Hei inquired with a hint of curiosity, noting that while his ferocity may not surpass that of the real Ruan Yang, he had indeed made significant progress compared to his former self. His Xionghuang physique had likely undergone an advancement. Zhao Junting, non-committal, conveyed his thoughts to Xiao Hei. "If this is indeed the case, Black Master can assess the current rank of your Xionghuang physique." Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting was momentarily taken aback. Then a glimmer of joy appeared on his face as he replied to Xiao Hei, "Yes, I will need to enlist the help of a friend. Please wait a moment." Xiao Hei's face displayed a trace of hesitation as he reached for a jade token from his waist, gently rubbing it several times while murmuring something under his breath. Shortly, a golden radiance enveloped the room, and amidst this brilliance, a resplendent green dragon emerged, its enormous form nearly filling the entire space. "Wind, what brings you here?" The azure dragon opened its eyes, which then darted around, surveying its surroundings. Upon spotting Little Black, it was taken aback, surprised that the black wind had sought it out. You've emerged. Ah, it seems your tail has grown a few inches, and your scales appear even more vibrant than before. Quite impressive. Upon seeing the azure dragon, Little Black approached and gently caressed it, exuding an affectionate demeanor as if it were a beloved pet. Fool, I have just shed my skin, and these new scales are fresh. What nonsense are you babbling? If you have something to say, do so quickly. I have matters to attend to. The azure dragon, noticing Little Black's foolish gestures towards its scales, spoke with a hint of irritation. Oh, the reason I summoned you was to assess my brother's level, specifically the stage of his realgar physique. Please help me determine how advanced it has become. Upon hearing this, Little Black was momentarily stunned. As it focused its gaze, it realized that the azure dragon was indeed speaking the truth. It then replied nonchalantly, Realgar physique? Are you certain you're not mistaken? The azure dragon's expression turned serious as it glanced at Zhao Junting beside them, then impatiently addressed Little Black. Mistaken? Impossible. This is clearly a 5th stage realgar physique. Examine it more closely. Little Black, upon hearing the azure dragon's assertion, was filled with alarm. If Zhao Junting was not exhibiting a realgar physique, it would mean he had been infected by a sulfur-based entity, which would explain the situation. Anxiously, it turned to the azure dragon and urged, we must investigate this further. This brother merely appears to possess the 5th tier of the Xionghuang physique, but how could the Xionghuang physique possibly remain stagnant in advancement? If I am not mistaken, he is indeed the embodiment of the celestial dragon, merely appearing as though he has the 5th tier of the Xionghuang physique. Chapter 76. A single token. What? The embodiment of the celestial dragon? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hei's face was etched with astonishment, and he gazed at Zhao Junting with a look of reverence, unable to contain his shock. Is there any doubt left? You may not be able to discern the Xionghuang physique, but you must certainly recognize the celestial dragon. You can see it for yourself. I shall not intrude further, as I have other matters to attend to. With that, Qinglong swiftly departed, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke and vanishing without a trace. Hey! Xiao Hei intended to voice something, yet Qinglong had already disappeared from the room without a remnant. Only Zhao Junting and Xiao Hei remained, frozen in place. Well, let me see. Oh, here, drink this. Xiao Hei first handed a bottle of liquor to Zhao Junting, insisting that he consume it, then fell silent. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junting felt a shiver down his spine. Drinking liquor within the Fist Royal Family Dojo, and now even amidst the game of Brain Emperor Ulchin, facing 100 skeletal warriors. Could it be that even the celestial dragon must partake in liquor? Today, it seems this drinking session knows no end. No choice but to drink. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Hei, unable to contain himself, seized the wine bottle and pried open Zhao Junting's mouth, pouring its contents inside with fervor. Subsequently, he led Zhao Junting into the adjacent restroom, positioning them before the mirror. This time, Xiao Hei fixated intently on Zhao Junting's reflection, who was still trembling uncontrollably. Without hesitation, Xiao Hei splashed a basin of cold water onto Zhao Junting, causing the ominous blue glow enveloping him to vanish in an instant. Goodness, how cold! Zhao Junting exclaimed, instantly aware that his previous power had diminished significantly. He then turned to Xiao Hei, shivering in trepidation. Well, you should eat some noodles. Let us converse while we dine. Xiao Hei, initially intent on not letting Zhao Junting off the hook, softened his tone and spoke leisurely. At last, I can eat, Zhao Junting murmured, nearly brought to tears at the prospect of food after an entire day of fasting, his vision blurring from hunger. When he saw Xiao Yi bring forth a bowl of hot soup noodles, he devoured it ravenously and, after wiping his chin, requested another bowl. Of course, master, Xiao Yi replied, observing Zhao Junting's insatiable hunger as if he had endured a great famine. A look of concern crept onto her beautiful face as she regarded him. Did you visit old Chen's bookstore this afternoon? Xiao Hei inquired, noticing that Zhao Junting's complexion had slightly improved, alleviating the earlier signs of desperation. This afternoon, while engrossed in a game, I encountered Emperor Jia, Qi Yunfei. We successfully navigated 2 levels. The first took place on the vast grasslands, where we battled against 100 skeletons. And the second plunged us into an alternate dimension, where we learn the art of crafting and repairing auxiliary armor. Zhao Zhenning observed as Xiaoyi promptly brought forth a steaming bowl of noodle soup, which he swiftly consumed. Engaging in conversation with his companion, Xiaohei, he remarked, "Little Qi is quite the talent. However, years ago, during my close association with Immortal Emperor, I overheard him mention that this individual possesses a rebellious streak. He can certainly be utilized, but should not be entrusted with significant responsibilities, lest calamity ensue. I suspect that Brain Emperor Lao Chan is aware of this and therefore refrains from bestowing the supreme brain device, Yuan Xinji, upon Emperor Zheqi Yunfei." Xiaohei, contemplative for a moment, then spoke. "Ah, so that is the case." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenning narrowed his eyes and softly murmured, "Is that truly the case? Do you believe it to be so? Otherwise, how could the universe's most formidable supreme brain device, Yuan Xinji, fall into the hands of your elder brother Zhao?" Xiaohei chuckled at this, continuing with a teasing tone, "Indeed, that makes sense. By the way, based on my preliminary tests in the second level, the next step involves repairing this damaged auxiliary armor. Could you share any insight? I examined the blueprints and feel it may be a lost cause." Zhao Zhenning laughed, suddenly realizing the validity of Xiaohei's words. After all, in this vast universe filled with countless young prodigies, why should he be the sole heir to the supreme brain device, Yuan Xinji? Let me take a look. As Xiaohei opened the blueprint handed over by Zhao Zhenting, his expression changed dramatically upon closer inspection. "What happened? Is it difficult?" he asked. Zhao Zhenting, observing his reaction, felt neither joy nor sorrow and calmly inquired, "What do you think?" Xiaohei, initially astonished by the blueprint, soon met Zhao Zhenting's gaze with a hint of bitterness and replied, "Let us simplify things. Is there any way to repair this?" Zhao Zhenting, witnessing Xiaohei's demeanor, inwardly cursed the situation. After all this time, could there be any good news to share? "There is a way, but I need to think it over," he replied, falling into deep contemplation. Not wanting to interrupt Xiaohei's thoughts, Zhao Zhenting turned to ask Xiao Yi, "Did your sister Jiawen take you to the supermarket today?" Upon seeing Xiao Yi, whose lovely face bore an expression of indifference, he smiled warmly and asked with genuine concern, "Yes, master. This morning, Sister Jiawen took Xiaohei and me to the nearby supermarket, where we bought many wonderful and inexpensive items. However, we are running low on money at home." Xiaoyi responded with a smile, her expression turning melancholic as she mentioned the lack of funds. With a slight furrow of her brow, she helplessly added, "We are running out of money?" Zhao Zhenning reflected on her words and realized the truth. He had invested all his money in the recent auction, and his savings were nearly depleted. "By the way, there's also this." With that, Zhao Zhenting rummaged through his pocket and unexpectedly discovered a chip inscribed with the words 100,000 Gleaser coins. He handed this chip to Xiaoyi beside him. Chapter 77, Quanjai Alley Master, what is this? Upon seeing the chip, Xiao Yi's heart leaped with joy, and her beautiful face broke into a radiant smile as she spoke. "This is the chip given to me by the receptionist at the entrance of the Rose Garden Hotel, totaling 100,000 Gleaser coins. You may use it for household expenses." Zhao Zhenting, enchanted by Xiao Yi's lovely visage, felt a surge of happiness and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, I finally remembered." Suddenly, Xiaohei became somewhat agitated and exclaimed, "What is the matter, Xiaohei?" His startled reaction caught both Zhao Zhenting and Xiaoyi off guard. Turning towards Xiaohei, Zhao Zhenting inquired, "What is going on?" "Oh dear, let us go. We must get in the car. I'll enter your wolf tooth necklace, and we can discuss as we walk." Xiaohei appeared impatient, his canine face displaying a sense of urgency. In an instant, he transformed into a wisp of silvery smoke and darted into the wolf tooth necklace adorning Zhao Zhenting's chest. Taken aback by Xiaohei's insistence, Zhao Zhenting, without further contemplation, followed his instructions and headed towards the door. Once aboard the water energy vehicle, he asked, "Xiaohei, can we recommended reading?" As the autonomous vehicle prepared to embark on its journey powered by water energy, he realized he was uncertain of the destination and could only inquire of the AI, Xiaohei, for guidance. "To the Rose Homeland Hotel," came the calm reply through the wolf tooth necklace. Zhao Zhenting, the driver of the water energy vehicle, found himself perplexed by the response but chose not to dwell on it. After a simple repetition, he fastened his seatbelt and intended to set off towards the Rose Homeland Hotel. Ah, the Rose Homeland Hotel. It was your earlier reminder that jogged my memory about that token, he acknowledged. Noticing Zhao Junting's look of confusion, Xiaohei hesitated before articulating each word deliberately. What does that have to do with the token? Zhao Junting pondered, bewildered by Xiaohei's words. Do you recall that male receptionist who bore a slight resemblance to a woman? Xiaohei transmitted his thoughts to Zhao Junting. We have reviewed the information on that male receptionist. There are no issues. Are we heading to the Rose Homeland Hotel solely for him? Zhao Junting's eyes narrowed as he sensed the underlying implication in Xiaohei's words, and he replied in a subdued tone. Certainly, at that moment. I sensed something amiss about him. It was as if I should have been familiar with him, yet he employed some advanced technology to conceal his appearance. Moreover, he exuded an overly intimate aura, casting a shadow of ambiguity upon my perception. Thus, I was momentarily unable to recall his identity, which was quite natural under the circumstances. Xiao Hong, however, was rather forthright, unable to assist Zhao Junting while still managing to articulate his thoughts coherently. So, have you now recollected who he is? Zhao Junting finally comprehended that the striking gatekeeper was an acquaintance of Xiao Hong. It was no wonder that the handsome man had exhibited such a peculiar demeanor towards him that day. He must have sensed Xiao Hong's essence emanating from Zhao Junting, and likewise, Xiao Hong had perceived the gatekeeper's presence, albeit they had yet to meet and recognize one another. Of course, if my conjecture is correct, once we arrive shortly, you shall discover his identity. He is surely the only one in this realm capable of instructing you on the restoration of that damaged armor. Xiao Hong assured Zhao Junting with unwavering conviction through a telepathic message. Very well, brace yourself. I shall accelerate. With that, Zhao Junting pressed the accelerator, pushing the water-powered vehicle to its utmost limits, eager to arrive at the Rose Garden Hotel sooner. In the span of a brief tea time, Zhao Junting disembarked from the vehicle. With a flick of his identity card within the spatial realm, the grand entrance of the Rose Garden Hotel swung open to welcome him. Good evening, Mr. Zhao. Welcome to the Rose Garden Hotel. Upon Zhao Junting's arrival, he was greeted once again by the strikingly handsome gentleman, who, clad in a tailcoat, courteously addressed him. Good evening. Is it Brother Wang Hao? Upon seeing the dashing figure, Zhao Junting's eyes narrowed slightly, his brows arched, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he replied, Indeed. May I inquire if Mr. Zhao has any instructions? Ah, I do have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Might I steal a moment of your time? Zhao Junting, having understood the underlying cue, proceeded to engage the handsome gentleman as previously arranged with his companion, Xiaohei. The gentleman paused for a brief moment, then pressed his lips together and nodded slightly, instructing the attendants behind him before silently following Zhao Junting. They traversed into a secluded alleyway, away from prying eyes. Mr. Zhao, please feel free to speak your mind here, the gentleman gently urged, noticing that Zhao Junting had not yet ceased his pace even after walking several blocks. Zhao Junting halted, turning to face the gentleman. Mr. Who has been caring for the widow's son? Zhao Junting inquired unexpectedly, causing a look of fear to cross Wang Hao's face, which soon transformed into, I had a feeling this day would inevitably come. Upon concluding his words, a radiant figure was enveloped in wisps of violet light, which soon gave rise to golden arcs of electricity, and the gentle voice of an elder could be distinctly heard. Moments later, the beautiful figure vanished into thin air, replaced by a short, unattractive middle-aged man with a stubbly face and a somewhat greasy appearance, who stood before Zhao Junting. Are you sent by my father to find me? Or perhaps dispatched by my elder brother to capture me? Inquired the short, unattractive man, his voice somewhat clumsy as he addressed the visibly frustrated Zhao. Zhao Junting remained silent, curling his lip in disdain, then fixed his gaze intently upon the middle-aged man. Neither of those, came the reply from a voice emanating from the wolf-tooth necklace adorning Zhao Junting's chest. It is I, your Black Lord, who has missed you. Is that acceptable? As the words faded, a wisp of silver smoke materialized in the space around them, and shortly thereafter, a large black dog appeared on the ground, a manifestation of the young master of the Crimson Moon Wolf clan from the Interstellar Five, known as Black Wind. Zhao Junting's good brother, Little Black. Goodness, Black Wind, you nearly gave me a heart attack, exclaimed the short, unattractive man, clutching his chest and squatting on the ground, visibly shaken. He then grumbled at Little Black, who, in response, wore a calm expression and, with a slight movement of his lips, uttered a few words. "It is not so simple. You are well aware of the past events, both good and bad, and I am left with no options. I could flee to the ends of the earth, but what is it that you need from me? Speak plainly, for I have a date with a stunning beauty in my room tonight, and I would prefer not to have my plans disrupted." The short, middle-aged, portly man, upon hearing Xiao Hei's words, wore a matching expression and quickly deduced that Xiao Hei had come to him for a reason. He then murmured softly, "You never change, do you? Junting, show him the blueprint." With that, Xiao Hei wore a resigned smile, but he prioritized the matter at hand. He turned to Zhao Junting and instructed him. Without hesitation, Zhao Junting retrieved the blueprint from behind him and handed it to the short, middle-aged man. Upon receiving the blueprint, the man unfurled it, revealing a pained smile. He shook his head and remarked, "Isn't this that wretched secondary armor from Qiming Shan? I told his son years ago that it was beyond repair. It could only be restored to a semblance of its former glory as a mere artifact. Why have you brought it out today?" Xiao Hei and Zhao Junting exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of indifference. "Enough with the pleasantries. Just tell us if you can repair it," Xiao Hei suddenly asserted with newfound confidence. Then, with a hint of irritation, added, "If you can, then let us proceed. Why the fuss?" The middle-aged, rotund dwarf, upon encountering the disdainful expression of the young man, immediately wilted and, with a hint of grievance, remarked, "Can it truly be repaired? If so, I am immensely grateful." Zhao Junting, ever the gracious individual, took a step forward, bowing deeply in appreciation towards the rotund dwarf, and inquired, "Is it your secondary armor? Did you not procure the dragon battle armor at the auction the other day? That is a divine artifact in this realm. Why bother with this dilapidated piece?" The middle-aged dwarf, witnessing Zhao Junting's approach, made an effort to sidestep the matter, responding, "Do not ask so many questions. Isn't it enough that it can be repaired?" Little Black, unable to contain his frustration at the dwarf's evasion, retorted sharply, "Ah, very well, if you insist. How could I dare to disobey? Should I handle it myself, or shall I instruct you on how to proceed?" The middle-aged dwarf, feeling a bittersweet chuckle arise in his heart, reflected on how he had unwittingly accepted such a demanding role. With a resigned expression, he acquiesced. "As long as you teach Junting, I need not learn. You are not in a position to reveal yourself, are you?" Although Little Black continued to express his dissatisfaction verbally towards the middle-aged dwarf, he nonetheless considered the dwarf's situation when the moment became critical. "Ah, Zhao is it? When Shi Yunfei found me back in the day, this piece of armor was in a state of utter disrepair. At that time, the technology was such that it could only be regarded as a mere artifact, devoid of any practical utility. However, with the advancement of technology, restoring it to its former glory today is no longer a daunting task." The middle-aged, portly dwarf, with a tone of earnest instruction, squatted down and began to elucidate to Zhao Junting the intricate methods of repairing the battered armor. Noticing Zhao Junting's presence, the attentive Little Black listening intently to the dwarf's teachings. Gradually, he made his way to the entrance of wide and narrow alley, gazing into the breeze. In the span of Little Black nearly dozed off at the entrance of the alley when suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps jolted him awake. He straightened up and, upon closer inspection, realized it was Zhao Junting along with the stout dwarf. "Finished already?" Little Black inquired, his face lighting up with joy. Indeed, Zhao Junting nodded slightly, exuding an air of certainty. "You, Brother Zhao, possess an extraordinary talent. This technique took me half a month to master, yet you have grasped all its intricacies so swiftly. This young man is indeed worthy of mentorship." The middle-aged dwarf beamed with delight, showering Zhao Junting with praises. This remark caused Zhao Junting to exhibit a flurry of emotions, his face alternating between shades of red and white. "Spare me the flattery. Just teach me what I need to know. We shall take our leave now. If there are any matters, please consult Zhao Junting. I am currently residing with him. Farewell." Upon uttering his words, the dark figure transformed into a wisp of silk, seamlessly entering the wolf-tooth necklace of Zhao Junting. Without further hesitation, Zhao Zhenning turned and made his way towards the exit of the Rose Garden Hotel. The envoy had already seen them off. Kneeling on one knee, a middle-aged, portly dwarf gently caressed his left shoulder, bowing his head slightly as he spoke softly to the shadowy figure within the murky haze. "Have you imparted the knowledge?" As the figure in the darkness materialized, it revealed the likeness of Park Jae-hun, the eldest son of the renowned king of fighters, Park Won-tae. "I have already imparted the knowledge," the envoy replied, his subordinates having a question lingering in the air, uncertain whether to voice it or not. The dwarf, showing utmost respect, lowered his head slightly and, seemingly cautious of offending Park Jae-hun, inquired in a hushed tone, "Are you perhaps curious as to why I insist on having you teach them how to restore the auxiliary armor of Chiming Mountain?" The envoy responded with clarity, "Indeed, I am." The dwarf continued, "This young man, Zhao Zhenting, has been regarded by Brain King Old Chun as his successor. My purpose here is to acquire the primordial machine of the superbrain for our sect. Therefore, it would be prudent to attempt to engage with Zhao Zhenting, perhaps even assist him in obtaining the primordial machine. Should he succeed, we can ascertain whether he could be of use to our sect. If he proves unworthy, I shall eliminate him." After speaking, Park Jae-hun revealed a somewhat deranged expression as he fiercely addressed the greasy middle-aged dwarf. "Yes, messenger." Following this, the dwarf lowered his head deeply, falling into a silence that enveloped the room. Chapter 79. The dwarf's origins. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat of Zhao Zhenting's water energy vehicle sat a large black dog, nearly the height of a person, gazing out the window while leisurely whistling. Zhao Zhenting remained silent for a considerable time, his mind plagued with questions that surged forth, ultimately leading him to speak. "If there is something you wish to convey, please do so directly. You are curious as to how this originally handsome man could transform into the guise of a dwarf, and also about the origins of this individual." The black dog interjected before Zhao Zhenting could finish his inquiry, bombarding him with a series of questions. Zhao Zhenting chuckled at the sight. This black dog, not only a part of the wolf-tooth necklace, was becoming akin to a parasite within him. He nodded in agreement. "This dwarf is a prince of the Dwarven Artisans clan. Yet due to having an elder brother, he is unable to inherit the throne. By nature, he is debauched, and one fateful night, inebriated, he sullied his father's concubine, resulting in a sentence of death." The black dog displayed a bitter expression and continued with narrowed eyes. "What? He sullied his mother? Was he truly intoxicated? Or is he merely a beast?" Zhao Zhenting was taken aback, his face reflecting shock as he posed a stunned question in response. "Regardless of the circumstances, he and I were once brothers, and I could not stand idly by while he faced peril. Thus, upon receiving the news, I hastened through the night to the terrestrial planet where he resided, rescuing him from his plight." Little Black, on the other hand, displayed a remarkable independence. The bond of brotherhood at this moment turned whimsically capricious. He then inquired, why was he at the Rose Home Hotel? Zhao Zhenting took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with a bright blue light, and posed the question. "When we parted ways, I cautioned him against repeating his old mistakes and instructed him not to disclose his whereabouts or activities to me, should anyone discover that I had rescued him. The wrath of the Dwarf Artisan's Emperor would be too much for my family to bear. Thus, his silence regarding his destination was the most prudent form of concealment. So, he ventured into the extreme northern region. Could it be that he sought to borrow a corpse to return to life? Or perhaps he remained unrepentant, drawn to the northern realm filled with beauties and gamblers, transforming himself into such a striking figure? Surely, his intentions were evident. Upon hearing Little Black's words, Zhao Zhenting understood that his underlying intention was benevolent, to flee from danger and find a place where he could linger indefinitely, thus concluding his tumultuous existence. "You are entirely correct. I believe that on the day of the auction, he sensed my presence through you, which elicited such a reaction. As for me, despite the barrier of the wolf-tooth necklace, I too felt his aura. It simply took me a moment to recall, as time had elapsed. Thus, when you revealed the chip he gifted you on behalf of the casino, it suddenly dawned on me what was amiss with him." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenting's respect for the short, elderly man dissipated completely. He recalled how he had shown utmost reverence while learning to repair Qi Mingshan as secondary armor. and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Perhaps it is best to discuss this matter tomorrow. Upon entering the room, Zhao Junting's sense of vigilance heightened. The bed appeared to undulate, suggesting the concealment of someone within. He slowed his steps, cautiously approaching the edge of the bed, and with a sudden motion, he flung back the covers. What greeted his eyes left him utterly entranced. To his astonishment, lying upon the bed was Li Jiawen, in a deep slumber, clad in a sheer lace nightgown that was even more alluring than if she wore nothing at all. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Zhao Junting, still in the embrace of slumber, sensed a gentle exploration of his body. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the exquisite visage nestled against his chest, exuding an air of restlessness. A surge of excitement coursed through him, yet the memory of Xiaoyi's aggrieved expression from the previous morning tempered his ardor. He suppressed his rising desire and whispered softly to Li Jiawen, "Xiaoyi is merely a robot. Why bother with such concerns?" Upon hearing, Li Jiawen's delicate face immediately flushed with a hint of crimson. However, Zhao Junting's words swiftly extinguished the amiable temperament that Li Jiawen usually. It was unexpected that Zhao Junting would consider the feelings of a mere robot. This was clearly an evasion. Li Jiawen pressed his body closer, assuming a demeanor reminiscent of a fragile bird seeking comfort. Witnessing this display of dependence from Li Jiawen filled Zhao Junting with joy. Yet, having promised Xiaoyi the previous day to refrain from intimacy in the morning, he hesitated repeatedly before ultimately deciding to endure the situation and refrain from engaging with Li Jiawen. No, Li Jiawen now resembled a petulant child, unwilling to relent after being denied his cherished toy, clinging tightly to Zhao Junting without the slightest intention of releasing him. Zhao Junting felt a rush of emotions but chose to remain silent, allowing Li Jiawen to caress his body freely, remaining unmoved by the tender gestures. "Ah, Xiaoyi, your master possesses remarkable self-control." Little Black perked up its ears, attentively listening to the conversation between Zhao Junting and Li Jiawen, before turning to Xiao Yi and casually remarking. Xiao Yi, upon hearing this, was filled with delight, her beautiful face illuminating with joy. She was pleasantly surprised that her master, Zhao Junting, and the breakfast he prepared became even more meticulous.